Chapter 1101, Two True Inheritances. With He tribe's current situation, should I interfere? Fang Yuan thought about it. There was much he could do here. Even though He tribe was a super force, part of the Huangjin family, they were weak among the super forces of Northern Plains. Moreover, they were besieged on all fronts now. They were facing the entire Northern Plains Gu-immortal world. The outcome was obvious. He tribe was going down in flames. Even if they were unwilling to give in, how could one tribe resist the entire Gu-immortal world? Unless they had a rank 8 Gu-immortal to defend them, but He tribe did not have such a person. He tribe's top 4 supreme elders could form the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage and had battle strength that could contest with that of a rank 8 to an extent. But this was the only trump card that He tribe had. Fang Yuan became more enticed as he thought about it. To him, the situation was a mess now. Everyone wanted to gain profits from He tribe. In this situation, he could definitely gain something. Don't forget, Fang Yuan had a huge advantage. He had a Gu-immortal captive, He Qing. Gu-immortal He Qing was not like ordinary He tribe Gu-immortals. He had authority. He was trusted by the top 4 supreme elders. He tribe's top 4 supreme elders encountered a problem when using the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, causing them to be unable to distance themselves from one another. They could only give up some authority. He Qing was their spokesperson. He managed the affairs of He tribe and knew clearly about the situation in the whole of He tribe. He Qing was in Fang Yuan's hands. He naturally had methods to search souls and wills. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. He Qing could not defend against him. Right now, Fang Yuan had more clear knowledge about He tribe than those Huangjin tribes who were targeting it. He knew deeper and more specific information. With the support of his intel, Fang Yuan had a huge advantage compared to them. Within He tribe, there was a key thing which attracted Fang Yuan. That was the He Fan true inheritance. He Fan was once a Gu-immortal of He tribe. He was a famous person in history, but he had died long ago. In the past, He Fan cultivated Time Path. He reached rank 8. He controlled He tribe and made it an overlord back then. It was quite powerful even among super forces. Those were glorious times. But his lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He tribe slowly became weaker, while some of the other super forces rose up. Before He Fan died, he left behind his true inheritance, but none of He tribe's descendants could inherit it. The true inheritance of a rank 8 Gu-immortal, if one inherited it, they might become a rank 8 Gu-immortal in the future. If He tribe had a rank 8 Gu-immortal, they would not be in this situation. In the world of Gu-immortals, rank 6 Gu-immortals were at the bottom, rank 7 Gu-immortals were in the middle, while rank 8s were the top brass. If He tribe had a rank 8 Gu-immortal, even if He Lu Lan was the main culprit behind the destruction of 88 Truyang building, they could still withstand it. The existence of a rank 8 Gu-immortal was crucial to the deterrence of a super force against others. Even if this rank 8 Gu-immortal were to be faced with pressure by many other rank 8 Gu-immortals, they would at most only need to pay a huge price in resources and compensation to protect the tribe. The current situation was not like that. He tribe had many Gu-immortals, but they could not defend the tribe. He Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan muttered, his eyes were shining deeply. In my current situation, the biggest obstacle is Heaven's will. And Heaven's will's strongest methods are calamities and tribulations. Each calamity and tribulation is a gamble. I am targeted by Heaven's will. It is too dangerous. And the interval between each calamity is 2 months. This is simply too short. If he had more time, Fang Yuan could deal with the calamities and tribulations after more preparation. But Fang Yuan's body, coming from the sovereign immortal fetus, was simply too absurd. Its existence defied heaven. It could not be allowed to remain. However, man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu-immortals were incredibly intelligent beings. Predecessors had thought of countless ways to deal with the short durations between calamities and tribulations. Among them, the most popular were time path methods. Langya Blessed Land did this. Long-hair ancestor had once asked a time path great expert to slow the rate of time in Langya Blessed Land. This way, the interval between calamities and tribulations was longer. After long-hair ancestor died, this was left behind. This gave Langya land spirit lots of time to prepare and get ready for all the calamities and tribulations. I do not know any time path Gu immortal. Even if I once was in contact with Tai Baiyunxing, he could not slow the time in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan knew about Tai Baiyunxing's inheritance, because he had once soul-searched Tai Baiyunxing in imperial court blessed land. But in fact, not all time path Gu immortals had methods to slow time in the immortal aperture. Tai Baiyunxing was a good example. Even if I know any such time path Gu immortal, or approach them now, my sovereign immortal aperture is an extremely important secret. It is too huge of a deal. How can I let any time path Gu immortal know about it? It is hard to trust anyone. I might as well rely on myself. If I can obtain the He Fan true inheritance and slow the time in my immortal aperture, that would be great. Ordinary time path true inheritances might not have a method to slow the time passing in the immortal aperture. But the He Fan true inheritance was extraordinary. It was left behind by the rank 8 He Fan. In the history of He tribe, it was recorded, when He Fan was alive, he had slowed the time in many immortal apertures of He tribe Gu immortals. This way, the He tribe Gu immortals could deal with their calamities and tribulations with more ease. There was a greater chance of success. As time passed, the number of He tribe Gu immortals exceeded other super forces. With the rank 8 Gu immortal He Fan as deterrents in northern plains, and with countless rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals in He tribe, this created a glorious time of prosperity in He tribe's history. Fang Yuan knew clearly about the history of He tribe through the captive He Qing. Blazing Heaven Demoness knew about this too. She had a time path injury. It made the rate at which time passed for her very fast. She had to become an immortal zombie. To cure her injury, Blazing Heaven Demoness formed a scheme, sending her sister Su Xian heir to He tribe, attempting to obtain the He Fan true inheritance and heal her. Instead, her sister fell in love with He Qing and gave birth to He Lulan. It became a story of love and hatred. All in all, as long as Fang Yuan could obtain the He Fan true inheritance, he could slow the rate of time in his immortal aperture. Once the rate of time in his immortal aperture slowed down, Fang Yuan's circumstances would change drastically. Even though slower time meant that production of resources would also be slower, and his cultivation level would also rise more slowly, it stabilized the situation. Fang Yuan's pressure and difficulty in cultivating would be lower by a huge margin. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages. He Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan became more enticed as he thought about it. To him, this was a crucial way to get out of his situation. If I want to leave and go to He tribe, participating in this chaotic battle, there are many ways to do so. This precious information is my first advantage. Secondly, I have dark limit immortal Gu to conceal my aura. Heavens will cannot find me. And thirdly, I have familiar face and change form immortal Gu to disguise myself. I can mix in with the chaotic bunch moving in. Should I go? Fang Yuan thought over it. He decided to observe from the sidelines. He did not go immediately. The situation over at He tribe was too chaotic now. Righteous path, demonic path, even lone immortals were participating in the raid. The scene was a mess. Countless experts were moving about, appearing continuously. Among rank 6 Gu immortals, there were bottom-tier Gu immortals like Old Lu, and also ordinary Gu immortals like Qing Xianzi. There were even Zhuo Zhan, Divine Lord Tian Du, Shi Ho, and other experts. Among rank 7 Gu immortal experts, there were Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han. According to some vague rumors, it seemed like Heavenly Lord Baizu and Old Ancestor Shui who were also active in this. Fang Yuan looked at the situation. The time was not ripe yet. This was only the start. Many forces and Gu immortals were taking over He tribe's resource points. These Gu immortals were far from reaching the headquarters yet. All sorts of forces were restricting one another. It was very chaotic. Countless people rose up and fought. They competed to decide who would get to keep the resources. If Fang Yuan went now, he would be implicated, no matter who he disguised himself as. And Dark Limit Immortal Gu's protection only lasted for a while. It could not be used for long. And most importantly, there was Heaven's will. Heaven's will could make arrangements against Fang Yuan. What did Heavenswell know? Heavenswell was inside Spring-Autumn Cicada. With Spring-Autumn Cicada around Feng Yuan, Heavenswell might know of his plan beforehand. During the transactions with Sixth Hair, Shadow Sect had told Feng Yuan, Heavenswell was vast, it was everywhere. Heavenswell covered the area of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This was a huge advantage, it knew much information and secrets. Because of many reasons, Feng Yuan could not act casually. He decided to wait until He tribe's situation became clearer. Once he could see the situation clearly, he would be able to take action. The key of this was still one word: speed. Accumulating strength, and striking immediately, before leaving rapidly. There was no better tactic. Feng Yuan waited patiently. Using Langya sect, he could gain information about the outside world. Days passed by. The battles involving He tribe continued to aggravate. Countless Gu immortals got involved, some won while others lost, countless schemes were used, it was like a huge spiral, and this spiral was expanding, sucking in even more people. At this rate, the spiral was becoming chaotic and uncontrollable. Many secluded cultivators could not resist the temptation, they appeared. There were people like Feng Yuan as well, biding their time. Days later, in Myriad Bean Garden. I tried my best, but the other party is hiding inside an immortal aperture, there are no results. Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tianxia Xi inside, showing some embarrassment on his face. Is that so? Disappointment could not be concealed on Chudu's face. But, I have made some other gain. Tianxia Xian suddenly said. Oh? What do you mean, Brother Tian? Chudu was perplexed. Immediately, he saw that Tianxia Xian returned Flying Sword Immortal Gu to him. He pointed at the Immortal Gu and said, "This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is not simple, there is an insignia left on this Gu. I have already deciphered this insignia, it is the key to an immortal's true inheritance." What? There is such a thing? Chudu was surprised, he was greatly interested. Is this the Sword Path true inheritance of Sword Immortal Bo Qing? Chapter 1102, Planning. No, no. Hearing Chudu's guess, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tianxia Xian shook his head. This insignia is made from an information path method. According to my deduction, it is an information path true inheritance. But the location of the true inheritance is not in Northern Plains, but Eastern Sea instead. Eastern Sea, information path true inheritance? Chudu frowned, his expectations fell drastically. If it were a sword path true inheritance, there was little hope of him cultivating it anyway. The reason was simple, he cultivated strength path, his foundation in strength path Dao marks was deep, it was difficult for him to cultivate other paths. But sword path had strong attacking power, and because of the historical records of the legendary pseudo-immortal venerable Bo Qing, Chudu gained a lot of curiosity. The moment he heard information path, the curiosity faded. Chudu was a highly accomplished character who naturally knew the advantages of information path towards his cultivation, but he was straightforward and had grand ambitions. He had a preference for strong offensive methods instead. He was known as the Domination Immortal. There was a saying, there are only wrong names, not wrong titles. Chudu could not cultivate sword path or information path, of course. In this world, throughout the past, present, and future, Feng Yuan was the only one who could cultivate all paths. If other Gu immortals wanted to cultivate a second path, they would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Unless there was a special situation, or if they had an exemplary immortal Gu, most would not do something like this with great disadvantages. It was not wise. Seeing Chudu's expression, Tianxia Xian knew what he was thinking. He quickly explained, "Brother Chu, don't look down on this insignia. According to my deduction, this was carved onto Flying Sword Immortal Gu at a later time. Such an information path method is unheard of, it was an eye-opener, this is definitely not ordinary." Chudu's expression became serious. After the reminder, he felt that Tianxia Xian's words made much sense. If the carving was done on ordinary rocks or walls, that was normal. But it was done on a goo worm that was very rare. And this was Flying Sword Immortal Goo, a rank 7 sword path goo. Man is the spirit of all beings, goo are the essence of heaven and earth. When goo immortals cultivate and undergo tribulations, they would gain more Dao marks in their bodies. Meanwhile, immortal goo were fragments made of Dao marks. The Dao marks of different paths would resist and conflict with each other. This information path insignia had a trace of information path Dao marks within it, but it could be carved on a container of sword path Dao marks, and be kept for such a long time. This was like a ship floating in the sea, unmoved by all the currents around it. In this case, the information path method was simply extraordinary. Brother Chu, can I negotiate with you? Tianxia Xian suddenly asked. Chu Du smiled lightly. He was not a wisdom path goo immortal, but he understood what Tianxia Xian was going to say. Chu Du waved his hand, interrupting Tianxia Xian, saying, Brother Tian, please don't blame me. This flying sword immortal goo is not mine to begin with, it belongs to my friend. My friend had gone missing, so I got worried and wanted to deduce his location. The opportunity on this immortal goo also belongs to him. The deductions of wisdom path goo immortals did not come from thin air, they needed clues. The more clues there were, the easier the deduction could be done. Thus, wisdom path goo immortals often had a great desire towards information path methods. Tianxia Xian was originally not interested in most information path methods, because he had inherited old immortal Tian Yuan's extraordinary wisdom path inheritance. He had very high standards. But because this information path true inheritance was too high quality, even a goo immortal as reserved as him was interested. I see, I was too abrupt. Hearing Chu Du's rejection, Tianxia Xian felt dejected, but he still returned flying sword immortal goo to Chu Du. This rank 7 sword path immortal goo was used to deduce for clues, it was not the payment for his services. Of course, Chu Du asked Tianxia Xian to make a deduction for him, he paid a hefty price. The deduction did not succeed, according to the rules, I will take only half of the payment. Tianxia Xian looked at the flying sword immortal goo in Chu Du's hands longingly, he sighed and said this. Chu Du shook his head, laughing, no need, even though my goal was not achieved, it was not for nothing. Brother Tian is indeed the number 1 wisdom path goo immortal in Northern Plains, it was worth the price. I will take my leave. Chu Du was the domination immortal, but he was not a rash person lacking interpersonal skills. Tianxia Xian was one of the few wisdom path experts in Northern Plains, he would likely need his help again in the future, how could Chu Du worsen their relationship? This? Tianxia Xian hesitated. But Chu Du had already left, he did things quickly and resolutely, he left without hesitation. When he left, he was quite happy. The rank 7 immortal goo flying sword was already very precious, now that it also had an information path true inheritance clue, Chu Du felt that Feng Yuan would never give up on it. This way, he had a way to pressure Feng Yuan. I must obtain the method to draw out reckless savages' true meaning no matter what. Chu Du felt a flame burning inside him. Tianxia Xian saw Chu Du leaving, he sighed helplessly. If it were others, he might have gone ahead to snatch it. But that was the domination immortal. Chu Du only cultivated strength path, while Tianxia Xian cultivated wisdom path, but Tianxia Xian did not have the courage to scheme against Chu Du. Strength path was declining like the setting sun, while wisdom path was precious and rare. But throughout history, there was no strongest path, only a strongest goo immortal, no path or goo worm could be known as the strongest. Man is the spirit of all living beings, goo are the essence of heaven and earth. To humans, goo worms were just tools. Time passed, the commotion in Northern Plains intensified. The web around He tribe was starting to tighten. Like what Feng Yuan had predicted, He tribe was resisting the entire Northern Plains goo immortal world, how could they win? Even though He tribe's goo immortals resisted strongly, they still lost bit by bit, with no hopes of winning. The intense aura of blood attracted more and more hungry sharks that came after He tribe's immense assets. He tribe headquarters, Iron Eagle blessed land. Right now, He tribe's goo immortals were gathered, there was a gloomy atmosphere. He Cheng's 4 top supreme elders were seated at the highest position. He Cheng was captured by Fang Yuan, his good friend He Bai was injured. The other 6 He tribe Gu immortals were all rank 6. The atmosphere was heavy. The tribe is facing a calamity. We are all pillars that hold up He tribe. Let's talk about it. How can we survive this crisis? First Supreme Elder initiated, breaking the silence. But He tribe's Gu immortals simply looked at one another in turn. Nobody said a thing. This was not the first meeting. In the earlier meeting, they were participating actively. Some suggested that they should fight back strongly, they should punish and take down all those who try to infringe on He tribe's property. Of course, their goal was to achieve peace. Peace could only be obtained after fighting. He tribe's Gu immortals were not stupid, they knew this. Unfortunately, even though they understood this, He tribe's Gu immortals could not rival so many enemies. Even though they fought back, they were forced back. Almost all of He tribe's Gu immortals were injured now. One rank 6 Gu immortal even died. Second Supreme Elder sighed, if not for the fact that an accident happened when we used Green City Rampage, causing us to be unable to separate, the situation would be much better now. He tribe occupied a lot of resources, but He tribe Gu immortals were few, and most of them were rank 6. Against the attacking forces, He tribe was too weak, and had little battle strength, they could not control the situation. It is all because of He Cheng. This person is a sinner of our tribe. That daughter of his caused this mess. He even lost our immortal Gu House Dark Prison, he truly deserves death without sympathy. A He tribe Gu immortal scolded angrily. Indeed, indeed. He Cheng is a heinous sinner. At once, He tribe's Gu immortals spoke agitatedly. He Cheng lost the immortal Gu House Dark Prison, it was truly a huge mistake. Otherwise, with Dark Prison and the 4 elders Green City Rampage, the situation would not be this terrible. First Supreme Elder was silent. Dark Prison was originally his, he had lent it to He Cheng. He Cheng was the one who lost Dark Prison, First Supreme Elder was also to blame for trusting the wrong person. During usual times, the 4 top Supreme Elders trusted He Cheng deeply, allowing him to manage matters in the tribe. The criticism and scolding of the He tribe Gu immortals was also vaguely expressing their unhappiness towards the 4 Supreme Elders, but they could not say it directly. After a while, Third Supreme Elder could not stand it anymore. He said, enough, at this point, the matter has already happened, what can cursing do? We are in a crisis now, if cursing could save us, I would have done it long ago. We are all members of He tribe with the same bloodline, if the tribe is wiped out, none of us will be spared. You should all know this. Once he said that, the berating stopped. Fourth Supreme Elder coughed, regarding our current situation, if anyone has any input, you can mention it. The immortals were silent. The difference in strength was too huge, there were no effective strategies. I have something to say. At this point, a rank 6 Gu immortal spoke. Everyone looked over, it was He Bai. This immortal cultivated wood path, he had rank 6 cultivation level. When he was young, he was known as the He tribe stoneman, he was a man of few words. Normally, he was close to He Cheng, they had a deep friendship. Speak, we are listening. I want to see what great idea you have, He Bai. The Gu immortals spoke in cold tones, they hated He Cheng, that hatred extended to He Bai as well. He Bai's expression did not change, he was like a rock, saying solemnly, in this situation, I do not need to speak much, you are all aware of it. Not only the righteous path and demonic path Gu immortals, even lone immortals are coming to get a share. The only reason for this is due to benefits. Everyone kicks a man who is down, the survival of our tribe is most important. As long as we survive, be it resources, benefits, or reputation, they are all things we can give up. You want us to surrender? Our tribe had traitors like He Lu Lan and He Cheng, Imperial Court Blessed Land was also destroyed, do you think the Huang Jin families would let us off? Some Gu immortals immediately mocked and sneered. He Bai shook his head, the Huang Jin tribes will not let us off, but there is one person in Northern Plains now who can help our He tribe escape this crisis. Who? He Bai said a name. The immortals heard this and were all shocked. Author's note: guess who? Chapter 1103, Chaos in Northern Plains. The sun was setting, there was beautiful light in the horizon, it was blazing like fire, showing a scenic view. A light wind was blowing, the golden wheat fields were swaying along. This is the wheat field that He tribe cultivates with great care, it is truly huge and majestic. Gu immortal Lu Qingming floated in the air as he looked down, saying plainly. He tribe had planted a huge amount of wheat here. This wheat was known as the golden wheat, it matured once every 2 years, but it was not meant to be consumed by humans, it was a type of metal, called metal essence. This place was originally a barren desolate land. Because it had too high of a mineral content, even causing the formation of mines, no plants would grow here. He tribe planted this golden wheat, making use of it to excavate the resources here. They had put in a lot of time and effort for the project. Thus, this wheat field forming an immense area was created. Even though Lu Qingming was in the air now, he could not see the borders of this field. There was another person beside Lu Qingming. His name was Su Guang, a light path Gu immortal. He looked at the wheat field below him passionately. He tribe's wheat field is famous in northern plains. Every time it is harvested, at least 500,000 kilograms of metal essence is obtained. The metal essence is a huge source of revenue in He tribe. Even though the metal essence is a rank 5 mortal material, we have little use for it, but it can be sold in bulk for a good price. Lu Qingming smiled before nodding, it is worth taking. I would urge you both to not be foolish, my Guan tribe is taking this. A figure appeared along with the voice, standing in front of Lu Qingming and Su Guang. He had a stern expression, he was emitting strong battle intent, the third eye on his forehead was very eye-catching. Lu Qingming and Su Guang looked at each other, reaching a consensus. They had sensed that there were other Gu immortals' auras here, they spoke earlier without taking physical action in order to lure out the Gu immortals. So it is Guan Shenjiao of Guan tribe. Lu Qingming said politely. The traveling 3 elites, I have heard of you. But after Dongfang Chongfan's incident, Gu immortal Han Dong is already dead. If you try to act forcefully, I am afraid the traveling 3 elites would be completely wiped out today. Guan Shenjiao was not polite at all. He was a Guan tribe Gu immortal, Guan tribe was a super force, part of the Huangjin family, he had enough confidence. Su Guang laughed, you are in the righteous path, while us brothers are in the demonic path. Righteous and demonic are opposing sides, will we retreat now? We have to fight and determine the winner. Guan Shenjiao snorted coldly, attacking directly. At once, immortal aura rampaged, light burst out, the 2 sides engaged in fierce combat in the sky. 2 figures, one big and one small, were flying parallel to the ground. Grandfather, where are we going? The smaller one was only a teenager in appearance, he asked with an expression of curiosity. Hee, my dear grandson, we are going to Gushing Spring Forest. Do you know about it? The larger one was an old-looking Gu immortal, he wore a yellow robe, his huge sleeves were fluttering in the wind. The youngster's eyes moved about. Gushing Spring Forest is a forest of water pillars formed from underground geysers. It is said that there are countless water path and earth path Gu worms there, it is a precious territory of He tribe. Good, I did not teach you in vain. Dear grandson, don't you cultivate water path? We are going to Gushing Spring Forest now, let's see if there are any water path mortal Gu that you want. If we are lucky, we might even obtain some of the springs, we can place them in my immortal aperture, when you becoming an immortal, I will transfer these resources to you. The old Gu immortal said. The youngster showed a look of gratitude, he asked worriedly, Grandfather, you are only a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortal. What if you die after entering He tribe's territory? The youngster spoke without restraint, the old Gu immortal was not angry, he laughed as he explained to his grandson, more than 10 days ago, He tribe's Gu immortals had already gone back to their headquarters. Right now, He tribe's other territories are unoccupied. He tribe's Gu immortals are not around, but what about other Gu immortals? Didn't we hear that those old demons like Pai Shui Han are also getting involved? The youngster was still worried. You don't understand. The old Gu immortal was confident. Even though Gushing Spring Forest is an important territory, compared to the others, it is still inferior. Experts like Pai Shui Han would not want to come here. The closest super forces near He tribe are Lu tribe, Guan tribe, and Yao tribe. We cannot snatch the resources of territories near these tribes. Those close to He tribe's headquarters are also untouchable. Those important treasures are for these experts to fight over. Even if we watch from afar, we will be in danger. Considering this, Gushing Spring Forest is the safest and wisest choice for us. So that's it. The youngster realized. The sound of wind was loud. The two got closer to Gushing Spring Forest. Suddenly, the old Gu immortal's expression changed. He heard the sound of intense battle. Oh no. The old Gu immortal's expression sank. He quickly flew into the air. At this moment, the sun was high in the sky, sending down blazing rays of light. Gushing Spring Forest could be seen by the grandfather and grandson, but the place was a chaotic mess. The tranquil Gushing Spring Forest had been ravaged. It was in disarray. Spring water was spraying everywhere, explosions were occurring constantly. Looking over it, there were nearly 10 Gu immortals in battle. At once, the two looked at each other bitterly. They could tell, others had the same plan as them. There were many wise bottom-tier Gu immortals. In the sky, dark clouds were looming, rain was drizzling. Two groups were facing each other in the sky of this ordinary plain. Guan tribe and Lu tribe. Guan tribe had 3 Gu immortals, while Lu tribe had 2. The atmosphere was not heavy. The leaders of the two sides were talking warmly. If not for the weather, they might even look like they were having a tea party. Lord Third Supreme Elder, we have the advantage. Why don't we strike and occupy this place? Over at Guan tribe, Gu immortal Guanshan Zhao could not stand the frustration. He transmitted this. Guan tribe's Third Supreme Elder was talking with the other party, but he also transmitted to Guanshan Zhao, you are foolish. Have you forgotten the lesson a few days ago? By attacking rashly, you caused a bigger chaos. We could not defend the golden wheat field. Other demonic path Gu immortals snatched it. A fragment of immemorial red heaven is hidden in this place. It is very important. Who knows how many people are aiming at this location? But my Guan tribe and even Lu tribe each can be considered to have half the local territorial advantage. Thus, we are on the surface the two competing for it. At this moment, we cannot act rashly and attack without reason. Once we do, we would lose control of the situation. Outsiders would come in to steal the fruits of our labor. Guanshan Zhao was scolded severely. He showed shame on his face as he transmitted, Lord, you are right, I was too rash. Eastern Sea, on a common island. Yingwu Xia, Shernu, He Lulan, Tai Baiyunxing, all 4 of them appeared. This is the island. Yingwu Xiao looked around, letting out a breath of air. Fang Yuan, this is the turbulent flow sea area? Tai Baiyunxing guessed. He had once roamed in Eastern Sea. He could differentiate the locations of Eastern Sea. Yingwu Xia smiled. That's right, Master had given me information about the secret base. We can rest and recover here. Currently, he was still using Fang Yuan's identity to deceive Tai Baiyunxing. Among these 4 Gu immortals, Tai Baiyunxing was the only one who was unaware of the truth. Yingwu Xia willed. After a while, he waved his hand, saying, follow me. Immediately, a certain arrangement was activated in this place. He Lulan and the others' field of vision changed. When they regained their senses, they were already under the island. This place was a hollow that was previously dug out. A beautiful 5-floored palace was right in front of them. This is an immortal Gu house? He Lulan was shocked. Shadow Sect was a huge force. There were arrangements in all 5 regions. Even though Etian Mountain was a failure, the remaining forces were not to be underestimated. But what happened next was more shocking to her. The 3 immortals followed Yingwu Xia, going inside the palace. The palace doors opened on its own. It recognized Yingwu Xia's identity and welcomed the owner. This is? So many immortal Gu. Once they entered the palace, Shernu and Tai Baiyunxing could not help but cry out. Ying Wuxia explained while smiling. The turbulent flow sea area is a hugely advantageous location. It has a collection of the world's currents running through here. Among them is a tributary of the River of Time. Thus, even though this is not a blessed land or grotto heaven, it is a rare place to store treasure in the 5 regions. My shadow sect had already found out this tributary of the River of Time long ago. We made this arrangement on the island. We dug out the island's interior and put an immortal goo house here, drawing strength from the River of Time to refine goo. Thus, once in a while, immortal goo refine themselves. Tai Baiyunxing had a guess already. He could not help but ask, "Don't tell me, this immortal goo house is the legendary regret pool?" Ying Wuxia nodded before shaking his head. This is only most of regret pool. Even though we have regret pool's greatest ability, the goo refinement aspect, its attack and defense are horrible. Once it is placed, it cannot be moved. Tai Baiyunxing heard this and was shaking from excitement. There are 3 great pools in this world: Heavenly Pool, Regret Pool, and Wine Pool. They are famous in the history of the 5 regions. To think that I can get to see Regret Pool today. He Lulan was less well informed. She had less information regarding time path compared to Tai Baiyunxing. She asked, "Refining immortal goo is extremely difficult. This regret pool is only an immortal goo house. It can refine so many immortal goo by itself?" Ying Wuxia smiled and explained, "Regret pool is a time path immortal goo house. Its goo refinement ability is both amazing and weak. When Shadow Sect's goo immortals refine immortal goo successfully here, we will leave an insignia behind. When the immortal goo is destroyed, Regret Pool can be activated, using the power of the tributary of the River of Time and the preserved insignia to refine the immortal goo again. The success rate is about 50 to 60%. 50 to 60%? He Lulan was shocked by the extremely high chance of success. There are flaws too. After succeeding in the goo refinement, the insignia would vanish. Goo immortals have to replenish it themselves. And if not for this hidden tributary of the River of Time, it would be too hard to activate this effect. It cannot be used much." Ying Wuxia added. He Lulan still had shock on her face. She looked at the immortal goo in front of her as she sighed, deeply moved. "Even so, it is very strong." Ying Wuxia laughed as he raised his head. "We are in a dangerous situation. You have all lost your immortal goo. The immortal goo here are compensation. Pick what you want." Chapter 1104, Treasure Yellow Heaven opens. Shadow Sect's remnant forces were truly not simple. Right before He Lulan and Tai Baiyunxing, there were over a dozen immortal goo. But looking at these immortal goo, the joy on their faces faded gradually. "I have the great strength true martial physique, but there are no strength path immortal goo among these immortal goo." He Lulan shook her head. She said with a regretful tone, "Sigh. Fang Yuan, you know that I cultivate time path, if I use these immortal goo." Tai Baiyunxing was in the same state. There were no time path immortal goo among these immortal goo. Most of the immortal goo were soul path. Shernu was silent. He was an earth path goo immortal. There were 2 immortal goo here which were earth path, but his original immortal goo were still around anyway. Ying Wuxia nodded. The smile on his face did not fade. He knew that these were immortal goo that were destroyed during the Battle of Yitian Mountain. These last days, the immortal goo house Regret Pool had activated, using the insignias left behind and the tributary of the River of Time to refine these immortal goo again. Thus, most of them were soul path. There were time path ones, but the refinement had failed. As for strength path immortal goo, there were none. That great strength true martial physique immortal zombie, Dali, was a rare cultivator of both wisdom and strength path, but when he refined strength path immortal goo, Shadow Sect had not yet built Regret Pool. He did not leave behind any insignia to refine goo. "No problem. You are all worried about conflicting Dao marks. I have a special method to allow you to cultivate another path, without having it clash with your original main path." "There is such a thing?" Tai Baiyunxing stared with wide eyes that were almost popping out. Shernu's emotionless face had also changed. This method was simply unheard of. He Lulan squinted her eyes. She was suspicious that Ying Wuxia was trying to increase his control over them. She felt that this was a scheme. She spoke, how can there be something as good as this? There has to be a downside, with such a special method, the drawback has to be severe? Ing Wuxia smiled, I can assure you, there are no side effects. He looked at He Lulan deeply, his gaze becoming darker. He had thought of Feng Yuan, feeling some gloominess. Compared to sovereign immortal fetus Gu, what was so surprising about having two non-conflicting paths? Shadow Sect had researched and created sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It could allow Dao marks of all paths to coexist without any conflict between them. Inside the door of life and death, Spectral Soul had devoured the souls of countless Gu immortals, obtaining an immense amount of cultivation experiences. Using 100,000 years to prepare, he had raised a multitude of paths to Great Grandmaster. Shadow Sect had the method to cultivate two paths since long ago, it was their initial version. At its final state, it was Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. To refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect spent 100,000 years, using up the whole of the foundation of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. They even had to involve Spectral Soul's main body to succeed. But even the best laid plans could go awry. Even though Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was refined, at the final moment, Feng Yuan took the fruits of their labor. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. Feng Yuan had already used it. There was no Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu left in this world, it could theoretically be refined again. However, the cost and risk to refine a second one was too high. Even Ing Wuxia did not have any confidence in it. Thus, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was essentially never going to appear again. Unless I can capture Feng Yuan and use him as the main immortal material to reverse refine it. However, now is not the time to deal with him. I need to increase my strength. I need to gather the remnant forces in Eastern Sea and save my main body first. Ing Wuxia sighed internally. Shadow Sect and Feng Yuan had a score to settle, but he had his priorities. Now was not the time to fight against Feng Yuan. Time passed quickly. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Since Feng Yuan's second earthly calamity, more than a month had passed. Treasure Yellow Heaven had still not opened, there were no changes. Feng Yuan's plan of managing his immortal aperture was greatly affected. Left with no choice, he could only try to cultivate while deducing. Placing his focus on the chaotic scene in Northern Plains, he obtained information about the situation regarding the He Fan true inheritance. The earthly calamity occurred every 2 months. More than a month had passed already. In less than a month, Feng Yuan would face the third earthly calamity. Time in this world passed unceasingly. Feng Yuan could sense the third calamity already. What made Feng Yuan worried was, the third earthly calamity would be more dangerous than the second. And at the moment, his strength was not much higher than during the second earthly calamity. If I can obtain the He Fan true inheritance, I can likely make use of the immortal Gu to slow the rate of time in the immortal aperture. This way, not just the third earthly calamity, even against future calamities and tribulations, I would have a great advantage. Feng Yuan obtained a lot of intel from He Qing. The He Fan true inheritance was very impressive. It came from the rank 8-time path great expert, He Fan. If he could obtain this true inheritance, he would be able to enter He Fan Grotto Heaven. Not only could he become the Grotto Heaven's owner, he could even obtain the time path immortal Gu inside. Many Gu immortal true inheritances only had immortal Gu recipes and immortal killer moves, they lacked immortal Gu. This was because the feeding of immortal Gu was very difficult, it was hard for them to live for long, and to be inherited by successors. But He Fan true inheritance was different. Because the immortal Gu that He Fan left behind were still in his immortal aperture. For ideal management of a Gu immortal's immortal aperture, the first requirement would be that the immortal aperture satisfies the feeding requirements of their immortal Gu. Gu immortals like He Fan were like the rank 8 Gu immortal Yao Huang in the current Northern Plains. The management of his immortal aperture was definitely ideal. If Feng Yuan could obtain the He Fan true inheritance, his capabilities would rise drastically. Once he slows down the rate of time in the immortal aperture, the dangerous situation would be lifted temporarily, or even settled completely. He would not be in this current situation, like he was walking on a tightrope. If he was careless, he would end up dead. These last days, due to Langya sect, Fang Yuan gained a lot of intelligence regarding the chaos in northern plains. That was not to say that Langya sect was skilled at gathering intelligence. It was the opposite. Because of the hairy Mangu immortals' identities, they could not obtain information easily, far inferior to the former fairy Li Shan. The crucial reason was, Northern Plains chaos was too big, the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world was involved. Their conflict could be kept from mortals, but to Gu immortals, nothing could be concealed at all. A lot of intelligence did not need to be looked into to be found, they were available openly. Even though Fang Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land, he was very closely watching this situation. He tribe was bearing too big of a blame, they were in a moment of crisis, at the risk of facing extermination. Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Immortals, all three factions were like hungry wolves coming at them. Looking at Northern Plains map, He tribe was at the southeast area of Northern Plains. They had a huge territory and controlled many resources. These resources attracted the greed of countless jackals. Initially, these wolves could still be restrained, but with immense benefits attracting them, Demonic Path Gu immortals started to fight. The conflict between righteous and demonic continued to intensify. A notable event was the battle between Guanshan Zhao and the traveling two elites. Guanshan Zhao was outnumbered, the two Demonic Path Gu immortals managed to snatch the golden wheat field. Thereafter, large numbers of Gu immortals joined in. With Demonic Path Gu immortals like the traveling three elites, Old Lu, Half Moon Brute Master, and Zhuozhan, they competed over the resources of He tribe. The scene was chaotic, the Righteous Path were caught off guard by them. Gushing Spring Forest was faced with a destructive plunder under such a situation. He tribe's hundreds of years of management had gone to waste. The Righteous Path Gu immortals became increasingly alert, they started to coordinate. Even with competing for the fragment world of immemorial Red Heaven, it was such an important resource, yet they still restrained themselves and did not go all out. The Gu immortal world had always been led by the Righteous Path. Particularly Northern Plains Righteous Path, they were all part of the Huangjin family, they had the same origin. The Demonic Path Gu immortals lost their momentum, but soon, as more than half of the resources were split among them, Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, these rank 7 Gu immortals started appearing, causing another wave of chaos. For the first time, the Demonic Path was pushing back the Righteous Path. At the start, He tribe's Gu immortals were still defending their territories, but after experiencing some hardship, they gathered their remaining Gu immortal battle strength and hid inside their headquarters, refusing to come out. This undoubtedly gave rise to the arrogance of the Demonic Path Gu immortals. Besides that, there were other reasons. Like earlier, old ancestor Shui, who had defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, as a member of the Demonic Path, he became the top expert in Northern Plains. And most importantly, the collapse of 88 Truyang Building caused Immortal Gu to fly around randomly. Large numbers of Demonic Path and Lone Cultivator Gu immortals benefited. Afterwards, Qin Baixing held an auction, many Gu immortals obtained Immortal Gu that were compatible to them, their battle strength rose drastically. This caused the powers of the whole of the Demonic Path and Lone Cultivator forces to rise, they were able to contend with the Righteous Path now. I destroyed 88 Truyang Building and Imperial Court Blessed Land. In just a few years, this influence spread throughout Northern Plains. The current Northern Plains is already drastically different from the 500 years of my previous life. Fang Yuan sighed internally. The situation in Northern Plains had completely changed because of him. The other regions were still fine. But in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had lost most of his rebirth advantage. Of course, ever since he knew about Heaven's will, he had become quite suspicious regarding his so-called rebirth advantage. Fang Yuan waited patiently. Many resources in He tribe enticed him. But he did not take action. The most important resource in He tribe was the He Fan True Inheritance. Fang Yuan could see this clearly. Some days later. Eventually, Fang Yuan obtained information that Northern Plains Gu immortals were attacking He tribe's headquarters. The He Fan True Inheritance is hidden in He tribe's headquarters, it is time to act. Fang Yuan immediately left, he was very resolute, using the transportation formation to leave Langya Blessed Land. Langya land spirit supported his actions. Because this was a good chance to observe Northern Plains' Gu immortal world, and become aware of all the respective forces' strengths. If they were lucky, they could obtain a lot of benefits. Langya land spirit did not dare to send Langya Sek's hairy man Gu immortals over, but Fang Yuan was a human and he was very crafty, a very suitable person to go. Fang Yuan did the same thing again. The moment he appeared in Northern Plains, he used dark limit, familiar face, and other methods to conceal his identity. At the same time, he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu and Blood Torrent to travel rapidly. He moved very quickly, he encountered no trouble. Northern Plains Gu immortals were mostly gathered in He tribe's headquarters. This allowed Fang Yuan to travel unhindered. Not long later, He tribe's headquarters was right in front of him. Hey Fan True Inheritance, I'm coming. Fang Yuan thought to himself, but he did not expect that Treasure Yellow Heaven had opened at this very moment. It was getting heated. Treasure Yellow Heaven's reopening caused all of the Gu immortals who were waiting patiently to burst out with enthusiasm. Fang Yuan stopped moving. He fell into great hesitation on whether he should continue or go back. He received a piece of information coming from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan opened it and looked. It came from Chu Du. Chapter 1105, He Tribe's Huge Battle, 1/3. 2 days later. Blue skies and white clouds, the sun brightly shone in the sky. The surroundings were vast expanses of plains, one had unhindered vision. 2 Gu immortals from Yao tribe floated in the air. They did not conceal themselves, they showed themselves confidently to everyone. A female Gu immortal, Yao Ju, had a round face. She smiled. Today's weather is great, my mood has gotten better because of it. Beside her, another female Gu immortal from Yao tribe, Yao Zihan, also sighed. The weather is great, we are in a good mood, but it is the opposite for He tribe. Her eyes shined with purple light, looking down at the empty grassland below her with much interest. On the other side of the cloud, there were 2 male Gu immortals sitting. Both of them were middle-aged, they had thick beards, they wore armor and had exposed arms, bulging with muscles. Both of them were not wearing shoes, and their pants were very short, almost showing their knees. The only difference was, one of them had charcoal black skin, while the other had dark yellow skin. These were distinctive of 2 members of another Huangjing clan. It was Mang tribe. Mang Ji had dark yellow skin. He stared at the 2 female immortals from Yao tribe as he said, that is Yao Zihan, her eyes radiate purple light, that is because of Yao tribe's signature killer move, purple jade eyes. This pair of eyes can see through blessed lands and grotto heavens. Yao tribe has a clear awareness of the situation inside Iron Eagle blessed land. Mang Si, on the other hand, looked up and called out, no big deal. If we really compete, our fists will do the talking. Saying so, he suddenly raised his head, looking towards the east. Only to see that aurora burst out in the east, golden light radiated as a beautiful palace flew over. Gong tribe is here. Impressive, they even brought their tribe's immortal Gu house, Golden Dawn Hall. Gong tribe is very determined. Gong tribe has always been acting like this, they emphasize on extravagance, don't bother about them. The righteous path Gu immortals conversed. Most of their attention was on Iron Eagle blessed land. Iron Eagle blessed land was the headquarters of He tribe. It was a public blessed land, placed in just one tiny spot. If the entrance was not open, the outside world could not observe it. Unless they had immortal killer moves similar to Yao Zihan's purple jade eyes. The righteous path Gu immortals were patiently waiting. According to what they knew, the demonic path Gu immortals had already joined up and attacked. As it turned out, during this chaos in Northern Plain, a rank 7 demonic path expert called Huang Di had interfered. He had high cultivation level, and had obtained the true inheritance of a legendary person in Northern Plains, the Earth Path great expert Di Lao. He had methods to attack the blessed land. Because Iron Eagle blessed land was a public blessed land, it was assembled together and did not have the defense of a normal blessed land. Demonic path Gu immortal Huang Di went out first. bringing a bunch of demonic cultivators and lone immortals to attack. At some point, Iron Eagle Blessed Land was bound to collapse. That way, it would be full of loopholes. Even if the entrance was not open, Righteous Path Gu immortals could enter freely. Everyone, Gong Air, would like to invite everyone to attack He Tribe together. Outside Gong Tribe's immortal Gu house, Golden Dawn Hall, an old rank 7 Gu immortal dressed in a golden robe spoke. "It's that old fellow Gong Air, our information was right, he indeed came. Gong Tribe wants to lead over everyone. If we enter their hall, he would definitely be the alliance leader. This is Gong Tribe's habit. But Gong Tribe brought their immortal Gu house here, they have the strongest power among us Righteous Path members. Who would be so foolish to let Gong Tribe lead them?" The Righteous Path Gu immortals sneered internally, nobody moved. Gong Tribe was a Huangjin tribe, a super force. Their supreme elders had grand ambitions, wanting Gong Tribe to be the leader of the Righteous Path. But among Huangjin tribes, none would submit to each other. Earlier, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu had worked together but lost to old ancestor Shui Hu. The last remaining Righteous Path rank 8 Gu immortal was Prince Feng Xian. He was a member of Gong Tribe. Gong Tribe had been spreading news that only Prince Feng Xian could rival old ancestor Shui Hu, thus, they grew in boldness. Gong Air stood in front of the immortal Gu house. He thought that he would be well received by the Righteous Path, but after a long time, nobody moved, there was not even any response or acknowledgement. Even though he was old and experienced, his expression could not help but turn ugly. Baizu Tribe's Gu immortals greet Senior Gong Air. At this time, 3 Gu immortal flew over, getting close to Gong Air. Among these 3, the leader was a rank 7 Gu immortal, while the other 2 were rank 6 Gu immortals. The 3 immortals were humble, they smiled and emanated warmth. Gong Air's expression soothed, he felt that the 3 Gu immortals from Baizu Tribe were amicable, and now, he could save his face, quickly inviting these 3 immortals into Golden Dawn Hall. The Righteous Path Gu immortals who saw this had complex expressions. Because Baizu Tribe was not of the Huangjin bloodline, they had just become a Righteous Path super force. This was due to the famous rank 8 Gu immortal Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a lone cultivator, but after the collapse of Imperial Court Blessed Land, he saw hope of creating his own super force. In the current Northern Plains, Righteous Path super forces were mostly Huangjin tribes. To become a super force, Heavenly Lord Baizu got closer in his relationship with Yao Huang, working with him to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. Even though they lost against him in a 2-against-1. But Heavenly Lord Baizu's goal was achieved. He gained Yao Huang's friendship, and Yao Tribe's recognition. Heavenly Lord Baizu could create his Baizu Tribe with his bloodline descendants. Baizu Tribe's Gu immortals were all nurtured inside Heavenly Lord Baizu's Grotto Heaven. Even though there were few of them, right now, during these chaotic battles in Northern Plains, Heavenly Lord Baizu sent 3 to participate. Baizu Tribe. These Baizu Tribe Gu immortals are as crafty as Heavenly Lord Baizu. We have differing viewpoints than Gong Tribe, this caused Baizu Tribe to gain benefits instead. The Righteous Path Gu immortals were mostly part of the Huangjin bloodline, they had dominated Northern Plains, even though there was internal conflict among them, they were more resistant towards outsiders like Baizu Tribe. It is a pity that Baizu Tribe is protected by Heavenly Lord Baizu, we cannot touch them. Even so, we have many ways to deal with them. They want to establish a super force in Northern Plains, It is not so easy. At once, the Righteous Path Gu immortals gathered and discussed on how to deal with Baizu Tribe. Boom! The immortals had just started talking, before they had gone any further, they heard a loud explosion. Countless gazes looked down, they saw that on the grassland, space shattered like a broken mirror, the broken shards showed a gigantic expanse of scenery. The scene inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land was shown in front of everyone. Right now, killer moves like purple jade eyes were no longer needed, the immortals could see what was going on. All of the Righteous Path immortals' attentions were drawn. Inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land, there was chaos. Large numbers of demonic Path Gu immortals were competing for He Tribe's resources and treasures. Some were looting, some were fighting aggressively. Crackle! Lightning shot everywhere, causing rocks to shatter and fly. Many deep pits were formed, they were charred black. Divine Lord Tiandu was covered in sparks as he shouted, "The lantern grass here is mine, who dares to compete with me?" Old Lu and the others looked at each other, they could see that their gazes were filled with much wariness. Divine Lord Tiandu had gained 2 lightning path immortal goo, his battle strength rose drastically. "We should retreat." "That's right, this place is filled with treasures, why must we compete with him?" These goo immortals were, without exception, all rank 6 bottom-tier goo immortals. They quickly discussed this matter and left. At the other end, a desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle cried out weakly, trampled by a boar. There was a demonic path goo immortal on the boar's back. He was burly and wearing armor. He held a pair of bronze hammers as he said smugly, "You are just a lowly beast, you dare to sneak attack me?" Saying this, his expression suddenly froze, he looked towards the east. A peacock was flying over, immortal aura emanated as it spoke clear human language, Shuozhan. "Oh, it is Fairy Hirua." Shuozhan's expression changed, he smiled and tried to leave a good impression on her. Peacock flying immortal Hirua, rank 6 transformation path goo immortal. Trade the desolate beast under your feet with mine? I have just captured a desolate beast shadowless horse. Hirua suggested. Shuozhan's eyes flashed with brilliance, he quickly nodded, "Sure, let's trade. I am very willing to accede to Fairy's request, he. At another end, wind was intertwining like willows, it could be seen with the naked eye. Gusts of wind was moving about continuously. A figure descended from the sky, he said with agitation, "To think that a rank 7 immortal material, green jade wind, is here." It was the rank 7 goo immortal expert Pai Shuihan. "Brother Pai, this immortal material is mine, go elsewhere." A figure appeared as well, it was a scholar with graceful and elegant bearing. Pai Shuihan's pupils shrunk, he said coldly, "So it is you, unfettered scholar." Unfettered scholar smiled calmly, he was also a rank 7 expert, his reputation and abilities were not inferior to Pai Shuihan. "Last time in Taichio, we did not decide a victor, let's fight now." Pai Shuihan took the initiative to request for a battle. Unfettered scholar's smile faded, "I heard that Brother Pai has created a new immortal killer move, let me take a good look at it." All sorts of situations were occurring, the righteous path goo immortals were watching them unfold. Because of the demonic path goo immortal Huang Di, these demonic scoundrels had the initiative. No need to worry, Iron Eagle Blessed Land has a special structure, it is famous for nurturing desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles. There is little ground in there, but the sky is huge and vast. The truly valuable thing are those round ball wooden eagle nests. Simply a rabble. Hey, tribes goo immortals have not shown themselves yet, the core resources have not even been uncovered, but they are already fighting among themselves. The righteous path goo immortals were ready to strike. But at this moment, a figure shot down at lightning speed, he was so fast, in an instant, he entered Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Who is he? He is Sword Path Cultivation. It is a junior from Nyen Air tribe. I think his name is Nyen Air Pingji. The righteous path goo immortals were shocked, this person had been concealed, he did not interact with any of the other immortals. Who is it? In the Blessed Land, Qing Xianzi sensed something, he raised his head and called out. Sword light flashed across at an incredible speed. Qing Xianzi was beheaded. The person who killed you, Nyen Air Pingji. Sword light flashed by as a voice could be heard. Chapter 1106, Hey Tribe's Huge Battle, 2/3. Qing Xianzi might only have rank 6 cultivation level, but he had undergone a heavenly tribulation already. Yet he could not put up any resistance and was killed by Nyen Air Pingji instantly. At once, the expressions of the righteous path goo immortals who were not fighting changed. Qing Xianzi's head fell to the floor, separated from his body. The headless corpse was spewing out blood as it twitched continuously. Qing Xianzi had died with his eyes wide open. Nyen Air Pingji's sword light continued to shoot forward, moving with imposing aura. The next one dead is you. Nian Er Pingji said lightly, his clear voice resonated in the sky. The second unlucky person was also a demonic path Gu immortal. But Nian Er Pingji had already revealed himself, such disturbance could not be hidden. Thus, the demonic path Gu immortal did better than Qing Xianzi. He managed to retreat for a while before Nian Er Pingji caught up to him and killed him in one strike. The righteous path Gu immortal's expressions changed again. A Gu immortal from Lu tribe, Lu Zhuanshen, smiled towards the sky. Nian Er Fu, this person is the newest generation sword child from your Nian Er tribe? Bam. Fog and smoke burst out. There was a voice that came from within. This was a rank 7 Gu immortal, but from his appearance, he was very young, resembling a fat 5 or 6-year-old boy. The fat boy chuckled. He looked around sneakily, answering in a mature tone, indeed. This lad obtained the sword Saint True Inheritance, and was kept in the tribe by my first Supreme Elder for 10 years. Therefore, when he came out for the first time now, he is excited to this frenzied degree. Lu Zhuanshen and the others' expressions changed mildly, they transmitted to each other. Sword Saint Nian Er, we were still discussing it earlier, this person was a rank 8 Gu immortal of Nian Er tribe. He was like He Fan in history, leading Nian Er tribe to become among the forefront of the righteous path in northern plains. Sword Saint Nian Er was a prodigy. He had once cultivated light path, but switched to sword path successfully. After he died, he left behind the sword Saint True Inheritance. It has an extremely difficult and deadly test. It is rare to have actual inheritors for it. It is said that this sword Saint True Inheritance is split into 3 portions. After the first round, and obtaining the first portion of the sword Saint True Inheritance, one will be known as the Sword Child. To think that after 300 years, a new Sword Child True Inheritor appeared in Nian Er tribe. Wariness rose in the righteous path Gu immortals. If this person is allowed to continue developing, in the future, he will definitely be an active person among the Northern Plains righteous path. If he can progress and become rank 7, if he passes the second round and inherits the second portion of the True Inheritance, he will become the Swordmaster True Inheritor. Nobody in the whole of Northern Plains would dare to look down on him. In fact, the Sword Child with just rank 6 cultivation was already a force to be reckoned with. In just a short time, he had once again killed another demonic path Gu immortal. Nian Er Pingji roared with enthusiasm. He was extremely confident. He moved quickly, being one with his sword. Only sword light could be seen darting around, his body was a blur. Sword light changed directions, towards the closest demonic path Gu immortal. Sword light penetrated the demonic path Gu immortal's body, but he showed a cold smile. Junior, just because you killed a few weaklings, you gained the courage to challenge me this brazenly? Old Monster Corpse Poison said this as purple smoke rose up from his terrifying injuries. The purple smoke dissipated, healing his body. But Nian Er Pingji's sword light shattered, revealing his true appearance. Nian Er Pingji's appearance could finally be seen. He had sharp brows and clear eyes. He was a handsome young lad. Black. He suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, but he could not stop the purple poisonous blood from flowing out of his mouth and nose. Fight me again. Nian Er Pingji was heavily injured, but his eyes were burning with flames of enthusiasm. Then I will kill you before seeking the treasure here. Old Monster Corpse Poison smiled sinisterly. Hee, youngsters these days, they are truly fearless and ignorant. Nian Er Fu took a glance before retracting his gaze. Next, his figure disappeared in the air, before appearing beside Qing Xianzi's corpse at the next moment. Nian Er Fu stretched out his fat little arm, waving at Qing Xianzi's corpse. Immediately, Qing Xianzi's body and head was held up by a formless force, flying into Nian Er Fu's immortal aperture. Youngsters are so energetic, they don't even want their loot. This is a Gu immortal's corpse. Even though his immortal Gu cannot be obtained, all of his Dao marks are still here. He. Nian Er Fu shook his head. Even though he was a rank 7 Gu immortal senior, he was a greedy person. Even when Nian Er Pingji and Old Monster Corpse Poison were fighting, engaging in a tough battle, he did not help, but instead, he was taking the Gu immortal corpse that Nian Er Pingji had left behind. Die. Die. This is mine, nobody should try to take it from me. I, Meng Ji, am here, who dares to fight me? The scene was getting more chaotic, because after Nian Er Ping Ji attacked, the other Righteous Path Gu immortals also started taking action, entering Iron Eagle blessed land. This way, all sorts of conflicts rose up, battles occurred over all sorts of resources. The cries of eagles could be heard continuously. A desolate beast peacock raised its head, showing a deep human emotion of desire in its eyes. This was naturally the peacock flying immortal He Rua. So many Iron Crown eagles. He tribe's Iron Eagle blessed land truly lives up to its name. He Rua thought, if I can enslave all of these desolate beasts. Iron Eagle blessed land had less space on the ground and much more in the sky. The resources on the ground were much less valuable than the ones in the sky. He tribe's Gu immortals did not show themselves, but they had mobilized all of their Iron Crown eagles, sealing the sky. Large numbers of desolate beast Iron Crown eagles flew in the sky. Anyone who trespassed was assaulted intensely by them. Because of this, most of the demonic path Gu immortals chose to take action on the ground. They wanted to first obtain the resources on the ground. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. To He Rua, the Iron Crown eagles held immense attraction. Because in her cultivation plan, her next transformation was the Iron Crown eagle transformation. The desolate beast peacock flew in the sky. It was fast. In a moment, He Rua attracted the attention of several Iron Crown eagles. He Rua was alert internally. She quickly retreated from the Iron Crown eagles that she lured. She was alone, she could not fight so many desolate beast Iron Crown eagles. She planned to lure one away and fight it alone, slowly capturing it. This is affinity wood? Morong Qingxi landed, looking at the rootless tree growing in the pond. Her eyes shone brightly. Fairy Morong, you are very perceptive, that is it. A lone cultivator Gu immortal answered. He was named Yun Liang, known as Cloud Gentleman. He had arrived before Morong Qingxi. He was concentrating on collecting the affinity wood here. Morong Qingxi saw that Cloud Gentleman Yun Liang was taking action. She did not obstruct him, she only watched quietly. She patiently waited until Yun Liang succeeded in keeping all of the affinity wood. I am ashamed for making fairy wait. Cloud Gentleman Yun Liang said with a polite and warm attitude. Morong Qingxi smiled. To tell the truth, this affinity wood is only a rank 6 immortal material, but it is very suitable for me. I wonder if we can spar and. Cloud Gentleman smiled. Before Morong Qingxi finished her words, he said, affinity wood is very fragile, the collection process cannot have any interference. Fairy, if not for your patience, how could I have obtained it? We can spar. If you win, I will hand all of the affinity wood to you. Morong Qingxi shook her head. No need for everything, I only need half. Fairy, please. Gentlemen, please. The two fought without using their true strength. A victor was not decided. Cloud Gentleman Yun Liang gave half of the affinity wood to Morong Qingxi. Both of them left with satisfaction. The vast majority of Righteous Path Gu immortals conducted themselves with a lot of self-restraint and politeness. Nian Er tribes Nian Er Ping Ji and Nian Er Fu were exceptions among the Righteous Path. Even though Righteous Path was flourishing in Northern Plains Gu immortal world, suppressing the demonic path and lone immortals, the Righteous Path Gu immortals who came just now could not match the numbers of the demonic path and lone immortals. The reason was, the rest of the Huangjin tribes had their own territories and resources to defend. Even though the Righteous Path had many Gu immortals, they had to guard different places. Only these people could be sent out in the end. In contrast, the demonic path and lone cultivators did not have such problems. There was another reason, the super forces had huge assets, they had mortal forces under them. They were quite tolerant towards lone demonic immortals and lone immortals. As long as their benefits were not touched, they would not fight it out. Gu immortals were not easy to kill. If a grudge was established, they would go and attack their territories. It would be a huge headache even for super forces. As the saying goes, he who is down need not fear falling. On the other side, Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han had decided a victor. Pai Shui Han had a brand new immortal killer move, but he could not compete against Unfettered Scholar's trademark killer move, 1,000 disintegrations. Pai Shui Han snorted, directly leaving without hesitation. It was not worth going all out just for some simple resources. Even though demonic path Gu immortals were free, they often worked alone. When calamities and tribulations descended, they had to rely on themselves. They were not like righteous path forces with Gu immortals and their tribes to rely on and seek help from. Thus, demonic path Gu immortals and lone immortals were very wary of their calamities and tribulations. They often calculated the cost of fighting. It was okay to fight over resources, but if the immortal essence expenditure was too high, they would not proceed with a losing deal. In the sky of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall was still floating at the original spot, shining with dazzling golden light. Gu immortals of Gong Tribe and Baizu Tribe had not acted, they were talking inside the hall. Gong Tribe's Gong Air was already anxious, but he showed nothing on his expression, mentioning casually, "Everyone is fighting over Iron Eagle Blessed Land's resources on the ground, there is barely anything left. Is your tribe not going in yet?" Baizu Tribe's Gu immortals looked at each other, shaking their heads and smiling. The precious resources inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land are in the sky. He Tribe's Gu immortals have not appeared yet, the battle is just in the middle stage now. Gong Air was amazed and surprised. Even though this Baizu tribe was in the righteous path now, protected by Heavenly Lord Baizu, its foundation could not compare to the Huangjin tribes. At this moment, Baizu Tribe's Gu immortals were acting calm and composed, with no anxiousness or hastiness at all. It was truly confusing. Chapter 1107, He Tribe's Huge Battle, 3/3. Fourth 1. Peacock Flying Immortal He Rua took down another Iron Crown Eagle. She was feeling very happy. Desolate beasts were not common. In the northern plains 10 great fierce areas, desolate beasts lived in groups, few Gu immortals dared to venture into them. And wild Iron Crown Eagles and the ones He tribe nurtured had different battle strength. And because Peacock Flying Immortal had good battle tactics, she made great gains, capturing 4 Iron Crown Eagles. He tribe is famous for raising Iron Crown Eagles. I really wonder how they did manage to raise so many Iron Crown Eagles here. Hirua sighed as she looked towards the sky. There were still large numbers of Iron Crown Eagles flying in the sky. They were a huge group. Hirua capturing 4 was nothing to the group. Strange. He Tribe's Gu immortals had not appeared since the beginning. Even after I captured 4 Iron Crown Eagles, they are not going to care? Hirua was wary, she was not overwhelmed by happiness over victory. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. A figure clad in wind and lightning rushed towards the eagle group. Hirua's pupils shrunk, she recognized this person, it is Nu Ergu. Heh, they are in for trouble. Nu Ergu came from Nu Air tribe, part of the Huangjin bloodline, and a super force. Nu Ergu had a small head and big belly, his body was disproportional, his eyeballs were popping out, while his limbs were dry as twigs. He had pale skin resembling a sick person, without any hint of pinkness on his face. But looks were deceiving. He was a famous expert among rank 7 Gu immortals. He was on the same level as Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han in the demonic path. Nu Ergu's charge angered the Iron Crown Eagle group. At once, more than 50 Iron Crown Eagles charged towards him. Nu Ergu was shocked, he did not expect that he would draw so much attention. The eagle group attacked, casting huge shadows and shrouded Nu Ergu's vision. In the moment of crisis, Nu Ergu used his signature immortal killer move. His body inflated rapidly, expanding to 6 times of the original, making Nu Ergu look like a highly pregnant woman. Nu Ergu stretched out his hand, patting his belly. Boom! A loud sound with huge sound waves caused the eagle group's movement to halt. Boom boom boom. 3 huge sounds were made, sound waves spread out one after another. The eagle group's momentum was interrupted, their formation became messy and disorganized. Nu Ergu growled, as the surrounding Iron Crown Eagles instantly felt dizzy. Next, he flew rapidly away from the gaps between these eagles, getting out of their encirclement. The eagle group chased for a while, before returning to their original spot. New Air Gu had already landed on the ground. He was sweating as he looked at the sky. His belly had shrunk already, but he still felt some lingering fear. On one side, one voice could be heard, "New Air Gu, why are you so pathetic?" New Air Gu looked over. He saw that the person was over 8 feet tall. He had bright red pupils and dark blue skin, with purple hair and sharp fangs. New Air Gu snorted coldly, "Enough sarcasm, Guanzhou. If you have guts, charge in like me." Guanzhou snickered, "2 fists cannot rival 4 palms, I am not as stupid as you." "You." New Air Gu was furious. He stared at Guanzhou, his eyes spewing fire. Guanzhou laughed coldly, staring at him fearlessly. New Air Gu was a famous Righteous Path Rank 7 expert, cultivating Sound Path. Guanzhou was not weaker than him, he cultivated Transformation Path. The two were Gu immortals from Guan tribe and New Air tribe respectively. They had an equally strong background. As expected of a famous expert, even though he looked troubled, he is unharmed. Hirua saw everything. She quickly retracted her gaze. New Air Gu is here, and Guanzhou's attention is also on these Iron Crown Eagles. This means that the resources on the ground are mostly taken already. Hirua quietly retreated. She was only a demonic path Gu immortal with rank 6 cultivation level. She did not dare to get too close to these two Righteous Path experts. Iron Eagle Blessed Lands battle continued to rage like wildfire. All sorts of battles of different scales were unfolding. Some battles ended with a winner and a loser, while other battles involved deaths. Some made great gains, while some escaped with heavy injuries. On the ground of the Blessed Land, resources were dwindling. Some bottom-tier Gu immortals were eliminated, either dead or injured. Some wisely chose to retreat, while others had methods to preserve their lives. They hid somewhere and observed the situation quietly. More and more Gu immortals placed their focus in the sky. Countless greedy gazes swept through the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky, as well as the hidden round ball wooden eagle nests that were concealed by the eagle group. The scale of the eagle group was huge. This was the accumulation of He tribe after countless years. They had expended so much time, effort, and fortune into it. These were among the most valuable resources in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Even people like New Air Gu could not block the attacks of the Iron Crown Eagles. The number was too great. Of course, it was also because New Air Gu was unwilling to waste immortal essence. His goldfish eyes looked down, seeing more and more Gu immortals. He shouted, "There are too many Iron Crown Eagles. He tribe's Gu immortals have not shown themselves yet. We should all go ahead and split up this eagle group among ourselves." "I concur." Unfettered Scholar was the first to respond. The two were in the Righteous Path and Demonic Path respectively, but in this situation, they came to a consensus. They should first deal with the eagle group and get the benefits. The eagle group was huge. There were many Gu immortals. If they worked together, these Iron Crown Eagles were meat on the chopping block. Someone struck first, causing the start of the battle between immortals and eagles. Huge attacks were unleashed, driving intense fights. Eagles screeched shrilly, while humans were also yelling loudly. Attacks of all elements were shot out, lightning flashed as golden lights flickered. Outside the Blessed Land, Gong Er sat inside the Golden Dawn Hall, looking down. In his vision, there were rainbow-colored fireworks that covered the whole sky. But there was intense killing intent in the fireworks. At times, Iron Crown Eagles died, their bodies were cut into pieces, while some Iron Crown Eagles were also captured. Gong Er's eyes shined. Scenes of battles between the Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and lone immortals were secretly recorded by him using hidden Gu worms. This was precious intelligence. Ever since the collapse of 88 Truyang Building, large numbers of immortal Gu were obtained by Northern Plains Gu immortals. After Qin Baixing held the auction, Gu immortals obtained the resources they wanted. After some time of adapting, many Gu immortals gained new methods. Their battle strengths had increased drastically. Gu immortals who were doing the same thing as Gong Er were not few in number. Everyone had the same intention. Intelligence was very important. Be it other superforces or lone Gu immortals, in most cases, knowing what immortal Gu your opponent had meant that you could find a way to counter them. Even if you did not have any ways to do so, it was still good to be on guard against them. Gu Immortals fought the Iron Crown Eagles as they observed, collecting information. Underneath the intense battles were undercurrents of plots and schemes. Gu Immortals were assessing themselves and their enemies, confirming their status in the current Gu Immortal world. After this period of cultivation, did they get stronger or weaker relative to others? Who could be bullied, while who could not be trifled with? Iron Crown Eagles were just the material gain at present, while information was a long-term gain. Gong Er watched for a while, feeling more and more impatient. The 3 Baizu tribe Gu Immortals beside him had not moved at all since the battle in He tribe's headquarters started. Just now, he brought Gong tribe's Golden Dawn Hall in order to gain great benefits. That was the only way to make this trip worth it. Gong Er could not stand it anymore. He pointed down, telling the Gu Immortals that came with him, Iron Eagle blessed land is taking damage, there are over 1,000 flaws created. But now, not a single He tribe Gu Immortal has appeared. This is very strange. Go down and assist our comrades, and preempt He tribe's scheme. We of Gong tribe are the leaders of the righteous path, we have to defend our allies. Yes. The 2 Gong tribe Gu Immortals immediately acted. The 3 Baizu tribe Gu Immortals sat there inwardly laughing to themselves. The outcome of this He tribe battle was decided from the beginning. Even if something strange happened, there was no danger. Gong tribe's Gu Immortals acted like this out of their own interests. They had selfish motives, but they still wanted to pretend to be grand and selfless. At the same time, at the highest area of Iron Eagle blessed land, He tribe's Gu Immortals were gathered. They looked at the battle. They had heavy feelings and ugly expressions. Why is he not acting yet? At this stage, he has not done anything yet. Don't tell me, our agreement has been cancelled? Some He tribe Gu Immortals asked this, feeling uneasy. He had already agreed, with his status, he will not go back on the agreement. Let's watch first. We set up 3 layers of defense, the Iron Crown Eagle group is only the first. He tribe's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder spoke, calming the Immortals. Hirua transformed into a desolate beast peacock, spreading her wings and fighting with 3 Iron Crown Eagles. This was just a small part of the huge battlefield, and she was just an insignificant Gu Immortal among countless others. In the absence of rank 8, rank 7 experts were the strongest, some rank 6 experts were attempting to gain benefits along the periphery. Suddenly, there was a weird fragrance. Hirua's heart jumped, she quickly held her breath. I'm poisoned. Sensing this, Hirua quickly used her healing Gu worms. 3 Iron Crown Eagles cried out. In an instant, they could not exert any strength anymore, they fell to the ground weakly. A figure flew into the sky, capturing these 3 Iron Crown Eagles and stuffing them inside his immortal aperture. It was Old Monster Corpse Poison. He laughed sinisterly, purple gas coiling around him. After collecting the 3 Iron Crown Eagles, he looked at Hirua with an evil grin. Hirua's heart shook, she felt her body turning cold. He, young lady, come with me. Old Monster Corpse Poison breathed out air towards Hirua. Hirua had just suppressed the poison in her body. When she suddenly lost control of her body, she felt weak and fell towards the ground after Old Monster Corpse Poison blew at her from a distance. I was too greedy. I wanted to obtain more Iron Crown Eagles and placed too much of my attention on them, neglecting the surroundings and being sneak attacked by Old Monster Corpse Poison. Seeing that she was about to be captured by Old Monster Corpse Poison, Hirua felt deep despair. At this moment, a sword light flew over. The sword light was fast as lightning, it boldly pierced through Old Monster Corpse Poison's body, before turning into Nian Er Ping Ji 100 steps away. Old Monster Corpse Poison was bursting with rage. Little rascal, you are still finding trouble with me. Chapter 1108, Tragic. Because of his interruption, Hirua managed to suppress her poison and quickly escaped, regaining freedom. Nian Er Pingji's body was tattered, one of his arms was corroded until only bones were left, his face was turning purple, he was deeply poisoned. But he raised his head and looked at Old Monster Corpse Poison, saying arrogantly, "You cannot leave until a victor is decided." Old Monster Corpse Poison was furious, but within his anger, there was also regret. Why did he attract this psycho? Every sword child in each generation is crazy. But this one is crazier than the rest. Far away, Nian Erfu shook his head, waving his fat little arms. An iron crown eagle screeched in fear. It flapped its arms desperately, trying to escape, but with the power of Space Path, the iron crown eagle vanished, entering Nian Erfu's immortal aperture without resistance. Old Monster Corpse Poison's method was vicious. He attacked Nian Erpingji, but most of his attention was still kept on Nian Erfu secretly. Nian Erpingji had rank 6 cultivation level. Even though he inherited a portion of the Sword Saint true inheritance, he was not the match of a rank 7 expert like Old Monster Corpse Poison. Nian Erpingji could survive until now because Nian Erfu had been assisting him from a distance all along. Nian Erfu was a Space Path Gu immortal. He had a deep cultivation level, with countless methods at his disposal. He was looting resources all over the place, gaining a huge fortune, while protecting Nian Erpingji, preventing Old Monster Corpse Poison from dealing a fatal blow. Old Monster Corpse Poison felt more and more regret. Right now was a precious opportunity that one would not see in 100 years, but he was fighting with a Gu immortal here, while others were looting resources all over the place. Old Monster Corpse Poison was famous and had a deep background. He had once joined Zombie Alliance as a living person, before betraying them later on. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance tried to capture him, but failed each time. Nian Erpingji and Old Monster Corpse Poison fought, the battle getting more and more heated as time passed. Even though he could not win, he had become famous from the fight. From now on, Northern Plains Gu Immortal World would know that Nian Er tribe had produced such an incredible genius. Actually, Gu Immortals from other super forces would not offend a demonic path Gu Immortal so thoroughly. But Nian Er tribe was different. This Huangjin bloodline tribe was different from the other Huangjin super tribes. Their tribesmen lived in blessed lands or grotto heavens. They did not occupy any territory in the outside world of Northern Plains. This way, they had little reservations. Even if a demonic path Gu immortal wanted to attack them, they could not. After all, there were few methods to enter immortal apertures. Even if one could get in, they would be in the enemy's territory. They would lose a lot of their advantage inside. Youth is really wondrous. Nian Erfu sighed. He spoke with an aged tone, but he had the appearance of a chubby boy. It was a really weird sight. Only Old Monster Corpse Poison could feel his terrifying power. During this battle, Nian Erfu had already attacked dozens of times. Not only did he save Nian Erpingji's life, he even successfully injured Old Monster Corpse Poison secretly a few times. After capturing several Iron Crown Eagles again, Nian Erfu's field of vision was cleared. A huge round ball wooden eagle nest was floating in the air, without any defense. I had heard of He tribe having this special rearing method. They use some sort of metal or ore, immortal materials that could increase the rate of the Iron Crown Eagle's reproduction, and speeding up the rate of their growth. What kinds of precious immortal materials would be in this nest? Nian Erfu was about to move, when his expression suddenly froze. A figure moved like the raging winds, flying out of the nest before him, rapidly leaving towards the horizon. Demonic Path Gu Immortal Huifengzi. This was a rank 7 wind path expert, publicly recognized as the fastest person in Northern Plains. Even Yao Huang could not stop him. He had first joined Shadow Sect. Before submitting to Heavenly Court, his identity as a traitor had not been exposed yet. In a situation filled with chaos, Huifengzi could act freely like the wind. Not only was he fast, he was agile. He displayed the greatest advantage of wind path to its limit. Soon, Nian Erfu saw that Huifengzi easily passed through countless obstacles, entering another eagle nest. Sigh, this lad is simply blocking me from my fortune. Nian Erfu gazed at Nian Erpingji, sighing loudly at the sky. The battle between humans and eagles came to an end. The number of Iron Crown Eagles decreased. All of the round ball wooden eagle nests were invaded by Gu Immortals. Good, good, good. It is the rank 7 immortal material domination copper. Gu Immortal Shirho cheered, he had made great gains. This damned Hui Fengzi, he dares to snatch what is mine. Meng Ji was furious, he stared fixedly at Hui Fengzi who was flying away. Hui Fengzi did not speak, but he felt very troubled, he did not touch that eagle nest. It seemed that someone who had already sneaked in made him take the blame for their actions. Within the round ball wooden eagle nests, there were rank 7 immortal materials in each one, either metals or ores, and they were huge in quantity. Gu Immortals made great gains, they expressed joy on their faces. This was simply a feast, they were looting all of He tribe's hard work. The stronger the Gu Immortal, the greater the gains, the law of the jungle in the Gu Immortal world was displayed here in full view. He tribe's Gu Immortals were deadly silent. They looked at the round ball wooden eagle nests that were fuming with smoke, some had fallen to the ground, some were incredibly damaged, spinning in the air. These nests were the pride of He tribe, the symbol of their strength. But now, they were trampled and snatched away. Anger. Indignance. Hatred. Fear. All sorts of emotions were in these He tribe Gu Immortals, they almost could not breathe. Enough. A He tribe Gu Immortal stood up abruptly. He had a huge body, he looked around with an angry gaze, fixing it on First Supreme Elder. When are we going to wait until? You are counting on him? Can't you see? He had agreed to us on purpose, so that we would not keep the resources according to the agreement. We are trapped inside the blessed land and cannot leave. This is a scheme, he is toying with us. Everyone, where is your courage? Are you not angry? Don't you feel hatred? Will we sit here and wait for death, or go out and fight like courageous heroes? This is our home. But now, these outsiders are plundering and destroying it. Tai Xing. Second Supreme Elder had a complex expression, he called out to this furious He tribe Gu Immortal. First Supreme Elder, say something. He Tai Xing stared at He tribe's First Supreme Elder with an indomitable gaze. Everyone also looked at First Supreme Elder. He tribe's First Supreme Elder was silent for a while before saying, in this situation, resources are just external things, so what if we give them up? If we do not receive his help, we will have no place in the whole of Northern Plains. We will wait and see. He Tai Xing heard this and his body shook, he took in a deep breath, stabilizing his body. He did not feel rage now, just intense sorrow. Seniors, in my humble opinion, I think that Lord He Tai Xing is right. This time, a rank 6 Gu Immortal from He tribe spoke. I have the same opinion. If we do not fight now, when will we wait until? The worst case is death anyway. More and more He tribe Gu Immortals stood up. He Tai Xing saw this and felt a strong surge in confidence, his gaze regained its sharpness. You. Second Supreme Elder was shocked. First Supreme Elder remained silent. He Tai Xing suddenly laughed loudly, 3 layers of defense? Even if we have 30 layers of defense, what can we do in this situation? Go. Let's face these enemies. How can He tribe's glory be tarnished? He tribe's resources are not so easy to take. They will pay with blood and their lives. He Tai Xing took huge steps forward, he turned around and left the hall. 7 He tribe Gu Immortals said nothing, but they followed him with firm expressions. First Supreme Elder, won't you talk to them? Third Supreme Elder was uneasy. Forget it, let them go. First Supreme Elder sighed, he seemed to have aged by 100 years. He tribe's first layer of defense was broken already, the Iron Crown Eagles were either dead, injured, or captured, none were left. The Gu Immortals flew up higher into the sky, seeing dragon eagles. A large number of dragon eagles formed the second line of defense. So many dragon eagles. Someone's eyes flashed. Even though the dragon eagles are not as numerous as the Iron Crown Eagles, they are still a huge fortune. Someone critiqued. Some impatient Gu Immortals had already started attacking. The Gu Immortals gasped, some were surprised, they found something strange. These dragon eagles are not normal. That's right, I've interacted with desolate beast dragon eagles before, How can they be so hard to deal with? These dragon eagles have stronger vitality and faster speed. Is that rumor from long ago true after all? The immortals were reminded by this. 50 to 60 years ago, there were rumors in Northern Plains Gu immortal world that He tribe had obtained a huge breakthrough in nurturing the dragon eagles. They created a brand new species of desolate eagles. They looked like dragon eagles, but were different. These are not dragon eagles, they are resonance eagles. These eagles were not created by He tribe, they were the fruits of my Qiao tribe's labor. A Gu immortal said with much anguish. Everyone looked over, it was Qiao Dong. He was a righteous path Gu immortal, the first supreme elder of Qiao tribe. Qiao tribe was a subordinate of He tribe. Long ago, Qiao tribe had wanted to leave He tribe, and were taught a lesson by He Qing, who went to pressure them. No wonder Qiao tribe and He tribe had a conflict, there was lots of hidden background information. The immortals had differing expressions, but they said nothing about this. The law of the jungle was very common after all. This Qiao Dong could become an immortal because of He tribe's support. Now that He tribe was in trouble, he joined in and attacked Iron Eagle blessed land. Most righteous path Gu immortals, the supreme elders of the Huangjin tribes, looked towards Qiao Dong with coldness and animosity. They did not like people who bit the hand that fed them. But behind Qiao Dong, there was Lu tribe's Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshin. With a single glance, it was obvious that Qiao Dong was now under Lu tribe. Lu tribe and He tribe had a poor relationship. Qiao tribe was a subordinate of He tribe, but now that He tribe was going down, Qiao Dong went over to Lu tribe. It was not strange. This traitor deserves death. At this moment, a thunderous voice came from afar. Chapter 1109, Humph. No sooner said than done. A shadow resembling a mountain crashed towards Qiao Dong. In an instant, Qiao Dong was immobilized. He could only scream, "Elder Lu, save me." Lu Zhuanshan swiftly appeared in front of Qiao Dong, his body shone with white light, causing all of the darkness to fade away. "Hey Taixing, with me here, you cannot harm Qiao Dong." Lu Zhuanshan looked at the person with intense battle intent. The Gu immortals started stirring. Be it the dragon eagles or resonance eagles, they were not important. The important thing was, He tribe's Gu immortals had finally acted. With the rank 7 Gu immortal He Taixing as the leader, 7 rank 6 Gu immortals followed behind him, standing before the immortals. He Taixing looked around. Before his gaze fixed on Lu Zhuanshan, he snickered, asking, "Is that so?" Lu Zhuanshan's expression turned to shock. He turned around and looked. Qiao Dong was still standing behind him, floating in the air, but his expression had frozen with shock. He had no vitality left, he was dead. Immortal killer move, life-draining darkness. Lu Zhuanshan shouted before feeling intense anger, but his anger soon faded as only sadness and admiration remained. He and He Taixing were old rivals, they had fought for more than 100 times. He was clear that this life-draining darkness was powerful, but it could not be used easily. Each activation had a huge cost. Lu Zhuanshan had never seen He Taixing use this trump card at the start of the battle. From this, he understood, his rival for many years had prepared himself to die. He had the mentality of killing as many enemies as possible before going down. He Taixing looked Qiao Dong, the morale of the He tribe Gu immortals behind him rose. He Taixing was an experienced person. Using this chance, he used his methods. At once, the resonance eagles formed into groups, moving in formation. Each of the He tribe Gu immortals went to an area and defended territory. With Gu immortals here, the second line of defense stabilized, they were hard to deal with. This made many Gu immortals who invaded He tribe furious. Ruining a person's wealth was like killing their parents. This hatred was huge, and because He tribe was weak, they lost their only immortal Gu house dark prison. The only problem was Green City Rampage. But in this situation, He tribe was only struggling at death's door. "I'll fight you." Pai Shui Han pounced. He waved his hand, as tides began to form, charging towards He Taixing. The tides flew into the air and stopped, turning into glaciers as the temperature fell. Be careful, this is Pai Shui Han's signature killer move, Flood Glacier. A rank 6 Gu immortal from He tribe shouted. He Taixing laughed lightly. He and Pai Shui Han had deep enmity too. He was not surprised that Pai Shui Han attacked him. He is just a loser, so what? He Taixing's eyes shined with dark light. He did not move, he only looked over. The white glacier was covered with black water. In a few breaths' time, it disintegrated. Pai Shui Han grunted, spitting out a mouthful of blood, falling from the sky. Against so many enemies, consecutive killer moves are not easy to use. A figure appeared behind He Taixing. It was Huang Di. This was the rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal who communicated with the other demonic path members, entering Iron Eagle blessed land first and causing the righteous path to lose the initiative. He had earned immensely. Right now, he was using the chance to attack and kill He Taixing. He Taixing did not move, he did not even turn around, he only waved his sleeves. Immediately, dark light burst out like waves, sending Huang Di far away. Huang Di struggled to get out of the black tide, showing shock on his face. His 7 orifices were spewing out black blood. He drilled into the ground without even a bit of hesitation, vanishing. Simply a rat, what can you do? He Taixing snorted, looking around, shouting, who is next? Nobody came. He Taixing had incredible battle strength, he was even stronger than Pai Shui Han. The immortals could tell, this person was prepared to die, he was oozing with fighting intent and was fighting without reservation. In this situation, his battle strength was at its peak. Why did everyone come to Iron Eagle blessed land? To gain fortune. If their goal was fortune, why would they fight with this person to the death? The Gu immortals moved away, evading He Taixing. Battle commenced. One side was the collaboration of righteous and demonic, they had great numbers, but He tribe had the territorial advantage and large numbers of desolate beast resonance eagles to help them. Battles raged on. He tribe's Gu immortals were all prepared to die defending their home, their battle intent was high. The demonic path Gu immortals just wanted a fortune, they did not want to die, they were heavily restricted. The intelligence of Gu immortals could not be matched by Iron Crown eagles. At once, the second line of defense was extremely stable. He Taixing saw that everyone was avoiding him, so he approached them instead. Meng Ji, hand over your life. He Taixing shouted angrily, pouncing towards the Meng tribe rank 7 Gu immortal who was closest to him. Humph, would I be afraid of you? Meng Ji fought back courageously. Boom boom boom. The two fought as the sky rumbled, intense shock waves were sent out. After several rounds, the proud and arrogant Meng Ji turned around and fled. He was courageous, but He Taixing was beyond courageous, he was a lunatic not afraid of death. He fought with Meng Ji by causing injuries to both of them, he was trying to go down together. After several times, Meng Ji could not stand it anymore, he immediately retreated. He Taixing was going to chase him, but he heard the He tribe Gu immortals cry for help, he turned around to help them out. Guanchou, take this. He Taixing charged forward, dark light burst out and engulfed the surroundings. Guanchou was a transformation path Gu immortal, he had turned into a lion. He roared as he crashed into He Taixing. At the next moment, the lion that Guanchou had transformed into flew out like a rag doll. He Taixing charged at him again. Guanchou screeched, turning into a little bird and flying away. Coward! He Taixing could not catch up, he snorted. His gaze swept around, he targeted the rank 7 Gu immortal who was closer to him, Lu Zhuanshan. Lu Zhuanshan was very perceptive. Seeing that He Taixing was approaching, he retreated. He Taixing chased after him, so Lu Zhuanshan went over to Divine Lord Tiandu. Divine Lord Tiandu's body shook, he turned around and left. Lu Zhuanshan then lured He Taixing towards Unfettered Scholar, he snorted as a three-way battle started. Boom boom boom. A moment later, in an intense clash, Lu Zhuanshen and Unfettered Scholar were forced back. He Taixing continued to fight everyone, he was unstoppable. In the sky, He tribe's first supreme elder sighed, Taixing, this child. He knew that He Taixing had a special technique, he could expend his lifespan to increase the power of his killer moves. He was fighting by consuming his life. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals did not want to die, that was true. But with just this reason, there was no way anybody could contest him. He Taixing was a huge setback to the Gu immortals. These were all people with high cultivation level and impressive methods. In the earlier battles, the weaker Gu immortals were already eliminated. But no matter how strong He Taixing was, he could not reach the level of rank 8. He could not turn around the situation single-handedly. Resonance Eagles were captured or killed, while He tribe's Gu immortals died one by one. Fight. A fight to the death. Towards the end of the battle, He Taixing was the only one left. He was bathed in blood, he stood proud and straight, looking at the Gu immortals around, he laughed loudly, "All right, come and kill me." The immortals looked around, but nobody moved. Lu Zhuanshen's expression was complex, he knew that He Taixing was already out of steam. His immortal essence was expended, he was not a threat. But he was unable to attack. He Taixing moved his lips, "Then let me." Saying so, he charged towards the Gu immortals in front. Charge. His final charge. He died while charging. It was tragic. It was courageous. He Taixing died, the immortals had no obstacles left, they went towards He tribe's final line of defense. 12 flying eagles blocked them. Enemy eagles with overflowing killing intent, absolute eyebrow eagles with divine aura, shadow eagles with indistinct figures, whale-swallowing eagles with huge muscular bodies. Without exception, they were all ancient desolate beasts, having rank 7 battle strength. He tribe's first supreme elder and the other 6 elders descended from the sky. At this moment, they no longer placed further hope in being saved, they came out to battle. Ancient battle formation, Green City Rampage. The top 4 supreme elders joined forces, their might could rival rank 8 Gu immortals. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals split up at once. Resources were more important. By now, everyone had already earned a lot, but they paid a huge price too. Their mental energy was depleted, their immortal essence was also expended, who would fight against Green City Rampage in this state? Whoever got caught would simply be unlucky. In the sky of Iron Eagle blessed land, there were 12 eagle nests that were in peculiar shapes. These eagle nests were not round ball wooden eagle nests, they held precious rank 8 immortal materials. Immediately, countless Gu immortals fought over them. The battle was a chaotic mess. Green City Rampage went on a killing spree, lots of unlucky people died in the top 4 Supreme Elders' hands. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. This is too dangerous, let's go, let's go. Nian Er Fu grabbed the unconscious Nian Er Ping Ji as he sneakily retreated. I cannot stay here. Pai Shui Han also retreated, he had obtained some eagle nests, and had gained large amounts of rank 8 immortal materials. Some astute Gu immortals were leaving. The 12 eagle nests were all lost. Suddenly, in the air, there were ripples as a 13th eagle nest appeared, drawing everyone's attention. The immortals shouted, pouncing over. This is mine. Chu Du suddenly appeared, blocking all the immortals. Ah, domination immortal. The immortals were shocked, stopping their movement. Chu Du was powerful, far stronger than He Taixing. Lu tribe's entire strength as a super force could do nothing to him. In the entire northern plains Gu immortal world, only people like Qin Baixing could fight him. At this stage in the battle, everyone was in poor conditions. But this was the first time Chu Du was acting. At once, nobody dared to go forward. Chu Du successfully deterred the immortals, it was to obtain this mysterious 13th eagle nest. Green City Rampage came crashing, a voice was loud as thunder, Chu Du, you dare? Chu Du laughed coldly, why wouldn't I? Boom. The two sides clashed, the giant that Green City Rampage transformed into was sent flying by Chu Du in one move. The ancient battle formation is powerful, but it is powered by you people. In your condition, none of you can match me. Chu Du stood arrogantly in the air, looking at the immortals. The immortals wanted to attack, but they also wanted others to do the work, so that they could reap the benefits. Simply a mob. Chu Du commented, before going ahead to grab at the eagle nest behind him. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. An immortal goo house appeared, crashing towards Chu Du's head. Modest thatched hut. A goo immortal yelled. He recognized that this was Dongfeng tribe's former immortal goo house. Scram. Chu Du slapped, creating a huge sound. Thud. Bam! Modest thatched hut was actually sent flying by his slap. Gasp. Everyone took in a deep breath of shock. Chu Du successfully placed the 13th eagle nest into his own immortal aperture. Next, his gaze fell on Green City Rampage. The four Supreme Elders felt a wave of despair. Wait. Just as Chu Du was about to deal the killing blow, a voice resounded in the entire place. An immeasurable aura, like a formless mountain, enveloped the entire area in an instant. Rank 8 Goo Immortal, Heavenly Lord Baizu. The immortals were shaken, the identity of the voice appeared in their minds. At this point in the battle, a rank 8 Goo Immortal had finally shown up. It was not certain that he came in person, after all, only his voice was heard. Wasn't it agreed upon that the rank 8 great experts would not personally interfere? Some righteous path Goo Immortals who knew some inside information were confused. At the next moment, the immortals heard Heavenly Lord Baizu's voice. He Tribe's battle ends here, the remaining members of He Tribe have submitted to me. From now on, this is Baizu Tribe's territory. We are willing to change our surnames to Baizu. He Tribe's elders responded. The immortals were shaken. This matter was huge. The situation in Northern Plains Goo Immortal world would immediately change. Smarter people knew. Heavenly Lord Baizu could say this because he had come to an agreement with the other rank 8 great experts. No need to leave, I am holding a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights for everyone. Heavenly Lord Baizu said again. The remaining He Tribe Goo Immortals' faces twitched. This battlefield, which was still filled with blood from the battle earlier, was going to hold a banquet. The change was too sudden and abrupt. Congratulations to Baizu Tribe, congratulations to Heavenly Lord. The righteous path Goo Immortals quickly came to an agreement, giving many responses. The demonic path and lone immortals were uneasy and agitated. Humph. Chu Du snorted coldly, it was loud and shrill. He left with a billowing of his sleeves. Under everyone's gazes, he flew away into the horizon. Chapter 11:10 Rank 8 Goo Immortals cannot be schemed against. Ha ha ha, he is domination immortal indeed, I am leaving too. Amidst the silence, Hui Fengzi laughed loudly. Next, winds moved around his body, assisting him in his quick departure. Countless gazes focused on him as well. Hui Fengzi was the fastest person in Northern Plains. Yao Huang had once tried to capture him but failed. That was Hui Fengzi's greatest and proudest achievement. Chu Du and Hui Fengzi had huge guts. They did not give Heavenly Lord Baizu face. The other immortals had differing ideas, but nobody dared to leave. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not say anything, he watched as they left. He Tribe's first Supreme Elder quickly shouted, reporting to Heavenly Lord, forget about Hui Fengzi, but Chu Du has taken the 13th eagle nest, He Fan true inheritance is inside it. The immortals heard about this and went into a commotion. They secretly started conversing quietly. Everyone had heard of He Fan's reputation and fame. This person was the pride of He Tribe's history. He was the one who led He Tribe to their current status as a super force. If he was still alive, who would dare to attack He Tribe? No need to worry, I know about that. Heavenly Lord Baizu spoke again. The tone of his voice was extremely calm and plain. First Supreme Elder's heart jumped, his lips trembled, he wanted to speak, but no words came out of his mouth. Second Supreme Elder suddenly said, reporting to Heavenly Lord, Iron Eagle blessed land is about to break apart. If we set a banquet here, it might not last for even half a day. Don't worry, we have already been prepared long ago. At this time, 3 Gu immortals appeared together. The immortals took a look, showing expressions of realization. These 3 immortals were none other than the 3 Gu immortals from Baizu tribe. During the entire battle in He tribe, they were watching from the side. It turned out that they were following Heavenly Lord Baizu's orders. They were in charge of settling the aftermath of the battle. Next, Baizu tribe's 3 Gu immortals worked together, unleashing an immortal killer move. The killer move's effect showed immediate result. In a moment, Iron Eagle blessed land which was shaking and breaking apart managed to stabilize. Seeing this, a lot of the righteous and demonic immortals had changes in their expressions. This immortal killer move had incredible effect. This was the first time they were seeing it. It had never been used in past records. They realized that Baizu tribe did not just have Heavenly Lord Baizu alone, the other Gu immortals were also formidable characters. Gong Air greets Heavenly Lord. Next, Gong tribe's Gu immortal Gong Air came forward alone, entering Iron Eagle blessed land and paying respects towards the sky. In the absence of rank 9, rank 8s were the dominating overlords. Gong Air was a proud person, but facing a rank 8 existence, he had to be polite, even though he was feeling moody on the inside. During the final moments of the Battle of He tribe, Gong Air wanted to use the immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall to snatch the resources inside. But the Gu immortals of Baizu tribe smiled as they told him not to act rashly for his own sake. Gong Air would naturally not listen to them, but soon, he received a message from Prince Feng Xian. The content was, do not act rashly, otherwise, you are making enemies with Heavenly Lord Baizu. If Heavenly Lord Baizu is displeased and kills you, you deserve to die. I will definitely not take revenge for you. Gong Air heard this and did not dare to act. Even though he was extremely unwilling internally, he had suffered a huge loss of face. He had mobilized Golden Dawn Hall to come here and control the situation, but his effort did not match the gains that he had. Originally, Gong Air wanted to act as the leader of the righteous path, but the other Huangjin bloodline Gu immortals paid no heed to him at all. Baizu tribe's 3 Gu immortals listened to him and went into Golden Dawn Hall as guests. Even though this gave Gong Air some face, the 3 immortals had hidden intentions. Gong Air represented Gong tribe, he had to come out. When he greeted Heavenly Lord Baizu, he felt extremely displeased towards Prince Feng Xian. Damn it, curses. This time I completely lost to Prince Feng Xian. Humph, he is not one of us after all, he is just a son-in-law of Gong tribe, an external supreme elder in our tribe. Normally speaking, super forces with family-based systems rarely had external supreme elders. This was unlike Central Continent sects, they could easily take in others as their external supreme elders. External elders who joined super clans or tribes usually had a close relationship with one of the tribe's Gu immortals. For example, they could be husband and wife, or blood-sworn brothers. Fairy Jiangyu had once joined He tribe, she had been He Chang's concubine on the surface. Prince Feng Xian's true identity was that of a spy from Spirit Affinity House that had entered Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He was in charge of the great plan of looking over Imperial Court blessed land, and controlling 88 True Yang building. In his early days, he had become the husband of a female Gong tribe immortal. Under Spirit Affinity House's secret help, he had become a rank 8 Gu immortal. He stayed out most of the time and did not interact much with Gong tribe. Prince Feng Xian stayed inside his own Feng Xian grotto heaven. He did not pay attention or communicate with his Gong tribe wife. He only stayed with his 2 female attendant Gu immortals, Yu Lan and Lu Yao. Gong tribe was very unhappy because of this, but Prince Feng Xian was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Gong tribe's Gu immortals could do nothing but hold in their anger. This time, after old ancestor Shui who defeated the combination of Yao Huan and Heavenly Lord Baizu, Gong tribe came up with a plan. They went ahead to brag that Prince Feng Xian was the only person who could defeat old ancestor Shui Hu. This way, they could use Prince Feng Xian's reputation to elevate Gong tribe's status in the righteous path. Secondly, they could also force Prince Feng Xian to become enemies with old ancestor Shui Hu. If the two of them fought, regardless of victory or defeat, it would benefit Gong tribe. This plan hit two birds with one stone, but could a rank 8 Gu immortal be schemed against so easily? This time, Gong heir was taught a huge lesson. Prince Fengxian secretly came to an agreement with Heavenly Lord Baizu. One could guess that Heavenly Lord Baizu definitely paid a price for it. Prince Fengxian concealed this matter, not informing Gong tribe about it. He sacrificed Gong tribe's benefits and kept the gains for himself. But at the crucial moment, he sent a letter. He did not leave behind any evidence that could be used against him. Gong tribe could only endure this silently. After all, Heavenly Lord Baizu only gave face to Prince Fengxian. Gong tribe did not have any other rank 8 expert. Strength was the foundation for talking on equal terms. The 3 Baizu Gu immortals stabilized Iron Eagle blessed land. It was not only safe now, they even started to repair it. For the next 3 days, Iron Eagle blessed land held a huge banquet. In He tribe's former headquarters, Baizu tribe's rise was declared. The intention was quite extraordinary. There was profound meaning behind it. Almost all the Gu immortals joined the celebration, other than exceptions like Domination Immortal and Hui Fengzi. Other than these two, there could have been others. For example, the mysterious Gu immortal who appeared during the battle in He tribe, the person who controlled modest thatched hut. It was unknown whether they were hidden among the immortals now, or whether they had left secretly already. The Righteous Path Gu immortals mostly joined in the celebrations on the first day before taking their leave. Gong tribe with Gong heir as the leading Gu immortal was the first to leave. When they left, Gong heir walked with confident steps, but people could tell that Gong tribe was in a dejected state. The second was Nian heir tribe. Only 2 Gu immortals from this super force came to He tribe. One was the rank 7 Space Path Gu immortal Nian heir Fu, while the other was the current generation sword child, Nian heir Pingji. Even though the latter had only rank 6 cultivation level, he had gained much reputation in this battle in He tribe. He became famous overnight. But he paid a hefty price. Old Monster Corpse Poison stared at Nian heir Pingji with much hatred. He was gritting his teeth. The grudge of both parties was immense now. Meng tribe, Yuan tribe, New Air tribe, Yi Lui tribe, and the others took their leave one by one. Lu tribe, Yao tribe, Guan tribe, these 3 tribes Gu immortals attended for the entire banquet, staying until the end. After 3 days and nights, they took their leave. They gave Baizu tribe ample face. It was because these 3 tribes were different from the other Huangjin tribes. They were quite close to the current Baizu tribe's territory. They needed to establish good relationships. As for the demonic path and lone immortals, they left entirely after 3 days and nights. The stronger they were, the earlier they left. There were also certain Gu immortal experts who stayed back, attempting to get close to Baizu tribe. If it were the other Huangjin tribes, when holding a celebration, they would not invite all of these people. But Heavenly Lord Baizu had been a lone immortal in the past. The lone immortals and demonic path Gu immortals could accept his invitation and stayed here. See you. Until we meet again, forgive us for not sending you off. During these 3 days, Iron Eagle blessed land had been completely repaired. The blessed land's entrance opened. He tribe's Gu immortals and Baizu tribe's Gu immortals stood at the entrance, speaking in polite tones as they sent off all of the leaving Gu immortals. The leaving Gu immortals, regardless of their faction, sighed to themselves. After this battle in He tribe, the entire situation in Northern Plains Gu immortal world changed. He tribe's Gu immortals surrendered. They had to send off these Gu immortals who invaded their homes. They definitely felt uneasy and unhappy. Heavenly Lord Baizu made them do this. He was humiliating them. Among them, He tribe's first supreme elder could feel it the most. During the battle in He tribe, he suffered the heaviest injuries. Heavenly Lord Baizu personally used his healing methods to heal the rest of the He tribe's Gu immortals, except him. He was pale. He sent off the guests in an injured state. He spat out blood from time to time. He looked so pathetic, all of his face was gone. He tribe's first supreme elder understood. I purpose exposed the fact about the He fan true inheritance earlier. I wanted Heavenly Lord Baizu to attack Chudu if he was killed. We could take revenge for Chudu's invasion. If he failed, and Chudu escaped, with his personality, he would definitely exact revenge on Baizu tribe. To think that Heavenly Lord Baizu chose to do nothing, he knew that this was my scheme, thus, he has been suppressing and punishing me secretly these last 3 days. Sadness, pain, hatred, fear, all sorts of emotions tangled together and filled He tribe's first supreme elder. After sending the final Gu Immortal off, Gu Immortals of He tribe and Baizu tribe went to meet Heavenly Lord Baizu. In the highest level of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the original discussion hall of He tribe, everyone met with Heavenly Lord Baizu. Greetings to Heavenly Lord. The immortals stood on the spot, paying their respects. Everyone has worked hard. Heavenly Lord Baizu sat at the highest position. He smiled. From now on, He tribe's Gu Immortals will change their surnames to Baizu. He tribe's resources have been taken by Northern Plains Immortals, that is an established fact. This is also the result that I had gotten after negotiating with the other rank 8 experts. In the future, you cannot use this as an excuse to take revenge. The Immortals quickly responded in acknowledgement. Heavenly Lord Baizu paused for a while before saying, but the He Fan true inheritance is not a small matter, it involves a rank 8 expert. Even if I do not cultivate Time Path, I can use it as reference. Ignore Chudu for now, I already know the location of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After some time, we can forcefully attack it and obtain everything inside. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not anticipate obtaining the He Fan true inheritance. This true inheritance could not even be obtained by He tribe's own members, not to mention him as an outsider. The true benefit was He Fan Grotto Heaven, and the countless resources accumulated inside. This was enough to entice any rank 8. He tribe's first supreme elder heard this and felt incredibly shocked. He Fan Grotto Heaven's location is the biggest secret in our tribe. Including me, only the rest of the top 4 supreme elders know. How can Heavenly Lord Baizu learn about it? Don't tell me, someone secretly submitted to him before this? This secret was told to him? Learning about this, He tribe's first supreme elder felt a chill going down his spine, his body shuddered in fear. He knelt on the floor immediately, kowtowing to Heavenly Lord Baizu in an extravagant manner. I have failed in my task, I am greatly at fault. Please punish me, Heavenly Lord. Oh? What failure is it? Heavenly Lord Baizu looked at He tribe's first supreme elder, showing an expression of a vague smile. He tribe's first supreme elder felt cold sweat on his forehead. He could not tell the Heavenly Lord Baizu about his scheme 3 days ago, that would be offending the great expert. Thus, he shifted the topic. In this battle in He tribe, we anticipated that Fang Yuan would appear to reap some benefits. In the entire battle, we had used investigative immortal methods continuously, but we could not find him at all. I have failed in capturing Fang Yuan, it was my mistake. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled, your investigative method is quite unique, it can actually expose an otherworldly demon. I am afraid that Fang Yuan truly did not come. That is a pity, if he appeared, I would have captured him. With this bargaining chip, I would not have to pay such a huge price. As it turned out, He tribe and Heavenly Lord Baizu had already discussed to set a trap against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the culprit behind the matter of Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was widely known, the Northern Plains Gu Immortal world knew that Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel and spring-autumn cicada. He tribe's battle was an opportunity not seen in hundreds of years. To think that Fang Yuan did not come. This was out of their expectations. After all, Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, it was easy for him to show up. They did not know about the matters after the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Right now, fixed immortal travel was in the hands of Heavenly Court. As for the investigative immortal killer move that could expose an otherworldly demon, it also had a peculiar origin. He tribe had once had an otherworldly demon. When he was a mortal Gu master, he displayed incredible talent and attracted the attention of the higher-ups. The Quartet Sparrow battle tactic that he came up with was a game that the top 4 supreme elders of He tribe loved, they could not stop playing it even until now. After soul search, He tribe's Gu Immortals found out that this person was an otherworldly demon. Thus, He tribe's Gu Immortals did thorough research on his body. Even though his life was lost in the process, they obtained an immortal killer move that could expose an otherworldly demon. This secret was only known by He tribe's top 4 supreme elders. The rest of the He tribe Gu immortals did not know about it. Heavenly Lord Baizu continued, "Never mind that Feng Yuan did not come here. Your He tribe was smart and knew to join my Baizu tribe in the nick of time. It is a good thing. 3 days later, I will help you get rid of your problem. You will be able to separate and move on your own. Don't worry, as long as you sincerely forget the past and live on as a Gu immortal of Baizu tribe, think in the interests of our tribe and contribute to the tribe, I will definitely notice and reward you for your hard work." Yes. We obey the orders of Heavenly Lord. He tribe's Gu immortals quickly responded. He tribe's first supreme elder even knelt on the floor, shouting loudly with an attitude of gratitude and joy, "Heavenly Lord, you are magnanimous, you forgave us for our incompetence, we are truly in awe at your grace. You even thought about our problem and are going to help us resolve it, you are truly the savior of our tribe." Saying this, he kowtowed with his head heavily hitting the floor, tears were flowing endlessly down his cheeks. But inside, he felt icy chills. Heavenly Lord Baizu was highly skilled, he immediately wanted to get rid of their Green City rampage. This formation would no longer belong to He tribe's top 4 supreme elders from now on. Heavenly Lord Baizu was extremely pleased, he allowed them to leave after saying some words of encouragement. He sat and did not move, he was thinking in his head. He tribe's Gu immortals have just joined us, their status fell drastically, they are definitely not in a tranquil state, they will need a lot of time to adjust to their new life. However, it is good that He tribe's first supreme elder has this attitude now. My effort of suppressing him was not wasted, I can spare his life. It is too bad that Feng Yuan did not show up, otherwise, if I could capture him, my gains would be greater. Now, I can only pay the price myself. To ensure that the other rank 8 experts did not act, Heavenly Lord Baizu paid a hefty price, he felt pain thinking about it. However, there can only be gains after putting in the investment. Right now, Baizu tribe finally has the foundation to firmly stay in Northern Plains. And there is also He Fan Grotto Heaven, if I can take it down, my losses will be replenished. Of course, I cannot rush this, I need to let the tribe recuperate now, and ensure that there is peace. After this battle, I have gotten on the nerves of the righteous path. If I attack He Fan Grotto Heaven now, the other rank 8s will not watch me quietly from the side. Thankfully, He tribe lost all of their fortune now, the righteous and demonic immortals are satisfied by their gains. These forces would conflict and restrain each other, for the short term they will not find problems with Baizu tribe. Heavenly Lord Baizu thought about all these things, in this short period of time, he clearly assessed the circumstances of Baizu tribe and himself, he was clear about his goals, and was prepared to start his future plans. Chapter 11:11, Feng Yuan's Third Earthly Calamity. Southern Border. Mountains were standing tall, greenery was widespread, mountains winds held endlessly. More than 10 Gu immortals, thousands of li apart, formed a huge circle. In the sky above this circle, an old Gu immortal was using his immortal essence, concentrating as he set up the formation. The framework of a formation was already placed, covering a gigantic surrounding area, a huge illusory light lump was within. This huge light lump was shining in many colors, dazzling and bright, it was the giant dream realm. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, the place was in shambles. Spectral soul was plotted against by heaven's will, Feng Yuan obtained the fruits of his labor, and his main body was trapped in the dream realm, constantly getting weakened by it. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not know about the details of the Battle of Etian Mountain, they knew about the immense benefits involving this giant dream realm. The Gu immortals here came from the respective righteous path superforces in southern border. After a difficult negotiation, they came to an agreement, they were going to control this giant dream realm together. This dream realm was too important, none of the superforces could take it down alone. They were afraid of the demonic path and lone immortals coming to gain benefits, thus, the righteous path joined up and occupied this place, setting up a super goo formation here so that they could slowly devour the benefits of the dream realm later on. Rise! The old goo immortal in the sky suddenly shouted. Profound light shone from all directions around his body. Following him, the southern border righteous path goo immortals put in effort. Large amounts of immortal essence was expended, countless mortal goo were flying. Immortal goo flew out of the goo immortals one by one, landing in their respective spots. Many goo immortals were sweating and nervous, some of them had trembling fingers. They had already spent 9 days and nights here setting up the goo formation. Now, they were at a crucial moment of arranging the super goo formation. They are about to succeed. Are we not taking action yet? If we don't do it now. Sigh. There is no chance. Around them, there are hidden goo immortal experts. I suspect they have immortal goo houses defending them. In that case, conversations were quietly taking place. Demonic Path and lone immortals understood the value of this giant dream realm. Even without this dream realm, this place had undergone a mysterious battle. There might be some goo immortal corpses or inheritances left behind, they were all treasures. But the righteous path goo immortals acted with caution. They did not give these demonic path and lone immortals any chance. Without any chance, these goo immortals wisely chose to retreat. Boom! With a loud sound, a huge pillar of light burst up into the sky. The pillar of light appeared quickly and vanished just as quickly. A huge super goo formation gradually concealed itself, vanishing from the immortal sights. After so much hard work, it is finally completed. The old goo immortal who set up the formation slowly descended. The righteous path goo immortals gathered together. In setting up this formation, my Wu clan used 5 immortal goo. Thus, 30% of this dream realm should belong to my Wu clan. Hehe, this makes sense. But, my Luo tribe contributed just as many immortal goo as your Wu clan. What are you talking about? If we did not work together and used our immortal essence, could we have created this super goo formation? In my opinion, in terms of contribution, my clan's first supreme elder, Chi Chu Yu, was the main person in charge of setting up the formation. He definitely ranks as the highest contributor. Even though the super goo formation was set up, the righteous path goo immortals had not decided how to split up the super dream realm yet. At once, sounds of discussion became louder and louder. They were progressing towards an argument. Arguments would have no use in terms of getting a result, of course. The righteous path goo immortals left unhappily, starting to plan for their own share of this pie. A few days later. Shangliang Mountain. Xinci greets Lady Qing Qing. Shang Xinci paid her respects. Shang Qing Qing looked at Shang Xinci, nodding in satisfaction. I was right about you. You have done well as the clan leader. The members of Shang clan are starting to show some unity. I was able to achieve this all thanks to Lady Qing Qing's nurturing. Shang Xinci said with sincere gratitude. Shang Qing Qing went into the main topic immediately. I called you to come here because I have some questions. After becoming clan leader, the first thing you did was to get rid of the arrest warrants of the black and white demons. But do you know that brother He Tu of yours is not Fang Jing, he is Fang Yuan instead? Fang Yuan? Shang Xinci was perplexed. She did not expect that Lord Shang Qing Qing had called for her to talk about brother He Tu. After Shang Xinci became Shang clan leader, her vision had broadened. She learned many secrets. She knew that the beautiful lady in front of her was a high and mighty goo immortal who transcended mortals. This goo immortal was actually talking to her regarding immortal goo master. How could she not be confused? Shang Qing Qing had a solemn expression as she said, Xinci, you have to listen to my following words very carefully, they are very important. Yes, I will listen and learn. This black demon that you know of as Fang Jing, his real name is Guyu Fang Yuan. He has a startling background, he is not an ordinary person. He appeared out of nowhere and is extremely dangerous. He is a demonic path goo immortal. He committed a huge crime, not only southern border, but central continent, eastern sea, northern plains, and western desert goo immortals are all pursuing him now. Shang Qing Qing said in a solemn tone. Shang Xianci opened her mouth, she was in shock. At once, she felt like her ears were playing tricks on her. Since when did Brother He Tu become an immortal, and he was so dangerous that Lady Shang Qingqing felt wary of him? Don't suspect your hearing, why would I joke about these things? You and the demon Fang Yuan had some friendship back then, tell me everything about it now. Shang Qingqing questioned. Yes, yes. Shang Xianci regained her senses after some time, she began to recall, I first met Brother He Tu in the merchant caravan, he was such a kind person, he saved me from that horrible predicament. Shang Xianci recalled the past, as she got deeper into it, a hint of tenderness was showing on her face. Throughout the process, Shang Qingqing listened on the side, not saying a word. After Shang Xianci finished, she mustered up her courage and tried to explain for Fang Yuan, Lady Qingqing, is there a misunderstanding? Fang Jing, I mean, Brother Fang Yuan is clearly a mortal Gu master, how can he be such a great demon? Hee. Shang Qingqing showed a mocking smile, if he is not a great demon, who is? His craftiness and deviousness is not something you can imagine. He turned the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world upside down, Central Continent's heavenly court has not even managed to catch him yet. Nobody knows where he is, or what evil scheme he is planning next. Your encounter with him might not be as simple as you think, I can tell that there was a scheme involved in this. Do you know? Because of your relationship with him, my Shang clan is facing great pressure from southern borders Gu immortals. From now on, you have to keep a clear distance between you and him, there cannot be any relationship between the two of you. Be a good Shang clan leader, you may leave. Shang Xianci could only leave. You are letting her go? After Shang Xianci left, a figure appeared, standing beside Shang Qingqing. He was thin and looked very pale, it was Shang clan's Gu immortal Shang Tan Mo. Shang Qingqing smiled, what else can I do? Shang Tan Mo said solemnly, we cannot listen to her words alone, we need to soul search and see it for ourselves. Shang Qingqing smiled even wider now, look at this? Saying this, she stretched out her hand from her sleeve. Her hand was no longer a human hand, it was like a twig, there were flowers growing on her nails. Shang Tan Mo saw it and was dazed, I forgot that you have this immortal killer move, it is more reliable than soul searching. I already know all of Fang Yuan's interactions in Shang Clan City. He came here for a fortuitous encounter in cultivation, as expected and worthy of the user of Spring-Autumn Cicada. This is nothing much, he did not set up any hidden schemes after all. Shang Qingqing said. Shang Tan Mo nodded, then I am assured, but, how will we explain this to the outsiders? Shang Qingqing smiled coldly, them? They are just using Fang Yuan as an excuse to get a bigger share of the dream realm, now that I have this result, I can shut their mouths. Shang Tan Mo's eyes shined, he looked up, his gaze pierced Shangliang Mountain as he looked at the giant dream realm, maybe, my Shang clan's Gu immortals have been too polite for a long time, people think we are no longer adept at fighting. The situation was still changing. Over in Northern Plains, the battle at He tribe had ended, there were just some loose ends. The righteous and demonic factions, as well as the lone immortals, had their own gains. He tribe was history, Baizu tribe took them over and changed the situation in the Gu immortal world. In southern border, they were fighting over the giant dream realm, the righteous path Gu immortals worked together and managed to keep the demonic path and lone immortals out of it. But within the righteous path itself, a competition for shares of the giant dream realm was about to begin. No matter where and when, people will always fight over benefits and resources. More than 10 days passed like this. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Fang Yuan placed his immortal aperture, looking at the sky, muttering, finally, this is the third earthly calamity. Heaven and earth chi rumbled, there were no clouds or fog, there was a peculiar and strange scene of tranquility in the sovereign immortal aperture. Flying birds appeared from thin air. They were glowing with a slight green light, they flew extremely quickly, in Fang Yuan's vision, he saw long lines of light caused by their movement. The cry of the birds was extremely crisp, filled with endless vitality. Spring Dawn Jade Oriole. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he recognized these flying birds. They might have tiny bodies, like sparrows, but they were genuine desolate beasts. These birds are very special among desolate beasts. They have a lot of rule path life down marks in their bodies, but they have very short lifespans. After the egg hatches, they can fly in the skies immediately. Everywhere they go, their down marks will rain down and change the terrain of the environment, pouring down endless life force. After a dozen or so breaths of time, their lifespan would be expended and they would die. Fang Yuan muttered in his mind. He could see that in this area of many northern plains, the thin layer of ice on the ground was already starting to have sprouts growing out of them. Soon, under the influence of the spring dawn jade orioles, grass grew taller, rapidly growing, and there were even wildflowers mixed among them. What is going on? What earthly calamity is this? Heaven's will is trying to help me develop my immortal aperture? Fang Yuan was confused. Chapter 11-12, Spring Dawn Jade Orioles. The cries of the birds were unceasing and pleasing to the ears. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, many northern plains was originally wilderness covered in frost, but now, green plants could be seen sprouting rapidly. The power of the earthly calamity was huge. In just a dozen breaths of time, a gigantic area surrounding Fang Yuan was already covered in greenery. It was a grassland. Grass, trees, and flowers grew rapidly. It was as if this was an entirely new place. Fang Yuan stood on the peak of Danghun Mountain. He had a heavy expression. He focused his mind. This was his third earthly calamity. He brought Danghun Mountain with him again. But the situation now was very strange. The earthly calamity involved spring dawn jade orioles. It was helping Fang Yuan to develop his immortal aperture. Half a month ago, when Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, Fang Yuan did not choose to go He Tribe and take a risk. Instead, he went back and developed the sovereign immortal aperture. He had developed many areas, but because many northern plains was the place where Fang Yuan would be undergoing tribulation, he did not develop it. Right now, this earthly calamity was helping Fang Yuan to do it. This was out of his expectations. This was a good thing for Fang Yuan. But heavens will can act in unexpected ways. It is not so kind. There are surely traps that it set. I need to inspect for them. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain, observing vigilantly. Many northern plains was huge. The grassland formed by the earthly calamity could not fill the whole of many northern plains. It only covered the part of the frosted land that was around Danghun Mountain. Looking at it, the greenery was growing thicker. Soon, sprouting trees grew taller, rising at an observable pace. At this rate, a huge forest was going to form. Fang Yuan felt surprised and joyful. The power of the earthly calamity was usually used for destruction, against regular people. When used to develop the immortal aperture, it had truly shocking effects. If Fang Yuan wanted to transplant this huge forest into his immortal aperture, it would cost him a lot of time and effort. The spring dawn jade oriole had a short lifespan. As they died, they turned into jade green life force, fading in the air, but at the same time, more spring dawn jade orioles formed, moving forward in their place. At once, the sky was filled with the figures of these desolate birds. They were so numerous, like a flock of sparrows. It was a grand sight. Wait. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Go. He suddenly thought of something. He called out as he pointed. Instantly, sword light flew out, moving at lightning speed. Rank 7 Immortal Gu, Flying Sword. Spring dawn jade orioles were fast, but they could not match the speed of this sword light. But they could move agilely. They did not travel linearly. Fang Yuan used up some effort to kill one. A wave of true meaning rushed in soon, entering Fang Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fang Yuan felt like a spring dawn jade oriole, from the start of life to flight, and until his death. In a short period of time, he experienced life and death. His mental state was transformed. Fang Yuan fully absorbed this true meaning, clarity returning to his eyes. Right now, he was a transformation path grandmaster. It was no longer as hard for him to absorb reckless savage's true meaning. If he was like an empty basin earlier trying to hold buckets of water, he was like a well now. taking in reckless savage's true meaning in huge quantity, with much greater ease than before. Fang Yuan frowned. At this moment, he realized the scheme of heaven's will. Fang Yuan's earthly calamity was very unique, because of the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method and the nature of the northern icy plain. His earthly calamity had two portions. One was controlled by heaven's will, the other was influenced by reckless savage's true meaning. In the previous two earthly calamities, the portion controlled by heaven's will formed first, before the part of the earthly calamity formed by reckless savage's true meaning appeared. But in this third earthly calamity, reckless savage's true meaning appeared at the start. Fang Yuan did not expect this. This was the first time he was seeing this. Fang Yuan suffered a minor loss. Between reckless savage's true meaning and developing the blessed land, the former was much more important than the latter. Because reckless savage's true meaning could directly raise his transformation path attainment level, it could only be obtained during each tribulation. The costs and risks involved were high. As for developing the blessed land, he could do it at any time. Heaven's will knows about my vigilant nature. This is a good scheme to prevent my transformation path attainment level from rising rapidly. I wasted a lot of reckless savage's true meaning. Fang Yuan smiled, not feeling dejected. He flew out like lightning. In the air, his body shook, as countless strength path phantoms appeared. Strength path killer move, Myriad Self. Myriad Self charged forward, forming a huge tide of humans, rampaging towards the Spring Dawn Jade Oriole flock. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles were desolate birds. They could move freely among the Myriad Self army while chirping continuously. Myriad Self had little effect. Fang Yuan quickly used other methods. Sword path killer move, triple layered sword wave. Swish swish swish. Silver-white sword waves burst out like tides, containing an unstoppable sharpness, pushing forward. The speed of the Spring Dawn Jade Oriole was faster than the sword waves. Fang Yuan sent out 3 sword waves. Even though some were killed, the result was not many. He frowned, understanding. In the previous 2 earthly calamities, Heaven's will already learned a lot about my foundation. Be it Myriad Self or triple layered sword wave, it knows about their weaknesses. In this earthly calamity, the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles counter my 2 killer moves. Heaven's will is plotting against me by intentionally setting up these situations. In the previous earthly calamity, there were wind flowers with sharpness like blades. But Fang Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain. Using it as his base, he could defend himself to a great extent. But now, even though Fang Yuan brought Dang Hun Mountain, the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles were formed from reckless savage's true meaning. He could not sit around and defend himself. He needed to go on the offense or he would lose his greatest benefit. Thankfully, I retrieved Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Gu. Sword Light rampaged according to his will. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died at Fang Yuan's hands, but more and more Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died on their own. If Fang Yuan did not kill them, he would not receive infusions of reckless savage's true meaning. Heaven's will purposely caused this. Fang Yuan's losses were not small. This was not just a loss of reckless savage's true meaning, but also his green grape immortal essence. Even though Flying Sword Immortal Gu was powerful, it was rank 7, each activation needed a huge amount of green grape immortal essence. But each attack only hit one Spring Dawn Jade Oriole. Fang Yuan was wasting a lot of his resources for limited results. It seems that I need new methods in the next tribulation. Old moves are losing effectiveness. Fang Yuan thought of Wisdom Gu. If he had the light of wisdom, this problem was easy to solve. With his Grandmaster attainment level and wisdom path methods, he could very easily deduce new immortal killer moves. But even though Fang Yuan had his immortal zombie body, he did not dare to use it. After 15 minutes of the earthly calamity, there were still Spring Dawn Jade Orioles forming. Many northern plains was not just budding with greenery, there was a huge forest. The trees inside the forest were huge, they were dozens of meters tall, each of the tree trunks resembled pillars. At this time, Fang Yuan tried other methods like poison spit. In the previous earthly calamity, this killer move was very effective, but now it was useless against the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles. Growl growl growl. In the huge forest, trees raised their heads and cried out loud. Next, they uprooted from the ground, becoming huge tree men. Fang Yuan noticed the changes on the ground and snickered, so this is the portion controlled by heaven's will. Hee, I was vigilant and got rid of half the forest in advance, now it seems that my preparation was not in vain. Countless treemen pulled out their roots from deep underground, charging towards Danghun Mountain. They moved slowly, but each of them were huge. Fang Yuan changed his mind and chose to defend. He landed on the peak of Danghun Mountain, looking at the treemen moving towards him. It was a scene of greenery, it was like the entire forest was pushing towards him, he felt suffocated. Fang Yuan stretched out his finger and tried to attack. Flying Sword Immortal Gu charged over, turning into a bright light, piercing a great distance ahead, many treemen were penetrated. These treemen stopped moving but soon, their injuries were healed and they continued climbing towards Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan used triple-layered sword wave again. The dazzling sword waves engulfed the treemen with sharp sounds. There was nothing left of them, the effect was great, but soon, treemen behind filled up the gaps. Fang Yuan frowned. These treemen are not desolate beasts, but they are close to that level. Not only are they very durable, they can absorb life force and recover rapidly. The life force naturally came from the Spring Dawn Jade Orioles. Ever since the first earthly calamity, event though heaven's will could not control the entire earthly calamity, it could influence reckless savages' true meaning and create a combination. Last time, it was the snow moons and wind flowers, now it was the treemen and Spring Dawn Jade Orioles, they combined perfectly, gaining huge effect. Fang Yuan suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of poisonous air. The poisonous air spread around the treemen, dozens of them started to move slowly, their green leaves turned purple. In a few breaths' time, their movement became slower and slower, until they collapsed on the ground, the entire tree's branches and leaves started rotting, turning decayed. Poison spit's effect was quite good. But Fang Yuan could not continuously use this killer move, there was a huge drawback, he needed to get rid of the poison in his body first, otherwise, he would die. The treemen started to climb Danghun Mountain. Soon, these treemen experienced the power of Danghun Mountain, their souls shook, their bodies trembled, many leaves fell. However, there were too many treemen, they advanced forward, pushing each other up the mountain. Danghun Mountain was indeed a secluded domain of heaven and earth, just at the base of the mountain, 100 treemen died, Fang Yuan did not use any immortal essence. Fang Yuan looked at the scene, his frown was deepening. Even though these treemen were troublesome, they had little threat. Because they moved slowly, Fang Yuan could attack from a distance and kill these treemen slowly. Fang Yuan felt something amiss, this earthly calamity is too easy, don't tell me, because heaven's will felt that it cannot kill me this time, its focus went to depleting my foundation instead? Chapter 11:13, Giant Disaster Blazing Tree. To eliminate these treemen, he would need to expend a lot of immortal essence. The number of these treemen was greater than the first earthly calamity's snow monsters, and they had strong regenerative abilities. Fang Yuan could see many severed twigs that were stabbed into the ground growing with new budding leaves. Unless he used killer moves like triple-layered sword wave to completely decimate these treemen, to avoid any future problems. Otherwise, when these trees grow, they would expend a great amount of the earth chi inside the immortal aperture. But using triple-layered sword wave or flying sword immortal gu to kill these treemen was too wasteful. If I were a fire path gu immortal, this would not be a problem to me. Fang Yuan thought of this, when he suddenly heard a sound, fire was starting from those treemen's corpses. The fire burnt rapidly, in the blink of an eye, it spread and covered countless treemen. The fire continued to rage on these treemen's bodies, turning these treemen into charcoal, their leaves were completely incinerated, a great number of them died. The fire was nourished by the tree man and became larger. It was almost 20 meters tall. Raging flames advanced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was stunned. What is going on? Evidently, this was part of the earthly calamity. But why did the earthly calamity start burning itself? What was Heaven's will trying to do? Was it trying to resolve Fang Yuan's problem? Fang Yuan quickly ruled out the possibility. What a joke, how could Heaven's will help him? Roar. There was a huge figure standing among the roaring flames. In the orange-red flames, a 60-meter-tall giant stood up. This is? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He subconsciously gritted his teeth. Giant disaster blazing tree. This was an ancient desolate plant. In history, immemorial red heaven often had these giant disaster blazing trees. But this type of ancient desolate plant was rarely seen in the 5 regions, although not extinct. Giant disaster blazing trees could be created from any type of tree. When a forest fire starts, after countless life forms are killed, there was a chance of forming this giant disaster blazing tree. The giant disaster blazing tree's body was covered in raging flames. It burned endlessly, nothing could get close to it. More impressively, this giant disaster blazing tree would cause bad luck to whatever life forms got close to it. Heaven's will, truly insidious. Evidently, Heaven's will has noticed the protection of dog shit luck on me. It created this giant disaster blazing tree to destroy my good luck. Fang Yuan felt a huge challenge. Normally speaking, if he encountered a giant disaster blazing tree in the wild, he would wisely choose to evade it. But now, this giant disaster blazing tree directly appeared in his immortal aperture. It was draining his immortal aperture's earth chi and bringing him disaster and bad luck, negating dog shit luck's effect. If he left it alone, soon, Fang Yuan would be extremely unlucky, nothing would go right, he might even face a huge disaster. As for refining immortal goo, he could forget about it. Flames raged on, crackling sounds could be heard from the burning trees. The blazing tree had appeared in a very peculiar location. It was close to Danghun Mountain. Even though Fang Yuan activated his defenses, the huge flames were still causing his eyebrows and hair to dry up. This is only the periphery, but the temperature is already like this. What would the center of this blazing tree be like? Fang Yuan sighed, leaving. He left Danghun Mountain. He had landscape as before. He could restore Danghun Mountain before it was completely destroyed. The problem was how to kill this giant disaster blazing tree which reached partway up Danghun Mountain in height. Sword marks targeting death. Triple layered sword wave. Poison spit. Fang Yuan used many killer moves, but they were ineffective. The poison in the air was completely eradicated by the flames. Flying sword immortal goo pierced the giant disaster blazing tree and returned to Fang Yuan, but the giant disaster blazing tree only shook intensely, before turning to normal. As for triple layered sword wave, it managed to put out the flames. It got to the blazing tree and destroyed many branches and leaves. But soon, the flames spread again as the blazing tree returned to normal. Its injuries vanished after a few breaths of time. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. Immortal aura burst out around him as he cried out, "Strength Path Giant Hand." Bam! A giant hand appeared out of nowhere, pushing the air and grabbing at the blazing tree with an unstoppable aura. But the blazing tree was huge too. It was almost half of Danghun Mountain's size. The Strength Path Giant Hand grabbed the giant disaster blazing tree and tried to lift it up. But after some time, even after trying hard, there was no effect. The giant disaster blazing tree had countless roots. They were like snakes deeply rooted in the soil, sucking in earth chi fiercely. It also had the spring dawn jade orioles flying in the sky to replenish its life force. It was stable as a mountain, unmoving. As time passed, the entire Strength Path Giant Hand started melting in the flames. Almost half of it was gone. Fang Yuan dispelled this giant hand. He had an idea after some inspiration. Rumble. A second Strength Path Giant Hand flew out, but this time, it grabbed at Danghun Mountain instead of the giant disaster blazing tree. Fang Yuan could not lift the giant disaster blazing tree, but Strength Path Giant Hand had the power of pulling mountain. He could lift Danghun Mountain. Whoosh! Wind currents blew, Danghun Mountain was brought into the air by Feng Yuan, before he tossed it directly towards the giant disaster blazing tree. With a loud sound, the entire ground shook intensely. The giant disaster blazing tree was suppressed under the mountain, the huge flames were no longer apparent, there was only a ring of fire left around the mountain's base. Feng Yuan floated in the air, staring at the battlefield expressionlessly. The giant disaster blazing tree could not move, it was attacked by Danghun Mountain's soul path Dao marks, but it had incredible vitality and tenacity, it was still struggling intensely. Blazing flames started to roast Danghun Mountain, liquefying some of its rocks. It was not so easy to get rid of the giant disaster blazing tree. Feng Yuan was in a heavy mood, looking around, it was a scene of red. A sea of fire. The flames had spread to the entire forest, and even the grassland. As expected, Heaven's Will's arrangements were just to nurture the growth of the giant disaster blazing tree, how could it be so nice to him? Feng Yuan's breathing became rougher. He saw that more and more giant disaster blazing trees were forming in the sea of fire, their roots were digging into the ground as they sucked in earth chi to strengthen themselves. The first plant was not destroyed yet, but so many others were forming. Not just that, these giant disaster blazing trees were growling, they stood up and turned into giant blazing tree men. They had only one target, Feng Yuan, who was in the sky. Boom boom boom. Under Danghun Mountain, the first giant disaster blazing tree also became a treeman, it was not giving up, attempting to flip over this mountain. It had incredible strength, each time it struggled, Danghun Mountain shook intensely, causing a huge and scary sound. In an instant, the situation became as bad as it possibly could. Feng Yuan could ignore the snow monsters earlier and slowly kill them. But he could not ignore these giant disaster blazing tree men. Even though they moved slowly, they had a terrible influence on the immortal aperture. Not only did they suck away earth chi and damage the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation, they would even bring Feng Yuan a lot of bad luck. What should he do? The light of the fire flickered on Feng Yuan's face, a smile slowly appeared on his face. Thankfully, I made my preparations. At the same time, Shang Xianci, who was in southern border, stared at the lamp in front of her in a daze. In the fire, it seemed to show Feng Yuan's former appearance. Brother He too. Shang Xianci thought to herself. Clan leader, clan leader? She heard something close to her ears. Ah. Shang Xianci regained her senses, she looked at Xiao Lan, Xiao Dai, Lady Wei, Zhou Quan, and her other subordinates. Sorry, my mind was wandering again. Shang Xianci quickly apologized. Miss, this is the third time you've gone into a daze. Xiao Lan muttered. I was disrespectful, I am truly sorry. Shang Xianci quickly said again. Zhou Quan and Lady Wei glanced at each other swiftly, before coughing. Now, let's continue the topic from before, how will we take in the Gu master groups that were controlled by Shang clan's former young clan leaders? After the meeting, everyone left the hall. Xiao Dai, how is the clan leader? Why is she constantly in a daze? Zhou Quan asked. Xiao Dai showed an expression of worry, I am not sure too, it seems that after the higher-ups met with her, she became like this ever since. Higher-ups? Zhou Quan's expression changed, he already knew about the existence of Shang clan's Gu immortals, this was not something that he could settle or interfere in. Yi Fan could not hold it in anymore, let me go talk to Lady Xianci, maybe as an outsider, I can learn something from her. Young Master Yi, you are not an outsider. Xiao Lan smiled. We will trouble you, young Master Yi. Lady Wei nodded, agreeing with this. A moment later, Yi Fan arrived at Shang Xianci's study room. The doors were shut. Through the small hole in the center, Yi Fan saw that Shang Xianci was holding onto a piece of paper, looking at it carefully. She was so deep in thought, even when Yi Fan walked with heavy steps, she did not notice it. Yi Fan was about to cough and remind Shang Xianci that he was here. But suddenly, he heard Shang Xianci's soft whisper, Brother He too, what kind of person are you? Yi Fan's heart jumped. He instantly understood. The paper in Shang Xianxi's hand was none other than the Black Demon's arrest warrant. It was his drawing. Yi Fan felt a sense of hollowness in his heart. His strong limbs were turning frail. He stood outside the door. He hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth, turning around and leaving. From start to finish, Shang Xianci did not discover him. Yi Fan walked out of the mansion, arriving at the street. This was the inner core of Shangliang Mountain, an important place in Shang clan. It was flourishing with bustling activity. But Yi Fan had a worried expression. He had a question inside him. Hey Tu, what kind of person are you? Northern Icy Plain. Chu Du's arms were behind his back. He watched this vast icy plain. Suddenly, his body shook. It's here. He received Fang Yuan's transmission and quickly used the immortal goo in his hands. Rank 7 Calamity beckoning immortal goo. At the next moment, the sovereign blessed land's entrance opened. First, spring dawn jade orioles were sent out of the entrance by a formless force. Next, one by one, the giant disaster blazing trees were dragged out without managing to put up resistance. They were unwilling, they were furious. The sky was rumbling with thunder, heaven's will was furious too. But it was no use. 2 hours later, the third earthly calamity ended. Fang Yuan collected his immortal aperture, appearing in the northern icy plain. Chu Du obtained quite a bit of reckless savage's true meaning. He cried out with an excited tone, walking on a long road for countless years, today I obtained the blessing of azure clouds. Flying above rivers and lakes on these clouds, nothing can obstruct my view of this world. His voice resounded over the surroundings. The disposition of the domination immortal was fully emanated. May I ask you for your name? Chu Du greeted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Obstacles and difficulties fill this road. Life and death matters little against calamities and tribulations. My body flies like willows with the wind. Regardless of wind or mud, I still fly free. After pausing, he returned the greeting to Chu Du, saying plainly, I am Lu Guanyi. Chapter 11-14, Obtaining one of two true inheritances. Time passed quickly, several days went by. Langya blessed land, inside a cloud city. Fang Yuan was sitting in his secret room, cultivating. Using connecting heaven goo, his divine sense communicated with a certain female goo immortals will in treasure yellow heaven. Your pill azure incense is of lower quality than goo immortal Shizi, the price should be cheaper. Fang Yuan bargained. But that female goo immortal was not like Fang Yuan, who used his divine sense to conduct the deal. She had left her will in treasure yellow heaven, to manage transactions with goods. And unfortunately, this was a resolute will. It was obstinate in nature, it would not give in. As expected, the female immortal rejected with no hesitation at all. The price is like this, buy it if you want, it is up to you. Fang Yuan was not giving up yet. He continued, will you reconsider? I am buying in bulk. The resolute will was obstinate, it did not agree. Fang Yuan was a little annoyed. These last days, when developing the sovereign immortal aperture, he had to trade in treasure yellow heaven, to sell his own resources and buy all sorts of resources. But after the third earthly calamity, he felt that his transactions were not going smoothly. The female immortal's resolute will was one of them. But this was quite a good situation already. Fang Yuan had been encountering this recently. Goo immortals would come in and raise prices with ill intent, or he might see some shortage of certain materials. After rank 8 goo immortal experts bulk purchase everything. Even though I have dog shit luck's protection, in the third earthly calamity, the giant disaster blazing tree destroyed a lot of my good luck. Thinking about his third earthly calamity, Fang Yuan sighed. If I did not think about it carefully and decided to work together with Chu Du before the third earthly calamity, I would have been done for. Even if I passed the tribulation, I would be heavily injured and stuck with bad luck. Currently, I am only facing some small obstacles, they are of no real concern to my cultivation. Fang Yuan quickly gathered his thoughts, his divine sense continued to negotiate with the female immortal in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Since she did not agree to lower prices, Fang Yuan could only accept this. I will buy your pale azure incense. The female immortal's resolute will was stunned. Fang Yuan was making a huge purchase. He had to pay almost 10,000 immortal essence stones in this deal. But Fang Yuan was not shaken. With his accumulation from before, he was extremely affluent. Even though the third earthly calamity expended a lot of his green grape immortal essence, he could still afford 10,000 immortal essence stones. After buying the pale azure incense, Fang Yuan retrieved his divine sense, no longer staying in Treasure Yellow Heaven. After inspecting it, he ensured that the pale azure incense had no problems, transporting them into his sovereign immortal aperture. His consciousness quickly entered his immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was split into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Fang Yuan placed strength path immortal zombies in all the different areas. Soon, one strength path immortal zombie flew over under his manipulation, using goo worms to store the pale azure incense. There was no choice, his sovereign immortal aperture was too huge, he could only use these strength path immortal zombies as laborers. Every time he was in this situation, Fang Yuan thought of Hu immortal land spirit and star form land spirit. If he had a land spirit, the job could be handled by them, he did not have to waste so much time on this. The land spirit was basically the steward of the blessed land. They were very convenient to have. But it was a pity, Fang Yuan had never heard of any land spirits appearing in an immortal aperture before the Gu immortal dies. This pale azure incense resembled jade smoke, it constantly blew around, creating a hazy area. Fang Yuan placed all of the pale azure incense into mini azure heaven, causing this huge area to become more misty. Even though the strength path immortal zombie could not smell anything, the pale azure incense was very fragrant, it was very amazing, it had the smell of ink and grass, extremely elegant and long-lasting. After placing the pale azure incense, Fang Yuan set up some goo formations. These goo formations were made with mortal goo, their only use was to keep the pale azure incense within a certain area, preventing it from dispersing away. I accumulated so much now, it is enough to feed change soul immortal goo 3 times. Fang Yuan was satisfied. The pale azure incense would not renew itself, when he used it, it was gone for good. If he had to produce pale azure incense himself, it would be troublesome. Pale azure incense grew in places with primeval essence as well as pale crane groups, azure pine forests, ink bamboo forests and herb incense goo. These 4 things, including beasts, plants, and goo, were needed, and each of them had to be of a certain quantity, otherwise they could not produce pale azure incense. And this exact amount was a trade secret. Goo immortals who sold pale azure incense had a firm grasp of this secret, they prevented the secret from leaking. At this point, Fang Yuan could only temporarily store the pale azure incense. Pale azure incense was the food that changed soul immortal goo ate, but the good thing was, it was widely sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan had accumulated a lot of it now, it could last for some time. After more inspections, Fang Yuan modified the goo formation, he took a final look before leaving, only to see that mini azure heaven had a small area of thick azure spots, it was different from before. Even though Fang Yuan placed great emphasis on developing his immortal aperture, on the whole, the sovereign immortal aperture was still very barren. The point was, the sovereign immortal aperture space was simply too big. Fang Yuan placed so many resources inside, if it were the normal aperture of any other goo immortal, it would be filled already. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had quite a lot of Dao marks, but in influencing such a huge area of space, the Dao marks effect was very small. Fang Yuan retrieved the divine sense inside mini azure heaven. The pale azure incense was already placed, the development of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had reached a certain stage. Before this, Fang Yuan had already bought several batches of resources, he settled the feeding requirements of sword eyebrows, wave sword, flying sword, and the other rank 7 immortal goo. Rank 8 immortal goo and rank 7 immortal goo already have their food. Now, the development of my immortal aperture should be to resolve the feeding requirements of my rank 6 immortal goo. Fang Yuan assessed. The first criteria of development for a goo immortal's immortal aperture was to be self-sufficient in feeding one's own immortal goo. Fang Yuan was a strength path immortal zombie previously, his immortal aperture was dead, he did not follow this rule. After reviving, he went steadily and surely, settling the feeding requirements of the rank 8 and 7 immortal goo to some degree. Next were the rank 6 immortal goo. There was a need to say, Fang Yuan simply had too many immortal goo. It was a shocking quantity. But there was no choice, Fang Yuan had to raise so many immortal goo, not only to resist the tribulations as well as heaven's will, but also against other goo immortals. Fang Yuan's circumstances were bad. In the past, he had Shadow Sect, which concealed him from deductions. But after the Battle of Etian Mountain, this protection was gone. Heavenly Court placed his name on the Demon Judgment Board, they were determined to kill him. Northern Plains goo immortals had deep hatred towards him, because Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88 True Yang building. This was something that created more enmity than digging the graves of these Huangjin bloodline tribes. The other Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert goo immortals were all after the luck path true inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not obtain the true inheritance of all living beings' luck, nobody would believe him if he said it. All in all, Fang Yuan's identity could not be exposed, a lot of goo immortals were trying to find him. Earlier, during the Battle of He Tribe goo immortals had worked with Heavenly Lord Baizu to try and ambush Fang Yuan. In the end, because he was vigilant, he did not go to Iron Eagle Blessed Land and escaped. Of course, Fang Yuan did not know this currently. Thus, Fang Yuan traveled outside using a fake name, Lu Guanyi. If he said his true identity, Chu Du's attitude might have been completely different. Currently, Fang Yuan had worked together with Chu Du. Half a month ago, when Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, Fang Yuan received Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du stated the situation clearly. He informed Fang Yuan that Flying Sword Immortal Goo had an information path inheritance's clues. At that moment, Fang Yuan was enticed. Earlier, he was still thinking about the benefits of information path. With strong information path methods, he could set agreements with others and not be afraid of them being broken. He could also secretly remove the alliance agreement that was on him. He could easily betray or break his word without any restraints. He could even collect intel and make wiser decisions after knowing more details. Information path and wisdom path were complementary. Information path searched for information, while wisdom path used this information to deduce. They assisted each other. The information path inheritance insignia on Flying Sword Immortal Goo was incredible. Even the wisdom path goo immortal Tian Xia Xian was interested and wanted it from Chu Du. Chu Du had told Fang Yuan about this situation. He wanted Fang Yuan to know about the value of the true inheritance, so that he could change his mind. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to deal with Chu Du. He agreed to let Chu Du get Reckless Savage's true meaning, but Chu Du had to compensate him. After the Battle of He Tribe, Chu Du snatched the 13th eagle nest under Fang Yuan's guidance. Days after that, he and Fang Yuan met in Northern Plains secretly, making a transaction for both sides. Fang Yuan obtained Flying Sword Immortal Goo and the eagle nest, while lending out Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan could not give the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture method to Chu Du even though this was an Immortal Killer move, and Immortal Goo were unique, but Chu Du could use other Immortal Goo in place of these. Different goo worms could produce similar Immortal Killer moves after all. Chu Du was a powerful rank 7 expert after all. His reputation made him a legendary figure in the current Northern Plains. With his help, Fang Yuan successfully passed the third earthly calamity. In the first 2 times, he was gravely injured, the situation was too dangerous. But in this third earthly calamity, he only suffered some setbacks. The biggest problems were resolved by Chu Du. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was simply too incredible. No wonder Mo Yao wanted to use this immortal goo to help her lover Bo Qing undergo tribulation. But eventually, she failed. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was only rank 7, but Bo Qing was undergoing the myriad tribulation that would lead him to rank 9. Fang Yuan did not want to seek the information path true inheritance with clues on Flying Sword Immortal Gu yet. The turbulent Flow Sea area was a problematic place, it was easy to get lost, and many Gu immortals often traveled in it. Fang Yuan placed his attention on the Eagle Nest. The 13th Eagle Nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land was usually concealed, it only appeared when Iron Eagle Blessed Land was near the point of breaking apart. Inside this nest, there were clues to He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had explored it for some time, he had some gains. Compared to the information path true inheritance, the He Fan true inheritance, which could delay the time in his immortal aperture, was far more useful and important. Fang Yuan had decided, while he still had this period of free time after undergoing tribulation, he was going to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Chapter 11-15, Opening Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Purple Heaven. A faint purple light was shining in the haziness. In the vast sky, there was a floating eagle nest. This eagle nest was like a 3-story building, there were no doors or windows, it was like a huge crystal. A type of translucent crystal, twice as thick as a human's forearm, interlinked with itself, forming this tight eagle nest that had the same color throughout. This crystal was extraordinary. Fang Yuan had recognized that this was heavenly crystal, a rank 8 immortal material. Heavenly crystal came from the sky, it was very light and could float in the sky, it would never fall to the ground unless there were external forces. Regardless of what was inside the eagle nest, just the outer nest itself contained 500 kilograms of heavenly crystals. Just this heavenly crystal alone had immense value. Evidently, this eagle nest was the 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Its value surpassed the sum of all the other eagle nests, firmly holding the highest position. After Fang Yuan and Chu Du collaborated, Chu Du went to Iron Eagle Blessed Land and at the final moment of He Tribe's battle, he displayed great strength and took this eagle nest. However, before Chu Du left the battlefield, He Tribe's first Supreme Elder shouted and let all of the immortals know that the 13th eagle nest had clues to He Fan's true inheritance. This was a problem for Fang Yuan. After Chu Du knew this, he renegotiated with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew he had to concede. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, the Eastern Sea Information Path true inheritance, and this 13th eagle nest, as well as He Fan's true inheritance, they had a lot of value when put together. Even though Chu Du was solely a strength path cultivator, that did not mean he could not sell these for a good price. Thankfully, Chu Du was firmly set on Fang Yuan's tribulation method. Fang Yuan exploited this to deepen his cooperation with Chu Du. He spent a lot of effort and much discussion to barely reach an agreement. Chu Du would use calamity beckoning to get reckless savages true meaning from Fang Yuan. In the future, he will take 30% of Fang Yuan's gains from these 2 true inheritances. Chu Du is a normal Gu immortal, he does not want to cultivate information path and time path on the side, thus, he has little interest towards the 2 true inheritances. Unlike me, I can cultivate all paths, any true inheritance can be used for my own cultivation. Even so, I really admire his resolute decision, he can give up when needed to. Northern Plains Domination Immortal, he is truly formidable, his title is well deserved. Fang Yuan inspected the eagle nest as he gathered his thoughts. He and Chu Du were allies in terms of benefits. They had little relationship, they were just making use of each other. Against Chu Du, Fang Yuan felt quite wary. He knew that Chu Du was not giving up, he still wanted the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method. Chu Du had brains and brawn, he was not a stupid domination immortal. His brawn allowed him to single-handedly cause trouble to the Huangjin super force, Lu tribe. During the Battle of He tribe, he caused the immortals present to be unable to attack. His mind was not to be underestimated. After Lu tribe's battle, he rarely appeared, he nurtured his disciples in secret, helping them become immortals, luring out reckless savages' true meaning. During the negotiation with Fang Yuan, his eloquence made Fang Yuan recognize this person's shrewdness and wisdom. Domination Immortal had grand ambitions, how could he be satisfied with just calamity beckoning? And the bigger worry for Fang Yuan was, Chu Du seemed to have guessed his true identity. During the third earthly calamity, which was their first collaboration, the latter two lines of his poem were flying above rivers and lakes on these clouds. Nothing can obstruct my view of this world. Fang Yuan, 1. Vaguely, it seemed like he was pointing out Fang Yuan's true identity. Of course, he could be overthinking it. But many things had happened. Fang Yuan would rather be overly vigilant than miss out any important details. Chu Du's appearance was very suspicious. During the first earthly calamity, he almost took Fang Yuan's life. Fang Yuan was suspicious. Chu Du was influenced by heaven's will and was a part of a plot, the human calamity against Fang Yuan. Cooperating with a person like this was simply asking favors from a tiger. Thus, during the first cooperation, after the third earthly calamity was over, Fang Yuan did not talk much to him, he quickly left. Chu Du let Fang Yuan leave without saying anything. First, calamity beckoning immortal Gu was in his hands. Second, he and Fang Yuan had an alliance agreement. The information path immortal Gu used was borrowed from other Gu immortals. Third, he could not catch Fang Yuan in terms of speed. With Chu Du's strength and skill, he had a wide network and knew many people. Fang Yuan considered one point as well. To guard against heaven's will, Fang Yuan gave Chu Du a lot of self-will Gu. At least, Fang Yuan did not need to worry that heaven's will would cause any negative influence on Chu Du. I need to be very careful when cooperating with Chu Du. If I make a mistake, it would lead to a disastrous end. Fang Yuan alerted himself mentally. He placed his attention on the strength path immortal zombie again. He controlled a strength path immortal zombie and slowly got closer to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These last days, he had been using investigative methods and collecting clues, looking into He Cheng's memories, to aid with his deductions. If I am not wrong, this time. Fang Yuan had confidence as he used his immortal Gu. The strength path immortal zombie which got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest went through a complete transformation. It was originally emanating death energy, but in a moment it became alive, turning into He Cheng, indiscernible from the real one. He Cheng gradually got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest, placing his hand on the eagle nest. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to explore, entering the heavenly crystal eagle nest. At the same time, Gu worms flew out, coiling around He Cheng as they flew in a spiral. Refinement path killer moves were used one after another, impacting on the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These refinement path killer moves were all mortal killer moves. They were modified by He Fan in the past, passing down for generations. Before He Fan died, he instructed his descendants that any new member of He tribe who became an immortal must learn these refinement path methods. After several generations of research by He tribe's Gu immortals, they gradually understood these refinement path killer moves were the key to opening the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Many He tribe Gu immortals had used the refinement path killer moves on the heavenly crystal eagle nest in order to get He Fan's true inheritance. Of course, they all failed. Because they lacked the most critical element, attitude Gu. In these refinement path killer moves, there was a crucial step that needed the aura of attitude Gu to activate. This step obstructed generations of He tribe Gu immortals. Nobody could inherit He Fan's true inheritance. He tribe's Gu immortals were not fools. After understanding this, they immediately went to search for attitude Gu. After a lot of effort by generations of He tribe Gu immortals, they finally found some clues. They gained a breakthrough in this. By the current generation, there was Su Xian's night elopement. She became He Cheng's wife. In the end, she joined He tribe as an external supreme elder. Her surname was not He. She could not learn about deep secrets like He Fan's true inheritance. But she came with a motive. With her sister Blazing Heaven Demoness help, she stole the information about He Fan's true inheritance that generations of He tribe immortals had accumulated. Using these results, she found some suspicious points. But when she was close to success, there was a change in the situation. He Qing killed Su Xian'er. Fairy Li Shan had a falling out with Blazing Heaven Demoness as a result. Su Xian'er left behind the crucial clues as well as a lot of familial emotion and immortal essence to her daughter, He Lu Lan. After becoming an immortal, He Lu Lan used these clues to get back the attitude goo that had been lost in the northern icy plain for many years. But after some twists and turns, this immortal goo ended up in Fang Yuan's hands, being heavily used by him. These last days, Fang Yuan had been familiarizing himself with the refinement path killer move. He even disguised himself to ensure that there were no issues. Refinement path killer moves were used, turning into flames and lightning, attacking the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. Each hit caused the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest to shake slightly, giving off a clear sound. Gradually, the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest's movements became larger, and the sounds it made became louder, until it resounded in the sky. The final blow. Fang Yuan was nervous. With his skillful method, he drew a trace of attitude goo's aura and fused it into a translucent ripple as it flew towards the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. The ripple fused into the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest, vanishing immediately. The Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest continued to shake, light was emitting from within it. Gradually, the entire Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest started shining in 9 colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, black. 9 colors filled the world. The light was dazzling and forced He Qing to retreat to a distance. Ding ding ding. As the light faded, the sound of chimes could be heard in the sky. In front of He Qing, this Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest that had been closed for years finally opened itself. Each of the pillars of Heavenly Crystal started moving and unraveling, making Fang Yuan think of a Rubik's Cube. The 9-colored Heavenly Crystal weaved and moved. Eventually, an entrance was formed on the surface of the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. The entire process was fluid and dazzling. He subconsciously held his breath from the incredible sight. I understand. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He understood the method that He Fan used. The heavenly crystals were originally colorless and translucent, but they no longer are now. These heavenly crystals have 9 colors. They should come from the respective immemorial 9 heavens. But He Fan fused them together, using these rank 8 immemorial immortal materials through refinement path methods. He caused their colors to fade away, so that they looked like a whole entity. Before He Fan died, he left behind some refinement path methods. Using these methods, one could reverse refine these heavenly crystals, allowing them to regain their original appearance, and open up the eagle nest from the inside. Thinking about this, Fang Yuan's assessment of the heavenly crystal's value increased again. Heavenly crystals were an immortal material that could be produced naturally in grotto heavens with deep foundations, other than in the immemorial 9 heavens. Originally, Fang Yuan thought that these heavenly crystals were formed in He Fan grotto heaven. But in fact, they came from the immemorial 9 heavens. They had higher value as a result. Because there were only 2 heavens left from the immemorial 9 heavens, the other 7 were destroyed already. In the past, when He Fan searched for these heavenly crystals from the immemorial 9 heavens, he definitely spent a lot of effort. Right now, it was getting harder for Gu immortals to get these heavenly crystals. The only source was the scattered fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens that were hidden in the 5 regions. He Fan true inheritance, here I come. Fang Yuan restrained his excitement as he controlled He Qing, carefully entering the eagle nest. 2 characters in the poem can be read as Fang Yuan, even though the exact character used is not the same. Back. Chapter 11:16, A Dead Egg. Fang Yuan controlled He Qing, slowly getting into the eagle nest. Light in 9 colors shone on He Qing's face interchangeably. His vision was covered by heavenly crystals. It was a grand and beautiful scene, like something out of a dream or illusion. The eagle nest was not big, it was like a small room. At the center of the room, there was a huge egg. Other than that, there was nothing else. He Qing glanced at it. His gaze was focused on this egg. This egg was the height of a young man. It was oval-shaped and had a glass-like shell, it was reflecting the light of the 9 colors, it was extremely beautiful. But Fang Yuan sensed acutely that this egg was covered in death energy, it was devoid of life. Sensing this, he no longer cared about it, he placed his attention on the other aspects. He searched and explored, after some hours, other than the heavenly crystals, he had no other gains. How can this be? He Fan was a time path great expert. How can the true inheritance that he left behind only have one empty heavenly crystal eagle nest? Where are his time path immortal Gu? Where are his immortal killer moves? Fang Yuan thought quickly. Soon, he placed his attention on the dead egg again. Perhaps to find He Fan's true inheritance, that dead egg is the key. Fang Yuan guessed. At this stage, the memories that he had obtained from He Qing were no longer useful. Fang Yuan had surpassed the generations of He tribe Gu immortals, he was at a step that they had never reached before. To obtain He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan had to rely on himself. He Qing walked around the dead egg, using his Gu worms to observe and research it. A moment later, Fang Yuan confirmed again that this was a dead egg. An absolutely dead egg. There was no disguise. This way, Fang Yuan's guess that He Fan's true inheritance was hidden inside the eggshell was thwarted. Don't tell me, He Fan's true inheritance has already been stolen by someone. The immortal Gu stored here are taken away already? I am not the first person in here? Fang Yuan could not help but think. This was not impossible. This world had too many secrets. After Fang Yuan's secret transactions with Sixth Hair, he did not dare to underestimate anyone. Even though he was a transmigrator, in this world, he was not the only one. There already was one who did well enough in life to become a rank 9 venerable. Righteous path, demonic path, lone cultivators, countless elites and geniuses, heroes and conquerors, throughout history, they were shining like brilliant stars in the sky. Fang Yuan was just one of the stars. Fang Yuan's guess was not random, he had his evidence. According to the intel obtained from He Qing, He tribe's Gu immortals had realized that Attitude Gu was the key. While searching for Attitude Gu, they also researched their methods, replicating Attitude Gu's aura, attempting to deceive the heavenly crystal eagle nest to open. In He Qing's memories, He tribe's Gu immortals did not succeed. But that did not mean that nobody had succeeded. A Gu immortal might have secretly opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest, taking He Fan's true inheritance for themselves, while nobody knew. And this might not even be a He tribe Gu immortal. This example was very common throughout history. The most famous example was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This person was the ultimate thief. In his life, he stole many Gu immortals' true inheritances, countless forces hated him greatly. Fang Yuan inspected it a few times over, there was indeed nothing else. With his current methods and knowledge, if he found nothing, there was likely no He Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan felt very disappointed. He was banking on He Fan's true inheritance to slow the rate of time in his immortal aperture. Of course, he had Chu Du's help now, he did not need it temporarily. But what about the future? If one did not have huge worries, they would worry about smaller things. Cooperating with Chu Du was dangerous, he was asking for favors from a tiger, Heaven's will would also seek to instigate him. Even if Fang Yuan did not need it now, with this assurance, he could have many ways out in the future if he encountered trouble. Even if there is no He Fan true inheritance, this heavenly crystal eagle nest is an entire nest of rank 8 immortal materials, it has great value. In fact, other than the immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, all of his other resources accumulated could not match half the value of the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Of course, this was excluding Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were in Langya Blessed Land, and the trade of Guts Gu was solely handled by Langya sect now. He only took his share of the profits monthly. However, what is this dead egg? I actually could not recognize it using my own knowledge. If He Fan's true inheritance is still around, this dead egg might be the clue that He Fan purposely left behind. Even though hope was slim, Fang Yuan was intending to follow this route and investigate. He first went to Treasure Yellow Heaven, because cultivation experience and knowledge was also sold here. among which there were desolate beast encyclopedias, maps of southern border, books on ancient desolate plants. Fang Yuan's divine sense looked around, choosing carefully. He bought some and looked at them. Last time, he spent nearly 10,000 immortal essence stones to buy a large amount of pil azure incense. But this month's profits were not here yet, his funds were low. But after seeing these, even though Fang Yuan learned something, he did not manage to find information regarding this mysterious dead egg. Fang Yuan was not disappointed, instead he was a little happy. The more mysterious this dead egg was, the deeper its origin, and the greater hope he had regarding the clues to He Fan's true inheritance. This dead egg is very likely to be an immemorial desolate beast's egg. Fang Yuan's readings were not without result. But in this case, the knowledge from Treasure Yellow Heaven was basically useless. Because this knowledge were mostly limited to rank 6 and 7. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but rank 8 Gu immortals would not sell their knowledge in Treasure Yellow Heaven. They had no lack of such money. In any case, most Gu immortals would not buy them, because with their level, they could not interact with immemorial desolate beasts. In the current world, most immemorial desolate beasts were inside White Heaven and Black Heaven. Other than that, they were in the forbidden or catastrophic areas in the 5 regions, like the Northern Plains' 10 Great Fierce Areas, or places like Earth Trench and Earth Abyss. Should I ask directly in Treasure Yellow Heaven, putting up a high price for the origins of this egg? Fang Yuan thought about it and denied this idea. It was too eye-catching. He Tribe's Gu immortals were not all dead. Wisdom Path Gu immortals could easily deduce some information. This was not good for Fang Yuan. If rank 8 Gu immortals were drawn to him, they would be a problem. Fang Yuan could not afford to face these existences yet. He did not feel much dejection from Treasure Yellow Heaven's uselessness, because he knew that he had someone who could help him with this problem. That was Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit was the obsession of Longhair Ancestor. He had been a rank 8 Gu immortal, a Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster. He was famous throughout history and had great reputation. Which paths would have Gu immortals with the widest knowledge? Wisdom Path, Information Path, and Refinement Path. Wisdom Path Gu immortals could deduce secrets, Information Path Gu immortals could search and find intel, while Refinement Path Gu immortals had to refine Gu. They needed to know lots of immortal materials. As one of the greatest Refinement Path experts in history, Longhair Ancestor's knowledge was undeniably immense. Fang Yuan sought help from Langya Land Spirit. This was not a smooth process. Fang Yuan was troubled by Langya Land Spirit's attitude. Recently, Langya sect was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. They felt that he was cultivating for himself and did not contribute to the sect. Now, Langya sect was developing in Taichou. The falling star hound was causing them problems. Their progress was minimal as a result. Fang Yuan, if you kill the falling star hound, I will let you read such books in our inventory. If you want to exchange for it, use 100 contribution points. Langya Land Spirit said coldly with a low tone. Fang Yuan smiled, I will exchange for it. 100 contribution points was almost all that he had now. However, even so, Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for it. He did not plan to go to Taichou. Langya Land Spirit snorted. He was about to speak again, but Fang Yuan said, First Supreme Elder is truly impartial, handling matters according to sect rules. Langya sect's rise is inevitable. Langya Land Spirit was so angry his chest was puffing, his hair stood on ends as he breathed roughly. He contained his anger. I heard that you have a deep relationship with 12th Hair. I remember this child had praised you before. Recently, he challenged the falling star hound. He suffered great injuries and his desolate beasts all died. He is very dejected. Are you going to visit him? Thank you for the concern, First Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan had a heavy and sorrowful face, as if the one injured was not 12th Hair but himself. After exchanging for the books, I will go to 12th Hair. Fang Yuan assured. Langya Land Spirit was helpless. He could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got what he wanted, going to 12th Hair's Cloud City along the way. But he did not meet with 12th Hair in person. Immortal Gu Master said, My master is unwilling to meet guests, please go back. Fang Yuan was not welcomed, but he did not leave, he asked with concern. However, the attitude of this mortal Gu master was very cold. Fang Yuan could not get any results, he had to leave helplessly. If not for the land spirit's awareness of matters in the blessed land, Fang Yuan would not even put up this show. He knew clearly, how could a mortal hairy man Gu master act like this to a Gu immortal? Evidently, he was backed by a hairy man Gu immortal. And this person was none other than 12th Hair, who held a grudge against Fang Yuan. My relationship with Langya sect has reached this stage. Of course, a lot of the credit goes to 6th Hair. Langya sect has a lot of value, I need to restore and maintain a good relationship with it in the future, but that is not an urgent matter. Returning to his own cloud city, he checked the information and was not disappointed. So this egg is the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Upper extreme heavenly eagles were immemorial desolate beasts with rank 8 battle strength. After his surprise, Fang Yuan was filled with joy. He realized, his hard work was not in vain. If this was an egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, then He Fan's true inheritance was not taken away yet, it was waiting for him. Chapter 11:17, Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan had known about this immemorial desolate beast since long ago, but he did not know what its egg looked like. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagles were space-path immemorial desolate beasts. A mature adult Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle could freely travel in the immemorial 9 heavens or in grotto heavens. This ability was amazing. Outside of the immemorial 9 heavens, there were extremely thick heavenly wind chi walls. Grotto heavens were situated in the sky. If they did not open up, it was hard to detect them from the outside world. But as long as the upper extreme heavenly eagle had gone to a place before, it could follow its instincts and travel through space, returning to a former location. It was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength, it could fly extremely fast. He Fan could obtain an egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. He must have paid an extremely high price if it was not by chance. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's only weakness was its lifespan. It only had 80 years of lifespan. Ordinary mortals had about 100 years of lifespan. The great immemorial desolate beast, upper extreme heavenly eagle, had less lifespan than even a mortal. It was truly astounding. Other immemorial desolate beasts often had hundreds of thousands of years to live. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not compare to them. However, it had the ability to prolong its life. When it died of old age, it would produce an egg. Inside this egg, there would be all of its memories as well as the accumulated space-path Dao marks over its entire life. When the chick breaks out of the shell, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would live another life. It would grow up again, but with its previous life's memories and Dao mark accumulation. Without any unexpected mishaps, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would only become stronger. Of course, when it is an egg or eagle chick, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would be at its weakest. After understanding this, Fang Yuan had a bold guess. This upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg must have been left behind by He Fan. Why did he leave behind this egg? Evidently, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had gone to He Fan Grotto Heaven before. It was the key to entering it. He tribe's Gu immortals had always been searching for the Grotto Heaven that He Fan had left behind. But in He Cheng's memories, they had no gains. He Fan's true inheritance must be inside his own Grotto Heaven. This is not strange, because if he did not have food path methods, it would be best to keep all of his immortal Gu inside the Grotto Heaven and sustain their own feeding, that has most assurance. And He Fan Grotto Heaven has no tribulations. According to He Cheng's memories, He Fan had obtained a certain fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens before his death. If I am not wrong, he must have fused this fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens into his immortal aperture before dying. It is a pity, even though he has no tribulations, he had no lifespan Gu, his lifespan extension methods were also at their limits, he could only die. But why is the heavenly eagle egg inside the eagle nest dead? Fang Yuan was faced with a difficult question. There were two answers. One was that the heavenly eagle egg had naturally died. He Fan left the living egg behind, preventing it from hatching. He used the heavenly crystal eagle nest to create an arrangement. But because nobody came to inherit it after a long time, the heavenly crystal eagle nest was not opened. The egg died eventually after a long time. The second possibility was that the heavenly eagle egg had no life force left because He Fan did it. This egg was not truly dead, it needed a special method to unseal it. If it was the first possibility, Fang Yuan naturally could not obtain any benefits. He could only get a heavenly crystal eagle nest and a dead immemorial egg. They had great value in themselves, but that was all. From Fang Yuan's perspective, he would naturally prefer the second possibility. But if that was the case, what was the special method that could unseal the egg? Assuming the second case, how can I unseal this dead egg, to let it regain life force and even hatch? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought for a long time, but there were no answers. It was not strange. This egg was quite literally dead. If not for that, Fang Yuan would not have confirmed this at the start so easily. If I were He Fan, I would definitely leave behind clues to resolve this problem after setting up this dead egg, so that descendants could inherit this. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He realized he had subconsciously ignored something. It was the refinement path methods that He Fan had once modified and left behind on purpose. I used these methods to open the heavenly crystal eagle nest. If I use these methods again, will it work on the dead egg? Fang Yuan had a bold assumption. But he did not act yet. Because this was just a hypothesis, there was no proof or evidence backing it. Fang Yuan was vigilant. He started using wisdom path methods. He went deep into analyzing these refinement path methods, placing focus on deducing them. He quickly discovered something strange. What was strange? Some refinement path killer moves were very strangely modified. The original versions were better and had stronger effects than the newer versions. He Fan's modifications were simply going the reverse direction. What was he trying to do? Fang Yuan suddenly thought about some historical records regarding He Fan that were inside He Cheng's memories. He Fan was a rank 8 Gu immortal. During his later years, he liked to nurture juniors, but he often taught them, when learning, you have to think for yourself, don't just blindly follow and idolize your seniors' experiences. Only by thinking for yourself and learning them can you go further on the path of a Gu immortal. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked at the refinement path killer moves with new ideas. He tried to remove the failed modifications that He Fan did in those killer moves. He made a shocking discovery. So these refinement path killer moves are not failures. By combining them, they form a brand new killer move. He Fan had purposely added in unnecessary steps in these refinement path killer moves. They are failures individually. But together, these parts can combine into a whole. What made Fang Yuan more surprised was that this new killer move was a type of blood path method. The great rank 8-time path He Fan, researching blood path? This was not strange. Ever since Blood Sea Ancestor appeared, blood path's power was known to all. All the super forces restricted the growth of blood path, while researching it secretly themselves. This was something happening even in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, not to mention Northern Plains, a region with Gu immortals that sought battle strength greatly. Fang Yuan was much more confident in blood path than refinement path. He was a blood path grandmaster. Blood path was his most used path in the past. With some research, Fang Yuan realized, He Fan had purposely concealed this blood refinement killer move. It was to be used on the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But this blood refinement killer move was not complete. With Fang Yuan's knowledge and blood path attainment, he could tell that this blood path killer move was not complete, it was only a portion. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was not disappointed, instead his eyes were shining brightly. He Fan must have the complete blood refinement killer move. He used the first half to process this upper extreme heavenly eagle dead egg. He only left the other half to his descendants. But he did not pass down this blood path killer move directly to his descendants. He used a unique method to conceal it. His first motive must be to test his descendants, so that a skilled Gu immortal who could think for themselves inherits this. The second reason was that blood path was notorious. If the great He Fan's true inheritance used a blood path method, it would cause a huge commotion. He Fan did not want that to happen. Fan Yuan was scheming and shrewd, he could easily tell what He Fan was thinking in the past. After clarifying this, he was even more assured that this upper extreme heavenly eagle was not truly dead, it was just processed by He Fan through a special method. That made things easier. Fan Yuan was no longer an immortal zombie, he could easily draw blood from his own body. However, just as he was about to use blood refinement, he stopped his actions. So close. I almost failed to notice He Fan's intention. Fan Yuan's forehead was filled with sweat. Why did He Fan leave a blood path method for his descendants? Wasn't it really strange? Everyone knew that He Fan was a time path grade expert. At this level, he could easily use time path methods to leave his inheritance behind and imitate methods of other paths. But he used blood path instead of his strongest time path. Why was that? There was only one possible reason: the blood path method could do something that time path could not. What else could it be? As a blood path grandmaster, Fan Yuan first thought of bloodline recognition. The inheritance that He Fan left behind was meant for He tribe descendants. The inheritance of a super forces Gu immortal was usually kept to the clan or tribe itself. The first condition was to be blood related. Very few Gu immortals would leave behind inheritances that could be obtained by others. Attitude Gu, the refinement path method left behind for generations, they were just the first two precautions. The blood refinement method that uses one's bloodline was the third. If the inheritor is not a He tribe descendant and does not have He tribe's bloodline, then blood refining this dead egg might cause a backlash. Or rather, the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle that hatches would be the enemy of this Gu immortal. Fan Yuan thought of this and felt even more sweat on his forehead. Especially the last part: if he truly became enemies with an immemorial desolate beast, of rank 8 battle strength, he would be in deep trouble. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was very fast, Fan Yuan could not outrun it, he had weak defenses as well, he would definitely die. It seems that I can only use a proper bloodline to refine the egg. Fan Yuan wisely stopped. Some days later, in a part of the sovereign immortal aperture, He Cheng's hair was a mess, he had a very tired and weak expression. Fan Yuan manipulated the strength path immortal zombie, flying towards him. He Cheng jolted like he was hit by lightning, his body shook as he shouted in fear and shock, "You, what do you want?" Earlier, Fan Yuan had soul searched him, forget about that. Now, he was using all sorts of methods to torture He Cheng. He was truly in misery, he felt that he was better off dead. He Cheng was Fan Yuan's captive, at this stage, he had already given up. His Gu immortal demeanor was gone. But he could not even bite his own tongue to suicide. Fan Yuan had thought, He Cheng still had some value, even though He tribe was gone, He Lulan was alive. Thus, He Cheng was in a state where he could neither die nor live in peace. "Don't worry, this is likely to be the last time, I am confident of it." Fan Yuan manipulated the strength path immortal zombie, smiling as he got closer. He Cheng was about to cry, he struggled intensely, "You say that every time, it is always the last time." "No, no, no." "Ah." Chapter 11:18, Future Rank 8 Battle Strength. He Cheng's expression was distorted, he screamed in great agony. Fan Yuan did not care, he continued to use his blood path killer move. With blood asset immortal Gu as the core, this blood path killer move was an immortal killer move. Because of this power, He Cheng felt immense pain, blood from all over his body and even bone marrow were drained out, gathered into a lump. Next, Fan Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie and swallowed it whole. He Cheng was drained of much of his blood and fainted, his entire body was skin and bones, he had a pale expression, like he had died. Fan Yuan smiled coldly, several mortal Gu flew out entered He Cheng's ears, going into his bloodstream and traveling. These blood path mortal goo were huge. When they traveled in He Cheng's body, there were bumps over his body, as if rats were moving rapidly in him. Soon, these rats became smaller and smaller. He Cheng's body started inflating, color was restored on his face. But he was exhausted mentally, as if he had just overcome a huge sickness. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the strength path immortal zombie. He muttered, "Spare me, spare me. I am willing to surrender, I will be loyal to you." Fang Yuan did not reply to him. He Cheng had said this many times. Fang Yuan did not care to have a subordinate like He Cheng. Fang Yuan was already wary of the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong, not to mention He Cheng. With the outside situation as it was, Fang Yuan could only trust himself. In fact, sometimes, he did not even trust himself. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan had lost his memories. After knowing the secrets of Heaven's will and his rebirth, he realized that the fortuitous encounters that he remembered in his previous life were likely arrangements set by Heaven's will. Right now, Fang Yuan's focus was on manipulating the strength path immortal zombie. After swallowing He Cheng's blood, the strength path immortal zombie's body shone with a thin layer of blood-red light. Under Fang Yuan's expectant gaze, this blood-red light slowly faded, entering the strength path immortal zombie's body, turning into blood which those of He tribe's bloodline had. Success! After several inspections, Fang Yuan was excited. These last days, he had been preparing to refine the egg. Disguising his bloodline was not a problem for Fang Yuan. He was a blood path grandmaster, he had a deep foundation in his previous life. But he had to take into account He Fan's blood refinement method. It was a bit troublesome. Fang Yuan had to deduce and modify it several times. After torturing He Cheng many times, he finally succeeded. With this blood, I still cannot use it on the egg. I need to integrate this blood path killer move into familiar face, so as to be certain. For the next 10 days, Fang Yuan focused on deductions. But he had high attainment levels, blood path and transformation path were both grandmaster. Ordinary Gu immortals could not achieve this, but he completed it in less than half a month. Looking at the time, a month had passed in total. He was only about a month away from the fourth earthly calamity. With everything ready now, Fang Yuan made good use of his time, immediately targeting the egg. As he had expected, under the effect of the blood path killer move, the lifeless egg started to produce life force. As more and more blood went in, this life force also grew stronger, and became more amiable with Fang Yuan. 8 days and nights later, the shell cracked from inside, as a small bird came out. This bird was newly hatched, but it was not small, it could stand at the height of a youngster. The small eagle looked at the strength path immortal zombie that Fang Yuan had become. It had a warm gaze, affection could be seen from within its sharp eagle eyes. It was like a child seeing their parents. Come here. Fang Yuan manipulated the immortal zombie, saying. The little eagle quickly jumped to the immortal zombie, looking at him with dark eyes that showed an innocent gaze without any wariness. The immortal zombie stretched out its arm, patting the eagle's head. There was only a layer of yellow feathers on the young eagle's head, it was very sparse. Fang Yuan could feel its scalp, it had a good feeling of warmth. While patting it, the young eagle lowered its head without any resistance. Not just that, the eagle's eyes were shut, it opened its beak and chirped cutely, as if it was trying to get Fang Yuan's attention. Fang Yuan could discern many things, he internally praised, He Fan is amazing, he actually removed the memories of the upper extreme heavenly eagle from its previous life, only its space path Daomark foundation is left. If it had its memories, this upper extreme heavenly eagle, as an immemorial desolate beast, would be hard to control. And this blood path killer move can actually enslave an immemorial desolate beast. No, enslave is not the word, the true effect is to make the immemorial desolate beast feel close to me, it is the sense of kinship, of being a close bloodline relative. This way, it should not be hard to get it to carry me and find He Fan Grotto Heaven. Just when he had that idea in his mind, the eagle chirped anxiously, its body was wavering unstably. Hungry? Fang Yuan controlled the immortal zombie, pulling back his hand as he pointed at the heavenly crystal eagle nest. "Go eat." The upper extreme heavenly eagle's food were heavenly crystals. After getting permission, the little eagle chirped happily. It jumped over and pecked, causing a small piece of heavenly crystal to fall out. The little eagle carried the heavenly crystal in its beak. It did not swallow it. Instead, it turned to the Strength Path Immortal Zombie. The Strength Path Immortal Zombie smiled at the little eagle, saying warmly, "Go eat." The little eagle understood. It raised its head and swallowed the small piece of heavenly crystal. Next, it continued to eat. The hard heavenly crystal broke apart like tofu inside its beak. Fang Yuan watched, slightly startled. One could not look down on this bird. It was a genuine immemorial desolate beast, upper extreme heavenly eagle. This means, from now on, I control battle strength on the level of an immemorial desolate beast? No, it is too young, it cannot have such high battle strength. It seems to understand my words. That must be He Fan's doing. Since he can erase its memories, he can also make it learn human language. However, there is a huge flaw. I need to disguise my bloodline, so that the upper extreme heavenly eagle feels close to me. The real me would not do. I would even get attacked by it. After all, such immemorial desolate beasts are very prideful. They are naturally aggressive. Fang Yuan considered the other aspects. For the next few days, Fang Yuan controlled the Strength Path Immortal Zombie, staying with the young eagle, watching it eat. The young eagle did not eat all the time. It ate for a while before going to the Strength Path Immortal Zombie, snuggling up to it and sleeping. It was extremely trusting of the Strength Path Immortal Zombie. It did not guard against it. For the next few days, half of the heavenly crystal eagle nest was consumed. This consumption speed gave Fang Yuan a headache. In order to get an immemorial level battle strength, spending such immortal materials was needed. But the price of feeding it was truly very high. The young eagle grew quickly. It was the height of a youngster initially, but in a few days, it was as tall as Fang Yuan. It stood on the ground, raising its head. It had a strong body and thick layer of feathers. It had sharp eagle eyes and dark sharp claws. When it scratched, heavenly crystals broke like thin paper. The time was ripe. Fang Yuan was not going to wait any longer. He recalled the Strength Path Immortal Zombie, taking back all of the immortal goo and mortal goo in it, using familiar face on his own body. The current familiar face had exceeded the original version, by adding in blood acid immortal goo and other mortal goo. This way, Fang Yuan could even disguise his bloodline. Fang Yuan chose to leave Langya Blessed Land, choosing a spot with nobody around, opening his immortal aperture and letting out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The young eagle saw Fang Yuan's true body. It did not have any suspicions. Coming over to peck at Fang Yuan's palm lightly, it lowered its head, using its head to rub Fang Yuan's shoulder. It had a very warm attitude. Fang Yuan smiled, instructing the young eagle, "Quickly bring me to He Fan Grotto Heaven. I need to inherit He Fan's true inheritance." The young eagle went in a daze. It remembered a certain part of its memories, chirping loudly as it spread its wings. Fang Yuan saw the chance and jumped onto the eagle's back. The eagle screeched, carrying Fang Yuan as it ascended, flying towards the southeast direction. The surrounding air currents were wildly blowing past his ears. Fang Yuan activated his goo worms, sitting on the eagle's back stably. He was very satisfied with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed. It was not inferior to Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Most importantly, this upper extreme heavenly eagle was an infant eagle. It was far from maturity. It had yet to fully develop. A mature upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge, multiple times the size of a whale. Fang Yuan also estimated, its current battle strength had not reached rank 8 yet. Currently, it was at rank 6 level. Even though it had a lot of space path down marks, it did not have wild goo. A major influence on desolate beasts and plants in their battle strength was their physical bodies. This was different from humans. Humans had weak physiques, but desolate beasts had naturally powerful attack, defense, as well as recovery. Not to mention immemorial desolate beasts. This was the first time Fang Yuan was interacting with the upper extreme heavenly eagle. His earlier assessment of it having rank 8 battle strength upon hatching was wrong. Even though he was disappointed, it was sure to grow into having rank 8 battle strength in the future. The upper extreme heavenly eagle traveled quickly. Fang Yuan sat on its back. Once in a while, he fed it heavenly crystals. During other times, Fang Yuan was not slacking, he was analyzing He Fan as a person. From He Cheng's memories, there was lots of praise towards He Fan. This time path expert who had led He tribe to a glorious era in history was not simple. Fang Yuan reviewed the process of unraveling He Fan true inheritance. It was as if he was fighting against He Fan in terms of wits. This was truly an extraordinary contest. He Fan left behind the refinement path killer moves, Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest, Dead Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle Egg, and the Hidden Blood path killer move. They revealed to Fang Yuan this time path great expert's meticulousness, his shrewd planning and proud nature. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were not simple characters. He Fan was an expert at rank 8, his true inheritance was not easy to obtain. He tribe's Gu immortals tried for so many years without success. Of course, this was also due to the loss of attitude Gu. But it was undeniable that anyone else would have failed. Only a shrewd and astute individual like Fang Yuan would be able to make progress while exploiting the appropriate opportunities, eventually making his way to He Fan Grotto Heaven. After I get to He Fan Grotto Heaven, will I get to obtain the true inheritance? I have a feeling that He Fan's test is not over yet. But the more tests there are, the more extraordinary the true inheritance. This is not a bad thing. Chapter 11-19, Entering He Fan Grotto Heaven. 1.5 days later, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fang Yuan and flew to the sky of an unknown location. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed decreased, it started to fly around the air. After a while of flying, it seemed to have confirmed the location, it pecked at a certain spot. Instantly, Fang Yuan could hear a clear sound of a bell, as space tore open and his vision changed. In an instant, the upper extreme heavenly eagle brought him into He Fan Grotto Heaven, disappearing from northern plain sky. The upper extreme heavenly eagle can truly cross space and enter grotto heavens. It is so amazing as an infant, when it matures, it will surely be a huge help. Fang Yuan praised in his mind as he looked around. This grotto heaven was huge and vast, it was an extraordinary sight. Below Fang Yuan, there was an ancient forest. It was green and huge, birds and beasts lived in it, there was much life within. Musical trees. There were trees with rainbow-colored leaves and countless birds flying on them, landing on the branches as they chirped, creating a beautiful melody. Chi death birds. One of the types of birds had plump bodies that pressed down on the branches, they were covered in chi currents and had distinct voices. Tea stream. Between trees, there was a smooth-flowing stream, the water was a clear, pale green, it was steaming hot, making the leaves inside resemble tea leaves. Fang Yuan took a look, finding many cultivation resources inside the forest. He looked at the sky, this grotto heaven sky was azure in color. It seems that He Fan obtained a fragment of the immemorial azure heaven, after fusing it into his grotto heaven, the sky never changed color again. Fang Yuan made an initial confirmation that this was He Fan Grotto Heaven. Because in He Cheng's memories, he knew that He Fan had once grew musical trees and famously sold them in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This entire forest was made of musical trees, the scale was shockingly big. Just as Fang Yuan was looking around, the entire world suddenly started to ring with sounds of a bell. The bell rang 10 times. Next, a brass bell appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Heavenly Spirit. There's indeed a heavenly spirit. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he got nervous. He did not have He tribe's bloodline after all, even though he deceived the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he still had to deceive the heavenly spirit to obtain the true inheritance. In the northeast part of He Fan Grotto Heaven, there was a tall mountain. The locals named it Wanggu Mountain, they revered it. There was a cave in the mountain. In the cave, 3 Gu immortals were conversing. Without taking risks, how can we have great gains? To break free of this cage, we need to take on the risks of doing so. Gu Immortal Feng Jun had an agitated expression. The other two Gu Immortals looked at each other with hesitation. One of them, Gu Immortal Jing Tua, looked at Feng Jun. This is a huge matter. If we are careless, we will die. How can we not act carefully? The other Gu Immortal, Zhou Min, was female. She had beautiful features. Brother Feng Jun, please calm down. It is very difficult to deal with the heavenly spirit. We need to plan this wisely. We are not in a rush. Don't worry, the three of us are sworn siblings. We will work as one and move forward together. Feng Jun raised his head and sighed. The heavenly spirit is not scary. We have already gained its trust, using the killer move, Blood Light Spirit Suppression, that I created. I am very confident of success. Zheng Tua looked at Feng Jun. Brother, I do not want to say this, but why are you in a rush? You said earlier that Blood Light Spirit Suppression was created recently. This immortal killer move has just been created. It is not perfected. Even if it is perfected, we need to practice it first. Why are you so hurried? That's right, brother. Zhou Min also said, to deal with the heavenly spirit, we are not sufficient. We might as well convince old immortal Chen Qi to the west. He has 3 Gu immortals under him. Feng Jun snorted, saying in disdain, Chen Qi is useless. He is about to die, yet he still acts so conservatively. We should not rely on him. Feng Jun shook his head. Zhou Min frowned. Brother, even if you look down on old immortal Chen Qi, he has the highest cultivation level. Even if we cannot work with him to deal with the heavenly spirit, we have to get him to watch on the sidelines and not interfere. Sister makes sense. Zheng Tua added. Feng Jun had a grim expression. After some hesitation, he said, I am not going to lie, you both know I cultivate luck path. Recently, I have had an ominous feeling, something bad is going to happen. I have this indescribable sensation, if we do not take the chance now, we might not have a chance anymore. These words were simply Feng Jun's assumption, he had no proof at all to back him up. But the other two immortals had grim expressions. Zhou Min said, Brother, you once had gone up Immortal Succession Mountain and cultivated the luck path inheritance that was on it. Even though your cultivation level did not reach rank 7, as the first inheritor, your Dao marks are not less than that of a rank 7 luck path Gu Immortal. I heard that with a certain number of luck path Dao marks, the Gu Immortal will have a mystical promotion. On the side, Zheng Tua also added, that's right, for refinement path Gu Immortals, their Gu refinement abilities would rise sharply. When refining Gu, they would be able to sense minute details. For Fire Path Gu Immortals, they would have a certain sense towards Fire Path Immortal Gu and Desolate Beasts. For Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, even without using any Gu, their own deduction abilities would be very strong. As for Luck Path Gu Immortals, they would have some sensation towards their own luck or the luck around them. That's right. Feng Jun sighed, his expression calming down. Since Zhou Min and Jing Tua could understand him, that was good. After all, the killer move, Blood Light Spirit Suppression, that he made could not be used alone, all 3 of them needed to activate it together. Suddenly, at this time, the sound of a bell from outside became clearer. Did someone else ascend Immortal Succession Mountain, obtaining a true inheritance? Zheng Tuo's eyes flashed. Regardless of who it is, we have to get them over to our side. Zhou Min immediately said. Listen, there are 5 rings already. Feng Jun's attention was drawn. Impressive, this person got to this point. In the past, even you, brother, only got this far. Zheng Tua praised. But soon, their expressions changed. 7 times. Zhou Min cried out. How can this be? Not only was I surpassed, even old immortal Chen Qi was surpassed? Feng Jun could not believe it. He was aware of the difficulties of going up Immortal Succession Mountain. But next, a 10th bell sound rang out. It resounded in the entire world, continuing to spread. The 3 immortals were like statues, they stood in their places, unmoving. A moment later, Zhou Min snapped back to awareness. Shock was expressed all over her beautiful face. Did I hear wrongly? The bell rang 10 times. Feng Jun's expression was dark. According to the stone tablet on Immortal Succession Mountain, 10 rings of the bell means that the person from the main tribe who is qualified to inherit old ancestor He Fan's true inheritance is here. Don't tell me my bad feeling is due to this person. After so many years, I thought that nobody would inherit the first true inheritance on Immortal Succession Mountain. To think that. Zheng Tuo shook his head, showing a complex expression. He looked at the two immortals beside him, they also had differing expressions. Zheng Tuo let out a breath of air, stabilizing his mind. Let's go. According to the rules, when the proper inheritor appears, the heavenly spirit will welcome them personally. We need to go ahead and pay respects to them too. Pay respects? Pay what respects? Feng Jun's body shook. He said shrilly, regardless of who it is? Why must we go and pay respects to them? We are also He tribe descendants with He tribe's bloodline. Just because our ancestors were criminals, we have to be subservient to the main tribe forever? Zhou Min quickly consoled him. Brother, you make sense, I agree. Even though this is sudden, the result is not out of control yet. According to the rules on the stone tablet, even though the inheritor is here, the time has passed already. To inherit He Fan's true inheritance, they would need to pass a test. Whether we are going to find trouble with them or take down the heavenly spirit, we need to stay calm, stay cool. Feng Jun was reminded, his mind cleared up. Sister, you are right, we still have a chance. Go, we will go immediately, we cannot expose any flaws. I want to see how amazing this inheritor is. Do they have 3 heads or 6 arms? Humph. The brass bell floated in front of Fang Yuan. After ringing 10 times, it went silent. Fang Yuan tried to ask, are you the heavenly spirit? I am He Qing. I opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest and hatched the upper extreme heavenly eagle. I am here to inherit ancestor He Fan's true inheritance. But the brass bell remained silent, it floated in front of Fang Yuan, unmoving. As expected, after devouring the fragment of immemorial azure heaven, even the heavenly spirit has become mindless. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, he understood the reason. This intel was obtained from Shadow Sect as well. After absorbing a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, even though the Grotto Heaven would have no tribulations, if the Gu immortal dies and becomes a heavenly spirit, they would not have control and would be mindless. All in all, it was because of Heaven's will. Heaven's will originated from the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Ordinary Grotto Heavens were small worlds independent of the outside world. But once they absorbed an immemorial 9 heavens fragment, they would let Heaven's will in. Their personal authority would be greatly diminished due to Heaven's will. Shadow Sect had deep research in this. In the past, a Shadow Sect member, one of the 7 original split souls, 7-star child, had went ahead to devour a fragment of immemorial blue heaven, attempting to research a way to deal with Heaven's will. Unfortunately, Heaven's will made use of it and caused 7-star child to be stuck inside star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, unable to get out. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, because Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had shattered and broken into many pieces, landed in many areas of central continent like all of the other Grotto Heaven fragment worlds. Among which, on a nameless mountain, Fang Yuan was invited by Immortal Crane Sect to explore it. Coincidentally, inside this fragment world, Fang Yuan explored the dream realm and obtained crucial pointers. Eventually, on Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan obtained the result of Shadow Sect's plan after 100,000 years. From this, one could see that by absorbing any 9 heavens fragment, the Grotto Heaven world would be under the supervision of Heaven's will. It was not safe for Fang Yuan. The safest place for him were blessed lands or Grotto Heavens like Langya Blessed Land. They were privately owned, Heaven's will could not look inside. Longhair Ancestor was a very famous figure, it was not hard for him to get some immemorial 9 heavens fragments. But from start to finish, he did not let his Grotto Heaven absorb any fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. Thus, this Grotto Heaven is far less valuable to me than He Fan's true inheritance. Once I inherit He Fan's true inheritance, I will give this Grotto Heaven to Chu Du. It will fulfill that agreement of splitting 30% profit with him. Fang Yuan was still planning, when a few people appeared from the sky, their immortal auras were unconcealed, they rapidly got closer. What is going on? He Fan Grotto Heaven has Gu immortals? Fang Yuan was surprised. Chapter 1120, Shocking the Immortals. From far away, 4 immortals approached. Feng Yuan had a serious expression, he watched without blinking. This situation was out of his expectations. Why are there immortals here? Feng Yuan looked at the heavenly spirit and asked. But this Heifan Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was too dull, it did not respond. Feng Yuan felt a gloomy sensation. After a while, the 4 immortals got close, but there was no animosity from them. Feng Yuan prepared himself without showing any changes externally. I, criminal immortal Qin Qi, greet the superior immortal from the main tribe. The leader was an old immortal. He wore a tall crown, he had a green-gray robe and white hair. After seeing Feng Yuan, he paid respects with a solemn expression. Criminal immortal? Feng Yuan thought over this, but he quickly responded, I am not worthy of being called a superior immortal, my name is He Qing. I was fortunate to have inherited He Fan's true inheritance, to think that I could meet so many immortals after entering the Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan had turned into He Qing's appearance. This was after careful consideration. After all, with Treasure Yellow Heaven's existence, even though He Fan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the outside world, they could still find out about He tribe's information. He Qing had gone missing, and he lost He tribe's immortal Gu house, but that did not hinder him from inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. Most importantly, Feng Yuan had all of He Qing's memories, he could disguise as him perfectly with no flaws. Qin Qi raised his head, looking at Feng Yuan, he sighed in admiration. He Qing was publicly recognized as a handsome man in Northern Plains, he had a gentlemanly grace and many women had crushes on him. At this moment, even though Feng Yuan was in disguise, he even had a superior flair to He Qing. With his looks, he was extraordinary and charming, he could take one's heart easily. Of the 4 immortals who came, 2 were female, seeing Feng Yuan's looks, their hearts involuntarily beat faster. The other was a young man with an ordinary appearance. Qin Qi bowed again, Superior Immortal He Qing, you have dazzling disposition, us criminal immortals of He tribe have waited for so long up until you finally came, heaven truly is not blind. I am flattered, but why do you call yourselves criminal immortals, what does that mean? I do not understand. Feng Yuan frowned, asking directly. Qin Qi was about to answer, when a voice came from afar, Superior Immortal, it is normal that you do not know. Our ancestors were guilty of a heavy crime in He tribe. Back then, old ancestor He Fan's granddaughter, He Fengyu, carried Attitude Gu and roamed the icy plain. She was targeted by a mysterious Gu immortal. At that time, our ancestors were her guards, but they failed to take care of her. He Fengyu went missing and even Attitude Gu was lost. Old ancestor He Fan doted on his granddaughter He Fengyu, but he searched for her to no avail. Our ancestors could not make up for this failure, they could only submit to punishment and were locked inside this He Fan Grotto Heaven by old ancestor He Fan. They were our lineage, continuing to live here over the generations. So that's it. Feng Yuan understood, he meticulously observed them. There were 3 new immortals that just came here. 2 males and 1 female. They were Feng Jun, Zhou Min, and Jing Tua. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were rank 6, Feng Yuan took a glance at them. Jing Tua flew in front, he was the leader of the 3 immortals. He was the one who answered Feng Yuan earlier. He had his rank 7 cultivation level unconcealed. He had an ordinary face with a hunched back, when he flew over, there was a thin line of blood behind him, he was a blood path cultivator. This made Feng Yuan surprised internally. A blood path Gu immortal appeared openly like this, but the other Gu immortals were completely unfazed? They seemed used to it. Unless, this person does not cultivate blood path primarily, but only as a secondary path? Even so, it cannot be shown openly. Feng Yuan was a bit puzzled. If this was in the 5 regions, this blood path demonic immortal would have already been a target of pursuit. But at the moment, it seemed like he was doing pretty well, not only was there no animosity, he even had 2 subordinates. These 2 were really daring, they were not afraid that this leader would attack them to increase his own battle strength. The 3 immortals flew closer and greeted Feng Yuan as well, having a respectful attitude. But Feng Yuan could tell clearly, this Feng Jun was not sincere. He held animosity towards Feng Yuan. He took several glances secretly with an unkind expression. Actually, the rest were also like this. Be it Qin Shi or the other Gu immortals, they were solemn and cautious regarding Feng Yuan. While expressing kindness, they had ill intentions hidden. Their attitudes were strange. After greeting Feng Yuan, the three immortals talked to Qin Shi and the immortals behind him. They spoke plainly, but they did not gather together. They floated in the air, forming two clear groups. Feng Yuan saw all of these. On the surface, he was talking to them warmly, but on the inside, he was memorizing these details. How many of you are there in this He Fan Grotto heaven? Feng Yuan thought about this and asked. Not many. Other than the 7 of us here, there are only 2 others. Qin Shi replied, they will be here soon. Superior Immortal, when you arrived, the heavenly spirit came to welcome you. 10 rings of the bell resounded. They have also gone up Immortal Succession Mountain before, they know what it meant. Immortal Succession Mountain? Feng Yuan noted this name, but did not ask about it yet. As expected, 2 more Gu immortals appeared soon after. They were both males. They paid respects to Feng Yuan. Like the other Gu immortals, they also had strange expressions. After the Gu immortals gathered, the heavenly spirit finally made a move. It suddenly shook, creating a loud sound as it drifted forward. The heavenly spirit wants to direct us to Immortal Succession Mountain. Superior Immortal, please follow us. Qin Shi saw this and said. Feng Yuan nodded. He followed the brass bell heavenly spirit cautiously. In this situation, he was alone, but the other side had 9 Gu immortals, 2 rank 7 and 7 rank 6. If they suddenly attacked him, it would be a chaotic brawl with an unpredictable result. However, even though the heavenly spirit was mindless, it could still welcome Feng Yuan. That showed that it carried He Fan's will. It was not completely unreliable. Earlier, Feng Yuan could already tell that these people were not united, they were in different groups. The last 2 that came even seemed to be lone cultivators. Precisely so, Feng Yuan decided to travel with them. He wanted to observe them first, and did not take action yet. The heavenly spirit did not fly quickly. Thus, Feng Yuan did not use the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he let it fly alongside him. In this situation, he did not dare to keep the upper extreme heavenly eagle in his immortal aperture. If anything happened, even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle could not kill the enemy, it could attract their firepower. Along the way, Feng Yuan talked to the Gu immortals. Initially, they were very wary of Feng Yuan. They spoke with him cautiously. There was a huge distance between them. But what had Feng Yuan experienced? In the 500 years of his previous life, he had interacted with countless people. He had shocking interpersonal skills and communication. Soon, Feng Yuan got closer to them. Gradually, there was even laughter coming from this group. Sister, look at He Qing, he is truly a superior immortal from the main tribe. He is so charming and attractive, no wonder it was him. Only people like this are worthy of old ancestor He Fan's true inheritance. In the group, a female Gu immortal with long hair and 2 buns and bubbly nature looked at Feng Yuan as she transmitted secretly. This was one of the female immortals who came with Qin Shi. The Gu immortal who had been referred to as sister was more elegant and mature. She heard the words and transmitted in a cheeky tone, "Hee, it seems that you, sister, are infatuated. But yes, he is truly a dragon among men. He seems to be young and have high cultivation level. He also has such charm and speaks with great experience. He has a convincing tone and makes people feel engaged when talking to him. Sigh, I wonder if people like him are rare in the outside world. What kind of place is Northern Plains?" Feng Yuan's ears twitched. He listened to all these words without missing any. These Gu immortal sisters used an ancient transmission method that had gone out of favor in Northern Plains long ago. This was exactly why Feng Yuan could eavesdrop on their conversation. Even though this was a grotto heaven, and mortal Gu could be prevented from being used, Feng Yuan did not receive a restriction in this aspect. He felt some assurance. Actually, not just these 2 female Gu immortals, the other Gu immortals were also conversing, but they were not speaking as frequently as these 2. The other Gu immortals were discussing Fang Yuan's background and battle strength. These matters were more important. To think that this person has rank 7 cultivation level. On our side, only old immortal Chen Qi and brother Jing Tua match his cultivation level. Even though he is not displaying any immortal Gu aura, the eagle flying beside him is extraordinary. This eagle is strange, it seems to be a desolate beast, but its aura is not normal. We have desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in our grotto heaven, but their aura cannot compare to this young eagle. After some discussions, someone could not control himself anymore. He asked, "Superior Immortal, I see that your eagle is not ordinary, it looks very imposing, we do not know about it, may I ask what its origins are?" Fang Yuan took a look, it was the Gu immortal named Feng Jun. Fang Yuan thought for a moment, he smiled, he, such good perception, you can tell that my beloved eagle is extraordinary. This is an upper extreme heavenly eagle, have you heard of it? If fully grown, it is an immemorial desolate beast. But right now, it can only be used for traveling, it cannot compare to my other ancient desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beast. At once, the immortals gasped. Countless heated, shocked, and amazed gazes focused on the upper extreme heavenly eagle, observing it carefully. Fang Yuan spoke casually, but he threw a bomb into these immortals' minds. These Gu immortals had varying emotions, they could not conceal their shock. Next, when they conversed with Fang Yuan, their tone was unavoidably more polite and restricted. Fang Yuan did not act with a forceful stance, he smiled like before. But his smile, when they saw it now, felt completely different from before. Upper extreme heavenly eagle, an immemorial desolate beast. Who is this person? He actually has an immemorial desolate beast with him? It seems that even in the main tribe, he has a high status. Chapter 1121, Finally Seeing He Fan's True Inheritance. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is an immemorial desolate beast, no wonder it gives off such an abnormal feeling. If we are going to attack him, we will need to deal with the eagle first. Did you forget what he said? Other than this eagle, he also has other ancient desolate beasts. Is he an enslavement path Gu immortal? If he is an enslavement path Gu immortal, he would be easier to deal with. This path is vulnerable to direct attacks, even if he is an immortal, we are also Gu immortals. That might not work. Don't be hasty, we will see on Immortal Succession Mountain. Even up until the immortals arrived at Immortal Succession Mountain, some Gu immortals were still talking about the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This was not strange. An immemorial desolate beast which had rank 8 battle strength upon maturity, this news was a shock to the immortals. Fang Yuan listened to their words, but he still showed a calm and composed expression, there were no flaws in his acting. Unwittingly, the immortals' guesses of him had already distorted from reality. Fang Yuan was happy to see this, the more wrong things they assumed, the greater his advantage. If he was really treated as an enslavement path Gu immortal, then they would get to see the power of a transformation path and strength path Gu immortal. Conversely, during the conversation, Fang Yuan continued to probe and obtained a lot of precious intelligence. These Gu immortals seem to have been isolated from the world for too long, they are not good at confrontations or dealing with people. Not just in terms of words, they are not as crafty as Gu immortals outside, I could easily probe their background. They have barely any shrewdness, and their methods are outdated. All in all, these Gu immortals are split into 2 groups. One is led by old immortal Chen Qi, the 4 Gu immortals are related by bloodline. The other group are the 3 blood-sworn immortals, they are Zhou Min, Jing Tua, and Feng Jun, they actually have a blood path leader. The final 2 are loners, as expected, they do not work with the groups. Fang Yuan snickered internally. Places with people will have competition for benefits. He Fan Grotto Heaven was no exception. But evidently, the conflict here was small and low level. The Gu immortals were not skilled at competing against one another. It truly paled in comparison to Northern Plains. And most importantly, these Gu immortals had very little knowledge. Feng Yuan had already probed, these Gu immortals could not get into Treasure Yellow Heaven, or rather, they did not even know about its existence. But look at their identities, they were descendants of criminals. It made sense that old ancestor He Fan prevented them from connecting to Treasure Yellow Heaven. If they could connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven, it would be different. Not only would they have updated methods, they would be able to trade and gain knowledge. Even without trading, they would grow in experience. It would be an immense growth. Immortal Succession Mountain was a tall, lone mountain. It was not a famous mountain or river. It had 10 levels, getting smaller towards the top. There was evident signs of man-made design in it. Around the mountain were forests that had lots of resources in them. Feng Yuan was quite amazed. Even though He Fan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the world, it had no calamities and tribulations, and because it could not connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven, the resources inside were truly too rich from generations of accumulation. The immortals followed the brass bell Heavenly Spirit, landing in the single stone pavilion near the mountain peak. The stone pavilion was very simple in structure, but even though it was just a pavilion, it had a grand atmosphere. The pavilion was supported by 8 thick pillars. There was a stone tablet in the pavilion that was eye-catching. The stone tablet was huge like an elephant. It took up almost all of the space in the pavilion. There were words carved on it. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit entered the stone pavilion. Hanging on a pillar of the stone pavilion, there was a hook there. It stopped moving after getting into position. Old Immortal Chen Qi said, "Superior Immortal, you have just arrived, you must have many questions. Look at this stone tablet, it will answer a lot of your questions." Feng Yuan was prepared, he looked at it patiently. A while later, he finally understood everything. It turned out that back then, He Fan's most beloved granddaughter, He Fengyu, had vanished, along with Attitude Gu. He Fan lost his precious granddaughter, but there was nothing he could do. His lifespan was almost expended. He could only place his immortal aperture down and absorb the immemorial Azure Heaven fragment, losing his freedom. The few He tribe Gu immortals who could not take care of her were locked in He Fan Grotto Heaven. Not only was their freedom taken away, their immortal apertures were even taken out and fused into He Fan Grotto Heaven. This way, He Fan Grotto Heaven became even bigger. Before He Fan absorbed the fragment of immemorial Azure Heaven, he had already made his arrangements, leaving behind his true inheritance and the heavenly crystal eagle nest. But he could not stop thinking about his granddaughter. He wanted his descendants to look for her. Thus, he added an additional step, that was the aura of Attitude Gu which was needed. From his perspective, even if he did not show up, with He tribe's power at that time, they could definitely find He Fengyu's location and get back Attitude Gu. But in truth, he was too optimistic. Or rather, because of kinship, he refused to accept the truth. He felt that He Fengyu was still very likely alive. Because of his miscalculation, He Fan's true inheritance went uninherited for all this time, until now, after Feng Yuan disguised himself and opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest. This had to be considered an error by old ancestor He Fan. But he was a rank 8 grade expert after all. Before his death, he sensed this error as well. He thought, if nobody from the main tribe inherits his true inheritance, what would happen? If that happened, either He tribe would be wiped out or become weakened, without any worthy descendants. What He Fan thought of was, in that case, he might as well prepare another batch, and let the people in the Grotto Heaven inherit his true inheritance, passing it down in that way. They had He tribe's bloodline after all. Thus, after setting up the heavenly crystal eagle nest, before his death, He Fan added a new rule to his true inheritance. He set a timing. Several hundred years later, if nobody from the main tribe obtains his true inheritance, then the descendants in the Grotto Heaven would be allowed to roam Immortal Succession Mountain and find their own opportunities. This was stated in the tablet. Old ancestor, He Fan, left behind his key true inheritance on Immortal Succession Mountain. He set up a lot of smaller inheritances as well before his lifespan ran out. The other He tribe criminal immortals cried and grieved. They felt that they let him down. they died together with him. But before dying, they imitated He Fan and left behind their stone tablet inheritances on Immortal Succession Mountain. Their true inheritances were hidden inside. The He tribe members who were in Northern Plains were searching for Attitude Goo, but there was nothing they could find. Time passed, the time limit that old ancestor He Fan set had long since elapsed. Thus, in He Fan Grotto Heaven, Immortal Succession Mountain was opened up to the mortals to explore. As a result, Goo immortals started appearing in He Fan Grotto Heaven. However, even though these mortals could compete for He Fan's true inheritance, it was too difficult to explore Immortal Succession Mountain. Although many mortals obtained the true inheritances, and a portion of them became Goo immortals, there had never been anyone who got to the mountain peak and obtained the first true inheritance. According to the stone tablet, if the person who obtains the first true inheritance becomes a Goo immortal, they would be the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven. They would have the authority to forgive the sins of these criminal immortals, they would regain freedom and return to He tribe. But before this, no matter how many generations had gone by, they could not have the He surname, they could only have other names. It would remind them of their identities as criminals. After reading the contents of the stone tablet, Fang Yuan finally understood. The confusion inside him was lifted. No wonder these Goo immortals have such complex expressions and emotions towards me, they have both kind and ill intentions at the same time. Fang Yuan thought about it from their perspective. If it were him, he would be having even more complex feelings. According to He Fan's rules, the time limit was over, so be it the He tribe main immortals or these criminal immortals, they were qualified to vie for He Fan's true inheritance. These immortals had been enthusiastically raising descendants to obtain He Fan's true inheritance, to open up the Grotto Heaven and regain freedom. As for these Goo immortals, they had already obtained other inheritances, they were not qualified to compete for He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, the Goo immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven did not have much conflict normally, they lived quite peacefully. Originally, they did not think that anyone from the main tribe would come, after all, it had been so long, but nobody came. With Fang Yuan's sudden appearance, their preconceptions were broken. And because of the rules on the stone tablet, they had to go welcome him, even though they were against his arrival and mentally not prepared. From their perspective, He Fan's true inheritance belonged to them already. As long as they continued to nurture descendants, one day, someone would ascend the mountain peak and obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, they did not want to see Fang Yuan's arrival, but they had no choice but to follow the rules. The heavenly spirit might be mindless, but He Fan had considered this before dying. Even though it was rather unreliable, it still firmly carried on He Fan's will after his death. And He Fan still had one method of restriction. Becoming a Goo immortal would have calamities and tribulations. Whenever they are unable to pass the tribulations, these Goo immortals would come to Immortal Succession Mountain and ask the Heavenly Spirit for help. The Heavenly Spirit would use the immortal Goo in the first tablet's true inheritance to stall their calamities and tribulations. Even though they could be safe for the moment, they would be under the Heavenly Spirit's control. The Heavenly Spirit only had to use a certain method in the true inheritance to remove the method of stalling calamities and tribulations, causing them to die. Many Goo immortals were able to pass the calamities and tribulations early on, but they did not know about Treasure Yellow Heaven. Even though He Fan Grotto Heaven had a lot of resources, there was a limit to its variety. These Goo immortals' cultivation needs could not be fulfilled. Thus, after many calamities and tribulations, when they got stronger, these Goo immortals were gradually unable to pass them. Eventually, they had no choice but to seek help from the Heavenly Spirit. They all fell into He Fan's trap and became controlled by the Heavenly Spirit. Even though He Fan had died for many years, he still had great control over He Fan Grotto Heaven as a result. Old ancestor He Fan, as expected and worthy of the champion that led He tribe to its most glorious era. Even after he died, he still had complete control of He Fan Grotto Heaven. These Goo immortals all revere him. But what this tablet states might not be too factual. Heh. I don't believe that those criminal immortals were willing to die together with old ancestor He Fan. Evidently, regardless of their wishes, He Fan still acted in this ruthless and cruel manner. He is truly praiseworthy. If they were allowed to live, Heifan Grotto Heaven might have been broken through from the inside already. Thoughts flashed past his mind rapidly. Fang Yuan's gaze retracted from the stone tablet. He slowly raised his head to look at the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. He asked, then, what should I do to obtain this true inheritance? Once he said that, the other Gu immortals held their breaths and concentrated, looking over with concerned gazes. Chapter 1122, Troublesome Final Test. The stone tablet in the pavilion stated, be it a main tribe member brought over by the Heavenly Spirit or a criminal immortal who ascended the mountain, they had one final, most important test before inheriting Heifan's true inheritance. But the contents of this final test were not written on the stone tablet, they had to ask the Heavenly Spirit. The Heavenly Spirit was mindless, but remembered Heifan's instructions. Thus, Fang Yuan asked it. Soon, the immortals heard the brass bell Heavenly Spirit shake, creating a long and loud sound. When the sound vibrated off the pillars, there were changes to the tablet. At the end of the original content, new lines were appearing. The immortals gasped upon seeing it. This says that Heifan Grotto Heaven is the true inheritance itself. Whoever obtains the true inheritance becomes Heifan Grotto Heaven's owner. But to obtain Heifan's true inheritance, there is one final test. It is actually this? No wonder old ancestor Heifan set a rule that if the inheritor appears, all of us need to go and welcome him. Old ancestor is magnanimous, he planned meticulously. Even though we are criminals, he had never forgotten us, he is still concerned about us descendants. The immortals discussed, they felt admiration towards old ancestor Heifan, some had red eyes as they almost cried. Fang Yuan looked at the new information, he was frowning, his expression had turned heavy. The contents clearly told him what the test was. As long as I pass the final test, I can obtain Heifan's true inheritance. But what is this? It wants me to obtain the votes of half of the Gu immortals inside Heifan Grotto Heaven? And I must complete it within 3 years in the Grotto Heaven's time. Fang Yuan shook his head. Old ancestor Heifan's final test was out of his expectations. Evidently, he was siding with the Gu immortals inside Heifan Grotto Heaven. As an outsider, it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain their support. But Fang Yuan soon reacted, he understood Heifan's intentions. Old ancestor Heifan set the rules to encourage his inheritor to take in these Gu immortals within Heifan Grotto Heaven. After all, Gu immortals were hard to nurture. By taking them in, it would benefit Hei tribe greatly. Thus, this not only tested the inheritors' abilities, their interpersonal skills were also tested, whether they could be a skilled leader to unite others or not. Heifan was using his true inheritance to choose a leader for Hei tribe, he was not just looking for a Gu immortal expert. Old fellow, you are already dead, why are you considering so many things, it is so troublesome. Fang Yuan thought, but on the surface, he sighed as he spoke in heartfelt fashion. Ancestor Heifan was thinking for Hei tribe the entire time, he put in so much effort, as a descendant, I am deeply moved. Yes, yes. The immortals heard his words and responded. Originally, these Gu immortals were feeling very worried, after all, if Fang Yuan obtained Heifan's true inheritance, they did not know what would happen to criminal immortals like themselves. But now, with old ancestor Heifan's arrangement, their welfare was assured. Fang Yuan kept his moved expression as he turned around, standing before the stone tablet, facing the immortals in the pavilion, he asked, then, how can I obtain all of your support? As Fang Yuan had expected, what he obtained was silence. Times were different now. Initially, they were wary of him, but now, Fang Yuan needed to get half of the Gu immortals' recognition. In that case, the situation was reversed, it was completely different. The immortals looked at each other, nobody spoke. Only their gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. Earlier, they were cautious and tried to express kindness while concealing their ill intent, but now, they had distant gazes, they got on their high horses and thought about it internally. Fang Yuan was not rushed, he stood on the spot, waiting for their reply. After a while of silence, the most experienced and oldest Gu immortal, Chen Qi, could not hold it in anymore. He coughed. Today's matters progressed too quickly, we are simply unprepared for it. Sigh, maybe I am getting old, all this thinking is making my head hurt, I cannot process it yet. Superior immortal, you must have had a long journey to reach here and are tired, right? Why don't you go take a rest first and relax, we can think about this later. This old fox. Fang Yuan snickered internally. Old immortal Chen Qi's words were well received by the Gu immortals present, they answered him with great enthusiasm. They were fragmented earlier, but now, it looked like they were united, dealing with the outsider Fang Yuan together. However, so what if I agree to your stalling? Fang Yuan had expected them to respond in that manner, his expression did not change, he nodded and said reluctantly, Immortal Chen Qi, you have a point. Chen Qi showed a smile of victory, but soon he concealed it, my accommodations are crude, but we have some tea for you. If you do not mind, it would be my great honor to accommodate you. Chen Qi invited warmly, but he did not give a clear reply to Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan smiled in a reluctant manner, nodding, I will trouble you in that case. He called it crude, but old immortal Chen Qi was naturally just being humble. His accommodations were not crude at all, instead, they were very elegant and grand. A number of palaces sat on top of a mountain peak. This mountain seemed to be man-made, the top was flat, palaces were erected all over it, there were golden bricks and green tiles, with many beautifully crafted pillars. Chen Qi and his Gu immortal subordinates lived here. Not just them, a large number of Gu masters and mortals as well. These are all my descendants, he, please excuse them, superior immortal. At my age, I enjoy having descendants and nurturing them. Chen Qi explained. Fang Yuan nodded, this shows that you are someone who values relationships. Chen Qi looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning, who would not like people who values relationships and loyalty? He. Ha. Fang Yuan laughed too. Seeing Chen Qi and Fang Yuan talking so harmoniously, the other three Gu immortals had relaxed emotions. Just like this, Fang Yuan stayed here for the time being. Strangely, since the first day, Chen Qi had not shown himself again, and did not meet with Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he waited patiently. 4 days later. In the palaces. Fang Yuan and Chen Lu strolled in the long walkways. Chen Lu was one of the female immortals, she had long hair in 2 buns and a bubbly nature. In terms of bloodline, she was old immortal Chen Qi's great-granddaughter. Young Master He Qing, look at that lotus, I love its color. Chen Lu pointed at the lotus pond and smiled. This walkway was quite special, it crossed over the entire lotus pond. There were lotuses inside the lotus pond of all colors, they were floating aimlessly, it was a beautiful sight. These last days, even though old immortal Chen Qi did not meet with Fang Yuan, Chen Lu was keeping him company, to look at all the scenic sights in the palaces. This yellow lotus is cute, pure, and innocent, it really suits you, Lu Er. Fang Yuan smiled. Chen Lu lowered her head, she was embarrassed, she said faintly, young master, what are you saying? Lu Er. Lu Er was just happy from seeing these flowers. I feel very happy seeing you as well, Lu Er. Fang Yuan smiled as he extended his arms, holding Lu Er's hands. Chen Li's body shook, she subconsciously wanted to get free, but Fang Yuan's hands were holding her tightly. Chen Li's face was bright red, even with her Gu immortal cultivation level, her brain was in chaos, she struggled as she murmured, young master, you. Fang Yuan took a step forward, his body almost completely touching Chen Lu. Chen Lu quickly moved back, because her body was unstable, she fell backwards. Fang Yuan held her in his arms as she fell. Be careful, don't fall. His gentle voice entered Chen Li's ears, when Chen Lu reacted, she was already lying in Fang Yuan's arms. Chen Lu raised her head, she saw Fang Yuan, who was smiling with a hint of cheekiness in his gaze. Chen Lu was extremely embarrassed, she punched Fang Yuan's chest softly, young master, you are too naughty, you bullied me. Saying this, she struggled out of Fang Yuan's embrace. Fang Yuan gasped, he took a step back, showing intense pain on his face. Qianlu quickly moved forward, asking him with deep concern, "Young master, how are you?" Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, to speak the truth. "Not long ago, I engaged in a fierce battle. It is not easy to inherit He Fan true inheritance. Many Gu immortals in the tribe are not willing to see it happen." "So you are injured? Why didn't you tell me?" Qianlu stomped her feet, her embarrassment was gone. She looked at Fang Yuan's chest as she asked, "Does it still hurt?" "It is a small injury, it is no issue. But with higher cultivation level, my Dao marks are deeper, the injuries I suffered are more severe." Fang Yuan smiled, before shifting the topic. "However, your great-grandfather refined Gu and suffered injuries, he is in a similar state as me, right? Otherwise, why would he not meet me for the last few days?" Panic flashed across Qianli's eyes, she stammered and tried to respond to Fang Yuan. Old immortal Chen Qi could not refuse to meet Fang Yuan without any reason, thus, the excuse he gave was that he had suffered a backlash from Gu refinement failure, his injuries were severe and he could not meet guests. Of course, at this timing, how could he suddenly get injured from refining Gu? Both parties knew the reason, they did not speak it. On that night, the four Gu immortals including Chen Qi engaged in a secret discussion. Qianlu reported, "Ancestor, young master He Qing asked me about your injury today." "Oh? He finally lost his patience, huh?" Chen Qi smiled. "Thankfully, I managed to conceal it, he was not suspicious. But as time passes, I am afraid." Qianlu was worried. The other three Gu immortals looked at each other, smiling. Qianlu was well protected by her family, she was unhardened and innocent, she did not know that Fang Yuan knew about it clearly. The fact that he asked about Chen Qi's injuries was a subtle reminder. The male Gu immortal Chen Liji thought for a moment before saying, "It seems that we have to talk to this He Qing properly." Chapter 1123, What is this Gu's name? Old immortal Chen Qi shook his head, he said with an unmoved expression, "So what if we wait a few more days?" "There is no rush." Chen Liji said worriedly, "He understands the situation, if we drag this out, he might get annoyed. If he is forced away and goes to Jingtuo's side, it would be troublesome." "Little Ji, don't worry." Chen Qi smiled, analyzing, "The final test of the true inheritance requires half of the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven to support He Qing. Right now in He Fan Grotto Heaven, disregarding He Qing himself, there are 9 Gu immortals. We have 4 people on our side, we are nearly half of the total. This is a huge quantity, as long as he gets our support, he would already be one step from winning. As long as he gets one more person's vote, he would succeed. There is no way he did not consider this. Even if he gives up on our side and go to the other Gu immortals, he would face trouble. The situation is different now, he is an outsider, if he wants our support, he has to give up some benefits, he needs to put up something for our gain. Moreover, those 3, Jingtuo and the others, are more ambitious." Chen Liji did not speak, instead, Chen Wanyan said, "Old ancestor, actually, I have an idea. If He Qing cannot get half of the Gu immortals' votes, wouldn't he fail? As long as He Fan true inheritance remains on Immortal Succession Mountain, one day, our descendants would ascend to the top and obtain it, right? We have been guarding He Fan's true inheritance for countless generations, even old ancestor He Fan gave us the rights to vie for it, are we really going to give it to an outsider?" "He Qing is not an outsider, he is from the main tribe." Qianlu rebuked. "Lu Er, don't forget, the main tribe is enjoying freedom and glory in the outside world. As for us, we have been trapped here for generations, suffering in torment." Chen Wanyan said grimly. Qianlu had a bitter expression, she stopped talking. Chen Qi shook his head, "Yun Er, I had considered your words long ago, this would not work. Firstly, it is extremely difficult for mortals to ascend Immortal Succession Mountain, even if we nurture them and a lucky person shows up, when would they finally inherit the true inheritance? Decades? Centuries? Nobody knows. Secondly, even though He Qing is alone, don't forget about the He tribesmen behind him. There are a huge number of He tribe Gu immortals. If he fails, that is only his personal failure. He tribe's Gu immortals are going to continue coming here. By then, can we stop them all? Are we going to stop all of the main tribe's Gu immortal? Can we? Other than the four of us, can Jingtua and the rest be trusted? These Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven did not know about Treasure Yellow Heaven. After so many years and generations, they could not connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Thus, they had no idea what happened to He tribe. Fang Yuan lied and concealed the truth. He easily deceived these Gu immortals, running around them in circles. Chen Qi's words made the rest of the immortals' expressions change. Chen Li added, "That's right, today, young Master He Qing told me that it was a tough process to defeat those He tribe Gu immortals and obtain victory. Even until now, he is still injured." Chen Qi nodded, continuing to analyze. He Qing was able to emerge victorious. He is not ordinary at all. He is rank 7 cultivation level, and the upper extreme heavenly eagle with him. He has great prospects. If we help him now, it would be giving him timely assistance. When we return to the main tribe, we will have a firm foundation under him. Wouldn't that be great? However, we are not going to help him without any rewards. He has to pay a price. If he does not give up some benefits, he would not cherish our help. He would not feel gratitude towards us. Old ancestor is right. Chen Liji said. We will not go wrong listening to ancestor. Chen Le smiled. Chen Qi sighed eerily. He looked at the 3 Gu immortals, saying with deep emotions, "I am old, my lifespan is almost up. I only want you descendants to live better in the future. When I go into the door of life and death, I will rest in peace." Ancestor, don't say things like that, you will definitely live a long time. Chen Li's eyes turned red. Chen Liji said firmly, "Ancestor, don't forget about lifespan Gu. To obtain our support, that He Qing has to give us something. Lifespan Gu is definitely one of our conditions." Chen Qi's eyes flashed deeply. He looked at Chen Lu. "Forget about lifespan Gu. At the very least, we need to make sure Lu Er fulfills her wish and gets together with her lover." Chen Li's face was flushed red with embarrassment. She stood up as she stomped her feet. "Ancestor, you are making fun of me again." Ha ha ha. In the secret room, laughter was echoing. At the same time, Fang Yuan stood on the garden of his accommodation, raising his head towards the night sky. This He Fan Grotto Heaven had a clear day and night. Daytime was long, while nighttime was short. This was something that only happened in Grotto Heavens. Blessed lands usually did not have day and night. He Fan Grotto Heaven's night sky had no stars, but the darkness was not pitch black. If one looked closely, it had azure color. A cool wind blew. Fang Yuan's arms were behind his back. He looked at the sky as he sorted out the information that he had obtained recently. These last days, he had been interacting with Chen Lu, obtaining a lot of precious information from this gullible girl. He had clear and extensive knowledge regarding He Fan Grotto Heaven and the Gu immortals inside it. Moreover, he had developed his ideas regarding He Fan true inheritance further. It is almost time. In just 2 days, the time will be ripe. Fang Yuan thought. Cold light flashed across his eyes, shining deeply. 2 days went by in an instant. It was noon. Bright sunlight radiated in the palace, making it extremely lively. Winds blew, birds chirped. It was a beautiful sight. From outside Chen Qi's room, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. "I came here without informing you. I hope you can forgive me." He finally lost his patience. But he already waited for quite some time. Chen Qi was not surprised. The entire group of palaces was a huge mortal Gu house. Fang Yuan's actions were all under his observation. The door opened on its own. Chen Qi sat on his bed, half lying down. He said weakly, "Esteemed guest, you are here, but I am unable to get up and attend to you." Fang Yuan quickly walked in, standing in front of the bed, saying worriedly, "It seems that you are heavily injured. You are a Rule Path Gu immortal. After considering deeply, I thought of a way to lighten your injuries." Chen Qi had no injuries. "Superior immortal, I am grateful for your concern, but my injury is not something that can be healed easily." Fang Yuan smiled. friend, you might not know, my immortal killer move is a signature method of our tribe. Even though the core immortal goo is still in the tribe, I know the content of the killer move. I will pass this immortal killer move to you. You can change the core and it might help with your injuries. How can I accept this great gift? Chen Qi quickly rejected. Fang Yuan said warmly, I feel like we are close friends. These last few days, I have been imposing on all of you. The killer move will be my gift in return. Superior immortal, this gift is simply too valuable. Chen Qi continued to reject it. Fang Yuan's expression changed, his tone became very worried. How can an immortal killer move express my true sincerity? Oh. Honestly speaking, this He Fan True Inheritance's final test is troubling me greatly. I hope you can give me some advice. Chen Qi heard this and his eyes shined, he understood Fang Yuan's words. He was here to exchange benefits for support. Chen Qi subconsciously sat up, saying, in my humble opinion, this matter is like refining goo. When refining goo, the fire is very important. It has to be large at times, and small at other times. We have to deal with important matters more patiently. I am ashamed. I have a lot of interest in goo refinement, so I spouted nonsense, please ignore me. This was not nonsense, it was simply bullshit. As a rule path goo immortal, why are you so interested in refinement path? But Fang Yuan knew what he was trying to say, he smiled, the main tribe has countless books on refinement path, as long as I obtain the true inheritance, I will be able to grant everyone freedom. When you return to the main tribe, these books will all be accessible to you. And I have collected a number of refinement path methods and goo recipes as well. When I succeed, I can give them all to you, why not? Chen Qi nodded, showing a pleased expression. But he quickly said, I love refinement path, it is truly a time-wasting hobby. But my nephew Chen Liji is an enslavement path goo immortal, he is so envious of your upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan's expression sank, there is only one upper extreme heavenly eagle, it cannot be given away. But there are a lot of iron crown eagles in the main tribe, they are famous in northern plains. I can assure that everyone will get one once we return. Chen Qi's joy flashed on his face, he sighed, in the past, old ancestor He Fan suppressed Xiao tribe, it was to obtain their secret of raising eagles. To think that after so many years, they had already developed to this extent. But our ancestors were criminals, when we return to the main tribe, what circumstances will we face? I am truly worried. No need to worry, I can assure that everyone will be very welcomed back in He tribe, after all, your return means that the tribe becomes stronger as well. Fang Yuan paused before saying, as for the crime, it occurred so many generations ago, once I get the true inheritance, I will spare everyone. You have all defended He Fan Grotto Heaven for so many years, your merits outweigh your crimes, and because you also helped me obtain the true inheritance. When I return to the main tribe, I will uphold justice for everyone. Chen Qi smiled, superior immortal, you are a dragon among men, an absolute genius, your words are truly reliable, after hearing this, I am somewhat assured. I thank you for your trust. We all have He tribe's bloodline, we are one family. However, as for the other immortals outside, it will depend on their performance. Fang Yuan vaguely suggested. His meaning was, first come first serve, whoever supports him first will gain greater benefits when they return to the main tribe. Chen Qi nodded, he was a sly fox, he naturally understood what Fang Yuan meant. He smiled, superior immortal, your words are truly enlightening, they are amazing. Especially the word family, it is so apartment. Saying so, he looked at Fang Yuan, seeing his slight smile, he felt deeper confidence, he asked, what do you think of little Lu? Fang Yuan's smile faded, he answered, intelligent and eloquent, innocent and lively, she is very attractive. I will not lie to you, Lu Er is secretly in love with you. Sigh, it is a pity. Superior immortal, you are such a talented person, how could she match you? Sigh, as her ancestor, I am unable to fulfill her wish. I only hope that Lu Er, this poor child, is able to forget about superior immortal and find her own happiness in the future. Chen Le sighed. Fang Yuan no longer smiled, he frowned as he considered, before saying solemnly, I will not lie to you either, I am in love with Chen Lu, I am willing to marry her as my wife. If he really loved her, he should be yelling happily in excitement, he would not show a solemn expression after considering it. But Chen Qi ignored it completely, as if he could not understand it. Fang Yuan snickered internally, he could understand why. This Chen Qi kept saying he was thinking for his descendants' future, but was that true? He was sacrificing Chen Lu to gain his own benefits. Chen Qi laughed loudly. Fang Yuan's reply was very satisfactory to him, even though he said it reluctantly. He went overboard, his smile vanished, he sighed deeply, sigh, it is a pity that my lifespan is running out, I will not be able to attend you and Lu Er's wedding. Fang Yuan instantly understood, this old fellow was asking for a lifespan go. His expression turned grim, he stopped smiling, he said dryly, that's not the case at all, in my opinion, you are truly hale and hearty, your appetite is truly great. Old immortal Chen Qi chuckled as he looked at Fang Yuan directly, he showed a determined expression that was not backing off, I am truly ashamed, actually, I am a very greedy person, not only do I want to attend the wedding of Superior Immortal and Lu Er, I also want to see the children that you have after getting married. After all, those are my descendants as well. Fang Yuan began to prance around, his eyebrows were tightly pursed, he said directly, lifespan gu are hard to find, they are very precious, I am unable to give them away. This treasure from heaven is truly hard to obtain. Old immortal Chen Qi nodded, as if he had expected Fang Yuan's reply already, he continued, but there is no need to worry. I'll let you know, this Hei Fan Grotto heaven also produces lifespan gu, they are all gathered and collected. The heavenly spirit might be mindless, but old ancestor Hei Fan had his arrangements. If I am not wrong, there are definitely lifespan gu within Hei Fan's true inheritance. I only need 300 years worth of lifespan gu. 300 years? Fang Yuan stared at Chen Qi angrily. Chen Qi was still smiling comfortably. Fang Yuan turned furious, 300 is too much, I don't even have a single one. I will only give 100. 150. Chen Qi bargained, he finally put down his act. Fang Yuan walked for a few more rounds, gritting his teeth, forget it, I will give you 150. Deal. Chen Qi clapped, smiling widely and happily, he stopped caring about his face. After all, this was more than 100 years of lifespan, how could a bit of face compare to it? Chen Qi looked at Fang Yuan, smiling even more deeply now, Superior Immortal, I heard from Lu Er that you have a lot of immortal gu, I wonder if you can let me have a look to broaden my horizons? Fang Yuan was stunned before flying into a rage, he gritted his teeth at Chen Qi. This old fellow was too greedy, he said he wanted to take a look, but the truth was, he wanted Fang Yuan to use an immortal gu to exchange for his support. Chen Qi saw Fang Yuan turning furious and his heart jumped, but soon, he thought that this was a rare chance, there would be no opportunities like this again. After they returned to the main tribe, would this occur again? Thus, he quickly said, Superior Immortal, this is my final request, as long as I get it, the four of us will definitely support you. Fang Yuan began prancing again. He took heavy steps, as if the concrete floor had an unresolvable deep enmity with him. Chen Qi observed his expression, seeing that Fang Yuan's anger was fading and he was actually thinking about it, he let down his guard. He felt great joy inside him, success. As expected, after a moment, Fang Yuan stopped his movements, he stood in front of the bed with an immortal gu in his hand. Rank 7 immortal gu. Chen Qi shouted, feeling surprised and joyful. This is a sword path immortal gu, it is not compatible with me, otherwise, you would never see this. Fang Yuan said angrily. What is this gu's name? Chen Qi's eyes were shining, he watched as Fang Yuan handed the gu over to him. Wait, I'll exchange with this one instead. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his mind, he retracted his arm as he took out another gu from his immortal aperture. Chen Qi's gaze subconsciously moved to Fang Yuan's other arm. No sooner said than done. The Sword Path Immortal Gu activated. Sword Path Killer Move, Dark Assassination. Chen Qi was staring blankly, the bloody mark left on his forehead enlarged as blood started to spew out from the front and back of his head. He was dead. Chapter 1124, Dark Assassination. With Chen Qi's death, all the palaces started shaking. The group of palaces were all mortal Gu houses, they were under old immortal Chen Qi's control. But Fang Yuan came prepared, at his will, he activated arrangements that were prepared long ago. At once, the tremors of the palaces settled down and did not continue. This was one of Fang Yuan's preparations these last days. Mortal Gu houses were nothing special to Gu immortals. Unless it was regarding an immortal Gu house, but how could these Gu immortals inside He Fan Grotto Heaven have that? He Fan was ruthless. Before he died, he killed all of the criminal He tribe Gu immortals. The inheritances left behind were naturally lacking some crucial information. There was no way they contained information about immortal Gu houses. And with just these Gu immortals inside He Fan Grotto Heaven, there was little hope of them creating an immortal Gu house. Furthermore, even though the palaces were huge and grand, the methods used were too old. Fang Yuan could easily unravel them. Old immortal Chen Qi letting him stay here for such a long time was a huge mistake. These Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven have lived in peace for too long, without great struggle and competition to spur on progress, they have basically no alertness. Fang Yuan looked at old immortal Chen Qi's corpse, snickering in disdain. Chen Qi died with his eyes wide open, he was still in shock. Fang Yuan had attacked too quickly, he could not even react to show fear. Fang Yuan confirmed that Chen Qi was dead, before keeping him inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Next, he used familiar face, turning into old immortal Chen Qi's appearance and leaving the room, walking out openly. Greetings to old ancestor. Greetings to old ancestor. Along the way, Fang Yuan met many Gu masters and mortals of all genders and age. After seeing Fang Yuan, they knelt down, expressing their most respectful greetings. Every time, Fang Yuan activated his Gu worms, using a formless force to help them stand up, he asked them some questions and encouragement. These descendants of Chen Qi were extremely grateful to him. They did not know that the real Chen Qi had already been killed by Fang Yuan, they were greeting the culprit. They did not suspect a thing, because this was how old immortal Chen Qi usually acted. Fang Yuan had been toying with Chen Li these last days, he obtained a lot of intel, among which were Chen Qi's habits. Otherwise, with just familiar face, he could only disguise his appearance, he could not alter his actions to fit those of old immortal Chen Qi as well. Fang Yuan walked openly and confidently. After a while, he arrived at a palace. Ancestor, why are you here? Chen Liji heard a disturbance and walked out of the palace, greeting him. He looked at Fang Yuan with much puzzlement. He was not suspecting his identity, of course, instead, he was thinking, Ancestor was clearly using the excuse of being bedridden currently to delay the meeting with He Qing. Why did he appear in public so openly today, going against the original plan? Little Ji, that He Qing came to me secretly earlier, we have already finished negotiating. Let's go in, I have a matter to discuss with you. Fang Yuan said slowly, he patted Chen Liji's back, he walked ahead with his arms behind his back. The entire group of palaces were mortal Gu houses. But these three Gu immortals' accommodations respectively belonged to them. On this point, old immortal Chen Qi could not interfere. He could not control the lives of his descendants to this extent, right? Chen Liji heard Fang Yuan's words and his thoughts shifted, his suspicions were lifted, he quickly moved forward, leading the way. Ancestor, please take a seat. He bowed, directing Fang Yuan to his seat. Please have some tea. Soon, he prepared a high-quality tea and handed it over with both hands, having a respectful attitude. After handing over the tea, Chen Liji went down to sit at a lower seat. After drinking the tea, Fang Yuan saw that Chen Liji was seated far from himself. He said, "Oh, little Ji, bring your chair over, sit beside me." Chen Liji was shocked and pleased. He joyfully answered, "Yes, ancestor. I will stand beside you and listen to your guidance." How could he stand? There was a difference between sitting and standing. When standing, one's muscles were contracted, they could move rapidly. When seated, the body relaxed, even their mental state would be affected, they would let down their guard. Fang Yuan wanted to kill Chen Liji, he had to make ample preparations. Thus, Fang Yuan pretended to be unhappy. "I asked you to move your chair, why are you being so reluctant? I have already talked to He Qing, now, we need to deal with Xing Tuo's gang. I need to entrust many matters to you. Yun Er and Lu Er are both women. At the crucial moment, little Ji, you have to handle more responsibilities." Chen Liji had countless thoughts in his mind, he had a feeling of joy after receiving recognition. Yes. He quickly moved his chair, sitting beside Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the doors were open, he said, "Close the doors, these words are better kept as a secret from outsiders." Chen Liji had no doubts, he followed the instructions. He Qing could not endure it anymore, he came to me. After negotiating with He Qing for a long time, he promised us many benefits, he is very sincere. Fang Yuan said slowly. Chen Liji listened attentively. He wanted to ask what price He Qing paid, but because his ancestor did not mention it, he did not dare to ask. Right now, Fang Yuan started to satisfy his curiosity, he exaggerated the amount somewhat, causing Chen Liji to listen with joy and excitement. He Qing actually offered a rank 7 immortal Gu? At the end, Chen Liji gasped, he was truly overjoyed. Will I lie to you? Take a look. Fang Yuan chuckled, taking out flying sword immortal Gu. Good Gu, this is a good Gu. Chen Liji quickly praised. Oh little Ji. Fang Yuan said slowly. Chen Liji immediately raised his head, his ancestor was talking to him, how could he be distracted? At this instance, sword light flashed. Chen Liji was startled, there seemed to be a flash of light just then. Next, he looked at Fang Yuan's hand subconsciously, the flying sword immortal Gu there was gone. Why did the Gu vanish? Chen Liji was perplexed, but suddenly, he felt his body going weak, there was a warm liquid flowing down his forehead. Suddenly, his world started spinning. He fell onto the ground, kneeling. One of his hands was on the floor supporting himself, while he attempted to grab Fang Yuan's robe with the other, but he did not succeed. Plop. He fell onto the ground, completely dead. Fang Yuan's warm smile vanished, his expression turned icy cold. Doing the same thing as before, Fang Yuan suppressed this palace as well, preventing it from shaking, others could not see any problems. Next, he gathered Chen Liji's corpse and kept it in his immortal aperture, he opened the palace doors and left. There were 2 female Gu immortals remaining, Chen Wanyin had greater threat, Fang Yuan's next target was her. Sister, I finally succeeded in my new move, concealment within. Chen Lu smiled and said to Chen Wanyin. Is that so? Chen Wanyin heard this and was overjoyed, she looked at Chen Lu with an expression of satisfaction, it seems that our Lu Er is finally working hard. Let me guess, who is the person who motivated you to cultivate this hard? Chen Wanyin pretended to think, she continued, I think this person has the surname He, and there is only one other word in his full name. Before she finished, Chen Lu interrupted, Sister, stop teasing me. I was very hard-working to begin with, okay. Is that so? Chen Wanyin smiled as she saw Chen Li's shy appearance, she thought, Lu Er might be innocent and grew up under our protection, but she knows how impressive He Qing is, thus she is trying to improve herself. I was going to remind her, but it seems that I was worried for nothing. Chen Lu could not deal with this glance, she took a step back, vanishing from Chen Wanyin's sight. Sister, I used concealment within, can you find me? Hee, do you know where I am? In an instant, Chen Wanyin could hear Chen Li's voice near her. Cheeky girl, after I find you, I will deal with you. Chen Wanyin showed an evil appearance, she was about to use her investigative killer move, when suddenly, she felt some disturbance outside. She was curious, why is Ancestor here? Lu Er, stop playing, go with me to greet him. Chen-Lu was about to dispel her immortal killer move, but suddenly, she had an idea. She remembered the time when old immortal Chen-Chi made fun of her. She pouted, forget it, I will listen secretly by the side, let's see if Ancestor can find me. If he cannot find me, and I appear suddenly, he would be in shock. He he he. Oh you are too mischievous, you will not be able to get married. Chen Wanyan shook her head, walking out of the palace to greet old immortal Chen-Chi. Fang Yuan had familiar face, Chen Wanyan and Chen Lu could not find out his true identity. But Fang Yuan did not have an outstanding investigative killer move, he could not find Chen Lu, who was concealed. In fact, even if he had a killer move like that, he could not use it openly. Once he used it, his immortal aura would leak, it would invite suspicion. Only immortal methods like dark assassination could completely conceal the aura of immortal goo. Without leaking a trace, one could sneak attack and catch an enemy unprepared. Chen Wanyan brought Fang Yuan to his seat. She wanted to call Chen Lu to come out, how could she peek at them with such disrespect? But thinking about it, old Ancestor dotes on Lu Er. He gained a lot of benefits just now after negotiating with young Master He Qing. He is in a good mood. Even if Ancestor discovers Lu Er in hiding, he would surely not blame her. Thinking of that, Chen Wanyan pretended to be unaware, passing the tea to him. Fang Yuan drank a mouthful. He did the same thing again, asking Chen Wanyan to sit closer to him. Chen Lu watched as she held in her laughter. She felt extremely excited. Next, as she listened to Fang Yuan and Chen Wanyan's words, she gradually focused, and upon hearing their gains, she was very happy, but she started worrying for Fang Yuan. Young Master He Qing paid such a huge price, will this affect him negatively? Soon after, Fang Yuan took out Flying Sword Immortal Goo. This rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Goo was given to me by He Qing, adding on to his previous offer. Yun Er, I want you to go to the cave where the 3 immortals live, using this as a chip to convince the 3 immortals to support He Qing. Are you willing to do it? Chen Wanyan quickly got up. Ancestor, I will follow your instructions. Good, good, good. Fang Yuan chuckled. Chen Li's gaze was focused on Flying Sword Immortal Goo as well. This was the first time she was seeing a rank 7 Immortal Goo. She could not hold in her curiosity, she wanted to jump out and give a surprise to her ancestor. But at the next moment, a change occurred. Dark assassination activated again. How could Chen Wanyan anticipate that her beloved ancestor, someone with such closeness to her, would attack? Without any defense, this gentle female immortal followed in the footsteps of Chen Qi and Chen Liji. Chen Wanyan was killed. Fang Yuan retrieved Flying Sword, he sent the corpse into his immortal aperture, he got rid of the bloodstains and left. Chen Lu was still concealed, she was covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes were wide open and staring, but her pupils had shrunk to pin size. Her nostrils were expanded, she was breathing in deeply. Her delicate body was shivering, tears were flowing down her beautiful tender cheeks silently. Unbelievable. Extreme terror. How can this be? How can this happen? What did I just see? What just happened? Is this an illusion? Definitely, this is all an illusion. How can this be? He he he, ha ha ha, Ancestor killed Sister Yun Er? How can that be? But the truth was in front of her very eyes. Hearsay could be wrong, but seeing was believing. Cold, cruel, she could not doubt what she saw at all. Plop. She knelt on the ground, collapsing weakly. Her shoulders moved up and down, she was sobbing. On her lively face, there was fear, terror, confusion, and helplessness. Her hands were still covering her mouth, she was desperately covering it, as if this could protect her. Chapter 1125, More Killing. Why did her ancestor kill Chen Wanyan? Chen Lu could not understand, she could not imagine why. She sobbed, her body shuddered, she suddenly thought of Chen Liji. Did ancestor also go to find and kill him? This was a simple inference. No matter what, she had to find Chen Liji and tell him about this. At the crucial moment, Chen Lu did not think of He Qing, she thought of the Gu immortals who were her most closely related family members. Chen Lu realized what she had to do, she stopped crying, standing up and activating her immortal killer move, concealing her appearance and running towards Chen Liji's palace. But Fang Yuan did not go to Chen Liji's palace as Chen Lu was thinking. He did not discover Chen Lu, and he had already killed Chen Liji, thus, his final course of action was to go to Chen Lu. To find her and kill her. A moment later, Chen Lu arrived at Chen Liji's place. Why is there no one here? Chen Lu searched the palace, but did not find Chen Liji. Of course, she saw many mortals and Gu masters. But Chen Lu did not alert them, even if she told them this shocking news, they might not believe her. In the empty hall, fear and helplessness emerged again in Chen Li's heart. Ancestor Chen Qi had killed Chen Wanyan, Chen Liji was missing as well, he was likely to have met with disaster. Chen Lu could not help but cry again. What should I do? Oh no. Young Master He Qing. Chen Lu finally thought of Fang Yuan at this time, she jolted back to focus. She felt that at this moment, the most reliable person was He Qing. She turned around, towards He Qing's accommodation. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan arrived at Chen Li's palace. Nobody was here? Strange, where would she go at this time? Fang Yuan's heart sank. The situation was changing beyond his expectations. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked up at the sky of Heifan Grotto heaven, it was cloudless and azure in color. Fang Yuan smiled at the sky, before going towards his own accommodation. Where could Chen Lu go? There were only a few places. Gu immortals and mortals did not have many common topics of interest. Returning to his accommodations, Fang Yuan turned into He Qing, waiting for Chen Lu to come. At this time a bright light was shot into the sky, it went up and spread out in all directions, it was bright and piercing to the eyes. Is this the thing Chen Lu mentioned before, that warning of bright light, to ask the immortals to work together in defense? Fang Yuan frowned instantly. These days, he had been getting intel from Chen Lu. Among which, one of them was about the time when Gu immortals first appeared in Heifan Grotto heaven, they struggled against desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The first few generations of Gu immortals joined forces to resist them. Normally, they would be in different parts of the Grotto heaven, but when one side was attacked, they would send out a signal during critical times, inviting Gu immortals from other areas to help out, and paying them afterwards. As the number of Gu immortals increased in Heifan Grotto heaven, they got stronger, and this warning of bright light has not been used for 100 years. This time, it must have been sent out by Chen Lu. I underestimated this girl, she dealt with the situation well. Fang Yuan smiled. With his craftiness, he already deduced many things. He had already killed 3 people, only Chen Lu was left. And the warning method could only be used by Gu immortals, it was clear that Chen Lu had activated it. Why did Chen Lu activate this without meeting him? Evidently, she had found out that one of the others had met with disaster. No matter where she is hiding or what method she used, since she did not come to find him, that meant she was suspicious of him. Then, the immortals were going to gather together now, how would Fang Yuan deal with them? Actually, a moment ago, Chen Lu was about to find He Qing, when she suddenly had a thought, even if she found young Master He Qing, what if he could not defeat her ancestor? Chen Lu did not know about He Qing's strength, but in her mind, she felt that old immortal Chen Qi had deep and immeasurable power. This was the result of old immortal Chen Qi's authority that had been ingrained in her. I have to think of a perfect method. Chen Lu thus thought of the warning of bright light. The alert of bright light soared into the sky, Chen Li's mind slowly calmed down. Will ancestor come to find me after seeing this light? Thinking of this, Chen Lu started feeling scared again. She gritted her teeth, she decided to go find Fang Yuan. From start to finish, she did not suspect that Feng Yuan was the culprit. When bright light soared to the sky, Gu Immortals in all the other areas reacted. What happened? At this timing, Old Man Chen Qi actually sent a warning signal and asked us to go help him? In front of their cave, Feng Jun frowned upon seeing the light in the sky. Zhou Min also had a look of suspicion. This matter is quite peculiar. Old Immortal Chen Qi has a total of 4 immortals, they are the strongest force among us. Inside Heifan Grotto Heaven, what kind of ancient desolate beast can make Chen Qi ask us for help? You think this matter has to do with Heiqing? Zheng Tuo pondered. Most likely. Feng Jun nodded. This warning of bright light has not been used for 100 years, it is strange that it is activated at this time. Heiqing has already stayed at Old Man Chen Qi's place for some days. They might have come to an agreement now, and are working together. Old Immortal Chen Qi will definitely provide support if Heiqing is willing to give him enough benefits, it is not surprising. Zheng Tuo thought over it. No matter whether there really is an ancient desolate beast attack, or if Chen Qi is trying to scheme against us, we need to go and investigate the situation. That's right, we have practiced blood light spirit suppression and are at the crucial moment. In a few days, we will be able to suppress the heavenly spirit and take the true inheritance forcefully. We need to stall for time now, but we need to be careful of what the other side is planning. We will give in to them for now. In a few days, Heifan Grotto Heaven will belong to us. Feng Jun snickered. Immediately the 3 immortals moved out, towards Old Immortal Chen Qi's palace. At the same time, the 2 lone Gu immortals also went there. Heifan Grotto Heaven was not small, but the Gu immortals lived quite close to each other. And because the 3 immortals used immortal killer moves, disregarding the immortal essence to travel. In a moment, they were already halfway there. At this time, a flying figure appeared in front of the 3 immortals. It's Chen Lu. Zhou Min was the first to recognize the person. Chen Lu was bathed in blood, she had a shocked expression, she seemed to be escaping for her life. The 3 immortals looked at each other. Was there really an ancient desolate beast attack? Chen Lu, slow down, we are here, what happened over there? Zheng Tuo called out. Chen Lu saw these 3 immortals and was overjoyed with surprise. Seniors. It is great to see you. That Heiqing is heinous. After failing to negotiate with our ancestor, he used a sneak attack and killed Sister Wan Yun. I was the one who sent the warning, I escaped, but Heiqing is still chasing me. Thankfully, I had my immortal killer moves concealment, I managed to survive. What? The 3 immortals heard this and were deeply shocked. Heiqing is so daring? He dared to attack Old Immortal Chen Qi, he is so vicious and ruthless, he is likely going to attack us as well. Strange, he has to get Heifan's true inheritance, without our support, how can he get it? A life for a life is perfectly justified. We will have to take down Heiqing. To play safe, we need to gather with the other Gu immortals. Chen Lu, don't worry, we are family, we will definitely uphold justice for you. Justice? Chen Lu smiled suddenly, attacking. Under the 3 immortals' shocked gazes, sword light flashed and stabbed into Zheng Tuo's body. Zheng Tuo was caught unawares, even though he had a mortal killer move defending him. Dark Assassination was an immortal killer move, with rank 7 immortal Gu flying sword as the core, it could not be stopped, it cut him into half on the spot. Instantly, Zheng Tuo died. Brother! Zhou Min shouted. Feng Jun was furious, he clapped his hands, intense winds assaulted Feng Yuan. Oh brother! Zhou Min cried out, watching the 2 house of Zheng Tuo's corpse fall to the ground, his organs and blood scattered in the air. Feng Jun carried Zhou Min, dragging her as they retreated. Chen Lu, are you crazy? You dared to kill my brother Zheng Tuo, I will fight it out with you. Zhou Min growled, her beautiful face was flushed red, I will kill you. Kill me? Chen Lu stopped her movement, she scoffed as she looked at Zhou Min in disdain, you? Zhou Min was furious, she struggled intensely, getting free from Feng Jun's arms. Brother, what are you doing? Let go of me, this lowly bitch killed our big brother. She killed him. I will pull out her skull and use it as an offering for our brother. Calm down, sister. Don't fall for his provocations. How can this be Chen Lu? Don't you know Chen Lu? Earlier, that was a sword path immortal killer move. This is not Chen Lu. Feng Jun shouted, looking at Chen Lu. His eyes were bursting with fire, filled with hatred. It seems that someone here has some brains. Chen Lu smiled, her appearance changed suddenly, becoming that of He Qing. You are indeed He Qing. Feng Jun's body shook. Scoundrel. Zhou Min scolded. From their expressions, it seems that they were not aware that I was the killer. Strange. Chen Lu did not use any information path goo worms to tell them? Fang Yuan was confused. He did not know that from start to finish, Chen Lu did not suspect him. After creating the warning, Chen Lu ran off to his accommodations. Fang Yuan returned to his room long ago, but after seeing the warning of bright light while waiting for Chen Lu, he thought he was exposed. Thus, he adapted to the circumstances and went out to weaken the remaining immortals' battle strength in He Fan Grotto Heaven. Since Qin Chi's side had 3 immortals dead already, the next largest group were the 3 immortals who were sworn siblings. Thus, Fang Yuan turned into Chen Li's appearance, flying towards their cave. In the end, he met the 3 immortals and used dark assassination to kill the most threatening of them, the blood path Gu immortal Jing Tua. Meanwhile, Chen Lu went to Fang Yuan's room. She could not find him. She felt disappointment and immense worry. She did not know that out of sheer coincidence, she had narrowly escaped death. I did not put any hope in this disguised assassination attempt, but the process was unexpectedly smooth. The Gu immortals inside this He Fan Grotto Heaven are truly incomparable to Northern Plains Gu immortals. After such a long period of peace, they have low vigilance. Anyway, I should kill these 2 first. Thoughts churned in his mind like fireworks. Fang Yuan thought of many things, but only a moment had passed in the outside world. His lips curled up, he charged towards Feng Jun and Zhou Min. To kill. Chapter 1126, Verge of Death. He actually charged over. Feng Jun's pupils shrunk, he was stunned by Fang Yuan's courage. Fang Yuan charged forward relentlessly, even though he was alone, his stance was overwhelming, it was as if he was clad in wind and lightning. Killing intent surged, it was like a terrifying claw, slashing towards the veil of life and death. The Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven would often spar with each other, but when would they ever be in a life and death situation against each other? Retreat. At once, Feng Jun only had one word in his mind. In contrast, Zhou Min was spewing with anger. She said excitedly, "Good. Scoundrel, get ready to die." She was already beyond furious, she wanted to take revenge for her brother, she wanted to tear this scoundrel, Fang Yuan, into pieces, to pull out his tendons and snap his bones. Feng Jun dragged along Zhou Min as they escaped, but Zhou Min had already activated her immortal killer move. Her eyes were wide open as they stared, golden white light shot out of her eyes. The light was extremely sharp, as if it was made of blades and daggers. Zhou Min was a light path Gu immortal, she was nurtured by a Gu immortal from a past generation, she had sight light immortal Gu. And she was currently activating her strongest move, Farsight Weapon Light. It is this move. Fang Yuan saw Zhou Min's actions and came to a realization, his charging speed increased instead. In his mind, he recalled a scene from a few days ago. "Young Master He Qing, why are you sighing?" Chen Li asked, "Do you not like this scenery?" "Thanks for your concern, Miss Luer. The scenery is beautiful, I am truly impressed. But I have the mission of inheriting He Fan's true inheritance, I am very worried. As I recall, Jing Tua and the others are not easy to talk to." Fang Yuan acted like he was troubled. Chen Lu frowned too. Indeed, Ancestor had said this before, those 3 Gu immortals have their own ambitions, they are different from us. Birds of a feather flock together, those 3 are ambitious people. Even if I obtain your support, I will still be short of obtaining the true inheritance. Do you think these three would find trouble with me on the pretext of sparring? Will they obstruct us? Fang Yuan asked. Qianlu smiled. No need to worry, actually, if you know about them, those three immortals are not scary. For example, Gu Immortal Zhou Min has a killer move called Farsight Weapon Light. It is very powerful. Once she uses it, her eyes will shoot out golden white light. It can cut down anything. But this move is quite peculiar. The farther the distance, the stronger it is. If you are very close to Zhou Min, then this move is drastically weakened. If you are right in front of her, even a mortal killer move can block Farsight Weapon Light. A warm smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Oh? There is such an interesting move, I am truly enlightened. Lu Er, what other interesting stories are there? Qianlu looked at Fang Yuan, seeing his handsome face looking right at her, emitting lots of affection. It was so intense as if the summer winds were drowning her in bliss. Qianlu had a flushed expression. She quickly turned around, not daring to look at Fang Yuan directly. Her face was completely red. She looked afar as she stammered, young master, if you want to know, I will tell you. Inside He Fan Grotto Heaven, some of these Gu Immortals' inheritances came from old ancestor He Fan, like the Blood Path one for example. It was a result of He Fan's research. And some came from the criminal immortals, like Zhou Min's Light Path inheritance, and old immortal Chen Qi's Rule Path inheritance. These proper Gu Immortal inheritances were all very comprehensive. The details of large numbers of mortal Gu, a few immortal Gu, and all sorts of immortal Gu recipes and mortal Gu recipes, cultivation experiences and information about the outside world. Some of these contents were sensitive, like Treasure Yellow Heaven. They were all erased by He Fan. However, some information regarding the other inheritances was retained. The He tribe Gu Immortals were quite close together. For example, outsiders might not about Farsight Weapon Light, but how could they themselves not know? Thus, this kind of information was all left inside their inheritances. As time passed, mortals went up Immortal Succession Mountain and inherited them. Gu Immortals appeared and passed away. During this process, there were all sorts of reasons, like fighting over benefits or personal conflicts. They fought against each other. The Gu Immortals' methods were passed down over generations. Everybody knew about their moves. These were no secrets. Fang Yuan's preparation was not only regarding the assassination plan, he also collected a lot of other information. Farsight Weapon Light. This was quite a troublesome immortal killer move. Under normal circumstances, when seeing an unknown attacking method, Gu Immortals would choose to retreat and observe cautiously. Nobody would charge in without knowing the situation and place themselves in trouble. According to Fang Yuan's vigilant nature, there was a high likelihood of him doing so, unless the difference in their strengths was very big. And that was exactly what Zhou Min wanted. By the time Fang Yuan realized the effect of Farsight Weapon Light, he might have already spent a lot of time, effort, immortal essence, or even gotten injured in the process. When Gu Immortals battle, information often led to having an advantage. Thus, under normal circumstances in the Gu Immortal world, they would keep their immortal Gu secret. Immortal killer moves were rarely used publicly. They would practice their moves in private. The Gu Immortals' immortal aperture was also rarely shown to others. Because the environment inside revealed the secrets of the Gu Immortals' Dao marks. The resources inside were often food for immortal Gu. All these could be used to deduce what immortal Gu the Gu Immortal had. Fang Yuan withstood the Farsight Weapon Light. He charged forward with unparalleled vigor. Of course, he was not rash. His robe was previously stained with blood. These blood stains were not eye-catching, but they were formed from an immortal killer move. Blood Path Immortal Killer Move, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe. During the period before the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan was unable to develop his immortal aperture, because Langya's sect was suppressing him. He had a tough time. But he did not waste his time. He deduced this immortal killer move to make up for his weakness. Fang Yuan had many weaknesses. But he considered it deeply. His greatest weakness was in defense. During the second earthly calamity, this flaw was evident. If he did not have Dang Hun Mountain as a base for defense, Fang Yuan would have likely died. Compared to investigative and information path methods, Fang Yuan would rather play safe and settle his weakness in defense first. Due to his Wisdom Path and Blood Path Grandmaster attainment levels, as well as the immense Blood Path foundation built during his previous life, Fang Yuan did not have much difficulty in creating Bloodstained Conqueror's robe. At this moment, with Blood Asset Immortal Goo as the core, Bloodstained Conqueror's robe was showcasing its capability in battle. The effect was superb. Fang Yuan charged towards the Farsight weapon light, his body did not waver, he had no injuries at all, his immortal essence expenditure was also reducing. Like what Chen-Lu had said, the closer I get, the lower Farsight weapon light's power becomes, thus, even Bloodstained Conqueror's robe's immortal essence expenditure is falling. Fang Yuan made such a decisive and wise choice, in the blink of an eye, he was already very close to Zhou Min. They were less than 100 steps away. Die die die. Zhou Min cried out continuously, the sharp light in her eyes continued to shoot out brightly. She was overcome with anger, she was not a threat. Feng Jun, who was calmer, felt huge fear as his hair stood on end. Fang Yuan's advancement made him feel an immense sense of danger. The great shock made him use his most familiar defensive methods subconsciously. Immortal killer move, Luck Whirlwind. Huge winds blew, Fang Yuan was pushed away by a mystical force. Chen Li's words reverberated in Fang Yuan's mind, speaking of which, Gu Immortal Feng Jun is also quite strong. He is the only person who ascended Immortal Succession Mountain and successfully became a Gu Immortal. Such immortals are more formidable than us, who were nurtured by our seniors. Furthermore, Feng Jun cultivates the famous Luck Path. Luck Path. A Gu Immortal path with few members. Luck Path was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, even though it was famous, actual Luck Path Gu Immortals were few in number. As the origin of Luck Path, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind 3 true inheritances, Self-Luck, All Living Beings Luck, and Heaven and Earth Luck. Self-Luck was in Langya Blessed Land, it was given to Long Hair Ancestor as payment, among which, Dogshit Luck ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. All Living Beings Luck was placed in 88 True Yang Building by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. A portion of it was given to the winner of the Imperial Court contest. Fang Yuan had once possessed Connect Luck Immortal Goo, it was part of All Living Beings Luck. Feng Jun's true inheritance had also originated from 88 True Yang Building. Back then, the He tribe Gu Master entered 88 True Yang Building and fortunately obtained a portion of the true inheritance, he received Chi Luck Immortal Goo. Thereafter, he cultivated to Gu Immortal level and passed it down for generations. The last generation had been punished after He Fengyu's disappearance and the loss of Attitude Gu, thus this true inheritance was left in Immortal Succession Mountain. Feng Jun obtained this true inheritance, he had Chi Luck Immortal Goo, the move he was most familiar with and had practiced the most was Luck Whirlwind. This move was very special. When the target attacks, by using it, it could repel the target. When the target retreats, if it is used, it could drag the target back to the user. Once this move was used, intense winds would form, but that was only on the surface, the key was that formless force. Fang Yuan could not see this formless force, he was hit by the move again and was sent away. At once, their distance enlarged. As if his hard work had been in vain. But Fang Yuan smiled as his lips curled up, he thought to himself, Luck Whirlwind, the second time already. According to what Chen Lu said, this move could not be used extensively, in one day, it could only be used 100 times. Just take it as 100, this might seem like a lot, but it was not. Activating Luck Whirlwind was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The first issue was Immortal Essence, Feng Jun was a rank 6 Gu Immortal, he did not have a deep foundation, using this killer move would expend Immortal Essence, how long could Feng Jun last? And Immortal killer moves could not succeed with every use, each time Feng Jun failed, he would not only suffer a backlash, he would be unable to repel Fang Yuan, he would be able to get close and kill them. Thus, it might seem like Fang Yuan could do nothing to Zhou Min and Feng Jun, but he actually had complete advantage in this situation. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were walking on the side of a steep cliff, if they were careless, they would die without intact corpses. Die, go, and die. Zhou Min was still furious, she stared at Fang Yuan as her eyes shot out white light. Retreat, we must retreat. The calmer Feng Jun felt his mouth going dry, his heart was pounding as his body was covered in cold sweat. Chapter 1127, Resolving the Situation by Killing. The two sides did not fight for very long, but Feng Jun already had the intention to retreat and escape. Fang Yuan first assassinated the strongest rank 7 blood path Gu immortal Jing Tua, before charging forward and using the best tactic to gain the absolute advantage. Feng Jun was not an idiot, even if he lacked battle experience, he knew that he was in great danger. He wanted to retreat, it was a wise choice. In Gu immortal battles, they fought not only with strength but also with wits. Sister has lost it due to her emotions. He Qing is a rank 7 Gu immortal, even if we cooperate, we cannot defeat him. We should join up with the other Gu immortals, and with old immortal Chen Qi at the lead, encircle and kill him. Feng Jun thought of this and started to retreat. He used his immortal killer move, his body moved like a cloud, bringing him and Zhou Min away towards the left. What are you doing? Brother, let me kill him, let me kill him. Zhou Min screamed as she struggled in Feng Jun's arms. Feng Jun smiled bitterly, he increased the strength he was using on Zhou Min, he pacified her, don't move, I am getting some distance to create a chance for your farsight weapon light. Zhou Min heard this and shuddered, she said excitedly, good idea. She concentrated, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan. With greater distance, farsight weapon light became stronger, Fang Yuan's defense would be under greater pressure. Fang Yuan looked at the cloud below their feet, he smiled without concern. He did not chase them, he charged down and landed on the ground, he picked up Xing Tuo's corpse which was split into two, putting both pieces into his immortal aperture. Evil thief! Let go of our brother's corpse! Zhou Min shouted, her lungs were exploding from anger. Fang Yuan's actions were truly vile. Not only did he kill Xing Tua, he did not even let his corpse off. How could he let it off? The Dao marks of this rank 7 blood path Gu immortal were an immense boost to Fang Yuan's foundation. Looking at it, including Xing Tua, Fang Yuan had already killed 4 Gu immortals. It was hard to NX the immortal aperture as it had strict conditions, but the gain in Dao marks was immense. Ordinary Gu immortals would only absorb the Dao marks of an enemy of the same path due to the conflict between Dao marks. Otherwise, they would get more trouble instead. However, my sovereign immortal body is different, the Dao marks do not conflict, this is amazing. I can absorb the Dao marks of any enemy I kill and increase my foundation. This seems to be the best way to increase my strength. At this moment, Fang Yuan had a new insight. This sovereign immortal body was created from sovereign immortal fetus Gu, spectral soul wanted to revive using it. If he really succeeded in reviving, the consequences were unthinkable. Firstly, spectral soul had devoured so many souls in the door of life and death, he had countless cultivation experiences. Secondly, all of his paths were great grandmaster and above. Finally, he had the help of Shadow Sect's remnant forces. With this starting point, he could repeat what he did in his era, killing everyone and everything. He could NX the immortal apertures of Gu immortals he killed or absorb the Dao marks they had. His growth would be at an incredible speed, it would surpass one's imagination. Unlike Fang Yuan, who only had Grandmaster attainment level in 4 paths, it was hard for him to NX immortal apertures, he could only absorb Dao marks in most cases. Fang Yuan placed Xing Tuo's corpse in his immortal aperture, Zhou Min looked at with this anger and hatred. Feng Jun did not speak, he felt aggrieved, but also let out a sigh of relief. It seems that He Qing does not have movement methods, or maybe he uses the upper extreme heavenly eagle normally. This immemorial desolate beast has yet to grow fully, it only has rank 6 battle strength, he did not let it out because he is afraid of Farsight weapon light killing it. Feng Jun became less worried. But at the next moment, his mouth opened wide, a shocked expression appeared on his face. It turned out that Feng Yuan had activated Sword Escape, his body flew into the sky like a sword. His speed was so fast, Feng Jun and Zhou Min were completely stunned from shock. How can he be this fast? Zhou Min said. So this is his real speed. Feng Jun's heart was about to jump out, his movement method was simply outmatched. In a few breaths of time, Feng Yuan got close to them again. His icy killing intent almost froze Feng Jun's heart. Immortal killer move, Luck Whirlwind. At the moment of crisis, he had to use his trump card again. Like what happened earlier, Feng Yuan was sent away again. The third time, hee. Feng Yuan noted, he had been repelled 3 times, but he felt no dejection. Zhou Min finally became sober-minded. She was completely shocked by Feng Yuan's speed, her forehead was full of sweat, her anger dwindled, and fear took over. Quickly leave. This person is too strong, let's gather with the rest first. Zhou Min yelled. Feng Jun heard this and felt glad at her change of mindset. With Zhou Min's help, the two rose in speed, they rapidly escaped for their lives. Feng Yuan chased after them, shooting out with bursts of speed at times. But every time, Feng Jun's Luck Whirlwind would ruin his attempt. After chasing them for some time, 2 Gu immortals appeared before them. They were the 2 Gu immortal lone cultivators, they usually lived together, one was called Jiangji, the other was Gaomi. Hold on, we're coming. The 2 immortals were flying too, they quickly joined up with Zhou Min and Feng Jun. Feng Yuan observed their expressions, seeing that they were showing no shock, he knew that Feng Jun and Zhou Min had used a certain information path method to inform these 2 Gu immortals along the way. Hei Qing, you are simply too bold, you dare to cause harm to us inside Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Feng Jun and Zhou Min stopped escaping, they went ahead to fight Feng Yuan. Young Master Hei Qing, you killed Sister Wan Yun? Did you kill Old Ancestor as well? A shrill voice suddenly resounded. It was Chen Lu. After using the warning, Chen Lu went to find Feng Yuan, but at that time, Feng Yuan had already left to find the 3 immortals including Jing Tua. Chen Lu could not find Feng Yuan, she was completely lost and helpless, she did not know what to do. She did not dare to dispel her immortal killer move, she hid inside the palace for a while, before she received Feng Jun's letter. The letter stated that Feng Yuan disguised as Chen Lu and used an immortal killer move to kill Gu immortal Jing Tua. No matter how stupid Chen Lu was, she realized instantly what the situation was. She quickly went to Chen Qi's place, but where could she find that old ancestor of hers? Even though Feng Jun was escaping, he had already contacted the remaining immortals, Chen Lu also decided to answer his call. Thus, she appeared on the battlefield at this time. Oh, it's you. Feng Yuan looked at Chen Lu, smiling cruelly, you have finally gotten smarter. That's right, be it Chen Qi, Chen Wan Yun, or Chen Li Ji, even Jing Tua died in my hands. All of your rank 7 Gu immortals are dead now, the rest of you should surrender to me, after all, a wise person submits to circumstances. Chen Li's expression turned pale, her body shook intensely. Feng Yuan admitted it outright, this was a huge blow to her mental state. Why? Why did you do that for? Chen Lu screamed in a sharp tone, tears were pouring out of her eyes, did we do anything wrong to you? Why must you do something so evil and cruel? Don't be affected by him, Chen Lu, let's get into formation. Zhou Min, who had regained her senses, shouted loudly. With Feng Yuan in the center, a jade light ball suddenly appeared over a huge surrounding area. This was a huge battle formation. With Feng Jun, Zhou Min, Chen Lu, and the other 2 immortals as the formation cores, they assembled an ancient battle formation. Hei Qing, even if you are a rank 7 Gu immortal, you will die here today. That's right, we have already practiced this battle formation many times, we killed over a dozen desolate beasts and 8 ancient desolate beasts. You cannot escape from here. I will tear your bones and tendons, and use them as offerings for the innocent souls of our comrades. Hey Fan Grotto Heavens, Gu Immortals shouted, their morale rose sharply. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his calm expression did not change at all. He said slowly and calmly, "Oh, Green City Battle Formation? He, it is only a small portion of the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. Do you think I am unaware of it?" The expressions of the immortals changed, a bad feeling was emerging in them. Chen Li's expression paled even further. At this moment, she felt utter regret and hatred. She could not live with herself. Because she was the one who told Fang Yuan about this Green City battle formation. The Gu Immortals in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven had to practice a huge formation in every generation. It was the Green City battle formation. It was used to kill desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It had incredible strength. I have rank 7 cultivation level, while you people are just rank 6. Thus, I expected you to use this move. After getting into formation, you won't be able to run, right? When this battle formation is breached, you will all face a backlash. Even if you do not die, you will suffer heavy injuries. Fang Yuan said in a plain tone. His tone was very calm, he did not speak loudly, but the immortals could hear him clearly for some reason. The morale that was raised earlier instantly got cut in several pieces after hearing his words. Before fighting, these Gu Immortals already had wavering determination. "Now, I will show all of you my true strength." Fang Yuan called out, his body shook and a loud sound was heard, the aura of Gu worms burst out from within him. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. In an instant, tens of thousands of Fang Yuan phantoms appeared in the space inside the entire battle formation. They were all strength path phantoms. And Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among them, acting as one of the phantoms. The battle commenced at this moment. From the start, they entered the climax of the battle. Feng Jun, Zhou Min, and the other Gu Immortals used their respective methods. All sorts of immortal killer moves were unleashed, causing huge damage to the Myriad Self army. Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms did not have high defense, but no matter how many were destroyed in battle, more strength path phantoms emerged and replaced them. Fang Yuan had made ample preparation before the battle. Even if he did not continue to activate Myriad Self, he had already stored hundreds of thousands of Myriad Self phantoms inside his immortal aperture in advance. He did not lack the immortal essence. Fang Yuan had a huge storage of green grape immortal essence. Feng Jun and the rest soon realized that they were in a tough spot. Without using immortal killer moves, they could not defend against the Myriad Self army attacking the battle formation. But if they used immortal killer moves, even though they could kill countless phantoms, Fang Yuan would also replenish them, their immortal essence would be wasted. In this battle of attrition in immortal essence, Fang Yuan completely had the upper hand. Do not forget about the advantage of strength path, that was the minimal consumption of immortal essence. Meanwhile, the advantage of enslavement path was in battles of attrition. Myriad Self-Killer move combined the effects of both paths, it could display the strengths of both paths at once. Fang Yuan waited patiently among the Myriad Self army, observing attentively. All sorts of information was gathered by him, he committed them to memory. After fighting for several hours, the Gu Immortals of Hei Fan Grotto Heaven were extremely tired. Not only were they tired mentally, the immortal essence expenditure was also starting to put a toll on them. The moment they exposed weakness, Fang Yuan's true body appeared. Chen Lu, I need to thank you. Without your information, how could I have killed Chen Wanyun and the others? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Chen Lu felt like lightning had struck her. The pain in her heart could not be described with words. Using this opportunities, Fang Yuan went for the killing blow. Flying Sword Immortal Gu. A flash of light pierced Chen Li's defenses, killing her instantly. Always pick out the weakest enemy first. Fang Yuan struck at the crucial moment, immediately killing one immortal on the other side. Chen Lu died on the spot. Green City battle formation became unstable instantly, it started shaking. The other Gu Immortals quickly tried to stabilize it, succeeding after some effort. Next, it is time for the rest of you to die. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly, he did not attack, instead, he went back into the Myriad Self army. The remaining 4 Gu immortals had pale expressions, a cold chill was emerging in their hearts. They were the ones encircling Feng Yuan, but at this very moment, none of these 4 Gu immortals felt any joy or excitement. His victory was assured. From the start, Feng Yuan had used the most appropriate battle tactics, establishing his current huge advantage. He was very aware about the methods of these Gu immortals, but they, on the other hand, did not know about his methods. Originally, the other party had an advantage. For example, Chen Li's concealment method, Feng Yuan could do nothing against it. It was a pity, because Feng Yuan schemed against them. Chen Li joined the battle and formed the Green City battle formation. She gave up her greatest advantage. In the end, it was because Heifan Grotto Heaven had been in peace for too long. These Gu immortals did not lack immortal Gu or resources, but they truly paled in terms of battle experience. Even though they sparred during their interactions, the experience gained from fighting on the verge of death could not be gained from friendly battles. A long while later, Feng Yuan killed 2 more Gu immortals, before breaking apart Green City battle formation. Feng Jun and Zhou Min escaped in defeat again. The 2 immortals had completely lost their courage against Feng Yuan. They did not dare to fight, they escaped towards Immortal Succession Mountain. Along the way, Feng Yuan killed Zhou Min, as Feng Jun crashed onto the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain with his heavily injured body. "Heavenly Spirit, save me!" he screamed loudly. This situation was quite ironic. Earlier he was still plotting to suppress the Heavenly Spirit, but now, he had no choice but to seek help from it. "It is not going to save you." Inside the stone pavilion, Feng Yuan's figure appeared in a flash. He spoke in a calm tone, he had no injuries on his body, he was still so charming and handsome. It was as if the battle earlier did not occur at all. Feng Jun saw Feng Yuan and shuddered in fear. He focused his attention on the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit had no reaction. Feng Jun had a look of despair. "Why?" he muttered. "Why?" At the next moment, he screamed again, seemingly questioning the Heavenly Spirit. But the brass bell Heavenly Spirit continued to be unmoved. "Because you are all descendants of criminal immortals." Before old ancestor Heifan died, he thought of this point when leaving behind his true inheritance. Therefore, he set up this final test. Only by obtaining half of the votes of the Gu immortals inside Heifan Grotto Heaven could I inherit it. He. But what if you descendants of the criminal immortals bear hatred to He tribe and refuse to let our main tribe's member obtain the true inheritance? What if you cause problems for us intentionally? What will we do? Feng Yuan extended his hand, lightly touching this stone tablet. "Then it can only be to kill all of you. After killing you all, I will be the only person left. Then I would also have satisfied the conditions for clearing the final test of Heifan's true inheritance." Feng Yuan spoke lightly, there was even a faint smile on his face. Feng Jun plopped onto the ground, he had an expression of despair, he was sprawled weakly. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. The azure sky which he sought to escape for so long, at the moment before his death, now seemed so endearing to him. But at the next moment, he heard Feng Yuan's words, "Now, I will give you a chance. As long as you submit to me, and serve me wholeheartedly from now on, I will spare your life." What did you say?" Feng Jun's body shook, he showed an expression of disbelief. Feng Yuan repeated his words again, before saying, "You are a smart person, you are not swayed by emotions, you are unlike Zhou Min and Chen Lu. I appreciate that aspect of you. Hand over your immortal Gu and the luck path true inheritance's details, I will spare your life and give you a chance to live." Feng Jun blinked, he was moved. "You are not lying to me?" He raised his head and looked at Feng Yuan, anticipation was hidden deep within his gaze. "Why would I lie to you? Killing you is as easy as breathing to me. But don't even think of bargaining with me now." Feng Yuan's expression changed. "You only have 3 breaths of time to consider it. Will you die, or surrender everything to me and submit, before making an alliance agreement?" "I surrender." At the first breath of time, Feng Jun said without hesitation. "These are all of the Gu worms that I have." At the second breath of time, Feng Jun handed over everything. Fang Yuan nodded, stretching out his hand and keeping them. With Feng Jun's cooperation, he suppressed all of them. Please make the alliance agreement. Feng Jun breathed in deeply. He was already mentally prepared for an extremely harsh alliance agreement. Swoosh! A bloody hole appeared in his forehead. He had an expression of shock. He stared at Fang Yuan fixedly as he gradually fell onto the ground. The third breath of time had just passed. Chapter 1128, He Fan's Four Treasures, 1/2. Fang Yuan gathered Feng Jun's corpse. Together with the Gu immortal corpses that he had collected earlier, Fang Yuan had a total of 9. And he also had 9 corresponding Gu immortal souls. Such gains are truly rare. For Gu immortals in the outside world, even if they die, they may self-detonate. Among the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven, only Feng Jun has some brains. This person was able to give in when needed. Unfortunately, after I gained the upper hand, the situation was firmly within my grasp. He could not do anything. His eventual surrender was out of desperation. Too bad for him, his enemy was me. Fang Yuan sighed as he set aside these thoughts. He had won. It was time for the rewards. He turned around, entering the stone pavilion. He raised his head and looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit on the pillar. He said, "Right now, I am the only Gu immortal inside He Fan Grotto Heaven. I vote for myself to inherit He Fan's true inheritance." The brass bell heavenly spirit was silent for a moment before shaking, emitting a loud bell sound. Next, the stone pillars in the pavilion radiated with pure white light. The white light was not painful to look at, it was very gentle. As the bright light shone, the stone tablet became more transparent. It turned into a wall of light. Inside the wall of light, there were several shadowy figures. And on the surface of the wall, there were several lines of words. Fang Yuan looked. The words were, "The indistinct figures in the stone tablet are the contents of the true inheritance. The inheritor just needs to retrieve them by putting their hands in." The final line was an instruction by He Fan, descendant of He tribe, inheritor of the inheritance. "May you achieve great things in life. Do not let down the reputation of He tribe." Fang Yuan looked at it and sighed. Old ancestor He Fan had put an immense effort in setting up this true inheritance. He thought of every aspect. But a dead person was like an extinguished candle. Even a legendary figure like himself could not predict everything in the future. The incredibly strong He tribe had been wiped out, and He Fan's true inheritance was taken by an outsider like Fang Yuan. The world had changed, times were different. New forces prosper while old forces vanish. This was the changing of eras. Fang Yuan settled his mood. He started acting according to the description on the wall. He stretched out his left hand to enter the wall of light. The white light became brighter. As it shone on his left hand, Fang Yuan's left arm became transparent as well. Fang Yuan could see his skin, bones, flesh, and even his blood flowing in his vessels. A small obstruction could be felt ahead. Fang Yuan's left hand touched the wall of light. It was as if he was touching an icy wall. At the same time, he noticed, the white light shone on his blood and caused a reaction. His blood moved more quickly. The color also turned from bright red to dark red, before returning back to normal. Next, the wall in front of his left hand became soft like water. Fang Yuan's left hand easily got through the stone tablet like he was going into water. Fang Yuan, however, felt a chill in his heart. He thought, so close. This light wall is a test towards my blood. Thankfully, I made ample preparations. I integrated blood asset immortal Gu into familiar face and modified the killer move to disguise my blood as well. Otherwise, my efforts would have been in vain. This He Fan is so hard to deal with. Fang Yuan regained his cool. He started to assess this wall of light. From the outside, he could see that there were 4 shadows in the wall. They were uneven in placement. The largest shadow was like a ball, it was the size of a basin and was at the most central area of the wall. On the upper right corner, there was a sharp shadow, it resembled a rock. On the left side, there was also a shadow, it looked like intertwined threads. There was also one spot at the bottom, this shadow was the smallest, like a finger. Fang Yuan had worked so hard to obtain the famous He Fan's true inheritance, but the contents seemed to be quite minimal. Because of where he was standing, Fang Yuan's left hand went to the left of the wall of light, he grabbed towards the shadow closest to him. He held on to this thread-like shadow. The shadow had a rough feeling, Fang Yuan felt like he was touching an old tree branch. Next, Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and pulled out the mysterious shadow. Once out of the wall, the aura was exposed. Evidently, these were goo worms. These goo worms were coiled together, they had similar appearance, they were like ginseng roots, or tree roots. They were not immortal goo. They were just mortal goo. But even so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined, his breathing became rougher at once. Mortal and immortal goo were vastly different. Immortal goo were unique. Mortal goo could not compare to immortal goo, but there was a huge exception to this rule. That was lifespan goo. That's right, Fang Yuan pulled out a batch of lifespan goo. This was expected, yet unexpected. Earlier, when old immortal Chen Qi had asked Fang Yuan for benefits, he mentioned lifespan goo. Thus, Fang Yuan was mentally prepared for it. But to think there were so many. This is indeed a lot of lifespan goo. Fang Yuan began to refine the lifespan goo. Mortal goo could be refined using primeval essence. Even though the lifespan goo was not his, Fang Yuan had passed the test, he was the acknowledged inheritor. As the white light shone, Fang Yuan quickly refined these lifespan goo successfully. He found out, these lifespan goo grants 720 years of lifespan in total. Immense gains. Old immortal Chen Qi had thought there would be at least 300 years worth of lifespan goo, but Fang Yuan could tell now that he had underestimated it. He Fan Grotto Heaven had over twice that amount of years worth of lifespan goo. These lifespan goo have great value. I can use them for myself, who in this world would complain about having longer lifespan? But I still have about 80 years to live, my lifespan is sufficient. Even if I do not use these lifespan goo, I can use them for transactions. In transactions between goo immortals, immortal essence stones were just basic currency. Lifespan goo had much greater value than immortal essence stones. No goo immortal would not want lifespan goo. In many high-end transactions, immortal essence stones were unusable, goo immortals only wanted lifespan goo. Lifespan goo was an absolute hard currency out there. After a long time of consideration, the lifespan goo were all refined, becoming Fang Yuan's property. Fang Yuan placed the handful of lifespan goo in his sovereign immortal aperture, keeping them securely. He was not planning to use these lifespan goo yet. Actually, it had been a long time since He Fan Grotto Heaven was created. It is not strange that so many lifespan goo were accumulated. When can my sovereign immortal aperture produce lifespan goo as well? Fang Yuan was rather fascinated by the prospect. But he knew that he was far from this goal at this point. Even though he was earning a lot of profits each month, those were his prior accumulations as an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture's development was still in the basic stage. Only when he gathers enough production and resources to sustain the feeding of all his immortal goo could those initial developments be considered complete. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Langya Blessed Land. Compared to Langya Blessed Land, He Fan Grotto Heaven's existence is very short. Long Hair Ancestor was a person from 300,000 years ago, a legendary figure of the medieval antiquity era. He Fan Grotto Heaven has about 700 years of lifespan goo. Then how many years does Langya Blessed Land have? Thinking about this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined. Langya Blessed Land definitely has much more lifespan goo. No wonder Langya Land Spirit can use up some to feed wisdom goo. Fang Yuan could understand Heavenly Court's actions at once. In the 500 years of his previous life, Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, even though they sacrificed Feng Jiu Ge, they went ahead without balking. Lifespan goo was likely one of the main reasons. Thinking about it, the geezers in Heavenly Court were lacking lifespan, they could only sustain their lives through sleeping. It was easy to see how much attraction Lifespan Gu had towards them. Fang Yuan's gaze returned to the center of the wall. This shadow was the largest. It is at the center. Is this a hint that this is the most precious treasure inside He Fan's true inheritance? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He stretched out his left hand towards the wall of light. Soon, he touched that shadow. It had an icy feeling, but the shadow was not smooth on the surface, it had many protrusions and holes, it was like a handful of sesame. Fang Yuan tried to move it. Very heavy. Normal human strength could not carry it. Fang Yuan activated his strength path Mortal Gu. After gaining strength, he took it out with one hand. After seeing this lump of shadow, Fang Yuan had a surprised look on his face. This was not one entity, it was the combination of countless bodies. It was a ball of ants. Black ants, all gathered to fill the size of a basin, that were extremely heavy. Countless black ants were collected in a ball shape, they were extremely compacted and tight. These ants were not ordinary ants, they were Mortal Gu. The previous item being Mortal Gu was fine, because it was Lifespan Gu, it had greater value than Immortal Gu from many Gu immortals' perspectives. But this was also Mortal Gu? Fang Yuan felt perplexed and a bit confused. Based on his knowledge, he could not recognize what this Gu worm was. But forget that, Fang Yuan felt that since it was part of He Fan's true inheritance, even as a Mortal Gu, it could not be bad. Thus, he began to refine it. Mortal Gu could be refined using primeval essence. Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal, he had unlimited primeval essence. Layers of black ants were refined by him, becoming his property. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the ants split apart, revealing the center of the ball. Oh? Fang Yuan's expression changed, his gaze became sharp, because he felt the aura of Immortal Gu. Actually, at the center of this ball of ants, there was something good. An Immortal Gu. Ordinary ant Mortal Gu were finally completely refined, they landed on the ground, there was only one Gu left in Fang Yuan's hands. Immortal Gu. Compared to the other black ant Mortal Gu, it was many times larger. It had the form of an ant, it had feelers, small legs, a large abdomen, it looked very chubby. Is this the queen of the ant group? Fang Yuan guessed randomly. This Immortal Gu had a strong aura, it was at a high level, it was a rank 7 Immortal Gu. As for what it was, Fang Yuan did not know. He could not recognize it. But whatever, he was going to refine it first. Chapter 1129, He Fan's 4 Treasure, 2 halves. Refining Immortal Gu could not be done with primeval essence, he needed immortal essence. At this time, Fang Yuan took a look at the brass bell Heavenly Spirit, thinking about it, he directly used his green grape immortal essence to refine this Gu. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit had no reaction, on the surface, Fang Yuan could not tell what mentality it had. It was just a bell after all, it had no expressions. The refinement process was very smooth, the rank 7 Immortal Gu resembling an ant queen did not resist, it cooperated with him. But it was still a rank 7 Gu, Fang Yuan's green grape immortal essence was greatly expended. Now, my stockpile of green grape immortal essence has dropped again. Fang Yuan reminded himself. In this trip to obtain He Fan's true inheritance, he had consumed a lot of green grape immortal essence. His expenditure was mostly in battle, after all, other than Myriad Self, Sword Escape and Flying Sword Immortal Gu were rank 7, his Sword Path Killer moves used rank 7 Immortal Gu as the cores. Even though the battles were not intense, his green grape immortal essence consumption was huge. After going back, I need to stock up on immortal essence, otherwise, I can't feel safe. A moment later, Fang Yuan refined this rank 7 Immortal Gu and kept it in his immortal aperture. There were only 2 shadows left in the wall of light. The shadow at the bottom had the smallest size, Fang Yuan left it to the end. He stretched his hand in and grabbed the shadow at the top right corner. This shadow was like a rock, but when Fang Yuan touched it for the first time, it reacted. This shadow was very cold. Fang Yuan took it out. It was indeed a piece of ice. The upper portion of the ice was sealing a goo worm. Naturally, Fang Yuan's attention was drawn to it. Even though it was sealed in ice without any aura leaking. But Fang Yuan's eyes shone, he could recognize this was an immortal goo, Year goo. It was like a ladybug, thumb size, and black in color. There were golden markings on its shell. The golden markings were bright and shining, they showed images of a fierce beast growling, the sharp and menacing teeth left a deep impression. As for what beast it was unclear. Oh, Year goo. Fang Yuan sighed. This was a famous goo among Time Path immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a deep impression towards it. Because it was very unique. When goo immortals expend immortal materials, they could parallel refine a Year goo continuously. Normal refinement and reverse refinement were mainstream in refinement path, parallel refinement was very rare. Goo worms that could be parallel refined were very rare. Year goo was one of them. Mortal level Year goo were less than 10 years. There was 1 Year goo, 2 Year goo, 5 Year goo, and others. When the Year goo rises to rank 6, it would become an immortal goo, unique in the world. Rank 6 Year goo were at least 10 years. A 10-year immortal level Year goo could be parallel refined using immortal materials, to make it 20 Year goo, 38 Year goo, or at its highest, 99 Year goo. 100 Year goo was rank 7, to refine a 10 Year goo to 100 Year goo, it was not parallel refinement but normal refinement to increase rank instead. Refinement in this case was tens to hundreds of times as difficult as parallel refinement, with equally low success rate. 1000 Year goo was rank 8, in theory, 10,000 Year goo would be rank 9. But in history, there had never been a 10,000 Year goo. But rank 8,000 Year goo had existed before. The use of Year goo was very unique. Corresponding to the usage by the goo immortal, the number of years would fall continuously. For example, a 50-year goo might become a 20-year goo after one use. There was a specification when using Year goo, that it should not go overboard. For example, if a 1000-year goo is used and becomes 900-year goo, it would fall from rank 8 to rank 7. To increase its rank again through refinement, it would be troublesome and risky. Strictly speaking, Year goo was a consumable immortal goo. But it was not a one-time consumable goo like Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo. It could be expended but replenished again. This was a very special case among goo worms. So He Fan had the immortal goo Year in his possession. One good thing about Year goo is that it has no issues in terms of food. It has the same food as spring-autumn cicada, they both consume the water of the river of time. However, how can I refine it? Fang Yuan was unsure. The Year goo in front of him was sealed by almost transparent ice. Fang Yuan looked at this ice, he felt that this ice was quite special too. Its effect was similar to fossilization or amber, it sealed the Year immortal goo inside ice, so that it hibernated without leaking its aura. Why did He Fan seal Year goo? Wait, this is? While observing, Fang Yuan had a new discovery. He realized that there was some flowing water sealed at the bottom of the ice. This is water? Fang Yuan shook it, he could clearly see that there was water flowing, he could even hear a soft sound. Water was sealed in ice, it was really quite strange. Fang Yuan's attention had been drawn to Year goo earlier. In comparison, the flowing water was not eye-catching. At this moment, when Fang Yuan inspected it again, he realized, this ice was huge, Year goo only occupied a small portion, the flowing water took more than half of the space below. It gave a feeling that the ice was not sealing Year goo, but the water instead. To be given such treatment, is this flowing water a rank 9 immortal material that surpasses rank 8? Fang Yuan had a bold guess. Rank 9 immortal material, it could be used to refine rank 9 immortal goo. In this world, they were rare, having immense value. A portion of rank 9 immortal material being sealed like this was understandable. Fang Yuan could not find a way to remove the ice, he could only set it aside, he held it with his right hand as his left hand entered the wall of light again. This time, he went to the final shadow. Taking it out, it was a rank 5 information path mortal goo. The details recorded inside were about He Fan's true inheritance. It had immense value. Firstly, the introduction to the goo worms. Fang Yuan took his first glance and saw the information about the ant ball. So the rank 7 immortal goo at the center of the ant ball is the time path immortal goo. After 1. After sounds the same as ant queen if you read it in Chinese. Rank 7 after immortal goo. The recorded information noted the specifications of feeding after immortal goo. The feeding of after immortal goo was quite unique. This immortal goo could eat anything. The feeding style was very unique too. It produced black ant mortal goo on its own. It sent them out to feed on all sorts of immortal materials before using these nutrients on itself. Any sort of immortal material can feed after immortal goo. The point is not about the immortal materials, but in preserving these black ant mortal goo. These black ant mortal goo were tough and could devour immortal materials, digesting them and retaining the nutrients. But they were just mortal goo. Once too many of them were destroyed, the immortal goo, after, would starve. Even though the immortal goo could produce black ant mortal goo, it could only produce one every month. If there were too few black ant mortal goo, and after immortal goo could not be fed, it would die of hunger. After all, this immortal goo, after, could not feed itself. Fang Yuan felt enlightened. He continued reading about the information on the ice. The ice itself was a newly created type of rank 8 immortal material. It was created by immortal Bingren. The latter was invited by He Fan and went ahead to seal his 2 immortal goo. One immortal goo was Year Goo. It was only rank 6. Fang Yuan had recognized it already. The other immortal goo was the flowing water. This was the greatest treasure within He Fan's true inheritance. It was named Years Flow Like Water. It was rank 8. Rank 8 time path immortal goo, Years Flow Like Water. Rank 8 goo immortals were rare. Rank 8 immortal goo were rarer, and had very great value. Many rank 8 goo immortals did not even have a single rank 8 immortal goo. They could not find one even after endless searching. He Fan was a legendary character, the formidable champion who led He tribe to a domineering state, but in his life, he only had one rank 8 immortal goo, Years Flow Like Water. Fang Yuan's situation was quite special. As of now, he was a rank 6 goo immortal, but he already had 3 rank 8 immortal goo. One was Attitude Goo, one was Wisdom Sword Goo, and now the third was Years Flow Like Water. Ordinary goo immortals usually had a lack of immortal goo. Fang Yuan's problem instead was that he had too many, and could not use them all optimally. Looking at some of his immortal goo like Wisdom Sword, he had not even started to use them yet. This rank 8 immortal goo, Years Flow Like Water, had one effect, that was to produce Year Goo. The more immortal essence expended by the goo immortal, the more Year Goo produced. They could even produce immortal level Year Goo. Of course, the rule of immortal goo being unique still holds. Right now, this rank 6 Year Goo was around. Unless Fang Yuan used and expended it, he could not create an immortal level Year Goo from Years Flow Like Water. If Year immortal goo still existed, no matter how much immortal essence Fang Yuan used, he could only get mortal Year Goo. Fang Yuan continued to read. Immortal goo Years Flow Like Water had 2 good points. One was that it had a low usage requirement. Even rank 6 goo immortals could use it. As long as they used green grape immortal essence, they would receive Year Goo, even though the quantity was less than when using rank 7 or 8 immortal essence. The second point was that Years Flow Like Water was easy to feed. It also fed on the water of the River of Time, just like Year Goo and Spring-Autumn Cicada. This solved Fang Yuan's greatest problem. The feeding of rank 8 immortal goo was a huge burden. However, Years Flow Like Water had a flaw. This was clearly listed in the information path goo worm. Once the seal of Years Flow Like Water was removed, its immortal goo aura would leak. Year beasts would be lured towards it and would attack. Year beasts, a type of special fierce beast that were rare even in the 5 regions and 9 heavens, yet commonly seen in the River of Time. In terms of battle strength, there were Desolate Beast, Ancient Desolate Beast, and Immemorial Desolate Beast level Year beasts. The food of Year beasts was Year Goo. The River of Time was the paradise of time path goo worms. There were a vast number of wild time path goo worms in it. Year beasts were one of them. They ate year goo as food. The higher the rank of the year goo, the more year beasts would be attracted to hunt them. In fact, immortal level year goo could also lure year beasts to attack. Even placing the immortal level year goo inside the immortal aperture would not work. Because in ordinary immortal apertures, there was a tributary of the River of Time. When year beasts smell the year goo, they would travel into the tributary from the River of Time, and directly appear in the immortal aperture. Immortal level year goo had a huge attraction to the year beasts. Years flow like water, which could endlessly produce year goo, had hundreds or thousands of times as much attraction as immortal level year goo for the year beasts. Precisely because of this, when He Fan set up the true inheritance, he sealed year goo and years flow like water, not exposing a trace of their auras. At this point, Fang Yuan had completely understood what goo worms he had obtained. Next were the following important details. Or more accurately, the immortal killer moves. Chapter 1130, Usage of He Fan's Goo. The introductions of countless immortal killer moves were displayed before Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan restrained his excitement. He inspected carefully. There were immortal killer moves that encompassed offense, defense, movement, healing, and other aspects. These were all time path immortal killer moves. The cores used were mostly year goo and after goo. Few of the immortal killer moves used the immortal goo years flow like water as a core. Using a rank 8 immortal goo as a core of an immortal killer move would naturally produce incredible effects. In this regard, Fang Yuan had personal experience. He had familiar face. It was a legendary method that used the rank 8 attitude goo as the core. Of course, with Fang Yuan's rank 6 cultivation level, his green grape immortal essence could not activate years flow like water. It was unlike attitude goo, which only needed mental energy to use. Attitude goo is the legendary immortal goo recorded in / the legends of Renzu // In terms of ease of use, years flow like water cannot compare to it. However, thinking about it, didn't He Fan give attitude goo away to He Fengyu? These immortal killer moves were truly eye-opening to Fang Yuan. Many theories were involved. The coordination of goo worms was stated clearly. He only took a look, but he felt that he had already benefited greatly from the knowledge gained. There were more than 30 immortal killer moves. Some of the immortal killer moves were split between rank 6, 7, and 8 levels. In some of their descriptions, He Fan had also left behind his insight and experiences when creating and using them in the past. Bountiful Year? Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed. He discovered a rather interesting immortal killer move. Bountiful Year. This was the name of an immortal killer move. The core immortal goo used was immortal level year goo. There were tens of thousands of supplementary mortal goo. It was a tough process to activate the move. He Fan had left behind his experience in using it. Even for a legendary figure like him, when using this immortal killer move himself, he would need 2 or 3 days of preparation to execute it. The expenditure of immortal essence was huge, but Bountiful Year's effect was that for the next year, starting right from the moment of successful activation of the killer move, all of the resources inside the immortal aperture would be produced at a higher rate. This was an immortal killer move used to develop the immortal aperture. It was a very rare move, but it had great use and value. He Fan also praised this immortal killer move greatly. According to the description, he was not the creator of this immortal killer move. He had exchanged for it with a person called Pill Immortal. Fang Yuan took a closer look. Bountiful Year needed to use many mortal goo. If he wanted to prepare for it, he would need to buy them from Treasure Yellow Heaven. He was definitely going to use this killer move. But not only did he need a lot of immortal essence, there was a lot of expenditure in terms of year goo as well. The year goo that I have is only a little over the 100-year level. I need to parallel refine it until I can use Bountiful Year. Otherwise, if it falls to the level of immortal goo, that would be a severe loss. Fang Yuan continued to read. Among these killer moves, some had incredible power, some were extremely wondrous, but to Fang Yuan, they were not especially important. Fang Yuan had never forgotten about his true goal all along. That was to find a method to delay the calamities and tribulations in his immortal aperture. Days passed like years. His eyes flashed, he saw his target. This immortal killer move also used immortal level year goo as the core, with a huge number of supplementary day goo. Once used, it could slow down the time in the immortal aperture. Simply from the name itself, the effect was that one day in the immortal aperture would be extended to the length of a year. However, He Fan had noted with great caution, extending one day into the equivalent of a year was purely theoretical. The actual effect varied greatly based on circumstances. For example, a Strength Path Goo Immortal with primarily Strength Path Dao marks would receive much lower effect when using this Time Path Killer move. If a Time Path Goo Immortal used it on themselves, like He Fan, the effect would be amplified by the Goo Immortal's Time Path Dao marks, the effect would be much better. And also, using the same killer move on a low-grade Blessed Land and a high-grade Blessed Land would produce different results. Months passed like years. Fang Yuan continued to read. There was another immortal killer move that was very similar to days passed like years. It could also slow the rate of time in the immortal aperture. It could turn what would be 1 month in the immortal aperture into the duration of a year. The core goo was still immortal level year goo, but the supplementary goo were month goo now. Day goo, month goo, year goo. These were all time path goo worms that were closely related. Other than days pass like years and months pass like years, there were also 2 other immortal killer moves. They were called years pass like months and years pass like days. The former 2 were used to slow the time in the immortal aperture, the latter 2 were used to accelerate the time in the immortal aperture. Slowing the rate of time in the immortal aperture meant that the calamities and tribulations would be further apart. For example, in Fang Yuan's case, he had to undergo tribulation every 2 months in the outside world's time. After using days pass like years, he would only need to undergo the next tribulation in decades or even a century. Seeing this, Fang Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. He felt great joy. In the first 3 earthly calamities, he was almost forced to his wits' end, he could only brace himself as he challenged them. But now he had this immortal killer move, the situation had changed. From now on, Fang Yuan could decide when to undergo tribulation, he could either delay or hasten it, there was a huge advantage in this. But right now, I do not need to slow the time in the immortal aperture. I should undergo tribulations, increasing my Dao marks and raising my cultivation level. With Chudu helping me, there is a high chance of passing. Fang Yuan thought. Once he slowed the immortal aperture's time, there were flaws. His resource would grow more slowly, Fang Yuan's cultivation level would also rise more slowly. Now, I should prepare these goo worms, the immortal goo are already here, but I need a huge quantity of day goo and month goo. Even if I buy them inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, I will need to spend a long time collecting them. He Fan's true inheritance did not leave behind any day goo, month goo, and mortal year goo. Fang Yuan had to purchase these mortal goo himself. Even though this task had its difficulties, as long as Fang Yuan was determined, he could achieve it. These 4 immortal killer moves form a set, they are specially used to alter the rate of time in the immortal aperture. He Fan, who created these killer moves, had incredible talent. At the end, He Fan even noted, if the inheritor could obtain immortal level day goo or month goo, these 4 immortal killer moves would not need to consume so many mortal day goo and month goo, the effect would even rise greatly. I was already extremely fortunate to have obtained immortal level year goo. As for immortal level day goo and month goo, I can forget about it. Fang Yuan was clear of the situation. His goal in this trip had been fulfilled, Fang Yuan was satisfied with it. He continued to look. Immortal killer move, years grant strength. Soon, Fang Yuan saw a very interesting killer move. This killer move used year goo as the core, it could grant the goo immortal immense physical strength. The more year goo expended, the greater the strength obtained. This was He Fan's own creation. He used time path goo worms to achieve a strength path effect. Immortal Killer Move, 100 Years Harmony. It also used Year Goo as the core, with a large number of supplementary information path Mortal Goo, to create an alliance agreement that could last for 100 years. This was a use of time path goo worms to unleash the might of information path. I can use this with Chu Du. After all, our current alliance agreement was solely handled by him. It is not reliable. Fang Yuan rapidly had an idea. Immortal Killer Move, Unlucky Year. This was an immortal killer move that used years flow like water as the core. Fang Yuan could not use it now, he could only look on in captivation. Using time path to achieve the mystical effect of luck path. This was an offensive killer move. Once the enemy was hit, they would experience a huge fall in luck for a year. Nothing they do would go smoothly. As expected of He Fan, an expert even among rank 8 Goo immortals. If he was born in the Central Continent 10 great ancient sects, he would definitely be invited into Heavenly Court. He would be an elite among Heavenly Court's Goo immortals. To be able to use one's own path to mimic other paths and achieve their mystical effects, this was the symbol of a rank 8 expert. Ordinary rank 8 Goo immortals could not reach this stage. He Fan's strength was similar to Heavenly Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was a rank 8 Goo immortal cultivating wisdom path. But when Bo Qing awakened, and his sword lights were sent out over Central Continent, in order to fix Heaven Overseeing Tower, he actually used wisdom path methods. And the effect was even better than ordinary refinement path methods. This was using wisdom path to achieve the effects of refinement path. Oh, endless trouble? What move is this? Towards the end, Fang Yuan saw an immortal killer move. Its core was after Immortal Goo. Once the Goo immortal activated it, they could delay the current calamity or tribulation to the time of the next one, and face them together. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. There was He Fan's advice left inside the description of this killer move. This killer move could not be used excessively, even though the calamity or tribulation would be delayed until the next one, it would anger Heaven's will. The following calamities or tribulations would increase greatly in strength. This immortal killer move was created by He Fan, but he only used it once and never again. To warn his descendants, He Fan intentionally gave a name like Endless Trouble. I can only use it in emergencies. It is not a standard method, but it is definitely something very useful. Fang Yuan was surprised and joyful to have obtained this. Anger Heaven's will? He could not care less. Heaven's will was bent on killing him anyway. Fang Yuan's existence was the biggest cause of Heaven's will's anger to begin with. After spending some time, Fang Yuan finally finished reading the contents of the immortal killer moves. It was very comprehensive. There were even details about the development of an immortal aperture. In fact, there were even details about the mimicking of other paths effects. Even though He Fan's true inheritance only had these few immortal Goo. But by cooperating with Mortal Goo and forming countless immortal killer moves, the Goo immortal could deal with any situation that arises. This was the norm in the cultivation world. Even though He Fan was strong, he was not even of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Thus, he raised very few Goo worms. They were all time path Goo worms. He could support them. The number of Goo worms was not crucial, the Goo immortal who uses them was most important. He Fan was the best example. Even though he only had 3 immortal Goo, his use of Goo could unleash incredible effects. There was no strongest immortal Goo, only strongest Goo immortal. This was what the sentence was referring to. Chapter 1131, He Fan's Goo Refinement. Compared to He Fan, even though I have many immortal Goo, I am unable to use all of them to this extent. Fang Yuan reflected upon himself. He Fan's true inheritance gave him a lot of insight to his problems, but he did not waver. It is great that I can raise so many immortal Goo as well. Gu immortals placed great focus on their calamities and tribulations. The more they cultivated, the tougher the calamities and tribulations. He Fan had few immortal Gu, his burden of feeding them was low, but he had many methods to deal with all sorts of situations. He accumulated his resources, even if he sold them, by storing up immortal essence stones. He could have a huge immortal essence stone stockpile. And He Fan had a tribe, a super force with the Huangjin bloodline. He Fan liked to nurture descendants. He had a lot of immortal Gu that were not too important. Before setting up the true inheritance, he had given them out to He tribe's Gu immortals, or placed them into the treasury and passed them down. He Fan did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. His immortal aperture had limited potential. The resources he could grow also had a limit. All in all, he fed just a few immortal Gu and researched many killer moves for them. It was a very wise choice. But Fang Yuan was different. Different situations needed to be analyzed in depth. The first difference was his sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture had immense potential. Feeding Gu was a burden, feeding immortal Gu was a greater burden. But Fang Yuan could afford to do so, easily in fact. The second difference was that Fang Yuan was alone. He was alone, he only had to care for himself. He did not need to worry for a tribe, or give any attention to his descendants. This was the advantage of being a loner. The advantage of a tribe was shared resources and helping each other. But at He Fan's level, he was the one giving the tribe benefits. But He Fan had never thought of leaving the tribe. He had grown up in this tribal environment. During his growth, he had received a lot of help from the tribe, relationships, friendships, and kinship. He had all of them. He cared about the tribe and his descendants. The environment that a person grows up in has a huge influence on them. And Fang Yuan was free and unrestrained. He had almost zero burden in this aspect. Even though he joined Langya sect, he was just making use of them. The third difference was that Fang Yuan had huge pressure in survival. He needed a lot of immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique, with a greater number of them in all aspects. They could deal with many situations. For example, he could use Flying Sword immortal Gu to attack, and Sword Escape immortal Gu to retreat. Even without killer moves, Fang Yuan could use immortal Gu to deal with many situations. In fact, having many immortal Gu was useful and helpful to the construction of immortal killer moves. Immortal killer moves used core immortal Gu and supplementary mortal Gu. For example, Fang Yuan's Sword Marks Targeting Death, a sword path immortal killer move, used Flying Sword immortal Gu as the core, and a small number of supplementary sword path mortal Gu. If Fang Yuan did not have Flying Sword immortal Gu, and only had Sword Escape immortal Gu, how would he use Sword Escape in place of Flying Sword to unleash Sword Marks Targeting Death? Sword Escape replacing Flying Sword was possible. Because the two were Sword Path immortal Gu, they were interchangeable on this basis. But the entire killer move, Sword Marks Targeting Death, would need to be heavily altered. Flying Sword was used as an attacking immortal Gu. It was easy to construct an offensive killer move with it. But Sword Escape was a movement immortal Gu. If it were to replace Flying Sword, the mortal Gu used for Sword Marks Targeting Death would need to be changed, and increased drastically in number. This way, when using Sword Marks Targeting Death, the process would be more lengthy and difficult, the failure rate would be higher, and it would have less feasibility as a whole. Looking at it overall, He Fan's development method suited most people, but it did not suit Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's Gu raising method was the most optimal for himself. But if other Gu immortals mimicked him, they would be courting death. Fang Yuan continued to read. After the immortal killer moves, He Fan's true inheritance talked about mortal killer moves. There was an even greater number of these killer moves, a large portion of them were time path, but Fang Yuan basically had no need for them anymore. Immortal and mortal was vastly different. Maybe in the future, Fang Yuan could use these methods to probe other Gu immortals in battle, but they had little use, because Fang Yuan already had a good number of exemplary mortal killer moves. He already had numerous blood path and strength path killer moves. These mortal killer moves might only have one use in the end, to be the foundation for deductions. After the mortal killer moves, there were some incomplete killer moves, including both immortal and mortal killer moves. The completion rate varied, some were even simply inspired ideas or guesses. These were things that He Fan had never completed even upon his death. Deducing killer moves was unavoidable and essential in a Gu Immortal's cultivation journey. Fang Yuan took a look, nothing really caught his eye. His time path attainment level was too low, and he could not use Wisdom Gu. Furthermore, Fang Yuan already had many useful methods, they were sufficient. As a result, his browsing of killer moves ended. After returning, I will need to spend a lot of time practicing these killer moves. Fang Yuan planned. The usage of killer moves could end in failure. If during an intense battle, the activation fails, the Gu Immortal would suffer a backlash. If it was during a critical moment in battle, that would be terrible. One killer move's success or failure could directly affect the outcome of the battle, or even determine life and death itself. Thus, one had to be extremely familiar and proficient with their killer moves. This would use some funds as well. The supplementary mortal Gu that made up the killer moves needed to be purchased. When practicing, activating immortal killer moves would expend immortal essence. And practicing would definitely occur more than once. All of these required money, money, money. Thus, the development of a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was extremely important in their cultivation. Finances were the foundation for military might. Fighting was dangerous, and with the threat of calamities and tribulations, unless huge benefits or conflicts were involved, Gu Immortals usually preferred to live in peace instead. To practice so many killer moves, I need a lot of funds. Fang Yuan frowned, he felt both joy and worry. Of course, this was simply a blissful worry. Large numbers of immortal killer moves, even more mortal killer moves and incomplete killer moves. After looking at them, Fang Yuan moved on to Gu recipes. Immortal Gu recipes? Among which, the first was the parallel refinement method of immortal level year Gu. There were quite a few parallel refinement Gu recipes. There were a total of 5, they could achieve parallel refinement and elevate year Gu. At the back, He Fan even noted his experiences, he talked about the advantages and disadvantages of all 5 methods, and some tips when undergoing parallel refinement. Just the methods recorded here was incredibly insightful for Fang Yuan. Out of the 5 parallel refinement immortal Gu recipes, the one He Fan used the most was the final one. This immortal Gu recipe was created by He Fan in his later years. It used the least ingredients and had the highest success rate, it expended the least amount of time and mental energy as well. Overall, it used a large number of mortal level year Gu and added them into the immortal level year Gu, thus the effect was great. After developing this, He Fan almost abandoned the first 4 Gu recipes, he used this parallel refinement method solely. But because of the comprehensive nature of He Fan's true inheritance, he recorded the 4 recipes into it regardless. Rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water can produce countless mortal year Gu. These year Gu can be used to parallel refine immortal level year Gu, it is so convenient. Fang Yuan sighed as he continued looking. Next was the immortal Gu recipe of refining after immortal Gu. Fang Yuan already had this immortal Gu, he only took one glance at it. Overall, the number of immortal Gu recipes was quite shocking. There were nearly 100. And all of them were fully completed immortal Gu recipes. Most were rank 6, some were rank 7, and there were only 2 or 3 rank 8 immortal Gu recipes. In terms of path, most were time path, but there were also other paths like fire path and luck path. Compared to the immortal killer moves, these immortal Gu recipes were more disorganized. There were recently created immortal Gu recipes, there were also ancient recipes with extinct immortal materials, they could not be used anymore. Among all of the immortal Gu recipes, He Fan placed the greatest emphasis on years flow like water. The rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water was actually the creation of He Fan. His inspiration was obtained by constantly parallel refining year Gu. He Fan had described the entire process of refining years flow like water in great detail. In order to get enough immortal materials, he had expended the entire He tribe treasury, and used up a lot of favors and paid a huge price to ask 2 refinement path grade experts to help. In the end, he was still in a lot of debt. To refine years flow like water, He Fan had placed all of his effort into it. During the refinement process, he had suffered failure after failure. There were several times he wanted to give up. He Fan had recorded all of these mental states down. He was not afraid of his descendants laughing at him. This showed that He Fan had truly put his heart and soul into creating this true inheritance. In the end, because of his relatively good luck, after 9 failures, he finally succeeded. In his words, all of the difficulties and risks that He Fan faced when refining the rank 8 immortal goo was expressed in detail. Even after succeeding, He Fan did not recoup his losses for many years to come. He solemnly warned his inheritor to treasure the fruits of his predecessor's hard work greatly. If they cultivate to rank 8 in the future, when refining rank 8 immortal goo, they had to be extremely careful. Fang Yuan saw this and thought of old ancestor Shui Hu. Right now, this old fellow was also refining a rank 8 immortal goo. And this immortal goo was extremely precious, it was fortune rivaling heaven goo. According to what Langya Land Spirit said, this immortal goo was created in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's later years using the essence of luck path. Refining rank 8 was a huge gamble. Old ancestor Shui Hu had Ma Hong Yun as the main ingredient, it saved him a lot of costs. But even so, when gathering immortal materials, he had discarded his reputation. He went personally to Zombie Alliance to steal immortal zombie corpses. He even went to He tribe's treasury and looted it. The entire Snowy Mountain blessed land was in chaos because of his actions. Everyone was worried. Yao Huang was also trying to refine resurrection from the dead immortal goo. According to the rumors in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World, this immortal goo was also rank 8. Actually, everyone knew about the risks of refining a rank 8 immortal goo. But why did they still try? As a matter of fact, having a rank 8 immortal goo and not having one meant 2 completely different states. Rank 8 goo immortals had to undergo tribulations as well. They usually had low lifespan. Many times, they had no choice but to take a risk. Old ancestor Shui Hu was doing this for his tribulation, while Yao Huang was trying to prolong his life. Calamities and tribulations could not hinder He Fan, but he had limited lifespan. He eventually died. Tribulations and lifespan. Fang Yuan knew that in his quest for eternal life, he had to get through these 2 tough problems. Chapter 1132, Taking Over He Fan Grotto Heaven. After the immortal goo recipes, there were mortal goo recipes. There were many mortal goo recipes. Fang Yuan felt a little shocked seeing all of them. The ones worth looking at were the mortal goo recipes of day, month, and year goo. In accordance with these mortal goo recipes, Fang Yuan could buy his mortal materials and refine his own mortal level day goo, month goo, and year goo. This way, not only can I buy these mortal goo and treasure Yellow Heaven, I can also refine them myself. This would no doubt greatly reduce my preparation. But it is a waste for me to do the refinement myself. I should ask the hairy men in Langya sect to do it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan frowned uncontrollably. His relationship with Langya sect had already turned cold. He would need to improve their relationship if he were to ask them for help. Forget about these for now. Fang Yuan continued to look at He Fan's true inheritance. After immortal goo recipes and mortal goo recipes, there were some incomplete goo recipes. They had varying completion rates. Some were 90%, stuck at a crucial step. Some were at 10 to 20%, they were at the initial stages of creation. Immortal goo before? Fang Yuan's gaze halted. Among the incomplete immortal goo recipes, the before immortal goo recipe was only 57% complete. Before immortal goo, after immortal goo, they were related immortal goo. Evidently, in He Fan's lifetime, after obtaining after immortal goo, he had greatly desired before immortal goo. Unfortunately, even until his death, he did not succeed. Next was He Fan's recorded experiences in deducing these Gu recipes. He talked about the difficulties of deduction. He told his inheritor not to be afraid of difficulty and to persevere. At the same time, he talked about the importance of inspiration. Thus, behind this, He Fan wrote about some tricks and tips. Like using Wisdom Path Inspiration Gu and Light Path of Flash of Inspiration Gu to help him with the deduction. Looking at this, Fang Yuan smiled. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. He had obtained Dong Fang Chang Fan's Wisdom Path True Inheritance. He dominated He Fan in this aspect. He Fan's experiences in this aspect were quite shallow from Fang Yuan's perspective. Everyone had their own field of expertise. Even though He Fan was skilled, he had his weak points too. Like how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable looked to Long Hair Ancestor for help to refine Immortal Gu. After killer moves and Gu recipes, there were He Fan's own cultivation experiences. Among this, there were maps, including the 5 regions and even White Heaven and Black Heaven. They had huge value in terms of reference. Of course, Northern Plains map was the most detailed, the other 4 regions were more simple. Fang Yuan placed the most attention on the maps of White Heaven and Black Heaven. This had broadened his horizons. Some strong rank 7 Gu Immortals and all rank 8 Gu Immortals would often explore Black Heaven and White Heaven, scavenging for resources within. As an expert among rank 8s, He Fan was no exception. After the maps, there were lots of secrets regarding the Gu Immortal world. Like Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88 True Yang Building, there was the most information about these. But they were useless now. And He Fan's own conjectures. What attracted Fang Yuan the most was one of them. He Fan was suspicious that a Time Path Gu Immortal had inherited Red Lotus True Inheritance. From this record, Fang Yuan could sense that He Fan had a huge desire towards Red Lotus True Inheritance. This was expected. He was a Time Path great expert. He naturally sought out and looked up to the number 1 Time Path True Inheritance in the world. The final important point was He Fan's own ideas and experimentation on the development of an immortal aperture. Using his own situation as an example, he clearly stated how calamities and tribulations, Dao marks, and immortal aperture helped each other in an intrinsic relationship, and how to modify the immortal aperture's environment, like how to alter the rate of time inside. There was also the management of the immortal aperture, and the selling of resources. The important point here was Year Gu. Back then, after He Fan refined rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water, he started selling mortal level Year Gu. It became his most lucrative business. In just a few months, he became the biggest Year Gu vendor in the world. He was earning huge profits. With this rank 8 immortal Gu, he had an unceasing gold mine. However, He Fan had also stated the possibility of the attack of Year Beasts. How to deal with the Year Beast attacks, how to capture Year Beasts, how to dissect Year Beasts, and how to sell Year Beasts. There was also the relationship between Year Beasts and the immortal aperture and others. Fang Yuan looked on with a frown. In He Fan's immortal aperture, because of years flow like water, immemorial level Year Beasts had once went in. They had rank 8 battle strength. He Fan spent a lot of effort in killing them. Because he fought in his immortal aperture, the result was immense losses. Many times, He Fan felt pain due to his losses. After a painful lesson, He Fan started to research on how to seal years flow like water, and conceal its aura when not using it. He found and invented many methods that were all recorded in the True Inheritance. He had made great achievements. However, He Fan warned the inheritor to be careful on something, that was to use immortal Gu years flow like water carefully when in battle. Once they fought against a strong foe and lured an immemorial Year Beast over to attack their immortal aperture, they would be in deep trouble. It seems that I need to be very careful when using years flow like water. If I am careless and Heavens will uses this opportunity to lure immemorial Year Beasts to me, I would die. Fang Yuan was only rank 6, he could not fight against a rank 8 level existence. With a huge difference in strength, there would be no unexpected lucky circumstances that could save him. His consciousness returned from immortal letter Gu. Fang Yuan let out a breath. He Fan's true inheritance is truly the work of a time path great expert, he lives up to his name. Fang Yuan praised, but the difficulty to inherit this is too high. Precisely because of the difficulty, He tribe's descendants worked hard but did not succeed. In the end, Fang Yuan took advantage of it and obtained the fruits of his labor. Don't look at how easy of a time Fang Yuan had, it had many preconditions. Like attitude Gu and familiar face, he even had Chu Du's help to obtain the heavenly crystal eagle nest. However, according to the logic of the Gu immortal world, the inheritances left behind by people of He Fan's level are usually this difficult. For example, Nian Air tribe's Nian Air sword saint true inheritance. An inheritor would only appear every few hundred years, the current one was Nian Air Ping Ji. He Fan and Nian Air sword saint were people who left their names in history, they were prideful people. They were unwilling to have their inheritances obtained by useless people that would tarnish their reputation. They set difficult requirements to choose a worthy successor, it was normal. Next, I have to take over this He Fan grotto heaven. Fang Yuan looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit, signaling to it. At the next moment, the brass bell heavenly spirit slowly flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. When he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, he became the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven, he could naturally command this brass bell heavenly spirit. The regretful thing was, He Fan Grotto Heaven had absorbed the immemorial azure heaven fragment, it made the brass bell heavenly spirit mindless and unresponsive. Fang Yuan could not manipulate it easily, it was hard to communicate, it was worse than Hu immortal land spirit. Fang Yuan first looked at Immortal Succession Mountain. This mountain had many pavilions on it. Each one had an inheritance in it. Some of the inheritances were mortal level, while some were left by Gu immortals. The Gu immortals originally in He Fan Grotto Heaven had ascended Immortal Succession Mountain when they were mortals. After getting the inheritances, they slowly cultivated their way up. Unfortunately, their generations of development were in vain. Fang Yuan killed all of them on this day. Fang Yuan inspected and realized that Immortal Succession Mountain had a few inheritances left. Most of the stone pavilions were empty already. He kept all of these inheritances. He was the owner of the Grotto Heaven now, everything inside was his. These inheritances were no different. However, these inheritances were mostly mortal inheritances, there were only 3 Gu immortal inheritances. Among which, 2 of them did not have any immortal Gu, but they had a few immortal Gu recipes. The last Gu immortal inheritance had 1 immortal Gu left, it was called Bone Spike, it was a bone path offensive Gu worm. After ransacking Immortal Succession Mountain, Fang Yuan looked at the huge world in this place. He Fan Grotto Heaven had countless resources, the map in the True Inheritance had talked about He Fan Grotto Heaven's resource distribution, but after so many years, and after nurturing so many Gu immortals, the resource map was no longer applicable to its current state. And the brass bell heavenly spirit could not communicate. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had captives. Even though he killed all of the Gu immortals, he had preserved their souls. Right now, all of them were locked up in his immortal aperture. Soul Search. A while later, Fang Yuan knew He Fan Grotto Heaven like the back of his hand. Other than a few areas that ancient desolate beasts and ancient desolate plants were living in, there were some forbidden grounds. These Gu immortals inside He Fan Grotto Heaven were locals. After tens of generations, how could they know nothing about He Fan Grotto Heaven? In the process of soul searching, Fang Yuan also learned about the inheritances and cultivation experiences of these Gu immortals. Bloodlight spirit suppression? Heaven's will. Fang Yuan inspected Jing Tua, Zhou Min, and Feng Jun's souls, he realized their scheme. Fang Yuan was glad that he struck quickly, otherwise, if he waited, these 3 immortals might have actually succeeded. Chu Du snatched the heavenly crystal eagle nest away, while Fang Yuan had attitude Gu and familiar face, Heaven's will knew about all these. Most importantly, He Fan Grotto Heaven had absorbed a piece of an immemorial azure heaven fragment, Heaven's will could look into the Grotto Heaven. The immortal killer move bloodlight spirit suppression that Feng Jun had suddenly created was quite suspicious. Fang Yuan assumed that this was likely Heaven's will's influence. Thankfully, Fang Yuan took action after getting the heavenly crystal eagle nest. He went to obtain He Fan true inheritance in the shortest time possible. I have to move away all of the resources inside He Fan Grotto Heaven, and put them in my immortal aperture. This place is not safe. As for He Fan Grotto Heaven, I will give it to Chu Du. The value of the Grotto Heaven itself is already 30% of He Fan true inheritance's value. As for what heavens would do to Chu Du, Fang Yuan could not care less. He had already given the method of self-will gu to Chu Du. He did not have to worry about heavens will influencing Chu Du's thoughts. In the next few days, Fang Yuan went through a thorough inspection. The entire distribution of living habitats, the cooperation and coexistence between resources, some complemented each other while others restrained each other. These were all precious knowledge that Fang Yuan could learn in order to manage his own immortal aperture. He was lacking in this aspect. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had low aptitude. Blood Path Gu immortals were skilled in fighting, but were not good in immortal aperture management. Especially large immortal apertures, Fang Yuan had no experience in managing them. Not to mention the sovereign immortal aperture. Right now, He Fan Grotto Heaven was like an encyclopedia placed in front of him. Chapter 1133, Ransacking the Entire Grotto Heaven. In the next few days, Fang Yuan went around almost the entirety of He Fan Grotto Heaven. His consciousness was covering the surroundings, observing as he researched. Sometimes, Fang Yuan felt that it was as if He Fan was teaching him personally across time and space. There was an incredibly detailed explanation in He Fan's true inheritance. The He Fan Grotto Heaven in front of him was a real-life example. He could interact with and excavate information from it. He could also observe it. If there were any differences, Fang Yuan would soul-search those captive Gu immortals. This made him understand the process and secrets of the prosperity and dwindling of species in a long span of time. He Fan's talent made Fang Yuan feel deep admiration. He had benefited greatly from it. Regarding the development of the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan now had many new bold ideas. When Fang Yuan was certain that he had already understood the structure of the entirety of He Fan Grotto Heaven, he started to move resources. First were the heavenly crystals. He Fan Grotto Heaven's first forbidden ground was the heavenly crystal storage pool. This pool was built in the sky, it covered an enormous area, and was surrounded in layers of Gu formations. But the heavenly crystals only occupied the small area at the center. The heavenly crystals produced in He Fan Grotto Heaven were light azure in color. Heavenly crystals had different colors depends on where they were produced. Fang Yuan placed this storage pool into Mini Azure Heaven. It is a pity that this storage pool can only produce heavenly crystals in a grotto heaven. My sovereign immortal aperture is only a blessed land, it cannot do anything inside here. However, the light azure heavenly crystals in the storage pool and that heavenly crystal eagle nest should last 5 to 6 years for me. Fang Yuan assessed, with the addition of these crystals, he would have no problems in feeding the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Heavenly crystals were not easy to buy in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The second forbidden area was underground. This was a huge cave. There were stalactites growing in the cave. The most valuable one were the hibiscus stalactites. It was rare in the outside world, but a lot were growing here. Fang Yuan spent some effort, digging out the entire cave and transplanting it into Mini southern border. Thankfully, he had Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, otherwise, this second forbidden area would be hard to deal with. But after I do this, when the stalactites grow, they would need to absorb the earth chi inside the sovereign immortal aperture. It would increase the sovereign immortal aperture's earth chi expenditure. Once in a while, I will need to place down the immortal aperture and replenish earth chi. Other than these natural resources, there were ancient desolate beasts and ancient desolate plants. Among the ancient desolate plants, there was one walking meat tree. This tree was a rare strength path plant, it usually grew in Black Heaven. In order to cultivate it, He Fan specially enclosed a portion of He Fan Grotto Heaven, creating a condition of darkness. Around the walking meat tree, He Fan specially created a habitat that suited its growth. The walking meat tree's branches were very peculiar, they were like soft and thick octopus tentacles. With a light whip, they could send desolate beasts flying. Fang Yuan had once seen one in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. This was his second encounter. He sighed. He had once wished he could get a walking meat tree, because he could use Eat Strength Immortal Goo to increase his strength path down marks. But now, he had the walking meat tree, but Eat Strength Immortal Goo was destroyed. It was truly untimely. Fang Yuan placed the walking meat tree into mini black heaven within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's advantage was starting to show. He Fan had to make meticulous arrangements to plant the walking meat tree. Fang Yuan did not need to do this, because mini black heaven's environment was close to the real immemorial black heaven. The walking meat tree was very pleased after the relocation. It stretched out its branches comfortably. Because He Fan had specialized methods, Fang Yuan had an easy time relocating these ancient desolate plants. The same went for the other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts living in He Fan Grotto Heaven. Using methods in He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan could lure these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts into his immortal aperture with no trouble. What was worth mentioning was that among the ancient desolate beasts in He Fan Grotto Heaven, there were 3 remnant heavenly dogs. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan needed dog desolate beasts, not ancient desolate beasts. He needed their feces to feed the rank 6 dog shit luck immortal goo. But these 3 remnant heavenly dogs were not useless. In the future, if Fang Yuan raised dog shit luck immortal goo to rank 7, its food would change drastically. At that time, the remnant heavenly dog's feces would be useful. Fang Yuan's relocation was very efficient. In the entire process, the brass bell heavenly spirit followed beside him. Fang Yuan was the Grotto Heaven's owner. The heavenly spirit would cooperate with everything he did without resistance. After half a month, Fang Yuan finally emptied He Fan Grotto Heaven. Even the empty immortal succession mountain was not left alone. Fang Yuan moved it into mini southern border. Originally, there were large numbers of Goo masters and mortals living in He Fan Grotto Heaven. They were all the descendants of He tribe's criminal immortals. Fang Yuan killed all of them, collecting their souls, planning to feed them to Danghun Mountain. What made Fang Yuan feel slight regret was, He Fan Grotto Heaven did not have any variant humans. When Grotto Heavens or Blessed Lands reach a certain stage, the Goo immortals would start rearing variant humans inside. Even though He Fan could do this, he did not. Even though there were no variant humans, and most of the common cultivation resources were expended by the Goo immortals inside He Fan Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan still had immense gains. All of the resources in He Fan Grotto Heaven were placed into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. From a desolate state, it was starting to gain life. This is a huge breakthrough. If I were to work at it myself, to get the Sovereign Immortal Aperture to this stage of development, I would need 600 years. And that is the best case scenario. Now after taking in He Fan Grotto Heaven's resources, I have directly reached this stage. He Fan Grotto Heaven had existed for a long time. It had accumulated a great amount of resources. After all, this was the accumulation of a rank 8 Goo immortal's wealth. Even though a lot was used up, and it was not at its prime, Fang Yuan still benefited greatly. For example, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture previously was like a pauper, even the immortal Goo were starving. But now, he had inherited the wealth of a billionaire. He turned into a billionaire instantly. Now, the resources inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture definitely surpasses most rank 7 Goo immortals in terms of value. Even by the standards of rank 8 Goo immortals, I might barely be able to reach them. Of course, a lot of the resources have just been moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. With a change in environment and a fall in time path down marks, their production would greatly reduce. They might even wither and die. The beasts and plants need to adapt to the new environment, and my Sovereign Immortal Aperture also needs to assimilate them slowly. Among which, I can't use some of the resources. I should sell them and exchange for the things I need. Moving all of the resources was just the start. Next, Fang Yuan was going to get busy with his development and management. A few days later, Fang Yuan brought Chu Du into Heifan Grotto Heaven. After getting your letter, I came here immediately. This is Heifan Grotto Heaven? Why is it so barren? Chu Du had just arrived in Heifan Grotto Heaven. He looked around with a surprised and disappointed look. There was almost nothing in Heifan Grotto Heaven. Even the grasslands were dug up by Fang Yuan, it was literally empty. There were no trees as well, of course. And the rivers and pools were all moved into the sovereign immortal aperture using pulling water immortal goo as well. The scenic Heifan Grotto Heaven had become desolate as ever. When winds blew, sand flew into the air, it was a dismal sight. Chu Du looked at Fang Yuan with a flickering gaze. His expression seemed to be saying, "Brother, isn't your appetite too big? I rushed here to see this?" Fang Yuan smiled, pointing at the sky. "Brother Chu, according to our alliance agreement, I will pay you 30% of my gains. Heifan Grotto Heaven is yours now." Chu Du heard this and his expression changed. He looked at Fang Yuan in shock. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Fang Yuan nodded. Chu Du was greatly enticed. Even though the resources inside the Grotto Heaven were taken by Fang Yuan, this was still a Grotto Heaven. Resources and Grotto Heaven were like eggs and the chicken respectively. Fang Yuan took the eggs, he left the chicken to Chu Du. Chu Du squinted, his eyes were flickering with sharp light. He could not reject it. The reason? Because controlling this Grotto Heaven was an immense help to Chu Du's cultivation. Even though Chu Du also had an immortal aperture, it was only a blessed land, be it time path or space path resources, they could not compare to a Grotto Heaven. And this was Heifan's Grotto Heaven. Chu Du's blessed land also had lots of cultivation resources, but it was not safe to place his resources there. Because of calamities and tribulations. Calamities and tribulations would destroy the immortal aperture's resources when targeting the Gu immortals as well. Chu Du had rank 7 cultivation level, he had passed many calamities and tribulations, he knew the trouble and pain of getting his resources destroyed by calamities and tribulations. He did not have the great strength true martial physique, his blessed land space was limited. It was unlike Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, it was too big. Even after taking in Heifan's resources, there was still a lot of space left. Fang Yuan could freely choose a place inside it with no resources to undergo his tribulation, but Chu Du could not. Heifan Grotto Heaven has no calamities and tribulations, because this immortal aperture has absorbed a fragment of immemorial Azure Heaven. I can place my resources inside here, of course, there are few strength path down marks here, I will need to decide this carefully in the future. Chu Du assessed. Lu Guanyi handed over Heifan Grotto Heaven to me. Other than completing our agreement, it is also because this Grotto Heaven itself is a problem. Chu Du was not stupid, he quickly realized, he had taken the heavenly crystal eagle nest, everyone knew that Heifan true inheritance was in his hands. In truth, the one who obtained Heifan's true inheritance was Fang Yuan. Except that he was in the background, while Chu Du occupied the Grotto Heaven. If anything happened in the future, Fang Yuan would not be in trouble, but Chu Du would. Even if Heavenly Lord Baizu attacks, I will take over Heifan Grotto Heaven. How can I, the great domination immortal, be afraid of a small risk? Thinking of this, Chu Du spoke, agreeing. Good, as expected of the domination immortal. Fang Yuan clapped, praising. But next, when handing over Heifan Grotto Heaven, there was a tiny problem. The brass bell heavenly spirit was unwilling to. It was because Chu Du did not have He tribe's bloodline. Ignorant thing. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly, destroying the defenseless brass bell heavenly spirit with one hit. The problem was immediately solved. Chapter 1134, Battling Falling Star Hound. After the transaction, Heifan Grotto Heaven changed owners. Even though Chu Du asked him to stay, Fang Yuan was insistent on leaving. He had stayed in Heifan Grotto Heaven for too long. Fang Yuan had to start preparing for his fourth earthly calamity. Of course, before leaving, he used the immortal killer move 100 Years Harmony to create a new alliance agreement with Chu Du. Fang Yuan left quickly. Chu Du was left behind, feeling a huge headache looking at the barren Heifan Grotto Heaven. Traveling back, he returned to Langya Blessed Land. Oh, look, Fang Yuan is back. A hairy Mangu immortal who was inside Langya Blessed Land saw Fang Yuan who was flying in the sky. Does it matter if he is back? That's right, there is no difference if Langya sect has him or not. He is a human Gu immortal after all, he is not one of us. Ignore him, let's continue planning on how to take down that falling star hound. Soon, these hairy Mangu immortals lowered their heads, continuing to discuss their tactic. Fang Yuan looked down, his gaze sweeping past these hairy Mangu immortals. Even though they were far away, Fang Yuan had investigative methods, he heard what they were saying. At once, Fang Yuan's gaze turned eerie. He had spent a lot of time searching for Heifan's true inheritance, the fourth earthly calamity was close. Fang Yuan was planning to undergo this earthly calamity himself. Even though getting Chu Du's help was safer, Reckless Savage's true meaning would also be split. Fang Yuan would definitely want to take the benefits for himself if possible. Only when he is unable to do so would he think of other ways. And just now, he obtained Heifan's true inheritance, his strength rose greatly, he was confident in dealing with the fourth earthly calamity alone. But to undergo tribulation, I need Langya Sect's immortal tribulation tempering aperture. I will need to borrow immortal Gu and mortal Gu from Langya Land Spirit. With my current relationship with Langya Land Spirit, he will not lend it to me, unless I provide a huge gain like selling Danghun Mountain. Looking at it, I should use my remaining time to complete that sect mission of taking down the falling star hound. Firstly, it can improve our relationship. Secondly, I can gain a lot of sect contribution points to pay for borrowing Gu. Fang Yuan did not return to his Cloud City, he flew straight to the first Cloud City. There, he met with Langya Land Spirit. Oh, you still remembered to come back? Langya Land Spirit did not speak in a pleasant tone, he had a cold attitude. Fang Yuan sighed, he showed a bitter expression. Please understand, First Supreme Elder, I had my reasons. Earlier, I was not ignoring it, I simply had no time or effort. After going out this time, I resolved my crisis. The moment I returned, I heard the Supreme Elders taking down the falling star hound. I rushed here to get this mission from you, First Supreme Elder, at the first moment. Oh? Langya Land Spirit heard this and stopped frowning. This means you are going to do it? Fang Yuan smiled bitterly again. I have been wanting to accept the mission, I am a member of Langya sect after all. But the circumstances did not allow me to, I had no choice. Now that I can spare the effort, I want to do something for the sect. His acting skills with attitude Gu immediately took effect. Langya Land Spirit felt that Fang Yuan was speaking the truth, he was sincere and apologetic. Langya Land Spirit's expression soothed, he was about to agree, but he quickly changed his words. It will be troublesome if you want to accept this mission. Earlier, 12th Hair and the rest have already coordinated, they are going to strike. Last time, even though they failed, they had gained great experience, both sides had suffered a loss. They are likely going to succeed now. If you want to take this mission, regardless of whether you succeed, you will conflict with them first. Fang Yuan was only an outsider, 12th Hair and the rest were true hairy Mangu immortals, they were part of the hairy men. Langya Land Spirit naturally would side with 12th Hair and the rest. Fang Yuan nodded, so that's it. How about this, let them take the mission first, if they cannot complete it, I will help out, is that okay? Langya Land Spirit thought about it, nodding, okay. Fang Yuan said again, I hope First Supreme Elder can announce this. Langya Land Spirit did as he said. Once he announced it, there was a commotion in Langya sect. That Fang Yuan is finally going to fight? Humph, he sees that we are succeeding, so he wants to attempt it. Despicable scoundrel. Disregarding the fact that he is despicable, the reward for taking down the falling star hound has risen to over 1,000. Whoever completes it will gain the greatest benefit. Oh 12th, you must succeed, don't let that Fang Yuan take advantage. The hairy man-gu immortals had mutual animosity towards him. 12th Hare nodded, subconsciously clenching his fists, thinking, I must succeed, we prepared amply, I will not let everyone down. His previous fight gave the hairy man lots of confidence. 12th Hare was prepared to attack in 2 days' time. But because of this matter, he decided to be more safe and prepare himself better. 7 days later, Fang Yuan received notification that 12th Hare and the rest were about to attack. He went uninvited, gathering with 12th Hare and the rest. Elder Fang Yuan. 6th Hare went ahead and spoke to Fang Yuan in a strange tone. His true identity was Shadow Sect's spy, but even if Fang Yuan exposed him, nobody would believe it. Because he had made a deal with Fang Yuan, they were in the same boat, he was fearless. Last time, he was ordered to represent Ing Wu Xia in transacting with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the upper hand, he had suffered immensely. Fang Yuan did not go and challenge the falling star hound. 6th Hare managed to stir up the hairy men and direct their attention to it, causing their relationship with Fang Yuan to worsen. Elder Fang Yuan, I know why you are here, but this time, you will be disappointed. 12th Hare walked forward, puffing his chest, he was filled with confidence. He spoke in a normal tone, he was frank and upright unlike the underhanded 6th Hare. Fang Yuan looked at 12th Hare, he saw that this hairy man-gu immortal had evidently changed. He was more confident and secure than before. Fang Yuan assessed, 12th Hare cultivates refinement path along with enslavement path. This time, to deal with the falling star hound, he had been the leader. He was heavily injured before and had to rest in bed for some time. After these obstacles, he has improved drastically, his mental state has also become much more developed. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled as he replied, then I will await Brother 12th's victory. Humph, hypocrite. He seems to have given up on the surface, but he must be anxious on the inside, right? Hee. The other hairy man-gu immortals could not stand Fang Yuan's words, they were muttering. Fang Yuan heard their words and ignored it. The group was standing in the center of the main formation. The hairy men were standing close together, Fang Yuan was the only outcast. Stay alert, I am about to activate the Gu formation. 12th Hare said, he took a glance at Fang Yuan, with one more person, the immortal essence expenditure is definitely going to be higher. The hairy man-gu immortals had calm expressions, they had already used this teleportation Gu formation many times, they were used to it. The Gu formation gradually activated, it gave off dazzling lights. Fang Yuan watched silently. The teleportation sub-formation in Taichou was placed by him. Fang Yuan had returned to Langya Blessed Land using the teleportation Gu formation. When he used it alone, it was easy, but he could see that these hairy man-gu immortals had much more trouble in activating it. 12th Hare continued to expend immortal essence, after a long while, the Gu formation finally activated. Dazzling lights blinded everyone's vision, with a huge mystical force, it reacted. In the blink of an eye, the immortals looked around and realized they were in Taichou. Fang Yuan turned around, the huge elephant corpse was indeed behind him. The immortal essence expenditure did not increase by a lot, it seems that Fang Yuan does not have a deep Daomark foundation. He is probably more experienced than us in battle techniques only. 12th Hare glanced at Fang Yuan, showing some disdain in his gaze. We can only win this time, we cannot lose. Let's go. 12th Hare waved, shouting loudly. The hairy man-gu immortals responded, they had high morale. They started their journey, Fang Yuan tailed behind them. In order to not cause conflicts, Fang Yuan purposely stayed behind, not getting close to these hairy man-gu immortals. Before they advanced by a lot, Fang Yuan found his target. A falling star hound that has not reached maturity? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised, he saw that the hairy man-gu immortals were charging towards it. Dog, we will definitely beat you. 12th Hare shouted loudly, battle intent surging in him. The falling starhound howled, it lowered his body as its hill-like body burst forward with incredible speed. The hairy Mangu immortals were scattered by this attack. 12th Hare was in a very difficult state. He shouted in anger, "Beast, you dare to sneak attack us? Come, let's battle for 300 rounds." Saying this, 12th Hare clapped his hands as a blue light expanded from his hands, forming a blue lake in the sky. From the lake, water spewed out, as 3 desolate beasts came out from the bottom of the lake. 1 yak, 1 tiger, and 1 bear. It was a chestnut yak, a golden white tiger, and a diamond bear. The 3 desolate beasts went towards the falling star hound, engaging in an intense battle on the giant grass. This was a deep area of Taichio. The giant grass was extremely tall, even the falling star hound and diamond bear was not as tall as the strands of giant grass. 12th Hare controlled the 3 desolate beasts, drawing the falling star hound's attention. The other hairy Mangu immortals were hiding in the giant grass, attacking the falling star hound from a distance. Fang Yuan watched from an even greater distance. He could evidently see many traces of intense battle in this battlefield. The hairy Mangu immortals' performance was quite impressive. They were skillful and had improved from earlier. Even though it was still quite bad, their improvement was very apparent. The falling star hound had not reached maturity, but it could fight with these hairy Mangu immortals evenly. Fang Yuan smiled, looking at the sky. He thought to himself, "I am here, heaven's will, how will you deal with me this time?" Chapter 1135, Don't Be a Disturbance. Boom. With a loud boom, the falling star hound crashed into the diamond bear. The diamond bear was only a desolate beast, but it had a robust body. It blocked the falling star hound like a wall. It was hit by the falling star hound, it moved back 5 or 6 steps, but it still stood firmly. The falling star hound moved back by a huge step, its head was spinning. It shook his head, clearing its mind. During this period of time, 5 or 6 killer moves shot out from the giant grass, impacting on the falling star hound's body. The falling star hound cried out in pain, its flesh was cut open from the attacks. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. It seems that not just 12th Hare, the other hairy Mangu immortals have also learned to use their immortal killer moves. But these immortal killer moves mostly only have 1 core immortal gu. They are at rank 6 level. After the falling star hound was attacked for a long time, even though its flesh was torn open, it was only lightly injured. It was an ancient desolate beast, even as an infant which had not reached maturity, it still had incredible defense and recovery abilities. I cannot fail this time, Fang Yuan will see me as a joke. 12th Hare concentrated, he was filled with unprecedented determination. The 3 desolate beasts seemed to be able to sense their master's feelings, they were filled with battle intent. Under 12th Hare's manipulation, the diamond bear with the sturdiest body resisted attacks, while the golden white tiger assisted it. As for the chestnut yak, even though it was very weak, it could cause some interferences on the side. 12th Hare is directing the desolate beasts, he seems to be having an easy time. But this situation is quite stagnant, the falling star hound is attacking fiercely, he has not sent out a 4th desolate beast yet. I am afraid he only has 3 desolate beasts after all. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed. He even had to use a desolate beast like the chestnut yak. Fang Yuan's guess was very likely to be true. After Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, 12th Hare bought a diamond bear and a golden white tiger. But his choice is quite questionable, the diamond bear itself is sufficient. Golden white tiger is a metal path desolate beast with strong defenses as well, he might as well get a flying desolate beast, it would pose a greater threat. That way, the falling star hound would be distracted more and act more warily, it would have weaker attacks when trying to defend itself. Fang Yuan was thinking about this, when 12th Hare made a mistake, the diamond bear left a gap open after moving away. Damn it! 12th Hare stared with furious eyes. He immediately moved the chestnut yak to fill the gap. You have to hang on. 12th Hare bellowed in his mind. The falling starhound growled, slamming the chestnut yak away. Next, the falling starhound broke away from the encirclement and charged into the grass. As a result, the hairy man-goo immortals hiding in the grass screamed in terror. Quick, use that move. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the falling starhound, an unlucky hairy man-goo immortal shouted in fear. Swoosh. At the next moment, he vanished on the spot, appearing beside another hairy man 1,000 steps away from him. Thanks. You acted quickly, otherwise, I would have died. The hairy man-goo immortal who was saved still felt lingering fear. The one who saved him was 6th Hare. He patted the hairy man-goo immortal's shoulder. Relax, don't forget the outsider is here, don't make our Langya sect lose face. Even now, he was still trying to sow discord. The hairy man-goo immortal who was saved quickly concealed his expression, but his body was still shaking slightly. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, killing intent was hidden in his gaze as he looked at 6th Hare. I will slaughter this fellow one day. But we are members of Langya sect now. The Information Path Alliance agreement prevents us from killing each other. So to kill him, I need to get rid of this Langya sect alliance agreement secretly first. Fang Yuan wanted to make use of Langya sect's strength. 6th Hare was a severe obstacle. 6th Hare played a big role in causing Fang Yuan and Langya sect's relationship to turn so sour. In Langya sect, Fang Yuan and 6th Hare both had ulterior motives. Their relationship was not simple either. Because they had made transactions, they had a hold on each other. Fang Yuan had Langya sect's alliance agreement. He could not do things that harmed Langya sect. Of course, he could think and talk about them. 6th Hare was a member of Langya sect. Because of this, if 6th Hare was in fatal danger, Fang Yuan had to save him. Of course, it depended on the situation. If 6th Hare tried to suicidally put himself in danger and lure an ancient desolate beast in order to entrap Fang Yuan, he would not have to save him in that situation. Since Fang Yuan joined Langya sect and went under an alliance agreement, he was not going to be restricted so easily. And 6th Hare only wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan and obtain his body. He had insufficient strength, and Fang Yuan had a hold on him. Because of Shadow Sect's plan, he was the final spy left in Langya Blessed Land. He had to stay hidden. Both sides had their own reservations, they were wary of each other. As if he had sensed Fang Yuan's gaze, 6th Hare turned around and smiled sinisterly. He was a split soul of spectral soul, he had rich battle experience. This was why he could save the hairy man-goo immortal before anyone else reacted. He was trying to unite the hairy man-goo immortals and ostracize Fang Yuan, limiting his growth. The battle continued. The falling star hound did not kill the hairy man-goo immortal, the diamond bear and golden white tiger quickly diverted it. Soon, the chestnut yak arrived as well, forming an encirclement again. The hairy man-goo immortals also continued their long-range attacks. But 12th Hare continued to make flaws in the battle due to unexpected circumstances, even though he was performing above his usual abilities. After getting out of the encirclement, the falling star hound attempted to kill the other hairy man-goo immortals. But these hairy man-goo immortals seemed to have the same immortal killer move. Whenever one was targeted, the rest would be able to teleport them away to another comrade's side. This immortal killer move is quite interesting. Fang Yuan watched silently. He subconsciously placed himself in the falling starhound's position. What would he do to resolve the killer move? Soon, Fang Yuan had an answer. It was difficult to resolve this killer move. Because with just this little bit of information, he could not analyze anything. He did not even know the name of the killer move. In this short period of time, the killer move did not seem to have any flaws. Even if I cannot break it, it is very easy to kill these hairy man-goo immortals. My movement speed far exceeds them, sword marks targeting death and dark assassination can cause many deaths to them already. In fact, just flying sword immortal goo alone can kill them. Of course, 6th Hare is hiding his strength, that is another issue. The actual situation would depend on how the fight develops. I am about to succeed. This time I will truly defeat the falling star hound. 12th Hare got more and more excited, the light of victory could be seen in his eyes. This time, he performed better than usual. 7 to 8 hairy Mangu immortals along with 3 desolate beasts were fighting against an infant falling star hound. With the proper tactics, victory was favoring these hairy Mangu immortals. Fang Yuan, are you seeing this? Even without you, we can take down the falling star hound and obtain true victory. 12th Hare cried out in his mind. He loved his home, he was extremely loyal to Langya sect. Earlier, when Langya sect was facing trouble with developing in Taichou, Fang Yuan watched on the side. 12th Hare had a lot of grudge towards Fang Yuan. When he was injured and bedridden, Fang Yuan went to visit him, but he did not even want to meet. He sent a mortal Gu master to reject Fang Yuan's entry into the Cloud City. This victory had incredible meaning for him. Being able to obtain victory in front of Fang Yuan, 12th Hare felt great pride and joy. As time passed, the battle situation was becoming obvious. Falling Star Hound was gradually unable to hold on. The hairy Mangu immortals felt that their pressure was lifting. They unavoidably became excited, some of them could even see victory ahead, their eyes were red from excitement, they were trembling slightly. It was not easy. With their horrible battle strength, fighting against the Falling Star Hound resulted in repeated setbacks. They had put in so much blood and sweat, coming up with a tactic to deal with the Falling Star Hound. They had spent countless sleepless nights practicing. They were finally going to succeed today. Even though they were tired and their immortal essence was depleted, the hairy Mangu immortals felt revitalized. They were having an adrenaline rush. Kill this dog. That's right, tear its skin and hang it above the Cloud Cities. Let everyone see our victory. Ha ha ha, we finally defeated it. Fang Yuan, are you seeing this? I know you are unwilling, but so what? Today, we will teach you a lesson. The hairy Mangu immortals are not powerless. Langya sect belongs to us hairy men, it is not for a human like you. The hairy Mangu immortals shouted and screamed in excitement. Fang Yuan smiled plainly, as if he did not hear them. His attitude made the hairy Mangu immortals disappointed, some of them even felt disgust and anger. He is just concealing his emotions, what can he do? A hairy Mangu immortal sneered. However, a change occurred right at this moment. An eagle hound suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. With one swipe of its claws, the diamond bear fell. With one peck from its beak, Chestnut Yak went blind. With a flap of its wings, intense winds blew, the golden white tiger flew back by dozens of steps. The falling star hound curled up into a ball, whimpering in fear. Where did this ancient desolate beast come from? The hairy Mangu immortals were shocked. Not just one. Soon, 5 eagle hounds appeared from the grass, and 3 were flying in the sky. Out of nowhere, eagle hounds had completely encircled the hairy Mangu immortals. How did this happen? 12th Hare's pupils shrunk to pin size, he was completely stunned. He had just experienced going from heaven to hell. A moment ago, he was still a high and mighty victor, at the next moment, his life was on the line. This was a desperate situation. Oh? Heavens will, this is your ambush, huh? Incredible indeed. Fang Yuan laughed in his mind. The eagle hounds did not make a noise, while the hairy Mangu immortals were shocked beyond words. There was silence. Oh 12th Hare, it seems that you have all failed. According to our earlier agreement, it is time for me to act. Amidst the silence, Fang Yuan's plain words could be heard. For some reason, 12th Hare felt his heart jump. Intense rage was burning inside him. He screamed at Fang Yuan, are you making a mistake? What are you talking about? Open your damned eyes and see the situation we are in, okay? Fang Yuan's lips curled slightly. Bam! A strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere. It slammed the eagle hound closest to Fang Yuan to the ground. Dust and smoke rose. The eagle hound's attention was drawn away, towards Fang Yuan. They were wary of this strong enemy. Within the dust cloud, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. All right, I will accept this present. Can everyone please go far away? don't be a disturbance to me. Chapter 1136, Eagle Hounds. Eagle hounds. They had the body of a wolf and head of an eagle, with a pair of eagle wings on their backs. Their head, neck and wings were covered in black feathers, while their canine bodies and four limbs were covered in gray wolf fur. The dow marks on their bodies were mostly of dark path. This was a rather special beast. Normal desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts and so on reproduced through males and females mating. Eagle hounds, however, were different. The reproduction of eagle hound was through infection. The poison of an eagle hound could influence any species of dog or eagle. When this influence reached a certain degree, the dog or eagle beast infected with the eagle hound's poison would gradually transform into an eagle hound. As a result, the individual strength of eagle hounds varied greatly. Some eagle hounds were transformed from desolate beasts, so they would be desolate beast level. Some transformed from ancient desolate beasts, thus would be ancient eagle hounds. Immemorial eagle hounds were rarely seen, even in white heaven and black heaven. Everything was clear. The moment the first eagle hound appeared, Fang Yuan had already realized how the falling star hound and these eagle hounds were related. This group of eagle hounds had been eyeing this falling star hound. It was thrown down from the sky and confined in Taichou to grow. When the falling star hound matured, it would be a true ancient desolate beast. At that time, the eagle hound group would use poison to turn this falling star hound into an ancient eagle hound. As for why this falling star hound was roaming near the teleportation goo formation, the answer was clear: heaven's will. 2 ancient eagle hounds, while the rest are all desolate beast eagle hounds. Fang Yuan's gaze coldly focused on the 2 ancient desolate beasts. He did not sense auras of immortal goo on the eagle hounds. This gave him even greater assurance in this battle. Having and not having immortal goo would lead to Fang Yuan adopting 2 completely different battle tactics. The eagle hound was killed in one strike. It has not died, it is only unconscious. What was that move just now? It was like a huge hand. The hairy man goo immortals reacted only now, and they were extremely shocked. Just now, the eagle hound that was beaten unconscious by one giant hand was naturally a desolate beast level. Strength path giant hand had rank 7 battle strength, creating such an outcome was not strange. If it were against an ancient eagle hound, however, it would be a different result. 12th Hair had never seen Fang Yuan fight seriously. He had always thought the battle strength Fang Yuan showed when instructing him was Fang Yuan's true strength. 12th Hair forcibly calmed down, thinking, although Fang Yuan beat one eagle hound unconscious, there are still a lot more remaining. Even if he is powerful, what can just one person do? This battle bodes ill, it is better to retreat. Ah! Just as he was thinking of this, 12th Hair suddenly could not help crying out in shock. Fang Yuan's confrontation with the eagle hound group lasted a very short time. Almost the next instant after beating the eagle hound unconscious, he began his attack. Sword escape immortal goo. Whoosh! Fang Yuan left behind an afterimage on his original spot. Within an instant, Fang Yuan had penetrated from the edge of the battlefield into the center. What level of speed is this? The hairy man goo immortals were shocked. Even 6th Hair's pupils shrunk, he gritted his teeth. He guessed Fang Yuan used sword escape immortal goo, this was Bo Qing's immortal goo. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the giant beast below. This was an ancient eagle hound. When it had just appeared, it had knocked down the diamond bear, sent the golden white tiger flying and pecked the chestnut yak blind. This ancient eagle hound was stepping on the diamond bear, not letting it budge. The infant falling star hound behind it was curled up into a ball, shivering. He was close to it. The distance between Fang Yuan and this ancient eagle hound was less than 100 steps. Images of each other were clearly reflected in both their eyes. Fang Yuan suddenly disappeared and appeared right before the eagle hound's eyes, giving it a scare and causing it to take a step back subconsciously. But soon, its fierce nature was agitated, as it opened its beak wide and screeched furiously. Its wings flapped rapidly and energy transferred from its rear limbs, as it charged ferociously at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, shouting, "Beast, lie down." Boom! A strength path giant hand appeared and descended from the sky, slamming on the ground like a jar lid. The giant hand collided with the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound was full of ferocity, but was still unable to match the giant hand's power as it was pushed down. The giant hand also was sent back from the collision. But soon, under Fang Yuan's control and replenishment, the giant hand once again pushed down fiercely, as if it was bringing down a storm. The giant hand struck the ancient eagle hound's head, immediately causing it to bow down. Its four limbs bent exaggeratedly and its claws that were fiercely supporting its body left 4 pits on the ground. The strength path giant hand was again flung up a distance from the vibration of the clash, thinning during the process. But the next moment, the giant hand once again condensed as it slammed down. The ancient eagle hound refused to give in and lifted its head, but at the next moment it saw the giant hand covering the entirety of its vision. Boom! There was a huge sound as the ancient eagle hound's head was fiercely slammed down to the ground. The thick and sharp eagle beak was firmly embedded into the ground. Its feathers chaotically flew in the air, while its 4 limbs also sunk into the ground. The ancient eagle hound fell into an extremely furious state. When had it ever received such humiliation? It wanted to strike back, energy flowed through its limbs, its muscles bulged, and the next moment, it was about to lift up its head. Boom! The giant hand was quicker, however, slamming down on its head and back. The eaglehound's skeleton gave fracturing sounds at the extremely heavy burden. Its head was shaking intensely and it was seeing stars. The strength it had accumulated just moments ago completely dissipated. But Fang Yuan's momentum was unforgiving. Bang bang bang, another 3 slams, and this ancient eagle hound was almost completely buried into the ground. It was motionless, the surrounding soil was gradually turning red from the blood. The hairy Mangu immortals were all struck speechless. After Fang Yuan had made a desolate beast eagle hound faint, he charged into the center of the eagle hounds without being afraid of the enemy's numerical advantage. Facing the ancient eagle hound, he sent out 10 or so giant hands and struck it to death like slamming bread dough. The hairy Mangu immortals had never seen such a terrifying display, and were extremely frightened. In fact, not only the hairy Mangu immortals, even the other eagle hounds were dazed. By the time they reacted, one of their leaders had been wiped out. Deathly silence hung in the air, with not even the sound of wind. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan slowly lifted his head and gazed at the sky. There were quite a few eagle hounds hovering in the air, among them was the second ancient desolate beast. "It's your turn now." Fang Yuan's tone was light, as he charged towards the sky the very next moment. The eagle hounds in the sky immediately let out ear-piercing cries, breaking up in an uproar as they retreated in every direction. 12th Hare and the group still had their mouths wide open as they looked at Fang Yuan charging to the sky, driving the eagle hounds away like they were sparrows or pigeons. Were these still eagle hounds? A mighty ancient desolate beast, where is your imposing might? 12th Hare felt like he was in a dream. Pursuing good fortune and avoiding disaster, protecting oneself and seeking long life was every living being's instinct. Wild beasts pushing aside the weak and fearing the strong was also normal. With the eagle hounds dispersing, Fang Yuan could do nothing. In terms of speed, eagle hounds were outstanding, regardless of whether they were desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Fang Yuan's gaze continued to stare at that ancient eagle hound. "Will you be able to escape?" As Fang Yuan mumbled, he suddenly sped up. The next instant, his figure appeared behind the ancient eagle hound. Myriad self-first style, giant hand. The giant hand slammed down with such a loud sound, the hairy men shivered and the eagle hounds felt their hair standing on end. The hairy men saw that ancient eagle hound being slammed down from the air by Fang Yuan like a ball, colliding heavily with the ground. Sword Escape Immortal Goo combined with Giant Hand gave an outstanding result. Strength Path Giant Hand's speed was rather slow. If it struck out from afar towards the Eagle Hound, this Eagle Hound would probably be able to escape before it reached it. But Fang Yuan personally moved, using his speed to make up for this weakness of the giant hand. Of course, this battle tactic also had a weakness: it could easily make Fang Yuan fall into a dangerous situation. So, Fang Yuan had activated Bloodstained Conqueror's robe before he used this tactic. There was also another condition: Fang Yuan did not sense any wild immortal goo on these two ancient eagle hounds. If there were wild immortal goo, without probing out the details, Fang Yuan would not use this battle tactic. Giant grass grew all over Taichou. The eagle hound's fall was greatly mitigated by these strands of grass. Even though ancient eagle hounds specialized in speed, they were all of ancient desolate level, and had sturdy bodies. Fang Yuan would not be able to kill it without using 10 or so strength path giant hands. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to take the chance to chase it, his expression suddenly changed. In his eyes flashed a scene of the future. While he charged down, suddenly a third ancient eagle hound appeared and ambushed him. Fang Yuan was caught unprepared and was clawed fiercely by the wolf claws, smashing to the ground. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices and all his bones were fractured. His blood-stained conqueror's robe was broken and even blood acid immortal goo was injured, unable to be used again. The image flashed in an instant, however Fang Yuan fully trusted it. Because this was the result of his pre-activated immortal killer move, 3 Breaths Future Vision. It was a time path investigative killer move from He Fan True Inheritance, 3 Breaths Future Vision used after immortal goo as the core and could allow the goo immortal to see their future situation. And this future situation would manifest within 3 breaths of time. Fang Yuan did not lose his head, instead his eyes shined with satisfaction. Sure enough, Heaven's Will's arrangement wouldn't be so simple. There was actually an ambush. My Bloodstained Conqueror's robe is an immortal level defensive move, but its core immortal goo is only the rank 6 blood asset. It is still slightly weak when facing an ancient desolate beast. Since he knew about the ambush naturally would be useless. Sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan suddenly shot out sharp sword light towards a certain location in the air. Right as the hairy man goo immortals were feeling puzzled, sword marks targeting death struck that hidden ancient eagle hound. Ding! There was a sharp and clear sound. The ancient eagle hound was intercepted by sword marks targeting death. The hairy man goo immortals shouted in shock. There was actually a third ancient eagle hound hiding in ambush. Unimaginable. If it had sneak attacked any of us hairy man goo immortals, it would probably have gotten its way. Fang Yuan could actually sense it? Fang Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows, staring at the third ancient eagle hound which had suffered no damage. Being able to block sword marks targeting death, this ancient eagle hound seems to have wild immortal goo on it. Chapter 1137, Transformation Path Goo Immortal. The third ancient eagle hound had immortal goo. If not for this, how could it block Fang Yuan's immortal killer move, sword marks targeting death? Fang Yuan's heart burned with eagerness. Times had changed. If it were before he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan would have avoided this eagle group, but now, with his strength having increased sharply, his mindset had changed. He intended to take down all these eagle hounds. My sovereign immortal aperture is very big. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. As for the wild immortal goo on the ancient eagle hound, I will take it as well. Being able to block sword marks targeting death, let me see what kind of exemplary defensive immortal goo it is. In an instant, thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind. He determined his battle tactics. Blood path killer moves like Blood Torrent and so on were not suitable to be used in front of the hairy man goo immortals. These hairy man goo immortals could connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven and knew the terror blood path. They were not like that group of ignorant goo immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. Although he could use He Fan True Inheritance's immortal killer moves, he had to be prudent. After all, he still had not practiced them to proficiency. Rashly using them could likely result in failure and cause backlash. Therefore, Fang Yuan clapped, choosing his personal creation, which was also the offensive method he was most skilled in. Convergence of enslavement and strength path, myriad self. At the next instant, large amounts of strength path phantoms filled the sky. Ah! The hairy Mangu immortals were all struck speechless. Sixth Hare also had a stupefied look, but inwardly was not surprised. He already knew about Myriad Self, this was old news. But soon, Sixth Hare's pupils shrunk as he blurted out, "He vanished?" In his perception, Fang Yuan had suddenly vanished, and only the dense group of strength path phantoms remained in the sky. Fang Yuan had used familiar face to disguise himself as an ordinary strength path phantom, mixing in within the Myriad Self army. Charge! The Myriad Self army cried out together and like a torrent falling from the sky, charged towards the third eagle hound. The eagle hound's eyes flashed with sharp light, suddenly the wings on its back flapped, bringing forth a layer of dark winged shadows. Its speed increased sharply, and it actually retreated. This response was somewhat out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Clearly, this eagle hound had a second wild immortal gu. That layer of winged shadows was the effect of that immortal gu. It actually has another wild immortal gu. The desire in Fang Yuan intensified. He commanded the Myriad Self army to continue charging towards the ancient eagle hound. Along the way, the strength path phantoms suddenly dispersed, like a blooming flower, or a giant beast's maw, as they pounced at the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound gave a sharp cry, as it suddenly rose up. It was actually retreating again. Fang Yuan had already calculated its retreat routes. The Myriad Self army, which had charged ahead like a fled dragon with its mouth open, swung its tail. The strength path phantoms at the rear pounced at the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound that was retreating backwards suddenly leaned towards the right, its wings flapped and its whole body drew an inclining arc through the sky, perfectly dodging the Myriad Self army's offensive route. The hairy Mangu immortals were in an agitated state watching all these moves. Compared to the eagle hound, they naturally wanted Fang Yuan to win. But this third ancient eagle hound seemed to be extremely cunning. Fang Yuan had encircled it several times but was still unable to succeed. The ancient eagle hound's speed is much faster than these Fang Yuan's. How could they catch up to it? 12th Hare attentively observed, feeling dejected as Fang Yuan continued to make no progress. 6th Hare however had a bright gaze, thinking, Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment seems to have increased slightly. It is going to end soon. This ancient eagle hound might be fast, but it is concerned about the other eagle hounds, and has only been flying around the battlefield. It will soon be captured by Fang Yuan. A battlefield formed in the sky. Almost all the eagle hounds flew up and were battling with the Myriad Self army. Fang Yuan's focus was completely on the third ancient eagle hound. There is something odd about this ancient eagle hound. Fang Yuan had discovered that the other eagle hounds could be easily dealt with. As long as he used a few strength path phantoms, the eagle hounds could be pinned down. Only this third ancient eagle hound was rather crafty and could see through the tactics of the Myriad Self army. It was able to retreat and advance at will. Finally, Fang Yuan was able to succeed. Several groups of the Myriad Self army besieged the third eagle hound from the front, back, above and below. He actually surrounded it. 12th Hare and a group cried out in joy. The ancient eagle hound let out a sharp screech, as it flapped its wings wildly and clawed everywhere, destroying many of the strength path phantoms. Within just a few moments of being encircled, the ancient eagle hound seemed to be about to break through the siege. But this did not matter. Because Fang Yuan's true body, hidden among the strength path phantoms, had already approached the ancient eagle hound. When he was close enough, he decisively used his sword path killer move, Dark Assassination. This killer move's specialty was that no immortal gu aura would leak out when it was activated. It was extremely stealthy. The ancient eagle hound let out a miserable shriek as it was struck by Fang Yuan. A bloody hole appeared on its neck, blood spurted out like a fountain. But in the blink of an eye, the blood lessened, and the bloody hole disappeared. The injury had healed and feathers grew once again on the surface. At the same moment, the ancient eagle hound turned berserk. Its whole body was covered by a layer of dark shadows. Its speed increased by multiple times as it attacked wildly, bringing forth afterimages of its wings and claws. Crash, crash, crash. Countless strength path phantoms were destroyed directly by the ancient eagle hound without putting up resistance. Even Fang Yuan's true body was discovered and was sent flying. But with bloodstained conqueror's robe, there was not much injury. How could this be? There are disorderly auras of so many goo worms appearing on this ancient eagle hound. 12th Hare and the rest blurted out in shock. 6th Hare's eyes also widened at this, as he incredulously said, "Impossible. It can actually use an immortal killer move?" Such a strong result and the complex aura of goo worms indicated this ancient eagle hound had actually used an immortal killer move just now. This no doubt went against the common knowledge of the immortal world. A wild beast actually had enough intelligence to activate a mortal killer move? Wind whistled past Fang Yuan's ears, he was sent flying. Although he had avoided the frontal attack, it had still brushed past him and was enough to send him flying away. He gazed at the ancient eagle hound, his eyes brightly flashing. "So it was like this, no wonder I had felt it was so peculiar. This ancient eagle hound was originally a goo immortal. It was impossible for wild beasts to be so smart to the extent of using immortal killer moves." 6th Hare did not realize this because he did not cultivate transformation path. Fang Yuan had plenty of understanding regarding transformation path, immediately thinking of this most likely possibility. A transformation path goo immortal who cultivated an eagle hound transformation, but because of transforming too many times or being in transformation state for too long, they were unable to turn back, losing their wisdom and memories, turning into a special ancient eagle hound. Like when refining goo, the goo immortals cultivating transformation path would have to face the risks when transforming into other forms. In history, such cases were not rare. The following battle proved Fang Yuan's guess. This ancient eagle hound still had some battle instincts of the transformation path goo immortal. As a result, its performance was much more cunning than normal ancient eagle hounds, and it understood when to advance and retreat. But in the end, it was not a goo immortal, it did not have human wisdom, it could not grasp opportunities in the battle and could not carry out any battle tactics. When in battle, it mainly used immortal goo. When it was the juncture of life and death, its instincts would be stimulated and it subconsciously used its most familiar immortal killer move from the past. Just before, Fang Yuan had used dark assassination to pierce through its head, but in the moment of crisis, it had dodged and the attack struck its neck. Then, the wild shadows it erupted with that sent Fang Yuan's true body flying were from it using an immortal killer move. The fight instantly fell into a stalemate. If it were ordinary eagle hounds, Fang Yuan would have captured all of them by now. But it was a different situation with this ancient eagle hound, it was much more troublesome than ordinary ancient eagle hounds. Whenever Fang Yuan sneak attacked, the ancient eagle hound was always able to avoid the fatal points. Perhaps it was because this transformation path goo immortal had experienced many battles, or maybe it was because of the support of an unique immortal goo. A more likely possibility was the help of heaven's will. In short, Fang Yuan's intention to finish the battle quickly had been thwarted. The sky was chaotic, loud sounds reverberated unceasingly as the strength path phantoms were destroyed at every moment. But with Fang Yuan's replenishment, the myriad self-army was unending. Their quality might not be up to par, but their quantity held the absolute upper hand. From time to time, eagle hounds covered by strength path phantoms would fall down from the sky and smash into the ground. Upper hand. Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan has the upper hand facing all these eagle hounds. An individual's strength can actually reach such a level. Elder Fang Yuan is actually so powerful. The hairy man goo immortals had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield, and as they looked at the battle, they had, without noticing, started to address Fang Yuan as an elder. 12th Hare's expression was filled with shock as well as bitterness. He felt it even deeper than others. Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment of easily commanding the myriad self-army made him have a feeling of how shallow and minute he was. Although the ancient eagle hound was somewhat troublesome, from the beginning, Fang Yuan occupied the dominant position and the eagle hounds could not do anything to him. Since it is like this, then I should change my battle tactics. Fang Yuan's true body put off attacking, and suddenly retreated to the side. He began to gather his concentration to activate another immortal killer move. By now, he had already been constantly maintaining blood-stained conqueror's robe, familiar face and 3 breaths future vision. He was floating in the air and also activating goo worms, and occasionally replenishing the myriad self-army. All these used up his focus. And this immortal killer move was rather complicated and he had yet to practice it to proficiency, thus he had to give up on attacking and move to a safer environment, to gather almost all his concentration and activate this move. Rank 7 Year Goo was first activated, followed by the supplementary Mortal Goo one after the other. Immortal Killer Move, Year Beast Summoning. Come out, my ancient Year Beast. Splash splash splash. In midair, a phantom image of the River of Time manifested. Waves were surging endlessly in the river, and from these waves, an enormous bestial figure jumped out. Cluck cluck. The Year Beast unfurled its wings and descended to the battlefield. Chapter 1138, End of Battle. What is this? Such a large chicken. Seeing an ancient Year Beast suddenly entering the battlefield, the hairy man Goo immortals were shocked. According to the contents of He Fan's True Inheritance, there are 12 different forms of Year Beasts. This time I was pretty lucky to be able to summon a chicken Year Beast. Fang Yuan sized up this Year Beast, while appraising it inwardly. This Year Beast was as large as a hill. When it unfurled its wings, it cast a huge shadow on the ground. It was valiant and spirited, with awe-inspiring might. Its feathers were bright and colorful while its claws were sharp as blades. It quickly swept its gaze around the battlefield, before fixing on Fang Yuan. No one else had more appeal to it than Fang Yuan, because it smelled the scent of Year Goo from Fang Yuan. Year Goo. This was the food of Year Beasts. The higher the rank of the Year Goo, the more enticing it was to Year Beasts. The immortal killer move, Year Beast Summoning, was formed from this principle. Its creator, He Fan, had invented this killer move long before refining years flow like water. This is for you. Fang Yuan chuckled, as he waved his hand, sending out large amounts of mortal Year Goo. The chicken Year Beast was joyous, as it raised its head and inhaled. Immediately, an enormous air current was created and like a dragon swallowing water, the chicken Year Beast inhaled all the mortal Year Goo. Kill it and I will give you a lot more. Fang Yuan pointed at that crucial ancient eagle hound. The chicken Year Beast's gaze sharpened, as it quickly turned its head towards the target. The ancient eagle hound felt goosebumps all over its body, revealing its sharp claws as it felt a strong threat from the chicken Year Beast. The ancient eagle hound formed a clear contrast with the chicken Year Beast. Even if it stood up like a human, it would not reach half the height of the chicken Year Beast. Cluck cluck. The chicken Year Beast flapped its wings, charging towards its target. The speed it erupted with was actually faster than the ancient eagle hound. Bam! The two collided fiercely. The chicken Year Beast was sent back 70 to 80 steps, while the ancient eagle hound was directly sent flying. The chicken Year Beast let out a sharp cry, as it chased after the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound was indeed crafty. After suffering a loss, it no longer confronted the chicken Year Beast head-on, instead it moved left and right, dodging the chicken Year Beast. Fang Yuan looked on for a while before he relaxed. This chicken Year Beast had no immortal goo, but its physical constitution was much stronger than the ancient eagle hound. Year Beasts, even in the River of Time, were very rare beasts. Of course, if the ancient eagle hound activated immortal goo, the chicken Year Beast would fall into a disadvantage. Once or twice would not matter, but if it continued on, the chicken Year Beast would also be defeated. The side which had immortal goo would naturally obtain a huge boost in their battle strength. He Fan warned in the True Inheritance that the summoned Year Beast is not a slave and the summoner does not have very much control over it. If the enemy is too powerful, it won't battle at all. Even if it battles, it might retreat after a short period of time and demand even more Year Gu from the summoning Gu immortal. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan knew he did not have much time left. He did not choose to pincer attack the ancient eagle hound with the chicken year beast. Because the chicken year beast was not under his control and he was only able to barely communicate with it using the method left behind by He Fan, reaching a collaboration. Fang Yuan's true body, which was hidden amidst the myriad self-army, quietly approached a desolate beast eagle hound. The eagle hounds were still fighting with the myriad self-army in the air. Occasionally, some eagle hounds would be beaten down by Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms, but shortly afterwards, these eagle hounds would fly to the air again, continuing to fight. Although there were many strength path phantoms, their offensive prowess was clearly weak when facing against desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. They were only able to disrupt and expend the eagle hound's energy. Strength path giant hand. Suddenly, Fang Yuan attacked. A strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere, slamming down towards an eagle hound. Fang Yuan's position was extremely good. The eagle hound was caught unprepared and was struck by the hand, immediately letting out a miserable cry before it fainted. The eagle hound began to fall down, but Fang Yuan activated another giant hand and was waiting below. The second giant hand grabbed this unconscious eagle hound and carefully placed it on the ground. Fang Yuan's true body disappeared amongst the myriad self-army once again. But soon, he appeared in another area of the battlefield. Strength path giant hand attacked quickly and sent another eagle hound fainting. He then did the same as before, placing this eagle hound on the ground, beside the first eagle hound. The hairy Mangu immortals were all struck speechless. Elder Fang Yuan seems to be right. He intends to capture these eagle hounds alive. A skilled person is truly courageous. The hairy Mangu immortals sighed. These eagle hounds, which were deadly opponents to them, seemed to be no more than wealth from Fang Yuan's perspective. One after the other, eagle hounds were plotted against by Fang Yuan, struck unconscious, and piled up together. Soon, these unconscious eagle hounds piled up to form a hill, making for quite a grand sight. The ancient eagle hound saw this scene and gave a furious cry. But it was pinned down by the chicken year beast and was unable to go rescue its brethren. The chicken year beast was also in a slightly miserable state. Its whole body was filled with injuries and it seemed to be having the intent to retreat. After all, He Fan was a time path Gu immortal. Being able to create an immortal killer move that imitated enslavement path was already extremely amazing. It seems that year beast summoning is ideal for use in a favorable battle. If used to fight in a disadvantageous situation during a life or death battle, the result won't be outstanding. Fang Yuan engraved this information in his mind. Only when one used immortal killer moves in practice would they obtain deeper experience. Fang Yuan firmly held the initiative in the battle. He paid attention to the battle between the chicken year beast and the ancient eagle hound all along. Before the chicken year beast retreated, Fang Yuan dealt with the remaining eagle hounds. The unconscious eagle hounds numbered to 8, while the rest were struck to death. After all, giant hand was not a capturing method. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to use it to imitate this effect. Die! Fang Yuan flew to the sky and flanked the ancient eagle hound with the chicken year beast. After fighting for several rounds, the result was indeed not good. Fang Yuan called out to the chicken year beast to retreat and guard those unconscious eagle hounds. The chicken year beast already had low battle intent, and after receiving Fang Yuan's instruction, it did not immediately move, but instead quietly retreated a distance before opening its beak as it gazed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan understood its intention, and threw out a large batch of year gu. The chicken year beast had its fill, only then did it turn around and move towards the ground, to guard the unconscious eagle hounds. Fang Yuan and the ancient eagle hound battled once again. But this time, the situation was different from before. The ancient eagle hound was anxious to save those unconscious comrades, as it charged in all directions. What a pity! A grand Gu immortal falling down to such a level. Thinking it is an actual eagle hound, Fang Yuan was lot more relaxed now than before. The ancient eagle hound flew fast and with immortal Gu on it. At the crucial times, it could arouse its survival instincts and activate the previous immortal killer move. Fang Yuan changed his battle tactic. His previous tactic of charging in and using Giant Hand was too risky. Bloodstained Conqueror's robe's defense was nothing prominent in front of this ancient Eagle Hound. Fang Yuan started using Sword Path killer moves to attack the ancient Eagle Hound from afar. But the ancient Eagle Hound's defensive method was outstanding. Fang Yuan did not know which immortal Gu it was specifically. He estimated this transformation path Gu immortal, when alive, felt the defense of an Eagle Hound was rather low, thus intentionally strengthening this aspect. Fang Yuan fought for a long time but still had no upper hand. The ancient Eagle Hound also could not rescue its comrades, while the chicken ear beast sat in position to fight a defensive battle. The injuries on the ancient Eagle Hound slowly accumulated. This is truly troublesome. Giant Hand's speed is slow, it cannot hit. Sword Path killer moves can hit, but the effect is not that good. Using Poison Spit is simply wasting immortal essence. Ancient Eagle Hounds are extremely resistant to poison. Fang Yuan was without other options. Similarly, after this transformation path Gu immortal completely transformed into the ancient Eagle Hound, they obtained the intuition of wild beasts, and with the remaining battle instincts, this ancient Eagle Hound became much more difficult to handle. Facing it, Fang Yuan found himself at a loss as to what to do. A transformation path Gu immortal's advantage was that after the transformation succeeds, their body's constitution would be extremely high. Like this ancient Eagle Hound, just its flying speed could match Sword Escape in short range. Let alone when it activates its immortal Gu. At the moment, Fang Yuan could only choose to fight a battle of attrition. When this ancient Eagle Hound uses up all its immortal essence, and is no longer able to activate its immortal Gu, that would be his victory. Or when its injuries accumulate to a certain degree and it exposes a flaw which Fang Yuan could use. Fang Yuan felt helpless, but the spectators did not have this feeling. The hairy man Gu immortals were staring blankly. Strength. In the competitive, cruel world of Gu immortals, the most important thing was the Gu immortal's strength. The strength Fang Yuan displayed shocked all the hairy men. Even Sixth Hair was not an exception. This guy, how could he increase his battle strength so much in such a short time? He can actually summon a year beast. How did he get a hold of this method? He clearly only went out for a short period of time. Sixth Hair felt heaviness in his mind. Fang Yuan's gross speed caused him to feel stifled and breathless. After some more time fighting, the ancient Eagle Hound suddenly rose up. Eh? You want to escape? Fang Yuan thought before quickly giving chase. The ancient Eagle Hound's injuries had accumulated to a certain state, whether it be its offensive prowess or flying speed, both had clearly fallen. No matter how talented in battle the Gu immortal was when they were alive, the wild beast's instinct of evading danger still made it choose to retreat. As for those unconscious comrades, they could only be abandoned. Fang Yuan inwardly cursed at this. He had already anticipated this situation, it was just that it happened earlier than his expectation. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu to give chase, but the distance between them was shrinking very slowly. The ancient Eagle Hound was escaping for its life with an astonishing speed. Immortal Killer Move, Luck Whirlwind. Fang Yuan was without other options and could only activate this killer move. Success. The ancient Eagle Hound directly returned to the previous position. Fang Yuan caught up to it and both sides engaged in fierce battle again. After a few rounds of fighting, the ancient Eagle Hound escaped again. Fang Yuan could only give chase. Luck Whirlwind. Success. Both sides battled again, while the hairy man Gu immortals watched on from afar. But soon, the ancient Eagle Hound gave up on Fang Yuan. It crazily flapped its wings as it retreated for a third time, its attitude more firm than before. Fang Yuan was helpless, he was unable to break the eagle's wings. Luck Whirlwind. Unfortunately, he failed this time and immediately spurted out some blood. It took him a few breaths to stabilize himself. The ancient Eagle Hound had already flown to the horizon by this time. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop. Heavenswell was paying attention all along. Tai Chiu was perilous, and there were already vague signs of a beast tide forming. Chapter 1139, Deadly Situation. There was not much time to practice Luck Whirlwind properly. Fang Yuan thought as he sighed. If Luck Whirlwind was activated on its own, the success rate of its activation was 80 to 90%. But when put in real battle, it was a different situation. For instance, Fang Yuan had to maintain Bloodstained Conqueror's robe, Familiar Face, Three Breaths Future Vision, and other immortal killer moves. These killer moves involved large numbers of goo worms and needed enormous mental energy. In this situation, activating Luck Whirlwind, which he was not proficient in, and being able to activate it twice successfully already showed Fang Yuan's luck was quite good. Immortal killer moves had outstanding effects, but their expenditure of mental energy was very high. Let alone in life and death battle, where one had to maintain their attention on the enemy, consider battle tactics as well as making appropriate responses in time. As a result, it was not the case that the more immortal killer moves activated in battle, the better. If the mind was burdened over the limit, one might not be able to give a correct response to an enemy's sudden attack or might not even be able to react in time, leading to their defeat and death. That would truly be laughable. In fact, there were countless such laughable ends in the history of Goo Immortals. Examples of extremely powerful killer moves failing in activation and causing the Goo Immortal to die were not few. To resolve this issue, I can only raise my battle strength even further. Besides adding in more practice and modifying the immortal killer moves to make them simpler, Wisdom Path can be used to solve it. Immortal killer moves were created from the combination of countless goo worms. Activating each goo worm expended at least one thought of the Goo Immortal. Successfully activating one immortal killer move would expend thousands or even tens of thousands of the Goo Immortal's thoughts. Wisdom Path was a path that was specialized in solving this issue. Wisdom Path Goo Immortals were often able to use a greater number of and more complex immortal killer moves than Goo Immortals of other paths. Among the Wisdom Path inheritances I have obtained, the most important one is still Dongfang Changfan's Wisdom Star True Inheritance. It is specialized in deducing and is not specialized in controlling goo worms and activating killer moves. But I am now a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. I can fully use this foundation to develop on this aspect and make a breakthrough. After Fang Yuan sent the ancient eagle hound escaping away, he examined his own shortcomings while returning, and decided he had to progress on Wisdom Path next. Descending on the ground, Fang Yuan patted his stomach and opened the entrance to his immortal aperture. The entrance opened, revealing a part of the landscape in the sovereign immortal aperture. Sixth Hare stared fixedly, but how could he be able to see properly from outside the entrance? He only saw a desolate icy plain. That was many northern plains of sovereign blessed land. Sixth Hare let out a sigh of relief at this. It seems he focused on raising his battle strength, while the management of the immortal aperture has fallen. It's no wonder, after all, the sovereign immortal aperture faces calamity once every 2 months. Sixth Hare simply did not know Fang Yuan had completely plundered He Fan Grotto Heaven. He thought Fang Yuan was still a pauper. Little did he know that the other areas of sovereign blessed land were beautiful mountains and rivers, lush forests, and shocking amounts of rich resources. Regardless, this is genuine rank 7 battle strength. Sixth Hare's eyes twitched as he gazed at the chicken-ear beast. Fang Yuan might only be rank 6, but he already holds rank 7 strength. Adding on to another rank 7 battle strength, I definitely need to report this matter to Lord Ing Wuxia. The chicken-ear beast clucked in happiness. Fang Yuan fed it large numbers of year goo, making it extremely satisfied. Finally, it flapped its wings and jumped into the river of time, slowly disappearing from sight. Taking in the eagle hounds one after the other into his immortal aperture, along with the falling star hound, and after sending away the chicken-ear beast, Fang Yuan turned around and faced the hairy man Goo Immortals. This mission should be considered done by me, right? Fang Yuan lightly smiled, using an inquiring tone to ask these hairy men. The hairy man Goo Immortals nodded. Their expressions were more or less filled with reluctance, helplessness, and embarrassment. This was the fact. Without Fang Yuan making a move, their lives would have been in danger. 12th Hare opened his mouth as if to say something, but even after moving his mouth multiple times, he did not manage to say a word. He thought of his meager performance and how he had an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities. He could not help feeling ashamed. Sixth Hare was observing the others' expressions, and spoke with a sinister smile. Elder Feng Yuan, you are truly amazing. You were able to defeat the Eagle Hound group by yourself. If we had not seen it personally, none of us would have believed it. If you had made a move earlier, the Falling Star Hound or whatever would have been nothing difficult, right? The hairy man-gu immortals heard this and their expressions changed slightly, feeling even more complicated. I have my own problems, I don't want to explain to you. First Supreme Elder knows about them. Feng Yuan chuckled, he then gazed at everyone before looking at 12th Hare. Alright. This matter is over now, let us return. With the teleportation gu formation, everyone returned to Langya Blessed Land. After hearing everyone's report, Langya Land Spirit's attitude softened by a lot. He was not very shocked at Feng Yuan's battle strength. Because he knew Feng Yuan had once possessed Spring Autumn Cicada and had reborn. A rank 6 possessing rank 7 battle strength was rare, but for Feng Yuan, it was not hard to understand. Having eased his relationship with Langya Land Spirit, and obtaining the 1,000 contribution points from completing the Falling Star Hound mission, Feng Yuan was able to smoothly borrow Gu Worms to use Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Over the following days, Feng Yuan cultivated in peace. He mainly cultivated his soul using Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, secretly trained the new killer moves like Luck Whirlwind, and in his free time, he looked after the newly obtained infant Falling Star Hound and a group of Eagle Hounds. Regarding these desolate beasts and the ancient Eagle Hound, they only needed to slightly adapt to the new environment and could live in peace. Regardless of where they lived, they were still living, right? This was the behavior of those without intelligence. As for the countless resources moved over from Heifan Grotto Heaven, Feng Yuan placed most of them in Mini Southern Border. Because Mini Southern Border's environment was rather similar to Heifan Grotto Heaven's. Despite this, because the Dao marks of Feng Yuan's immortal aperture could not compare to Heifan Grotto Heaven, many resources had reduced production and some were even on the verge of dying. As a result, Feng Yuan still had a concern, which was to quickly sell these resources that he could not grow. Besides transacting with Langya Land Spirit, the focus was on Treasure Yellow Heaven. In a short period of time, Feng Yuan accumulated a large number of Immortal Essence Stones. After using a portion of the resources, the slightly insufficient Immortal Essence reserve was no longer a worry, and now it had become Feng Yuan's strong point. So much green grape Immortal Essence. I don't have to worry even if I activate triple layered sword wave 100 times. Feng Yuan had never possessed so much green grape Immortal Essence. This made him even more confident for his fourth earthly calamity. Time passed, finally it was time for Feng Yuan to pass another earthly calamity again. He left Langya Blessed Land and came to the northern icy plain. After choosing an area, he placed down his immortal aperture and opened its entrance, absorbing heaven and earth chi. This time, the duration of the absorption of heaven and earth chi was tens of times as long as before. The reason was that the resources inside Feng Yuan's immortal aperture had increased by hundreds of times, expending large amounts of heaven and earth chi of the immortal aperture. Feng Yuan then arranged Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Everything was handled with ease. After finishing the preparations, Feng Yuan closed the Blessed Land's entrance, and welcomed the fourth earthly calamity. It was still at Mini Northern Plains. Feng Yuan encountered endless flying frost. This is, profound white flying salt calamity? Feng Yuan was stunned, before recognizing it. He was slightly surprised. This calamity was not strong, instead it was the type which could be passed rather easily. Yellowish clouds started forming in the sky. Large amounts of frost salt slowly fell down from the sky. The whole process was silent, the salt was like snow and there was not any wind. The endless salt fell down on the ground, and melted the ice and snow on the ground. Some cold-resistant wild grasses and flowers that had grown on the snow were submerged by the salt, and were wilting rapidly before completely dying. It is trying to destroy Mini Northern Plains ecology? Feng Yuan was slightly perplexed. For the moment, he did not move and only looked on from the side. Although there were some losses, most of his resources were currently gathered in Mini southern border. Mini northern plains was the area Feng Yuan had been using to pass tribulations. Feng Yuan could completely bear these losses before, let alone now when he had harvested He Fan Grotto Heaven's accumulation, and had become extremely wealthy. After a while, snowmen started to appear from the endless salt and frost. This was the influence of reckless savage's true meaning. So long as Feng Yuan killed these snowmen, he could obtain reckless savage's true meaning, rapidly raising his transformation path and strength path attainment levels. This time was not like the previous time where he shared with Chu Du. Feng Yuan was going to enjoy it all by himself. Feng Yuan quickly made a move. These snowmen had just appeared when they were melted by the flying salt. The intention of Heavens will manifested at this moment. It wanted to reduce Feng Yuan's benefits from the earthly calamity, as much as possible. Feng Yuan and Heavens will race to strike at the snowmen. Myriad Self was activated, eliminating these snowmen. Naturally, there were also other methods used. These had to be done by Feng Yuan himself. Other existences, whether they be Gu immortal or desolate beasts, whoever killed the snowmen would be the one to obtain reckless savage's true meaning. Waves of reckless savage's true meaning entered Feng Yuan's mind, quickly raising his attainment level. As for the profound white flying salt, they were inexorable and not something Feng Yuan could directly get rid of. This fourth earthly calamity continued for a long time. Even when the duration of the previous 3 earthly calamities were added, they would not even be 1/10 of this earthly calamity. 3 days later, profound white flying salt scale began to slightly decrease. Is this a battle of attrition? Feng Yuan frowned, somewhat puzzled. Several days went by again, the profound white flying salt calamity finally stopped. Feng Yuan gazed at the frost salt that had covered the land, the doubt in his mind intensifying. According to his previous deduction, the fourth earthly calamity should have been even more strong and even more difficult to handle. But the reality was, the profound white flying salt calamity had been mild from start to finish. It descended gradually. Feng Yuan did not feel any pressure at all. He was even able to destroy almost all of the snowmen, not wasting much of reckless savage's true meaning. His gains were plentiful. It was as if Heaven's will was letting him go. Previously, I used some time path killer moves in Taichou. It was also to test Heaven's will's deduction ability and to see how it deals with me afterwards. The result was the profound white flying salt calamity. No matter what, the fourth earthly calamity is now over. I can let the land of salt remain. After cleansing it with self-will, I can treat it as a special environment. This earthly calamity was unimaginably easy. Feng Yuan did not suffer even a small injury. Feng Yuan retrieved his immortal aperture and was about to return to Langya Blessed Land. But right at this moment, the surroundings suddenly changed. Feng Yuan entered a battlefield killer move. 9 Gu immortals appeared around him, along with an enormous dragon-shaped beast whose aura was majestic and boundless, staring at Feng Yuan with hostility. Immemorial desolate beast. Feng Yuan's heart immediately sank to rock bottom. He immediately comprehended, human calamity. So Heaven's will was intentionally extending the duration of my tribulation to set up this deadly situation for me. In an instant, Feng Yuan had fallen deep into a predicament. Chapter 1140, The Sliver of Hope to Survive. The surrounding area was frost-white in color. Countless gray clouds, the size of carriages, hovered around Feng Yuan. Although Feng Yuan did not feel any wind, these clouds coiled around him swiftly, like hunting sharks or a pack of starving wolves. This is a battlefield immortal killer move. And one which I have not seen before. It seems to be mostly formed of cloud path. Feng Yuan was fully vigilant, and after the brief shock, his mind worked rapidly, analyzing the situation. Forget about the battlefield immortal killer move, the main point is there are actually 9 Gu Immortals and a dragon immemorial desolate beast. Fang Yuan observed the 9 figures. These mysterious Gu Immortals were covered in a layer of grey clouds, covering their true appearances, only revealing their eyes. As for the Gu Immortals' auras, the clouds could not hide them, they were leaked. That dragon beast was also covered in a thick layer of grey cloud as it hovered, facing Fang Yuan. It was completely releasing its majestically shocking aura. In Fang Yuan's perception, the dragon was like a lofty mountain, while he himself was like an ant at the base of the mountain. Fang Yuan was shocked. This group was too powerful. He could not even think of being their match. Strange. How could there be so many people lying in ambush? Besides shock, Fang Yuan also felt an enormous doubt. The northern icy plain rarely had humans, as there were almost no resources in it. This was a desolate land created by reckless savage demon Venerable. The only wealth to be found was reckless savages' true meaning, which Chu Du desired very much. As a result, Gu Immortals rarely came here. Moreover, before each earthly calamity, Fang Yuan would gather intel about any movements regarding Northern Plains' righteous forces, through Treasure Yellow Heaven, Langya sect and even Chu Du. There was no commotion from Northern Plains' super forces. Because of He tribe's extermination, everyone was absorbing their gains, and adapting to the completely new power structure of forces. Almost all of these righteous forces had territories in Northern Plains which were guarded by Gu Immortals. In fact, it was difficult for Huangjin tribes to mobilize 3 or 4 Gu Immortals at once, unless something big happened. While Demonic Path and Lone Immortals might be free, they usually moved alone. How could they suddenly gather into one group? Moreover, I have been holed up inside Langya Blessed Land for almost all the time, avoiding Wisdom Path Gu Immortals' deductions. I am also protected by Dark Limit and other methods. It is almost impossible for my traces to be deduced so clearly. Where did these Gu Immortals come from? Could they be from Central Continent? Previously, to investigate the truth of 88 Truyang Building, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had allied and built a team of Gu Immortals to send to Northern Plains. Currently, Heavenly Court was trying every means possible to deal with Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan. It would not be strange if they sent out another group. However, Central Continent's Gu Immortals, especially from the 10 great ancient sects or Heavenly Court, did things openly and in a grand style. How could they act so evasively like now? These Gu Immortals' appearances were hidden, even the immemorial desolate beast was the same, and only their vague figures could be seen. Maybe this is only an illusion created by the battlefield killer move? Fang Yuan quickly speculated. From the time he put away his immortal aperture and prepared to return, to being ambushed, falling into the trap and his current analysis of countermeasures, only a short few moments had passed. The mental capability of the body from the sovereign immortal fetus was excellent by itself, and with Wisdom Path methods to support him, Fang Yuan had already reacted. If it truly was such a terrifying formation, Fang Yuan did not have any hope. But he felt the probability of this being an illusion was huge, because the origins of these Gu Immortals could not be explained at all. A sharp light blossomed in Fang Yuan's eyes. At the next moment he decisively activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu and charged towards the Gu Immortals. The 9 Gu Immortals did not react as if they were stupefied. Fang Yuan flew nearer before stopping. 3 Breaths Future Vision and Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe were already activated as he pointed. Sword light shot out. Immortal Killer Move, Sword Marks Targeting Death. A Gu Immortal with rank 6 aura moved. But a rank 7 female Gu Immortal to the side grabbed their shoulder. You can't take on this move, let me. Her voice had just sounded out. When she pointed with a finger, an ice mirror immediately appeared in the air. The sword light condensed by Sword Marks Targeting Death shot at the ice mirror, but it did not pierce through, instead it was reflected away. She is able to change the direction of my immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's heart chilled, as he quickly maneuvered Sword Marks Targeting Death back to the original direction. His Sword Marks Targeting Death's direction could be controlled by the mind once it was activated. It was just that this killer move was extremely fast and was not easy to manipulate. Sword marks targeting death returned to its proper path with difficulty, but suddenly there was another ice mirror in front. Fang Yuan could only helplessly look as sword marks targeting death derailed once again. Then, there were the third, fourth, and following ice mirrors, surrounding sword marks targeting death, actually making it go around in a circle. This is bad. This Gu Immortal's method counters my sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan's heart sank. A second rank 7 Gu Immortal suddenly took a step forward and gave a deep bellow, an ice spear immediately condensing in his hand. He then pulled back his arm, like drawing a bow, and after stretching to the limit, he threw the spear towards Fang Yuan. The ice spear produced a heart-shaking screech as it pierced through the air. Cold air overflowed and vapor was frozen along the way, turning into beautiful frost that floated in the air. The breathtaking scene, however, carried intense killing intent. This is an immortal killer move formed with rank 7 immortal Gu as the core. Fang Yuan quickly jumped back to dodge the spear. But this ice spear was like sword marks targeting death, its direction could be controlled. Fang Yuan could not dodge, gritting his teeth inwardly. He knew just blood-stained Conqueror's robe could not block this move, so he sent out Strength Path Giant Hand. The giant hand suddenly appeared and created a barrier. It blocked in front of Fang Yuan. The ice spear reached the giant hand, immediately piercing through it and striking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sent flying backwards, thick ice condensed on his whole body and even the blood which he spurted out condensed into blocks of ice. His blood asset Immortal Gu also suffered damage. If he continued to activate it, blood asset Immortal Gu might be seriously injured or even destroyed. But in this situation, how could Fang Yuan care about this? He could only crazily use blood asset Immortal Gu to barely maintain blood-stained Conqueror's robe. The two rank 7 Gu Immortals are not illusions. What about the others then? Fang Yuan swallowed his blood and clapped, using the killer move Myriad Self. In an instant, large numbers of Strength Path Phantoms surged out and covered everyone's sight. These mysterious Gu Immortals looked stunned. The third rank 7 Gu Immortal smiled and called out, "Let me." He raised his arms and puffed his cheeks, before fiercely blowing. Spiraling wind shot out of his mouth. Within the blink of an eye, the wind enlarged to an enormous tornado. The tornado was as high as 30 meters, its two ends were wide while the middle part was thinner, and was dark green in color. It spiraled frantically, sharp as blades as it engulfed all the Strength Path Phantoms in its path and easily ripped them into pieces. The size of the Myriad Self army sharply reduced by more than half in a short period of time. Fang Yuan quickly replenished the numbers. "Brother, I will lend you a hand." The fourth rank 7 Gu Immortal spoke in a muffled voice. He pointed with his index finger, targeting the tornado. Instantaneously, a certain mysterious immortal killer move was activated. The tornado split into two, before turning into four. Within moments, 4 enormous tornadoes ravaged the battlefield. Their power had increased by 4 times. Fang Yuan's mind shook once again, feeling the situation was far from good. Since the battle started, he had suffered light injuries. Blood asset Immortal Gu was injured and was in a danger of dying if it was continued to be used. While at the enemy's side, that immemorial desolate beast had yet to move. Among the 9 Gu Immortals, 4 rank 7s had each activated an immortal killer move, which were either mysterious and awe-inspiring, or profound and exquisite. Could it be, this is not an illusion? As if he had fallen into an abyss, Fang Yuan's heart sank. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wind whistled crazily. In a few short moments, the Myriad Self army was going to be completely destroyed even if Fang Yuan continuously replenished them. The quality of the Strength Path Phantoms was too low. Their numbers could not be put to good use in front of rank 7 killer moves. Myriad Self, which had always been successful, now was in an awkward place, and was not able to change the situation for Fang Yuan. No, there is still an advantage of Myriad Self. It can at least expend the enemy's immortal essence. I have a strong point in this aspect. But there are a lot of enemies. While I am alone, this advantage is as good as nothing. What can I do? The difference in strength between the two sides was so great that any battle tactic looked useless. In fact, these mysterious goo immortals did not work together at once. Every time they made a move, they took turns. If this immortal-level battlefield killer move was not entrapping him, perhaps Fang Yuan could make his getaway. Unfortunately, the enemy had already prepared amply. Fang Yuan also lacked space path methods. Escaping itself was a problem, not to mention he still had to face 4 rank 7 and 5 rank 6 goo immortals, as well as that immemorial desolate beast. This was an extremely dangerous peril. This situation was simply the worst. Compared to his first life where he was besieged by righteous path goo immortals, this was innumerably more dangerous. After all, at that time, there had not been an immemorial desolate beast to control the situation. Fang Yuan probed these goo immortals, but regarding the immemorial desolate beast, he did not even have a thought of probing it. Fang Yuan was relying on continuously activating Myriad Self to survive in this worsening situation. One after the other, the goo immortals made moves. Strength path phantoms were almost annihilated. The Myriad Self army, which had always until now been surging with overwhelming momentum, simply could not form a large scale. Am I going to die here today? An intense sensation of incoming death shrouded Fang Yuan's mind. Requesting for reinforcements would not work. Within this battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan could not even connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. However, he had still not given up. His thoughts moved like lightning, and he suddenly remembered, no, I still have a chance of survival. This chance of survival was not Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was filled with Heaven's Will. Heaven's Will was trying all methods possible to eradicate Fang Yuan. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada was courting death. This chance of survival was in the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. If it was before Fang Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, his death would be certain at this moment. But it was different now, he still had one hope left. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was also an immemorial desolate beast, it was just that it was only an infant currently with desolate beast level strength. However, He Fan's true inheritance naturally had time path immortal killer moves that could speed up the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's aging and push it to grow in a short period of time. With this, Fang Yuan would have rank 8 battle strength. Coincidentally, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was also a space path immemorial desolate beast that could enter and exit Grotto Heavens and the immemorial 9 heavens. There was a huge chance it could pierce through this battlefield killer move. Persevere. I need to persevere until the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle reaches rank 8. When he thought of this, Fang Yuan immediately changed his battle tactics. Chapter 1141, Refusal to Listen or Believe. The Time Path Immortal Killer move was already quietly activated inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was affected by the killer move, its body's time was rapidly quickened by countless times, making it mature quickly. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out, feeling extremely unwell. On one hand, it was because its body was growing rapidly, while on the other hand, it was hungry. It required many heavenly crystals to fill its stomach every day. Right now, in just one breath, a day had passed for its body, and with its body growing continuously, how could it not feel hungry? Naturally, He Fan had considered this situation as well, so there was another immortal killer move which was used specially to make up for this flaw. At the same time, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle huddled up in the Heavenly Crystal Eagle nest and began to eat madly. Only such a two-pronged approach could sustain its growth. This was a quick growth method and had a lot of flaws. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had been in contact with Fang Yuan for a very short time, now with its strength suddenly increasing, it would become more bestial and would not be easy to control. Moreover, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's growth rate was sped up too much, and there was no way for it to adapt and get familiar with its growth, so it might not be able to use even 30% of its strength. However, Fang Yuan had no other choice. He was in a desperate situation and this was his only hope to get out of this predicament. He was like a drowning man who was firmly grasping onto the sole life-saving straw. Myriad Self was continuously activated. The once powerful killer move had now become the only reliance for Feng Yuan to stall for time. He had used Familiar Face to disguise himself and mixed in among the Strength Path Phantoms. The enemy Gu Immortals had not discovered him since the start. The tornadoes wreaked havoc, during which the enemy Gu Immortals had each made their moves, their powerful killer moves shrouding the entire battlefield. Feng Yuan's Strength Path Phantoms could only last about 1 or 2 breaths of time before they were destroyed. He had never activated Myriad Self as frequently as now. Fortunately, Myriad Self was created by him, and by now, he was so proficient with it that it had turned into an instinct and there had yet to be failure when activating it. However, his Green Grape Immortal Essence Reserve was rapidly dwindling. Regarding Immortal Essence Reserves, Feng Yuan was completely in a disadvantage. He naturally had no way to compare with the 9 enemy Gu Immortals. This guy's concealment skill is quite amazing. An enemy Gu Immortal praised. Relax, as long as this battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, is here, we don't have to worry about him escaping. Another Gu Immortal replied. Humph, rat-like thing, come out. The earlier you die, the earlier you can be free from suffering. The 4 rank 7 Gu Immortals did not speak, but the other 5 rank 6 Gu Immortals yelled, vainly attempting to shake Feng Yuan's will. But could Feng Yuan waver so easily? His will was firmer than steel. Even when he was in danger, he would not give up trying until the very last moment. Since he was using a stalling tactic, Feng Yuan would never reveal himself. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was growing rapidly. It already gave a trace of an ancient desolate beast's aura. As for the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest, it was already eaten by over half. But this growth rate was still far from enough. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was the key for this battle. The enemy has the numerical advantage. Their immortal killer moves also seem to be endless. Once I take out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, if my breakthrough attempt fails, I will probably be immediately dealt with the next moment. I won't have any second chance. I must succeed in one try. Just as he thought of it, Feng Yuan suddenly heard a chuckle by his ear. Hee, found you. This was a female Gu Immortal's voice. At that instant, Feng Yuan's hair stood on end, and without caring about exposing his true self, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. He flew towards the sky. Almost at the same time, frost condensed on his original spot, quickly forming into thick ice the size of a pavilion. He's quite fast. A rank 6 Gu Immortal said in surprise. Her voice was the same voice that had sounded by Feng Yuan's ear. Shui you succeeded. Not bad. A rank 7 Gu Immortal praised. Thank you, Great Grandma. The female Gu Immortal seemed to be happy, although I cannot break through his disguise. Every time he activates his killer move to create those phantoms, the aura of the killer move will leak out. He might be heavily concealed, but it is of no use. As the frequency increased, I discovered him. Good. Let me see where you can escape. Another rank 7 Gu Immortal shouted, directly charging towards Feng Yuan. He was extremely fast. Shortly afterwards, he reached Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan recognized this Gu Immortal. This person was the one who had shot the ice spear before. Die. The rank 7 Gu Immortal clenched his fists. Instantly 2 ice spears condensed in his hands. A close combat Gu Immortal? A sharp light flashed past Feng Yuan's eyes, and he quickly retreated. However, Sword Escape was actually unable to throw the enemy off. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly as he noticed his body was covered in a layer of thin gray clouds. It was the cause of his reduction in speed. While on the other side, the rank 7 Gu Immortal's speed seemed to have been increased. If I let you escape freely, would not it make me look incompetent? The Gu Immortal controlling the battlefield killer move was standing straight, with his hands folded in front of his chest, watching the battle situation from afar. Feng Yuan was forced to engage in close combat. This rank 7 Gu Immortal was very powerful with outstanding fighting skill. Within several moves, Feng Yuan's left arm and stomach were pierced. Blood Asset Immortal Gu was heavily injured. Large amounts of fragmentary ice and snow path Dao marks were engraved on Fang Yuan's wounds, making them difficult to heal. Cold air entered his limbs and bones, further lowering his speed. The sovereign immortal body's disadvantage appeared for the first time. There were no conflicts between Dao marks, causing Fang Yuan to be easily injured. Previously, Fang Yuan was defending and painstakingly dodging around. But at this moment, he had no choice but to face the consequences of this weakness. Die. The enemy's offense was extremely fierce. He thrusted the ice spear in his right hand towards Fang Yuan's forehead, while quietly moving the ice spear in his left hand towards Fang Yuan's heart. Blood torrent. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his killer move, bizarrely curving around and dodging the enemy's attack. Blood path. A rank 6 among the Gu immortals blurted in shock. He is indeed an unforgivable sinner. He actually cultivates blood path. We can be considered to be eliminating an evil, helping the people of the world. I had been somewhat suspicious of that defensive killer move earlier. So it was like this. The Gu immortal dual-wielding spears was filled with even more killing intent as he pounced over again. Giant hand. Fang Yuan suddenly slammed, a strength path giant hand flew out. In such a short distance, the Gu immortal with dual spears was unable to dodge. But he had not even thought of dodging. Head on. He pierced the giant hand with his 2 spears, and continued to chase Fang Yuan. Since he could fight in close range, he naturally had extremely outstanding defensive methods. If not for this, how could he dare to take the risk? The 2 spears in his hands intertwined into dense spear shadows, fully displaying the advantage of a close combat Gu immortal's attack speed. Close combat Gu immortals were few in numbers, they had once flourished in ancient times, but were now almost extinct. However, if such a Gu immortal manages to get near to the opponent, they would become an extreme threat. Fang Yuan was constantly in a life-and-death situation, he had to pay close attention to the enemy's movements, and slight negligence could result in him dying. Fang Yuan possessed many immortal killer moves, but in close combat, in most cases, he could only concentrate on dodging. Because there was no time to use any complicated immortal killer moves, and once his response was delayed, it could be his death. Fang Yuan's momentum was already destroyed, he was barely able to continue for a while before the enemy finally found a gap and pierced a spear through his heart. It is over. At this moment, the enemy's expression was slightly relaxed. Man as before. As Fang Yuan erupted, he used Man as before immortal Gu to restore the fatal injuries. Then using dark assassination, he shot towards the enemy's head. In an instant, Fang Yuan had established his victory. He had been concealing Man as before, waiting for this battle opportunity. Sounds of shock rose, but the Gu immortals were not angry. At the next instant, Fang Yuan saw a strange sight. The enemy's head was not made of blood and flesh, and was completely formed from gray clouds. The gray clouds scattered before condensing, and the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal shook his newly formed head, laughing, "Not bad. You could actually destroy my head, humph. Human Gu immortals are so crafty, if it were normal times, I would have already died. Unfortunately, this is within Gray Cloud Battle Puppet, an immortal-level battlefield." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He suffered a loss. Not knowing the mechanism of this battlefield killer move led to an error in judgment. Although this is the first time I have heard of Gray Cloud Battle Puppet, it is truly a fierce battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan let out a breath, his whole body was filled with injuries. He had intentionally concealed Man as before and used it at the crucial time, but his painstaking plan had been thwarted by Gray Cloud Battle Puppet. That goes without saying, this was created by Lady Earth Mother. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal spoke with pride. Fang Yuan took the chance to look at his immortal aperture. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had already grown into an immemorial desolate beast. However, it was near death. The heavenly crystals were already finished, and it was now starving to death. Fang Yuan quickly dispelled the effect of the immortal killer move on the upper extreme heavenly eagle and attempted to feed other things to it. However, the upper extreme heavenly eagle kept its mouth closed. Damn it! Earlier, I was too busy dealing with the enemy, I simply had no time to be concerned about the upper extreme Heavenly Eagles situation. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. His final trace of hope was gone. In this battlefield killer move, the enemies could not die. Fang Yuan did not have any strategy to ensure his victory. Dealing with just one rank 7 Gu Immortal was difficult, not to mention there was also the Dragon Immemorial Desolate Beast that had not moved from the start. What now? Death was already approaching close. Young man, leave your name. You are a worthy adversary. After this life of mine, my battle with you shall be remembered as a glory by my descendants. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal pressed on forward. The atmosphere was solemn, other Gu Immortals did not speak anything to stop him, seemingly approving of the dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal's words. Fang Yuan, however, revealed a confident smile. My name is not important, what is important is my status. I am a supreme elder of Langya Blessed Land, a member of a variant human force. In the current situation of the world, we variant humans should not take up arms against each other, isn't that the case? Snowmen, rockmen and hairy men should help each other, not have internal fights which will instead please enemies. How do you know? The dual-wielding Gu Immortal was extremely surprised. He actually knows of our identities. Quick, kill him. Human Gu Immortals have always been crafty, don't listen to his misleading words. The other Gu Immortals cried out, almost screaming. What Langya Blessed Land? Also, you are clearly a human, what hairy man? Do you think I am blind? The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal furiously pierced forward with his spears. Fang Yuan exposed their identities, but they simply did not listen to or believe Fang Yuan's words. Chapter 1142, Bluffing, Deceiving. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal rushed towards Fang Yuan. Variant humans are indeed stubborn? Or is this the influence of heaven's will? Humph. Fang Yuan's gaze turned dark, he looked at the dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal charging at him, but he did not dodge or retreat. Boom! At the next moment, he opened the entrance to his sovereign immortal aperture and released a gigantic beast. Ah! This is... The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal felt a majestic aura that instantly overwhelmed his body and mind. His momentum stopped abruptly, and his battle intent had dispersed at that very instant. What Fang Yuan released was none other than the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle that had now matured to immemorial level. A truly mature upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was extremely huge, multiple times the size of a whale. It did not lose out even when compared to that immemorial Dragon Desolate Beast. The immemorial upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was a terrifying rank 8 level battle force. Shock. Instantly, the enemy immortals were all shocked and dumbstruck. They had never expected Fang Yuan to still be holding such a card in reserve. This trump card was too strong. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal was almost trembling from fear. The atmosphere of the whole battlefield had instantly transformed completely. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's head, and coldly snorted, "Why do you think I was fearless since the start? Even if your battlefield killer move is powerful, could it obstruct my upper extreme Heavenly Eagle?" The enemy immortals' bodies jolted upon hearing this. Upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. According to legends, this eagle is a space path immemorial desolate beast that can avoid the heavenly wind Shi wall and enter the immemorial 9 heavens. Not only this, it can also pierce through space and enter grotto heavens. Our battlefield killer move cannot trap it. The group of immortals communicated in fluster. Fang Yuan had a confident smile on his face. Even if you use that Dragon Immemorial Desolate Beast, I am confident of escaping. But what I said before is all true. I simply don't need to deceive you, and even if I wanted to deceive you, such a shoddy lie could easily be exposed. Why would I waste my time? The enemy immortals fell into silence. The mountain-like upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was the best evidence of Fang Yuan's words. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal was the nearest. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle filled his whole vision. Despite the upper extreme heavenly eagle slightly closing its eyes, the cold light leaking out of the crack of its eyes still made him feel like he had fallen into an icy abyss. Did you verify it? Is it real or not? The Gu Immortals secretly transmitted their voices. It was rather ironic. Just before, when Feng Yuan was ambushed and saw this terrifying battle formation, the first thing he felt was doubt at whether this was real or an illusion. Now, after Feng Yuan released the upper extreme heavenly eagle, these Gu Immortals were experiencing the same thing. It is real. That rank 6 Gu Immortal called Shui spoke with shock. Moreover, that upper extreme heavenly eagle's vitality is extremely flourishing. Don't be fooled by its unmoving and harmless look. Once it attacks, it would definitely be earth-shaking. Soon, the rank 7 Gu Immortals confirmed one after the other. This. He only has a blessed land, how could he store an immemorial desolate beast? Although it is unimaginable, it is the truth. What should we do? He can use an immemorial desolate beast, could it be that we also have to send out the immemorial rock dragon? In fact, the dragon beast in gray cloud battle puppet was not as intimidating as it appeared. Although the aura was real, it could not fully display its rank 8 battle strength. There were many reasons. Grey Cloud Battle Puppet did not have a core rank 8 Immortal Gu, and was not suitable for use on rank 8 level existences. Another reason was, the Snowman and Rockman Gu Immortals' main bodies were far below underground. They put in their respective Gu worms and immortal essence in this Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, forming battle puppets that were not weaker than the main bodies. That is to say, the power of Grey Cloud Battle Puppet originated from the remote control of the Gu Immortals, and the immortal essence along with Gu worms concealed in the battle puppets. The Battlefield Killer move could form a Grey Cloud Battle Puppet corresponding to the immemorial Rock Dragon, but the immemorial Rock Dragon did not have a Gu Immortal's intelligence, let alone remote controlling the puppet. It could not even freely use immortal Gu, as such it was unable to manifest its strength. That was the reason for this rank 8 battle strength to not move even the slightest since the start of the battle. It was instead Feng Yuan who was cautious and did not dare to even risk probing it. Naturally, this was common sense. Just like now, the dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal was stunned and did not dare to attack the upper extreme heavenly eagle. When Feng Yuan released the upper extreme heavenly eagle, the situation completely transformed. The rank 8 battle strength on the variant human Gu Immortal's side was only a facade, while they were unaware of the details regarding Feng Yuan, and thought they were on the weaker side. And Feng Yuan? He was also not clear of the variant human Gu Immortals, and also did not know if the immemorial dragon beast was only there for show. He also felt his strength was on the weaker side. As far as the truth was concerned, Feng Yuan's judgment was correct. Right now, Feng Yuan was feeling rather tense. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was about to die from hunger, and he had to use blood path methods to disguise it to look like it had flourishing vitality. Once it was attacked, this disguise would fail. However, the other side did not dare to attack. The reason? Once they attacked, if they could not kill their enemy and let him escape, that would be a very troublesome situation. Even if they summoned the immemorial rock dragon from the deep underground, if the upper extreme heavenly eagle wanted to escape, they would not be able to stop it. Since Feng Yuan exposed their identities, he also knew of their misgivings. Their identities. Once their identities of the Snowmen and Rockmen were exposed to Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, it would immediately lead to invasion from the Righteous Path, Demonic Path and Lone Cultivators. Human forces were strong and had killed on their path to reach this age since the immemorial antiquity era. They absolutely would not let such a huge variant human super force to exist beside them. Thus, when the variant human Gu Immortals ambushed Feng Yuan, they had concealed their appearances. The variant human Gu Immortals had even mobilized 9 Gu Immortals and moved out an immemorial desolate beast to suppress the situation, just to handle Feng Yuan, one person. It was to make sure there was no mishap. But even in such a foolproof plan, there were many mishaps because of Feng Yuan alone. Finally, he even brought out an immemorial desolate beast, upper extreme heavenly eagle. If they had known this earlier, how could the variant human Gu Immortals still lay in ambush, and end up in this current awkward situation of not knowing what to do. Fang Yuan waited for a while. The variant human goo immortals did not speak. He shook his head and gave a helpless smile. Alright, I have already said this, why are you still not believing me? Could it be that you really want us to fight to the death? Naturally, I won't be the one to die. How could we trust you, a human? A rank 7 goo immortal said with anger. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. Since the other side spoke, that means they had been deceived. He got the opportunity, now it would depend on his performance. Thereupon, Fang Yuan activated Familiar Face. Immortal Killer moves aura spread everywhere. The variant human goo immortals immediately became vigilant. The dual spear-wielding goo immortal even retreated far away. However, what came next shocked the variant human goo immortals, as they looked on with wide eyes at Fang Yuan transforming into a hairy man, with no flaws. I am a transformation path goo immortal, and I inherited a portion of the true inheritance of Renwang. I could easily deceive you all by transforming into a hairy man, but why did I not do so? Fang Yuan spoke in sincere fashion as he spread his arms and turned back to his previous appearance. The variant human goo immortals quietly looked at him. Fang Yuan continued to bullshit, I did it as an act of sincerity to you. Since I realized your identities just moments ago, then we can be considered people on the same side. Although I am a human goo immortal, I am truly a member of Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land's origin is long hair ancestor. Currently, under Langya Land Spirit's lead, Langya sect has been created and I am one of the supreme elders of the sect. If you believe me, then open up the battlefield killer move, and I will send a message to inform the sect of this matter. The variant human goo immortals looked at each other but nobody moved. Both sides were at a stalemate. Fang Yuan did not dare to let their minds wander. After all, Heaven's will was influencing them. To dispel Heaven's will's influence, Fang Yuan had to continue to talk and change their minds. Heaven's will was not fake will, and its influence over variant human goo immortals was not high. After all, the intelligence of variant humans was second to only humans. It was because of this that Fang Yuan had hope. Alright, I will show my sincerity first. Fang Yuan suddenly sighed, and opened his immortal aperture, placing the upper extreme heavenly eagle inside. This move shocked all the variant human goo immortals. Careful. Although the upper extreme heavenly eagle has been placed inside, it can rely on its power to come out of the aperture and make a move at any time. Enough, dispel Grey Cloud Battle Puppet. Leader. Could it be that you still think Grey Cloud Battle Puppet can trap him? The other variant human goo immortals were unable to reply. From what they saw, the truth was indeed like that. Amidst the stifling silence, the killer move Grey Cloud Battle Puppet was slowly dispelled. Fang Yuan's vision was once again filled with the sight of the bright landscape of northern plains. He strongly endured the impulse of making an immediate getaway, speaking to these variant human goo immortals, good. Friends are often made after a fight. I will immediately notify Langya sect, staying here and waiting for the sect to send goo immortals. Fang Yuan's joyful attitude was naturally a disguise. But with his acting along with attitude goo, there was no flaw at all. At least, these variant human goo immortals did not notice any flaw. Adding on that Fang Yuan did not run away, it gave even more proof of the truth of his words. Then we shall invite you to make a visit underground as a guest. Here. The other grey clouds had all dispersed, while only a Rockman goo immortal's physical body was remaining. He was the person controlling Grey Cloud Battle Puppet. Ha ha ha, please lead the way. Fang Yuan followed this Rockman goo immortal into the underground part of this icy plain. The facts proved that Heaven's will's influence towards goo immortals was not remarkable. At least, Fang Yuan was able to use words to dispel this influence. Naturally, it was on the basis of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. It was because of the existence of the immemorial desolate beast that these variant human goo immortals changed their minds. After all, Heaven's will could not destroy these goo immortals' rationality. Challenging an immemorial desolate beast would be looking for death. In the depths below the icy plain, there was a scenic and beautiful world of its own. Fang Yuan was vaguely encircled by several Gu immortals as they led him, while he looked at the underground scenery absent-mindedly. The variant human Gu immortals were also in the same situation. Until Langya sect sent a group of hairy man Gu immortals to this place. 12th hair and 6th hair were among them. Chapter 1143, I Am. Rejoicing. Northern icy plain, deep underground. Within a large hall, stone chairs and tables were arranged in a circle, thick vines grew on the walls and grass grew between the cracks of the rocks. 3 bonfires were burning high at the center of the hall. It is said that this was a tradition passed down from the olden antiquity era. When variant humans attend to esteemed guests, they would set up a banquet and burn 3 bonfires. Snowman, Rockman and Hairy Man Gu immortals, as well as Fang Yuan, were seated inside the hall. The fire shone on every person's face and their smiles could be seen. All kinds of fruits were laid in front of everyone, and soon, Rockman servants served each person a large bowl of wine. "This is our Rockman tribe's lip fish wine, have a taste." Shirzong stood up from his seat and called out while holding the wine bowl. Shirzong was this Rockman tribe's first supreme elder. He had not joined the battle to kill Fang Yuan. His whole body shone with many colors from the countless gold, silver, and pearl ornaments inlaid on him. This was the style of Rockman tribes. Rockman bodies were made completely of rocks, and in their long period of life, all kinds of gold, silver, iron, and steel ores would grow on their bodies. Rockmen took this as a symbol of good looks and honor. The higher the position of the Rockman, the more extravagant ornaments they would have on them. Not only Shirzong, several other Rockman Gu immortals present on the scene were the same. Since Shirzong had invited it, all the immortals held up their wine bowls in response. Shirzong and the other immortals took big gulps of the wine, the hairy men did the same, only Fang Yuan took a small sip. After Shirzong had finished drinking, he put down the bowl which did not even have a drop of wine remaining. Cheers broke out. Other Gu immortals also imitated him, and drank down all the wine in their bowls. The immortals laughed, the calm atmosphere became lively. Only Fang Yuan put down the wine bowl, having only drunken a bit of the lip fish wine. The Snowman and Rockman Gu immortals turned a blind eye to this. Instead, the dissension rose from within the hairy man Gu immortals. 6th hair criticized Fang Yuan. "Elder Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Don't you know your action is impolite?" The host finished the wine. "You, as a guest, should also follow and not leave behind any wine in your bowl. This is respect towards the host." "Ah, I forgot you are a human and not one of us variant humans. No wonder you don't know this tradition passed down from the remote antiquity era." 6th hair was a spy placed in Langya sect by Shadow sect. He took advantage of every chance to cause trouble for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, his gaze scanned around before he spoke leisurely. "How would I not know of this tradition? It is just that this lip fish wine is the saliva left behind by underground rockfish. I don't like drinking it." "You." 6th hair's expression looked dark, but he was happy inwardly. Fang Yuan's words were no doubt offending the other side, which was what he intended. In Fang Yuan's letter to Langya sect to notify the land spirit, he had naturally not mentioned everything, and only explained the matter roughly. 6th hair and the others did not know that Fang Yuan had brought out an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle in the life and death battle with the snowmen and rockmen, before he could make the other side compromise. In fact, when Fang Yuan had joined Langya sect, Langya land spirit had issued a mission to find variant human allies. Since Fang Yuan had found them, he naturally completed this mission and was sure to receive rewards from Langya sect. As a member of Shadow sect, 6th hair did not want to see Fang Yuan obtain benefits and develop. Right now, he spoke up to try and suppress Fang Yuan. "Haha, since Elder Fang Yuan does not like this wine, then we shall change to another one. Bring out the Ice Wolf wine from my winery." A Snowman Gu immortal laughed. Snowman had snow-white skin, ice-blue pupils and aqua-blue hair. This snowman Guamortal was robust and strong, his upper body was bare, revealing a dark blue tattoo on his chest. His aqua-blue hair was tied up, revealing a firm and dauntless face. This person's name was Bing Zhua. He was that dual spear-wielding Guamortal who had made Fang Yuan struggle bitterly. Soon, a snowman servant brought the wine. This was a wine bowl made from ice. The wine inside was almost frozen and released cold air. To tell the truth, I myself don't like drinking lip-fish wine, so I brewed this wine. How about giving it a taste? Bing Zhua passionately spoke. Fang Yuan swept his gaze at the wine and intentionally spoke without proper respect. Let me taste it then, let's see if it is to my taste or not. Please. Bing Zhua laughed. Fang Yuan drank a gulp. The first instance this wine entered his mouth, it was icy cold, but when it entered his throat, it became hot like fire. The feeling of ice and fire immediately made Fang Yuan's eyes brighten as he spoke. Good wine. Ha ha ha. Bing Zhua laughed loudly. Since you like it, then please drink some more. He had just finished speaking, when the immortals saw Fang Yuan lift the whole bowl and drink it down in one gulp. The immortals were dazed for a moment, before applauding and cheering loudly. Fang Yuan discreetly glanced at Sixth Hair while laughing internally. He had already known Sixth Hair's intention. Sixth Hair would not let any mishaps happen to Fang Yuan. Because after Shadow Sect saves Spectral Soul's main body, their next target would be Fang Yuan. Because of this, Sixth Hair would not harm Fang Yuan's life. Sixth Hair could only suppress Fang Yuan at most, and delay his growth to make it easier for Shadow Sect in the future. Sixth Hair had already done this before, making Fang Yuan's relation with Langya Sect turn cold. However, how could he have ever expected Fang Yuan to have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle and moreover, that he had used it to successfully awe the snowmen and rockmen? An immemorial level battle strength, these variant human Guamortals had no choice but to give respect to it. This was strength. In their hearts, no matter how Sixth Hair provoked or smeared, Fang Yuan's importance was much greater than all the hairy man Guamortals combined. In fact, variant humans very strongly revered strength. This was one of the characteristics of variant humans that had passed down since the immemorial antiquity era. Because be it the era of eating raw flesh and drinking blood, or the period of war between different races, or the era when they were slaughtered by humans, great strength had always brought more space to survive and opportunities to these variant humans. It was instead the humans who, after becoming the overlord of the 5 regions and having an unshakable position, stopped having as much reverence for strength as before. It could not compare to these variant humans who were barely surviving at some isolated parts of the world. Fang Yuan had intentionally made things difficult, and as far as these variant human Guamortals were concerned, it was normal. What expert did not have some attitude? If Fang Yuan did not display it, they would instead feel uneasy. Fang Yuan knew the mentality of these variant human Guamortals very well. Naturally, he also had another reason for it, that was to probe their intentions. Now, Fang Yuan was basically completely confident that he was safe. What's going on? Looking at the variant human Guamortals' smiling expressions, Sixth Hair was greatly shocked. Next, almost all snowman and rockman Guamortals approached Fang Yuan, while leaving aside the hairy man Guamortals. Elder Fang Yuan, here, I will toast you. Elder Fang Yuan sure is a great drinker. Fang Yuan did not refuse them, he drank each time. The hairy man Guamortals looked at each other in confusion. Sixth Hair was extremely bewildered. What magic bewitchment has Fang Yuan used? He is actually so greatly welcomed. If Fang Yuan had turned into a hairy man's appearance, then maybe it could make sense. But he was in his original form, which was a genuine human. Elder Fang Yuan, I, Shui Er, shall pour wine for you. During the feast, a beautiful female snowman Guamortal actually walked over to Fang Yuan and took up the work of a servant, pouring the ice wolf wine for Fang Yuan. The other hairy man Guamortals looked on with wide eyes. Sixth Hair almost shouted out, "What the hell are you all doing? Are you even variant humans?" Fang Yuan is clearly a human Guamortal. Human. The humans who had slaughtered and marginalized you variant humans. Shui Er, you are that snowman who discovered my true body? Fang Yuan brazenly sized up this female snowman immortal, and asked. The female snowman lowered her head and gave a coy smile. I am only good at some investigative methods. Elder Fang Yuan is the true hero. 12th Hair had been drinking wine, but when he heard these words, he could not help spurting out the wine. 6th Hair looked like he was about to fly into a rage, almost cursing at the female Gu immortal. What is your intention? Hey. Why is your face red? What are you doing by lowering your head and acting shy? Still taking sneaky glances at Fang Yuan, you think I can't see your expression? Damn it. Are you a snowman or not? Pay attention to your identity. I don't deserve the title of hero. Fang Yuan laughed half-heartedly. Even he himself was somewhat surprised. The attitude of these variant human Gu immortals seemed to have changed a little too much. Bing Shuo walked over at this moment while holding his wine bowl. If Elder Fang Yuan is not a hero, then who can still claim to be a hero? Shui Er gave a timely introduction. This is Brother Bing Shuo. He is the strongest in our tribe. Normally he is cold and extremely prideful. Only when talking with Elder Fang Yuan is he this passionate. Fang Yuan stood up and assessed this Gu immortal. If I am not wrong, you are the person who dual-wielded spears and fought with me for dozens of rounds? Bing Shuo laughed, giving a thumbs up. Elder Fang Yuan, you have a good eye for detail. Fang Yuan did not continue gossiping, and directly chugged down the wine. Bing Shuo was overjoyed, and also chugged down his wine. Cheers rose up once again, while Shui Er clapped from the side. Heroes attract heroes. The hairy man Gu immortals looked on, dumbfounded. No one was paying attention to them. The other side's Gu immortals were all looking at Fang Yuan. 6th Hair almost slammed the table. Bing Shuo's attitude was making him feel worse. He mentally screamed, what in the world are you guys doing? Forget about that female Gu immortal named Shui Er. Fang Yuan's current appearance is quite handsome. What are you, a man, being so excited for? Look at your laughing expression. You look like you want to be sworn brothers with Fang Yuan. What are you thinking? The strongest in your tribe and also a hero? Being this close with a human Gu immortal, you want to betray your tribe? Bing Shuo sighed. Compared to Elder Fang Yuan, how could I be considered a hero? Elder Fang Yuan possesses an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. If Elder Fang Yuan was not on the same side as us, we might have provoked a disaster for our tribes. What? Immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. In an instant, the hairy man Gu immortals looked at each other in shock. Elder Fang Yuan, I didn't hear wrongly, right? You actually have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle? 6th Hair finally could not endure it. He stood up suddenly and stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, and said with a slightly embarrassed expression, not long ago, I allied with Chu Du to get to Hei Fan Grotto Heaven and take Hei Fan's true inheritance. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is one of the gains. What? The hairy man Gu immortals exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, the snowman and rockman Gu immortals also exchanged looks with each other. 6th Hair took a step back unconsciously, staring at Fang Yuan incredulously, and then looking at the other Gu immortals. In that instant, he finally realized and understood why these variant human Gu immortals gave so much importance to Fang Yuan. Immemorial desolate beast, rank 8 battle strength. Plop. 6th Hair could not bear such a huge impact, his legs gave way and he sat down again on the stone chair. I did not have the time to inform all of you. Come, let us Langya sect members have a drink, this calls for a celebration. Fang Yuan smiled and raised his wine bowl. The hairy man Gu immortals reacted, revealing joyous expressions. Our Langya sect also has rank 8 battle strength now. Elder Fang Yuan, you are truly unfathomable, simply amazing. Elder Fang Yuan, it was my mistake in the incident earlier, I had eyes but failed to recognize Tianti Mountain. The hairy man Gu immortals all had looks of acceptance. This was the prestige of rank 8 battle strength. 6th Hair also rose his wine bowl with a smile, while inwardly, he was spurting blood from anger. Fang Yuan glanced at him, smiling, Elder 6th Hair, why are your hands trembling? 6th Hair smiled towards him, He indeed was a spy who had lurked for many years. His expression did not show any flaws, it was just his voice that had turned somewhat hoarse. This is because I am extremely excited for you, Elder Feng Yuan, and for Langya sect, I am rejoicing. Chapter 1144, Refining Goo, Grand Commotion. Snow descended slowly and quietly. There was no wind. A series of snowy mountain peaks formed a range. A couple were snuggling each other near the window, looking outside at the snowy landscape. There was a warm atmosphere in the room. The wife was neat and graceful, some white color was already beginning to show in her hair. She leaned on her husband's arm and spoke with nostalgia. It has been so long since I watched the snowy landscape with you this serenely. Her husband already looked old but was in good health. He comfortingly patted his wife's arm with his aged hand, and spoke slowly. I would like to stay with you always and watch the snowflakes fall quietly. Do you still remember the time we first met? His wife chuckled, the joyous memory seemed to be resurfacing in front of her eyes. That was also a snowy day, you were still hot-headed, wanting to become stronger and stronger. I wanted to become stronger, wasn't it for the sake of becoming worthy of you? Back then, you said you would marry me when I cultivate to rank 8. Hee hee. The old man laughed, his laughter had some craftiness as well as some pride. His wife's smile, however, shrank slightly, and her brows furrowed. To tell the truth, I regret it a little. I would rather your cultivation be slightly lower. To be your husband, how could I have lower cultivation level? Rest assured, as long as we refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, I have confidence in passing this myriad tribulation, then our future will be boundless as the sea and sky, and I can stay with you forever. As he said this, the old man's sight slowly became sharper, revealing an extraordinarily powerful aura. His aura went from weak to strong, continuously growing stronger. As time passed, it actually flowed outside, causing the surrounding snowflakes to stop falling, and float in front of him. His wife slowly moved away from him, quietly looking at the snowy landscape as a firm will emerged in her eyes. Let us begin. After a long while, the old man spoke, breaking the silence. His wife only replied with one word, okay. Old ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou began refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. On this day, gorgeous lights shot out to the sky from snowy mountain blessed land, unable to be hidden or concealed. Northern Plains Goo immortal world had yet to recover from the commotion of He tribe's annihilation, but now, it fell into upheaval once again. Old ancestor Shui Hu had begun refining rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven goo. This news was like a whirlwind that engulfed the whole Northern Plains Goo immortal world. Feng Xian Grotto Heaven. Such a grand show, as if he is afraid others won't come to wreck his plan. But this is indeed old Shui Hu's style. Prince Feng Xian chuckled indifferently at the news. Lord, if we let old ancestor Shui Hu successfully refine the rank 8 immortal goo, I am afraid he would just get much stronger. Goo immortal Yu Lan spoke from beside Prince Feng Xian. Even without fortune rivaling heaven goo, he is still the #1 expert of Northern Plains. Our current task is to capture Feng Yuan. We have already obtained news from that side. Heavenly Court has deduced and confirmed Feng Yuan is in Northern Plains. Prince Feng Xian laughed, his eyes shining with cold light. His hatred towards Feng Yuan was deep. The reason? Because Prince Feng Xian's original task had been to infiltrate 88 Truyang building. But the grand plan was destroyed by Feng Yuan, causing his many years of waiting to go down the drain. Could he not feel hatred? Baizu Grotto Heaven. Old ancestor Shui Hu has been fiddling around for these years, he finally decided to act. Heavenly Lord Baizu mumbled, then shook his head. After that battle with old ancestor Shui Hu, Heavenly Lord Baizu was even more aware of the other side's strength. Just I alone am absolutely not old ancestor Shui Hu's opponent. Also, wrecking his refinement plan would mean I will be an irreconcilable enemy of him. But I have now established Baizu tribe, this is the result of many years of planning and arduous work, I cannot make a move lightly. Unless Xiao Huang and some other people want to make a move, Before they show any signs, I should concentrate on invading that He Fan Grotto Heaven instead. Yao Huang Grotto Heaven. A large cauldron was floating in front of Yao Huang. It was made from cauldron strength immortal goo. Inside the cauldron were countless immortal materials. The blazing fire below it was constantly melting these immortal materials into liquid and fusing them. When he heard the news of old ancestor Shui Hu's goo refinement, the fire heating the cauldron trembled. Yao Huang sighed and mumbled to himself, fighting with old Shui Hu is not wise. Instead, I just need to concentrate on refining this resurrection from the dead immortal goo, and I will also possess a rank 8 immortal goo, and solve the issue of lifespan. Longevity Heaven. Look at those lights soaring to the sky, humph. Old ancestor Shui Hu has really started refining fortune rivaling heaven goo. Even if he is a rank 8 goo immortal, he is too audacious to dare to covet Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's immortal goo. Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's grotto heaven. The goo immortals who lived inside were descendants of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable with the closest bloodline connection to him. They naturally did not want to see fortune rivaling heaven goo falling into an outsider's hands. However, they were unable to make a move. Because of one person, 5 Elements Grandmaster. Elder Feng Yuan, please come in, this is our tribe's sacred land, Earth Mother Altar. Shishirchen respectfully guided Feng Yuan. This Rockman goo immortal was only rank 6, but he controlled the immortal battlefield killer move, Great Cloud Battle Puppet. He was clearly a character representing the next generation of the Rockmen. Following with him was also the rank 6 female goo immortal from the Snowman tribe, Shui Er. Right now, some days had already passed since the banquet. The allied tribes of snowmen and rockmen living here treated Feng Yuan and the hairy man goo immortals with utmost cordiality. According to Langya Land Spirit's arrangement, 6th Hair and the others were responsible for negotiating about cooperation and alliance between both sides. As for Feng Yuan, he was accompanied to tour around and view the scenery, becoming familiar with the lifestyle of these variant humans. Over these last few days, Feng Yuan had deep insight. These snowmen and rockmen were living in hiding below the northern icy plain, but they were filled with awareness of crisis and were extremely strict in the upbringing of their later generations, almost to the point of cruelty. This led to generations after generations of powerful variant human goo immortals. Compared to them, He Fan Grotto Heaven's goo immortals formed an extremely clear contrast. Elder Feng Yuan, didn't you ask me yesterday why there is such earth and soil below the northern icy plain? You will know once you enter. Shui Er giggled. Okay. Feng Yuan nodded, being somewhat curious. When he entered Earth Mother Altar and saw 2 statues enshrined at the center, he was left staring. This is. He was shocked. Because he saw a female human immortal hugging a Rockman goo immortal's arm. The two were looking into the distance with blissful expressions, looking like they had lived a charmed life together. This is the 27th First Supreme Elder of my tribe, Shermu. The one beside him is his wife, my tribe's most respected Lady Earth Mother. Of course, as you can see, Lady Earth Mother is a human goo immortal. Shishirching introduced. This was somewhat unthinkable. A female human immortal actually fell in love with a Rockman goo immortal, and was enshrined and respected by the later generations of Rockmen to this degree. Shui Er continued, Lady Earth Mother was kind and benevolent, her love transcends race. She was deeply saddened that the Rockman tribe did not have land for survival, and not long after Lord Shermu passed away, she also died of her own accord to be with her love. For the sake of the later generations, her Dao marks and blessed land turned into this underground land, allowing Rockmen to have a foundation for survival. Feng Yuan firmly stared at this couple's statues. His mind was surging frantically. Because this Earth Mother, whom the Rockmen and Snowmen respected and revered, he actually knew her. Naturally, he and Earth Mother were not people of the same time period, there would normally not have been any link between them. The reason why Feng Yuan could recognize Earth Mother's identity was because he had soul-searched He Qing. Because Earth Mother was the missing He Feng Yu of He tribe, old ancestor He Fan's most beloved granddaughter. Who could have expected that He Feng Yu disappeared as a result of hiding her own identity? She fell in love with a Rockman goo immortal, this definitely would not have been accepted by the tribe, and even more so, would not have been accepted by the human Gu immortals in Northern Plains. As for why she fell in love and stayed with a Rockman Gu immortal, there definitely must have been a hidden story. Fang Yuan was expressionless, but was inwardly sighing. No matter what the truth of the past was, he had no intention to excavate it. Every person had their own life to lead, their own loved and hated enemies. Right? Shui Er had been secretly observing Fang Yuan, and seeing Fang Yuan having no expression of disgust or anger, her whole heart felt joyous. She then looked at the statues of Shermu and Earth Mother dazedly, speaking with certain intent. I won't hide it from Elder Fang Yuan, from my perspective, love has no boundaries. Whether it be rockmen or humans, both have the possibility of existing together and the right to love each other. Fang Yuan went absent-minded. A beautiful white figure flashed across his eyes. But it disappeared shortly afterwards. The 500 years of my first life. His gaze turned deep and serene. He slightly realized now why this group of snowmen and rockmen accepted him so easily after knowing Fang Yuan was on the same side. From a certain aspect, Fang Yuan could also be considered to have received Earth Mother's help. Actually, we were compelled by the situation to fight with Elder Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan must also be clear on how the Northern Icy Plain was formed. This was previously a pure icy land, only with Lady Earth Mother's profound methods did this area start gathering Earth Qi and form this soil. Shishirchung earnestly continued, however, when a Gu immortal faces their tribulation in the Northern Icy Plain, it would draw in and consume heaven and Earth Qi. Every time the Earth Qi is weakened, the Northern Icy Plain will get more unstable, and the land we can live on will decrease by a portion in area. Fang Yuan nodded. He already knew of this reason during the banquet, now his understanding had become even deeper. This is my fault. If I had known this before, I would not have undergone my calamity in the Northern Icy Plain. Fang Yuan earnestly spoke. Shishirchung and Shui Er's face brightened. If misunderstandings can be solved, that is for the best. Shishirchung spoke. Right at this time, Shishirchung's expression changed. Shortly afterwards, Shui Er's expression also changed. What's wrong? Fang Yuan quickly asked. Lights are soaring to the sky from snowy mountain-blessed land. Our information claims that old ancestor Shui who has begun refining fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Shishirchung spoke in a heavy tone. Any human growing stronger was grievous news to variant humans. Shui Er's eyes shifted to Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan, you used spring-autumn cicada to rebirth and are an otherworldly demon. You even destroyed 88 true yang building by your own hands. I would like to ask if old ancestor Shui who succeeds in refining fortune rivaling heaven Gu in the future? Chapter 1145, Rank 8 determines the situation. A number of days had passed since the hairy man Gu immortals from Langya sect came in touch and started discussing with this group of snowmen and rockmen. The more they talked, the more they found common topics between each other. This was decided by the external factors. Human forces were incomparably big, while the variant human tribes could only barely survive in isolated parts of the world, like this place. They were naturally inclined towards allying. Although Sixth Hair was a spy inserted by Shadow Sect into Langya Sect, he did not oppose the alliance of the two sides, instead even working hard for it. On one hand, Sixth Hair knew very well that just by himself, he could not make the two sides turn hostile to each other. On another hand, Sixth Hair also took this chance to show his skills and obtain more contribution points, letting Langya Land Spirit put more trust in him and increasing his status. Finally, Shadow Sect's goal was Spectral Soul's goal. Although the demon Venerable had died, his aspirations were already beyond the boundaries of race. Both sides discussed, each understanding more about the other. Sixth Hair even sold almost all the intel about Fang Yuan to get more trust from the other side. Thus, snowmen and rockmen knew how special Fang Yuan's status was. Fang Yuan once possessed spring-autumn cicada and was a person who had been reborn. He was also an otherworldly demon who came from a foreign world. He was also the main culprit for the destruction of 88 Truyong Building and Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was worth mentioning that the last point made the variant human Gu immortals feel even closer to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan destroyed 88 Truyong Building, greatly weakening the human forces of Northern Plains, which was an extremely good thing to variant human forces. They were so joyous that, in the past, when they heard about 88 Truyong Building's destruction, this allied group of snowmen and rockmen even had a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights. Inside Earth Mother Altar, hearing Shui-Er ask about the future, Fang Yuan replied with a bitter smile, having already prepared beforehand, although I had spring-autumn cicada, I have already lost this mystical Gu. After I was reborn, there have been many changes in the world. You also know that I made 88 Truyong Building collapse, right? Yes, Elder Fang Yuan, you are truly amazing. Shui-Er said with bright eyes. I also feel extreme admiration towards you about this. Shi also added. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and sighed, I am a person who had been reborn, and knew some secrets. Although I am not of the Huangjin bloodline, I participated in the fight for Imperial Court to get some benefits from 88 Truyong Building. My original plan was to visit time after time to get unending benefits. But plans can't keep up with changes, some accidents happened and I could only adapt to the circumstances, finally causing the collapse of 88 Truyong Building. Shui-Er and Shi revealed joyous smiles. Shi said, Elder Fang Yuan's words make sense. Fang Yuan shook his head in helpless fashion, who wants to be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world? That was truly an accident. Shui-Er smiled, from what I see, Elder Fang Yuan, you are a natural hero, although you destroyed 88 Truyong Building accidentally, if it were someone else, would they be able to do it? It is because of this I had no choice but to hide in Langya Blessed Land. Later on, things happened and I joined Langya sect. While living over there, I slowly discovered that the traits of variant humans were actually not weaker than humans. Their sincerity, trust and loyalty and so on far surpass the humans who always try to deceive each other. Although the 5 regions are vast, the survival space of variant humans is shrinking by the day. This is not right. Heavens will permit all living beings to exist, variant humans and humans should indeed coexist. Fang Yuan's face did not show shame in the slightest when he said this. He even brought up Heaven's will, which was trying every way possible to eradicate him. Fang Yuan had a sincere expression, so vivid that it could not be more realistic. Shui-Er's eyes even reddened from hearing these words. Shi was extremely moved. If other human Gu immortals were all as understanding and knowledgeable as Lord Fang Yuan, the world would be much better. In his words, he had already raised Fang Yuan from elder to lord, even speaking to him respectfully. Indeed, Fang Yuan's words were extremely politically correct as far as variant humans were concerned, inciting resonance and approval with their minds. But Elder Fang Yuan, you have yet to answer my question. Shui-Er was intelligent and not easy to deceive. I was just getting there. Fang Yuan coughed, 88 Truyong Building's destruction was not my intention. In fact, before I had reborn, it had never fallen. Ah? Is that so? Shui-Er and Shi looked at each other. Northern Plains' situation has changed too much because of me. 88 Truyong Building was destroyed, Ma Honyun was kidnapped and his possession of fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu was exposed so quickly, with him being bought by old ancestor Shui Hu. Before I was reborn, there was simply no event of old ancestor Shui Hu trying to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Fang Yuan added. These words were all true. Shui-Er and Shi both chose to believe him. The former slightly pursed her lips, then doesn't it mean it is difficult to deduce the result? If we really let old ancestor Shui Hu refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, the strength of Northern Plains human Gu immortals will rise by another level. Fang Yuan's thoughts turned, questioning, could it be that you want to stop it? He had no choice but to admit this allied group of snowmen and rockmen had the power to interfere in this matter. Because they had an immemorial rock dragon, this was a genuine rank 8 battle strength. Moreover, it was an existence which was very hard to deal with among rank 8 battle strengths. The immemorial rock dragon's might was recorded and emphasized heavily in the historical records. Of course not. Shurshurchim shook his head. We absolutely cannot interfere in this. Yes. We have been living peacefully here, why would we expose ourselves and go offend a rank 8 expert? Moreover, this rank 8 expert controls snowy mountain-blessed land, with large numbers of demonic path experts under him. Shuaer also shook her head. They were very aware of the situation. Even if they seized fortune rivaling Heaven Gu for their own use, they would be exposing themselves, attracting the joint pursuit of the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. All the human forces would come rushing over. At that time, forget fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, even if there were several more immemorial rock dragons, they would be unable to stop the humans. Fan Yuan nodded and did not say anything, while inwardly pondering. These variant humans are indeed not ordinary. I have seen all the variant human Gu immortals over these days, each of them is an elite. Whether it be their battle strength or foresight, they are outstanding in both. Even among the Northern Plains human Gu immortal circle, they would be excellent. When compared to them, Heifan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals would be way behind. Fortunately, I had rank 8 battle strength with me. So what if he was an otherworldly demon? So what if he had spring autumn cicada and was a reborn person? These statuses and mysteries, when they were stacked on his rank 8 battle strength as foundation, they become a part of a glorious halo, and not a source of trouble. When one had great strength, who would dare to find trouble? Rank 8 battle strength. With just a flick of their finger, they could crush others like ants. This was the reason the snowmen and rockmen not only did not dare to find trouble with Fan Yuan, they also expressed cordial stances and attempted to rope him in. Anyone of rank 8 battle strength was of sufficient value for others to rope in. In the absence of rank 9, rank 8s were the overlords. This was already among the peak battle strength in the world. In fact, the whole of Northern Plains' situation and structure is a result of rank 8 Gu immortals conflicting with each other. The politics of a world having individuals with great strength is always dictated by the strongest people. Fan Yuan was well aware of this. But if they know my upper extreme heavenly eagle is already dead, I wonder what kind of expressions these people will have. Fan Yuan found it somewhat funny as he thought of this. He forcibly sped up the growth of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, using time path killer moves, but with insufficient heavenly crystals, it was on the verge of dying from hunger. He then used blood path methods to raise its vitality when he let it out, and successfully shook the variant human immortals. Relying on his bluffs and deception, he was able to survive and change the situation. However, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was like the last radiance of the setting sun. After Fan Yuan placed it in his immortal aperture, it died at almost the very next moment. An immemorial desolate beast dying of hunger, this life of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was indeed somewhat depressing. But that might not be the case in its next life. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's amazing trait was that it would produce an egg after its death. When the egg hatches, it would once again be reborn. It was true that Fan Yuan lost the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle, but similarly, he obtained an upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg, and also the immemorial desolate beast's giant corpse. He could completely accept this result. Because first of all, Fan Yuan was not satisfied with this upper extreme heavenly eagle. He had to disguise as a person of He tribe's bloodline to command it. Secondly, many flaws appeared after the upper extreme heavenly eagle was forcefully grown. With rank 8 battle strength, how could such a grand being let Fan Yuan, a rank 6 Gu immortal, control it? Let alone when the upper extreme heavenly eagle was an extremely prideful beast. It was certain that the upper extreme heavenly eagle would not listen when it was forcefully grown into being of rank 8 battle strength. There was even a huge possibility of it rebelling and turning against Fan Yuan because of its strong pride in itself. As a result, the upper extreme heavenly eagle dying was not bad news to Fan Yuan. As for the new egg, Fan Yuan could rely on the contents of He Fan's true inheritance to change it, tampering with its memories and so on, such that when it hatches, it would directly obey Fan Yuan. Old ancestor Shui, who was openly refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, the refinement path Gu formation's light even shot up to the heavens, shining brightly for 7 days and 7 nights before it gradually dissipated. This matter caused strong turbulence in the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. However, after the shock, the Gu immortal world of Northern Plains strangely quietened down. This was because Heavenly Lord Baizu, Yao Huang, Five Elements Grandmaster and Prince Feng Xian had not responded yet. Without these rank 8 Gu immortals speaking up, even if the other rank 6 and rank 7s clamored, it would be of no use. Being able to battle a rank 8 existence with rank 7 cultivation, within the last few thousand years of the 5 regions, only Feng Jiuge could do it. Old ancestor Shui who did matters rampantly and tyrannically, but one had to say he not only had brawn but also brains, picking up such an extremely opportune time. This group of variant humans under the northern icy plain also chose to watch by the sidelines. As for Fang Yuan himself, he similarly had no thoughts of participating in this matter. This matter was too big, it concerned the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Shui who, although Fang Yuan currently was stronger than before, if he interfered in this matter, he would easily be turned into mush. Chapter 1146, 4 Races Alliance. 3 days went by. Underground of the icy plain, Earth Mother altar. 4 incense sticks were lit and the smoke coiled up to the air. Gu immortals were standing by a side with solemn expressions, the 4 camps clearly differentiated. Fang Yuan was also among them, the people beside him were Langya Sec's hairy man Gu immortals. A melodious bugle call resounded, and then the drums roared. Shirzong took a large step ahead during the drum sounds, speaking in a loud voice, I, Gu immortal Shirzong of the Rockman tribe, am willing to join the 4 Races Alliance. From today onwards, the 4 races shall be united, we shall share fortune and woe together. He then activated his immortal essence, causing some changes in the Earth Mother altar. The smoke that was curling up in the air surged towards Shirzong, and after coiling around for a dozen breaths, they completely merged into Shirzong's body. Adding on information path Dao marks. It seems to be an ancient method. Fang Yuan inwardly pondered. Originally, the hairy men were discussing about an alliance with the allied group of Snowman and Rockman tribes. But the matter went unexpectedly smoothly, as both sides were increasingly in agreement with the alliance. The hairy men's side even took the initiative to mention bringing Inkman City in too. After the allied group of Snowmen and Rockmen understood the details, they agreed to it. Longhair Ancestor and Immortal Yen were publicly known to be bosom friends in history. Longhair Ancestor left Langya Blessed Land behind while Immortal Yen founded Inkman City. The Inkmen and hairy men from these places thus always had close relations. Since the hairy men's side vouched for the Inkmen, the allied Rockmen and Snowmen tribes also chose to believe them. As a result, the discussion between the 3 sides became one involving 4 variant human races. Finally, the 3 sides reached a consensus and were willing to form an alliance, sharing hardships together and assisting each other from now on. The current scene was a result of that. The 3 sides used an ancient information path method to officially form an alliance. Gu immortals took turns to go forward and accept the effect of the information path Dao marks. As such, they became members of the 4 Races Alliance. Time passed, Fang Yuan gradually understood some of the mechanics. This does not seem to be an orthodox information path method, but instead Earth Path is used to get the effect of information path. Just like my Time Path Immortal Killer move, 100 Years Harmony. Fang Yuan's heart sank as he thought of this. It was going to be troublesome if he wanted to break this alliance agreement in the future. Because it did not seem likely that he could resolve it using information path. Most probably, it needed to be resolved with Earth Path methods. Elder Fang Yuan, it's your turn. At this time, 12th Hair reminded softly from the side in a warm tone. Speaking of which, ever since the matter of the falling star hound was resolved and the news of Fang Yuan obtaining an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was known, the hairy man Gu immortal's attitudes towards Fang Yuan had a complete change, becoming reverential, forming a stark contrast from before. Fang Yuan nodded and walked to the front without hesitation, and just like what the Rockman Gu immortal Shizong did, he allowed the incense smoke to imprint on his body. His every action was being observed by the immortals present on the scene. Seeing that he had truly joined the alliance, the group of immortals slightly relaxed, letting go of another layer of worry. The smile on Shui Er became even more lovely. Little could they imagine that Fang Yuan was already thinking of how to break the restrictions of the alliance agreement. He naturally could not follow along with the aims and mindsets of these variant humans. Even entering Langya sect was to make it more convenient to use Langya blessed land's strength. Similarly, joining this four races alliance was because Fang Yuan was forced by this situation and also because it would be easier for him to borrow the strength of the alliance to help in his cultivation. To truly have me be of the same faction as variant humans and resist humans, that is impossible. Humans have absolute dominance, even if these four variant human tribes have allied, what can they do? However, this strength also cannot be underestimated. In my first life, did these four groups really ally? Fang Yuan's thoughts had started to drift as he pondered. He did not know the answer to this question. In his first life, he had been a rank 6 blood path Gu immortal. In matters regarding the Northern Plains Gu immortal world, he did not have enough understanding. Especially these kinds of behind-the-scenes details, even Northern Plains Gu immortals might not be aware. But I do know there had been no news of these Snowman and Rockman tribes in my first life. Maybe they were annihilated or maybe they were still living, hiding from the world. Langya Blessed Land had also not established a sect, and was finally destroyed by Heavenly Court. On the contrary, the Inkman tribe did surprisingly well. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan sneaked a glance at Mo Tan saying. This person only had rank 6 cultivation and cultivated Chi Path. Chi Path had much longer history than Strength Path, but was similarly a declining Gu cultivation path. Mo Tan Sang had a middle-aged appearance, he had black skin and thick white hair. He appeared quite dignified when he did not smile, and when he smiled, he gave people a feeling of great closeness. This person is also a formidable character. Fang Yuan inwardly appraised. He remembered that in the 5 regions chaotic war, this Mo Tan Sang took advantage of the lack of attention paid to him due to the human tribes being too busy in their internal conflicts, to develop rapidly, greatly expanding the Inkman forces. When the Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he actually disregarded his dignity as the king and threw himself to Lu tribe. He took a servant's right to Lu tribe's supreme elder and became a servant to him. Lu tribe was one of the super forces, thus the Inkman forces were protected. The Inkman forces grew stably under this layer of protection. Later, when Lu tribe weakened, the Inkman king immediately gave up on Lu tribe to collaborate with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, the Inkman had hundreds of cities and occupied 1/3 of Northern Plains lands. If Fang Yuan were to talk of such a scale and force, no one would believe him. In this 4 races alliance, the Inkman tribe was undoubtedly the weakest. But in Fang Yuan's first life, it was the Inkmen who were thriving. Mo Tan Sang knew when to advance and when to yield, he was a spiritual figure representing the rise of the Inkman tribe. At the same time, it was also because of the external environment. In the 5 regions chaotic war, all order collapsed, opportunities and risks were everywhere. As if sensing Fang Yuan's gaze, Mo Tan Sang turned back to look at Fang Yuan, immediately smiling, expressing sincerity and kindness. This kindness was so deep and clear that when he smiled, he was almost bowing, even giving the feeling of some flattery. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, while returning the smile on the surface. Mo Tan Sang's expression changed slightly, showing a feeling of excitement at being recognized by an important person. If it were others, they would have probably felt a sense of superiority and smugness at this moment. Truly formidable. Fang Yuan's own acting skills were beyond ordinary, but this Mo Tan Sang before him was on par with him. The world is big, experts and talents emerge every generation, I absolutely cannot look down on these champions. Fang Yuan inwardly reminded himself, his mind remaining cool without any fluctuations. Northern Plains situation could be described as going through one wave after another. The storm of He tribe's collapse and takeover by Baizu tribe had yet to settle down. Old ancestor Shui, who began refining fortune rivaling heaven Gu, attracting the gazes of the whole of northern plains Gu immortal world. And behind their backs, at an unknown, secluded area, for variant human races, hairy men, snowmen, rock men and ink men had quietly formed an alliance. Although variant humans were absolutely in a weaker position, this alliance could not be looked down upon, because it possessed a rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon. Of course, in the minds of the other alliance members, there was also Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan was forced to join them. But what made him feel slightly at ease was there were no wisdom path Gu immortal among these 4 tribes. After the alliance was formed, Fang Yuan's loss was obvious. That was, from now on, he could not undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. This no doubt would influence Fang Yuan greatly. But he had no choice. Undergoing tribulation here meant consuming earth chi, which was the greatest damage to the Rockman's home. This was the reason why these rockmen and snowmen did not stint on cost to set up the battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, to kill Fang Yuan. But besides loss, Fang Yuan also had gains. He cleared the way for trading with the rockmen and snowman tribes, letting his monthly earnings reach a new level. Leaving aside the snowmen, the main point were the rockmen, their desire towards Guts Gu was higher than humans. The reason? It was obvious, when one considered the time Fang Yuan used Guts Gu to increase the population of rock men in Hu immortal blessed land. Guts Gu was the best way to grow and develop rockman tribes. Besides this, Fang Yuan also sold some resources he obtained from He Fan Grotto Heaven to the rockmen, snowmen and ink men, making great profits, causing Sixth Hair to worry and rage on the inside. Fang Yuan's gains are so huge. What should I do? How can we restrain him in the future? It was time to bid farewell. Elder Fang Yuan, you really need to leave so soon? You could stay for another day or 2. Shui Er attempted to persuade Fang Yuan to stay. Fang Yuan shook his head, saying with a warm smile, "We have formed an alliance, this matter is too important, I need to personally return to report to Langya Land Spirit. You can rest assured, I will be back. We can be considered to be friends made from fighting and I feel quite fond of this place." Fang Yuan was interested in the Snowman Gu Immortal's Ice and Snow Path Immortal Gu, as well as their killer moves. These 2 were very suitable for him. After all, in terms of Dao marks, the highest quantity in his body were currently Ice and Snow Path Dao marks. As per the relation between him and the Snowman tribe currently, along with rank 8 battle strength publicly, he could exchange Immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan did not plan to give up any of his Immortal Gu, he had a better plan. For instance, someday in the future, when a certain variant human Gu immortal cannot pass their tribulation and required his time path immortal killer move to slow the time in their immortal aperture. At that time, Fang Yuan could take the chance to demand Immortal Gu. In the past, He Fan did this many times and obtained a sizable number of Immortal Gu. Shui Er naturally did not know this handsome young man in front of her was harboring evil intent with his mind full of schemes. She lowered her head as she saw Fang Yuan was intent on leaving, revealing hesitation and a struggling expression. But soon, her eyes revealed firm intent as she raised her head and handed an item in her hand to Fang Yuan. "Elder Fang Yuan, take this as my farewell gift to you." Shui Er tried to keep a calm exterior as she spoke, but her voice was still shaking. Fang Yuan glanced at the item, it was an ice teardrop. Chapter 1147, Making Chudu Change Sides? Ice tears were not an immortal material but was still precious, widely loved by both Gu Masters and Gu Immortals. Ice tears originated from snowmen. Snowmen survived in icy environments. Snowmen normally did not cry or laugh, so their tears were very rare. The majority of the snowmen would never experience crying from joy or pain in their lives. But if they shed tears, the tears would immediately condense into ice tears. Snowmen could shed tears at most 3 times in their lives, and the number would not surpass 60 drops. Every time they shed tears, the snowman's lifespan and life essence would decrease by a huge amount. If the snowman shed too many tears, they would rapidly age, quickening their death. So ice tears were rare as well. Transactions of ice tears had always been flourishing in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Long ago, Xuesongzi had particularly engaged in selling snowmen, supplying them to other goo immortals to torment and get the ice tears. As far as human goo immortals were concerned, ice tears were a precious goo refinement material. But to snowmen, ice tears had another significant meaning. That was a token of love. That's right. Snowmen, this race had male and female genders, unlike rockmen who were purely male. During the marriage of snowmen, they would often exchange ice tears. This action had extremely huge meaning to snowmen. This is an ice tear. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, holding it in front of his eyes and making detailed observation. Don't look at it like that, quickly place it down. Shui Er's voice was soft and anxious. There were many people present, holding the ice tear like that in public was sure to be noticed. Sure enough, the next moment, Shui Er heard those goo immortals' surprised sounds. Shui Er quickly lowered her head, her face flushing red with shyness. She handed the ice tear to Fang Yuan, which was as good as expressing her love. Although she had mustered her courage before, now that so many people were looking at her, she was truly embarrassed. Speaking of it, I have heard of this strange goo material long ago. I have now finally seen it personally. Thank you, Shui Er, this gift is pretty good. Maybe I should refine it into some goo worm? Fang Yuan cheerfully spoke. Shui Er's body visibly shook. Fang Yuan turned a blind eye to it, continuing, but a drop of ice tear is still too little, it would be good if there were some more. Why are there no transactions of ice tears? It is truly regretful. As Shui Er listened, the shy redness in her face had already dissipated, replaced by pale white. Her head was lowered even more, her sight turning blurry as tears started to form in them. This fool. Bingzhou could not see it continue, as he inwardly cursed and walked over. The other variant human goo immortals were tongue-tied, not knowing what to say. Shui Er suddenly raised her head, her back facing Fang Yuan as she called out to Bingzhou, "Brother Bingzhou." Bingzhou gritted his teeth, an intense pity rose up in his heart as he saw Shui Er's pale white expression. He knew Shui Er was shy, it had already taken a lot of her courage to hand over the ice tear just now, maybe she had also felt an impulsive urge in her mind. Fang Yuan did not know the meaning of the ice tear. If he criticized Fang Yuan now in front of everyone, would it not put Shui Er in an even more embarrassing situation? Thinking of this, Bingzhou could only swallow the words that were in his mouth, saying something else. "Elder Fang Yuan, I had many gains from battling you. Next time, we should spar properly again." When he mentioned sparring, he intentionally made his voice heavier, along with some gnashing noise. Shui Er was young and beautiful, her talent was outstanding and her cultivation was high, she had all along been receiving the attention and favor of the tribe. It was just that there was no man in the same generation worthy of her. This time, she felt feelings for Fang Yuan, although he was a human goo immortal, the snowman goo immortals felt they could accept him. Rockmen had their earth mother, could our snowmen not have a snow father? If Shui Er could marry Fang Yuan, the snowman tribe would possess the backing of an immemorial desolate beast. But who could have thought Fang Yuan to not be aware of the tradition of these variant humans, treating the ice tear as a common goo material, making the whole situation awkward. Even Shui Er was put on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled and patted Bingzhu's shoulder. "All right, I promise you if there is an opportunity in the future, we will spar again." "Okay, everyone, I am taking my leave. No need to send me off, we shall meet again in the future." Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and walked away. Adorned in a white robe with long black hair, he looked handsome and extremely carefree. Shui Er's gaze even turned somewhat dazed. Bingzhou, however, gnashed his teeth, wanting nothing more than to chop this kid Fang Yuan into pieces. This can't do. When he has gone far enough, I need to send him a letter, telling him the meaning of the ice tear properly. The journey back to Langya Blessed Land was smooth and without any obstacles. Seeing Langya Land Spirit again, the attitude of the first Supreme Elder of Langya sect towards Fang Yuan had underwent a huge change. You truly inherited He Fan's true inheritance? You possess methods to slow the time of an immortal aperture? Also, you actually have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, quickly take it out. Langya Land Spirit excitedly asked. Fang Yuan shook his head bitterly, and took out the corpse of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Langya Land Spirit was stunned on the spot. Fang Yuan informed Langya Land Spirit of the whole event. A grand immemorial desolate beast was actually starved to death by you? But fortunately, you still have the egg. That's good, that's good. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's special point is this. Langya Land Spirit came back to his senses, and looked at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze. Sell this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg to me, we can make a deal. Fang Yuan laughed, I can sell this egg. Langya Land Spirit was joyous. Fang Yuan continued, but I am afraid you don't have any heavenly crystals to raise it. Even Treasure Yellow Heaven has very few transactions of heavenly crystals. Naturally, heavenly crystals can only be produced in Grotto Heavens or the immemorial 9 heavens. This is a very precious and rare rank 8 immortal material. Right now, only Black Heaven and White Heaven remain from the immemorial 9 heavens, while the number of rank 8 Gu immortals have always been few. Moreover, among these rank 8 Gu immortals, some are unable to produce heavenly crystals. As he spoke until here, Langya Land Spirit shifted his words, but you don't have to worry about this. My Langya Blessed Land was once Langya Grotto Heaven, it had once produced heavenly crystals. Besides this, in the past, my main body had also hoarded a large batch of heavenly crystals from the immemorial 9 heavens. Since that is the case, I can rest at ease. I will sell it to you. Fang Yuan nodded. Langya Land Spirit laughed heartily. Fang Yuan, since you are one of us, I absolutely won't let you suffer a loss. Luck Path True Inheritance, Thieving Heaven True Inheritance or Long Hair True Inheritance, choose as you please. Fang Yuan's tone sank. What? I am not too interested in these things. Moreover, isn't this price somewhat low to exchange for a rank 8 battle strength? Langya Land Spirit's smile stiffened, he thought for a bit and nodded, it is indeed so. Then, how about exchanging with my Luopa Valley? Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were secluded domains of heaven and earth, unique in the whole world. But compared to rank 8 battle strength, Langya Land Spirit would not hesitate to give up on the former and choose the latter. Price is too low, not selling, not selling. Fang Yuan refused. Langya Land Spirit scratched his head, how about this? I am willing to give up Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus as well as the incomplete Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron in exchange for your upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but he still shook his head, it is still not enough, not selling. Langya Land Spirit was furious, then give me a price, how much will you sell it for? Fang Yuan smiled, emphasizing, this is of rank 8 battle strength. Langya Land Spirit naturally was not foolish, as he retorted, it is indeed of rank 8 battle strength, but it needs to be fed. Do you have heavenly crystals? Also, even if you raise the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, will it listen to you? To tell you the truth, you were really lucky this time, starving the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to death. If not for this, according to my understanding, this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle only needs to have some strength left to directly crush you, an ant who tried to enslave it, to death. Fang Yuan smiled, if so I am willing to use sect contribution points to exchange for heavenly crystals to raise the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Anyway, I am a Supreme Elder of Langya sect and also one of the members of the Four Races Alliance. In the future, if the sect needs me, I will naturally appear. Langya Land Spirit was stumped, pondering upon it before he pointed at Fang Yuan's nose and scolded, good brat. You had no intent to sell it in the first place and were just making things difficult for me. Fang Yuan immediately showed a serious expression, speaking earnestly. How could I easily give up a rank 8 battle strength? But making things difficult for First Supreme Elder, how could I have such thoughts? It is just that the price is indeed too low. As he said this, he suddenly thought of another intention of He Fan. Even if He Fan's true inheritance was inherited by one of the Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven, He Fan had left the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and Iron Eagle blessed land. With this immemorial desolate beast, even if there was not an inheritor, it would be an extremely huge gain to the tribe. Langya Land Spirit sighed, knowing well that Fang Yuan was not wrong, so he stopped persisting on buying. On one hand, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had already become an egg, making him greatly disappointed. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was not only bound by Langya's alliance agreement, he had also joined the Four Races Alliance, which put Langya Land Spirit at ease. Finally, he, more or less, knew Fang Yuan's nature. Such an ambitious and audacious guy like you absolutely won't easily give up on a rank 8 battle strength. But if you want to use sect contribution points to exchange for Langya Sect's heavenly crystals, it won't be easy. Heavenly crystals are rank 8 immortal materials, the contribution points you have are many, but you would still not be able to afford them. Langya Land Spirit's mood became better as he said this. With heavenly crystals at hand, he could entice Fang Yuan to work for Langya Sect. By now, Langya Land Spirit had no choice but to admit Fang Yuan was strong and resourceful, much more useful than other hairy Mangu immortals. Then I will exchange for some first. We can slowly go about this. Fang Yuan intentionally revealed a distressed expression. Fang Yuan's current sect contribution points were indeed a lot. He had solved the matter with the Falling Star Hound, earning 1,000 sect contribution points at once. And this time, he had discovered the allied tribes of Snowmen and Rockmen, and succeeded in spurring the Four Races Alliance. The sect contribution points for this were also nearly 1,000. As such, Fang Yuan's Langya Sect contribution points numbered over 2,000 points. But calculating it, 2,000 contribution points were still too little to exchange for the rank 8 immortal material, Heavenly Crystals. At this moment, Langya Land Spirit suggested another mission for Fang Yuan. Aren't you familiar with Domination Immortal Chudu? Rope him into our Langya Sect, make him rebel against the humans and become one of us. I can give you another 1,000 sect contribution points if you do this. Chapter 1148, Temporary Rest. Fang Yuan's divine sense was roaming in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Oh? His divine sense stopped for a moment. A Gu Immortal's will was at the side, with a mountain of goods behind him. These are all slippery soil? Fang Yuan took the initiative and asked. Han Yu's Gu Immortal will awakened from slumber. Seeing a customer, he quickly said, these are all slippery soil. After reporting the price, he asked, Sir, how much are you buying? Slippery soil was a type of rank 5 material, the soil was very fertile. Fang Yuan nodded mentally, this was a very appropriate price, it was even lower than the normal market price. He needed this soil anyway, he said, I'll take them all. Han Yu's will shook, everything? I have a huge stock. Fang Yuan confirmed, yes, everything. 202 immortal essence stones, that is the price, right? Han Yu's will quickly nodded, yes, yes. Inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, any form of goods would have treasure light emitting from them. Fang Yuan could estimate the price by looking at the treasure light and the goods themselves. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, after all. Let's trade. Fang Yuan said quickly. All right. Han Yu's will quickly nodded and responded. The situation was out of his expectations. He was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal who had passed one heavenly tribulation, he was trying hard in developing his blessed land. He wanted to sell the slippery soil in his blessed land, and because of his past experiences, he even lowered the price by a little. To think that it was going to be sold out so quickly. This was great news to him. Han Yuzhuo carried 202 immortal essence stones. The entire Will's body was shaking. He was very excited. In my previous life, I was just like this. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed internally. Han Yu was the norm among most rank 6 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan, during his previous life, had even been inferior, because he was a blood path Gu immortal. But it was different now. Just the Guts Gu trade, which was a monopoly, was bringing him immense profits. After taking the resources of Heifan Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan's own wealth had reached an unprecedented level. Not just 200 immortal essence stones, he could take out 2,000 without batting an eyelid. All in all, Fang Yuan's financial situation was quite good now. After buying the slippery soil, Fang Yuan moved his divine sense around and went to buy several types of soil. After reaching his goal, Fang Yuan withdrew his divine sense and brought the soils back to the sovereign immortal aperture. He controlled the strength path immortal zombies. They scattered the soils into different areas of Mini Southern Border in the sovereign immortal aperture. The scenery in Mini Southern Border had already drastically changed. Forests were everywhere, causing greenery to overwhelm the lands. Tall ancient trees and pine trees, the straight cottonwood, the short shrubs, and an uncountable number of grass and flowers made Mini Southern Border vivid and full of life all of a sudden. These were just ordinary plants. There were lots of high-grade resources mixed in among them. Like the musical trees, they were in the greatest quantity. This type of tree had curvy branches. They were quite unique. There were birds on the branches, mostly chi death birds. They had distinct calls and chirped loudly. Originally, Mini Southern Border was completely empty, but it was quite lively now. Other than birds, there were lots of deer, squirrels, monkeys, snakes, tigers, and other animals. They formed into a proper ecological cycle. Originally, Mini Southern Border only had a few mounds. But now, there were more than 10 mountains here. These mountains were all moved in by Fang Yuan from Heifan Grotto Heaven. Ordinary Gu immortals could not move mountains, but his Pulling Mountain immortal Gu could be used for this. Right now, among the mountains, the tallest one was Immortal Succession Mountain. The stone pavilions were still on the mountain. Fang Yuan did not remove them, but the inheritances inside were all taken away. After a long time, Fang Yuan finally finished controlling all of the immortal zombies to scatter the soil at their proper locations. Fang Yuan observed for a while, before stopping in satisfaction. With these soils, these plants would be able to grow well for some time. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had few earth path down marks. The space was also very big. It had 5 regions and 9 heavens. Mini Southern Border could not have many earth path down marks after they were distributed. With few earth path down marks, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture would not have mountains forming. The soil would not be thick or fertile. The vegetation in Mini Southern Border was almost completely from Heifan Grotto Heaven. Inside Heifan Grotto Heaven, these plants and trees were growing well. They were dense and green. But after moving into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, because of the sparse earth path down marks, they were drying out, and appeared to be lacking nutrients. Fang Yuan could only buy lots of fertile soil, like slippery soil, to scatter them in Mini Southern Border, resolving the problem. But this does not solve the underlying issue. These different soils will turn into ordinary soil after some time. The earth path down marks in them would dissipate. These soils were just mortal Gu materials. They had fragmented earth path down marks in them. After the grass and trees absorb the nutrients, these scattered earth path down marks would mostly vanish. Only by undergoing tribulation or absorbing the down marks of an earth path Gu immortal, to increase the earth path down marks in the immortal aperture, can I resolve the problem. Fang Yuan knew this clearly. Fang Yuan could not undergo the 5th earthly calamity in the northern icy plain anymore. This time, he could choose to go southern border, or any place with rich earth path down marks for his tribulation, hoping to encounter an earth path earthly calamity. Once he encountered an earth path earthly calamity, after going through it, Fang Yuan's problem would be alleviated. As for killing an earth path Gu immortal to absorb their down marks, it was not easy. Earth path Gu immortals with low cultivation level did not have many earth path down marks. And those with high cultivation level were too strong. There was too great of a risk for Fang Yuan to deal with them. Until now, Fang Yuan had already gone through 4 earthly calamities. The first was the snow monster calamity. There were iron crown eagles, ruined bats, and others. The second was the wind flowers and snow moons calamity. The third was the spring dawn jade orioles and giant disaster blazing trees. The fourth was the profound white flying salt calamity. Because the sovereign immortal aperture surpassed the 10 extreme physiques combined, Heaven's will was wary of it. During each earthly calamity, it would increase the strength of the earthly calamity to the greatest limit allowed. Earthly calamities of such difficulty greatly surpassed other Gu immortals, by several or even over a dozen times. Thus, Fang Yuan also made incredible gains. He obtained more than a dozen times the Tao marks each tribulation. As a result, Fang Yuan had the highest number of ice and snow path Tao marks, followed by transformation path, strength path, chi path, rule path. There were also some from luck path, blood path, and others. The entire sovereign immortal aperture had improved drastically after obtaining He Fan Grotto Heaven's resources. Because the space was huge, at the moment, only Mini Southern Border was quite lively. Even though the other areas had some resources, they did not have such a complete ecosystem as Mini Southern Border. There were many desolate beasts, giant horned sheep, shark fin wolves, dragon fish, eagle hounds, and others. In terms of ancient desolate beasts, he had remnant heavenly dogs and a falling star hound, infant. He also had an immemorial desolate beast, that was the upper extreme heavenly eagle, but it had turned into an egg already. There were some desolate plants too. He even had an ancient desolate plant, that was the walking meat tree. All in all, Fang Yuan's accumulated resources currently matched Gu immortals at the peak of rank 7. Chudu was probably similar to Fang Yuan now. As for Feng Jiuge, he was heavily nurtured by a super force. Fang Yuan was still inferior to him. After scattering the soil, Fang Yuan's concentration returned to soul-searching the captive Gu immortal souls. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had many Gu immortal captives. In fact, there were many Gu immortal souls. The focus of his soul search this time was on the 9 Gu immortal souls in He Fan Grotto Heaven. Feng Jun's luck path, true inheritance, and Chen Li's concealment method were quite impressive. Fang Yuan was interested in them. You are not He Qing. Who are you? You unscrupulous scoundrel, kill me if you dare. Spare me, please spare me. As long as you resurrect me, I will be your most loyal servant. Among these Gu immortal souls, some questioned him, some cursed him and wanted to die, while some wanted to survive. Fang Yuan did not conceal himself as He Qing anymore. After all, familiar face also needed to consume immortal essence, and attitude Gu needed to use his mental energy. Towards these Gu immortals' cries, Fang Yuan ignored them. He soul-searched them without pause. Every day, he would soul-search them for a period of time. In about 3 days, I will be done searching the memories of these souls. I would know everything about them. After his soul-searching, Fang Yuan collated his gains, retracting his mind. He left the Cloud City, moving towards Luopa Valley. There, his soul went out of his body, as he underwent tough soul path cultivation. Fang Yuan had already used Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley for some time. His soul foundation had already reached dozens of times as before. However, he was still not confident of placing his soul into his original body. This problem is the most troublesome. Even if my soul foundation increases, it is still hard to avoid Shadow Sect's possible hidden methods. Who knows, Ying Wuxie's arrangements might become stronger if my soul has greater foundation. Perhaps the stronger my soul, the deeper Shadow Sect's trap. Ying Wuxie knows I have Luopa Valley and Dang Hun Mountain. When setting the trap, there is no way he did not consider these details. His daily soul cultivation ended, Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body. He stood up shakily. He had a grim expression. As long as he could use Wisdom Gu, his strength would increase at an explosive rate. Many development problems he was facing now were related to Wisdom Gu. As long as he could use Wisdom Gu, many problems would be resolved instantly. I have Wisdom Gu, and the Strength Path Immortal Zombie Body. I just need that final key. Fang Yuan mentally sighed helplessly. Just like this, Fang Yuan stayed in Langya Blessed Land for 7 days. He cultivated unceasingly, he did not relax for even a minute. His soul foundation grew again, he completely searched the souls of the 9 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan also used half of his Langya sect contribution points to trade for some heavenly crystals and even put up some Gu refinement missions. Self-will Gu, year Gu, month Gu, day Gu, as well as all the other mortal Gu, he needed a huge quantity of them. He would rather spend sect contribution points to get these mortal Gu, getting the hairy man Gu masters and Gu immortals to refine them for him. This could save him a lot of time and energy. 7 days later, he left Langya Blessed Land, heading for Eastern Sea. Chapter 1149, Desiring the Information Path Inheritance. The great winds blew, carrying the salty flavor of the sea water. Fang Yuan sat on top of a cloud, he traveled quickly while splitting his attention towards the information path mortal Gu in his hand. This mortal Gu was from Bingzhou. The snowman Gu immortal who dual-wielded spears and was skilled at close combat, he told Fang Yuan in the letter. The ice tear had significant meaning to the snowman tribe, it was not just a Gu refinement material, it was the token of one's love. Humph. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, he crushed that information path mortal Gu in his hands. Pure white clouds carried him on his journey. The wind caused his hair to flutter in the sky, he had a fair face like jade, he was extremely handsome, almost enchanting, his dark abyss-like eyes looked down at the deep blue sea, showing traces of cold flickering light. How could Fang Yuan not know about the meaning of the ice tear to the snowman? Don't forget, he was someone who had lived for 500 years, even though his cultivation level was not high, his knowledge was definitely vast. Not just the ice tear, Fang Yuan had deep knowledge regarding the wine culture of variant humans. During the earlier banquet, Sixth Hair accused Fang Yuan of not knowing about the variant human drinking culture. In fact, Fang Yuan was just pretending to not know, he was probing the attitude of the snowmen and rockmen. Sometimes, acting ignorant allows someone to have more options. The matter of the ice tear was like this. Fang Yuan pretended to be unaware, but he knew it clearly on the inside. Accepting the ice tear was accepting Shui'er's love. But if he did not accept it, he would ruin the cooperative relationship between himself and the snowmen and rockmen. Getting together with Shui'er? The disadvantages were greater than the advantages. The snowman tribe was after Fang Yuan's rank 8 battle strength, from the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Disregarding how much benefits Fang Yuan could gain from the snowman tribe, just this point alone, he could not fulfill it. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had already become an egg. Even though Fang Yuan spent a portion of his Langya sect contribution points to get some heavenly crystals, the amount was not enough. He could not hatch the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle egg yet. Marrying Shui'er would tie me closely to the snowman tribe. We would be sure to establish a marriage agreement. Right now, I already have Langya Sect's agreement and Chu Du's alliance agreement, there is also the alliance agreement of the 4 races, my freedom is greatly limited now. If I add in the marriage agreement, aren't I just finding problems for myself? While Fang Yuan benefited from these alliance agreements, he also had to undergo missions for them in return. For example, if Langya Blessed Land was attacked by enemies, Fang Yuan would have to reinforce them and fight to his death if needed. Langya Land Spirit followed the rules, because the Land Spirit was not crafty like humans, it followed the rules of Langya Sect closely and did not restrict Fang Yuan. But the snowman tribe was different. They were variant humans, their intelligence was lower than humans. But after being suppressed for so many years, and living pitifully in the northern icy plain, the immense pressure for survival had honed their strong battle strength and keen perception. If Fang Yuan wanted to marry a snowman, the snowman tribe would do everything they could to squeeze out Fang Yuan's value. By then, Fang Yuan would unable to help himself. The snowmen and rockmen live under the northern icy plain. The rockmen have the immemorial rock dragon, it has rank 8 battle strength, but the snowmen do not. Thus, they want me to marry Shui'er, so that they can also have rank 8 battle strength and contest evenly with the rockmen tribe. Do not look at how cohesive the rockmen and snowmen were when attending to Fang Yuan. Were they really living in such harmony? The two sides were living under the icy plane, sharing a tiny area together. How could there not be conflicts? They were two different races after all. But because of the big picture, they maintained reason and tolerated each other. One could imagine that the Rockman tribe with the immemorial rock dragon would usually win when there were conflicts. The snowmen must have suffered many losses, but they endured it all along. The Rockman tribe had greater status after all. This could be seen from many small details during the alliance. For example, the Gu Immortal Shirzone usually was the first to speak, instead of the snowman Gu Immortals. If I marry Shui Er, no, even if I just accept her feelings, it would mean that I am siding with the snowmen. Unavoidably, I would be involved in the conflict between both the Rockmen and snowmen. Once there were internal conflicts, Shui Er would find Fang Yuan and hope that he would mediate their conflicts. As an ally, he could not reject them. But the Rockman tribe gave Fang Yuan more benefits. After all, they were trading guts Gu. How could Fang Yuan ruin his relationship with the Rockmen just because of a woman, and cause his gains to be smaller? These last days, not just Bingshua's letter, he had also obtained letters from other Inkmen, Snowman, and Rockman Gu Immortals, including Shui Er. Their intent was to rope in Fang Yuan. Rank 8 battle strength was simply too alluring. The reason why Fang Yuan left Northern Plains and went to Eastern Sea was to avoid these Gu Immortals. It also meant that he could avoid many problems in the future. I am purely making use of these variant humans. But our relationship is uncontrollably deepening. Once any mishaps happen, I will die along with them. I need to leave and gain freedom, so that I can retreat with ease. Fang Yuan was well aware of the situation. Furthermore, Langya Land Spirit was showing the intention of recruiting Chu Du. This made Fang Yuan feel great threat. Should Chu Du join, it would greatly affect Fang Yuan's status in Langya sect. The reason why Langya Land Spirit wanted to recruit Chu Du was also worth considering. Even though Langya Land Spirit gave him this mission, Fang Yuan decided to stall it. He was not going to be so stupid as to wholeheartedly try recruiting Chu Du. Eastern Sea Information Path Inheritance. Fang Yuan thought to himself. This was one of the reasons why he was in Eastern Sea. If Fang Yuan could obtain a method from this information path inheritance to get rid of the restrictions of the alliance agreements, that would be best. Fang Yuan would gain the complete initiative within his alliances. However, this information path inheritance was only his secondary objective. Fang Yuan had another primary goal. Several days later. Eastern Sea, Turbulent Flow Sea Area. Spare me, I surrender. Lu Qingyu was kneeling on the ground. He was covered in injuries, he had no will to fight. He was a rank 7 lone immortal, he even collaborated with 3 rank 6 comrades just now. To think that they would be ambushed in this turbulent flow sea area, the 3 rank 6 Gu immortals that he invited were already dead. Their enemies were 4 mysterious Gu immortals. Lu Qingyu was considerably knowledgeable, but he had never heard of these 4 strong experts in the entire Eastern Sea Gu immortal world. These 4 were all very unique. The one with the highest cultivation level had rank 7 aura, but he was a Rockman Gu immortal. The other 3 were rank 6 Gu immortals, one was a beautiful and bold female immortal, one was a kindly old man, and one was an ordinary-looking immortal zombie. No matter which one, they were formidable Gu immortal experts. But the strange thing to Lu Qingyu was, their leader was not the Rockman Gu immortal or the bold female immortal or the old man, it was the ordinary rank 6 immortal zombie. Oh? Surrendering, hee, you know your place. The rank 6 immortal zombie rubbed his chin, saying as he chuckled. If Fang Yuan were here, he would know who this person was. That's right, it was Yingwu Xia. Humph, a spineless coward, no wonder he was not my match. We should kill him and give Shirnu some Earth Path Dao marks. He Lulan was covered in orange flames. The Rockman Gu immortal Shirnu had no expression, he looked at Yingwu Xia as he said slowly, I will listen to master. No. Lu Qingyu quickly shouted, he had a frantic and helpless expression, even though I am a rank 7 Gu immortal, my immortal Gu are only rank 6. However, Fairy, you have rank 7 immortal Gu and even so many fire path killer moves, It was no wonder I could not defeat you. Ying Wuxia laughed, waving his hand. Right now, my shadow sect needs members. I will give you a chance to live. Do not resist. I will use an immortal killer move to make the alliance agreement. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Lu Qingyu was overjoyed. He was crying as he kowtowed continuously. Ying Wuxia's alliance agreement was extremely strict. But Lu Qingyu wanted to survive, everything else was secondary. It is a soul path method indeed. He Lulan observed on the side. Ying Wuxia used a soul path method to achieve the effects of information path. It was like Fang Yuan's 100 Years Harmony, it could unleash the effects of another path. From now on, you are a member of Shadow Sect, get up. After making the alliance agreement, Ying Wuxia smiled. Lord, I am willing to offer my immortal goo. Lu Qingyu did not get up, he held his 2 rank 6 immortal goo above his head. Ying Wuxia laughed, I do not care for these 2 immortal goo, you can keep them. In the future, if you perform well, I can grant you rank 7 immortal goo or even true inheritances, that is not a problem. Thank you, Lord, for your kindness. Lu Qingyu was overjoyed with tears. Speaking of which, this place is so remote, and there are many islands around us. Why are you here at this island? Ying Wuxia asked. He was suspicious that his movements were exposed. Lu Qingyu heard this and smiled bitterly. Lord, this is all a misunderstanding. I was just trying to find a place to rest. Sigh, I will have to explain from the start. In this turbulent flow sea area, I found the clues to an information path true inheritance. It turned out that back then, Lu Qingyu chased after the blood path demonic immortal, wanting to get his information path inheritance clues. In the end, he killed this person and had no gains. The 2 other rank 7 Gu immortals became suspicious of him instead. Thinking about it, he felt that Fang Yuan was the most suspicious. The information path true inheritance clues were likely in his hands. Lu Qingyu could not let it go. He brought a group of Gu immortals and entered turbulent flow sea area secretly, attempting to find the clues or wait for Fang Yuan to arrive. After hearing Lu Qingyu's story, He Lulan, Ying Wuxia, and the others smiled. This Lu Qingyu was simply too unlucky. He wanted to find a place to rest, but he ended up going towards Shadow Sect's secret base instead. Ying Wuxia's expression suddenly changed. Wait, the Gu immortal who you were suspicious of earlier, what was his appearance? Chapter 1150, Turbulent Flow Sea Battle, 1/2. Lu Qingyu repeated his words from before. Ying Wuxia's expression turned grim very quickly. Fang Yuan had used familiar face when traveling from southern border to northern plains, he had concealed his appearance. But familiar face could not conceal immortal Gu effects or immortal killer moves. When he was in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan had fought with Lu Qingyu, Tang Song, and Zhou Li, he unavoidably revealed some methods. Even though Ying Wuxia did not know Fang Yuan's appearance at that time, from Lu Qingyu's description, he felt a sense of familiarity. Following his intuition, he probed, and Lu Qingyu described this opponent in greater detail. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Ying Wuxia thought to himself. Looking at the timing, it matched perfectly. Ying Wuxia felt that the Gu immortal who Lu Qingyu fought was very likely to be Fang Yuan. It is quite coincidental, I actually got information about Fang Yuan like this. Heaven's will. Ying Wuxia raised his head, looking at the sky. The turbulent flow sea area's sky was covered in clouds and fog the entire time. At this moment, Ying Wuxia could feel that beyond these clouds, Heaven's will was looking at him closely. For Heaven's will, be it Fang Yuan, who has the sovereign immortal aperture, or spectral soul demon Venerable, who is attempting to defy fate by reviving and reaching the apex again, they were targets to suppress and eliminate. Of course, in the past, spectral soul was the biggest target, but now, Fang Yuan was the one who attracted its attention the most. But currently, Heaven's will was making an arrangement, attempting to lure Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxia together, so that they would fight each other. This was a method that killed two birds with one stone. It was a plan that saved a lot of effort. Ying Wuxia assessed this as he transmitted secretly to He Lulan. He Lulan was slightly dazed. She did not find anything wrong earlier because she was not familiar with flying sword and sword escape. After reacting, she was a little shocked. Ying Wuxia discovered something so significant. He is actually discussing with me? But soon, He Lulan realized, if she were in Ying Wuxia's position, she would do the same thing herself to analyze the situation. Until now, Tai Baiyunxing was still kept in the dark. Shernu had absolute loyalty, but he was a variant human, he could not think as flexibly. She herself had the Shadow Sect alliance agreement, she was bound to Ying Wuxia, she had no choice but to plot together with him. Dealing with Fang Yuan. He Lulan had complex emotions. She had a rather complex relationship with Fang Yuan. They were enemies at first, before becoming allies, but now with a twist of fate, they were enemies again. Even He Lulan had to admit it herself, Fang Yuan was a huge help and had great influence on her. But soon, He Lulan calmed down and transmitted, "Your analysis makes sense, but you only guessed Fang Yuan's identity, how can you be sure he will come here? Just because of the information path true inheritance? Not only is the information path inheritance's crucial clue gone, even if he obtained it, what does that have to do with us? He might not come here and encounter us." Ying Wuxia smiled coldly, "That is because you don't understand Heaven's will. Earlier, to obstruct Fang Yuan, Heaven's will made a plan, that was to lure Fang Yuan with the information path true inheritance. But Fang Yuan is crafty and vigilant, he did not fall into the trap. He went to Northern Plains without stopping, this was a wise decision. Heaven's will's arrangements inside the turbulent flow sea area were completely wasted. Ying Wuxia's understanding was a little off. The truth was, Fang Yuan did not sense the information path true inheritance's clues back then. After all, the clue was concealed in Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Of course, even if Fang Yuan found them, with his personality, it would not have slowed down his return to Langya Blessed Land. Right now, Fang Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance and has gained immense strength. But he is in Langya sect, and has recently been added to the Four Races Alliance. He also has an alliance agreement with Chu Du, he has huge needs in the information path aspect. Thus, he is likely to come here, following the true inheritance's clues to obtain this information path inheritance. Ying Wuxia continued. Undoubtedly, suffering and setbacks were of value in life. Ying Wuxia had gone through many difficulties, his mind was sharper and more vigilant now, he had the demeanor of an expert. He Lulan was quite familiar with Fang Yuan's situation. The intel that Fang Yuan had exposed reached Ying Wuxia through Sixth Hair. In order to draw out He Lulan's hatred towards Fang Yuan, Ying Wuxia had told her a portion of the information. He Lulan's eyes burst out with brilliance, she had an understanding, you mean to say, Lu Qingyu is a reminder to us from Heaven's will? That's right. Lu Qingyu might have chosen this place by coincidence, but he was actually subconsciously influenced by Heaven's will. He purposely chose our island, it is too much of a coincidence. Heaven's will probably thinks that the trap earlier can no longer affect Fang Yuan, who has gotten much stronger, thus, it wants to make use of us to deal with Fang Yuan. Ying Wuxia looked at the sky, showing a cold smile. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shadow Sect had opposed Heaven's will for so many years, Ying Wuxia was naturally aware about Heaven's will's goals and schemes. Then, we can use this chance to ambush Fang Yuan. Aren't you trying to get back the sovereign immortal body? He Lulan transmitted. Ying Wuxia turned around, looking at He Lulan. The two were secretly transmitting to each other. They did not talk for long, the other three immortals only saw Ying Wuxia looking at the sky for a while, before he turned around and walked back. Ying Wuxia did not speak, he took huge steps, leading the way. Behind him, Shernu, Tai Baiyunxing, and He Lulan followed after. Ah! Lu Qingyu, who was kneeling on the ground, was dazed, he quickly got up and followed behind them closely. He Lulan. Ying Wuxia suddenly transmitted, if we can capture Fang Yuan this time, I will grant you freedom. He Lulan's body and mind shook. But soon, she reacted, replying, "Only a child would be fooled by that. Would you willingly let go of my battle strength?" "Ha ha ha, you truly know me well, Lu Lan." Ying Wuxia laughed, admitting it openly. "How will you deal with Fang Yuan? He has rank 8 battle strength." He Lu Lan asked. Ying Wuxia's smile faded, he sighed. He Lu Lan could hear the helplessness in his tone. Next, she heard Ying Wuxia, "I am not going to deal with him. The immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle is very hard to deal with." "No, we can. If we use that secluded domain of heaven and earth, can't we succeed?" He Lu Lan asked. "You really want him to die? I remember that you have gone through thick and thin before." "Humph, every man for himself. If he dies or is defeated, there are only advantages to me, there are no disadvantages." He Lu Lan showed a cold-killing intent. Ying Wuxia rejected this alluring suggestion. "Even if we use that place, my goal cannot be achieved. I need to capture Fang Yuan alive, the material needs to be fresh. If we use that place, we can only make the upper extreme heavenly eagle lose its threat temporarily. Furthermore, even if we could, I would not do it." Ying Wuxia smiled. He Lu Lan, why? Not considering the big picture is simply short-sighted. Like how Fang Yuan did not take the information path inheritance earlier, as long as we save my main body, we will have a great advantage. My memories are limited. If we fight with Fang Yuan now, we will be falling into Heaven's Will's trap. We will leave Eastern Sea. However, before leaving, we can leave behind some arrangements as a present for Fang Yuan. He he he. Ying Wuxia transmitted a laugh. A day later. "I am finally here, turbulent flow sea area." Fang Yuan stood on a cloud, he looked at this sea area as he sighed. Rumors said that there was an intense battle between Gu immortals here. There were no rank 8 experts among the participating Gu immortals, but there were many rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals. Because their battle was too intense, the Dao marks carved in this area caused a change in the environment. In the end, a unique place in Eastern Sea, turbulent flow sea area, was created. Because of this reason, there were many Gu immortal inheritances hidden inside the turbulent flow sea area, or their wealth left behind after death. In history, there were lucky people who obtained Gu immortal inheritances inside the turbulent flow sea area. Even though the lucky people were few, these rumors caused many people to be attracted to this sea area. Many Eastern Sea Gu immortals as well as Gu immortals of Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border would often come to the turbulent flow sea area to search for fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the sea water. The turbulent flow sea area's water was very unique, the surface was calm, but there were many undercurrents below. These currents were of all types and forms. They interlinked with one another, they moved in this sea area with absolutely no rhythm or pattern. Precisely because of this, Gu immortals called this the turbulent flow sea area. Fang Yuan looked at the sky again. The sky had many white clouds, shrouding his vision, he could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was blazing, the sunlight could not penetrate the cloud layers, it only made the place brighter. When Gu immortals entered the turbulent flow sea area, they often lost their sense of direction. These cloud layers were one of the causes. Because of the clouds, Gu immortals could not determine their precise location. It was impossible to get rid of these clouds. To do that, one was contesting against heaven and earth. Gu immortals with such abilities were at least rank 8 great experts, they were very rare. Paying a huge price to destroy these clouds would also destroy the turbulent flow sea area. To them, it was not worth the effort at all. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan's aura surged as Immortal Gu aura burst out from within him. Immortal Investigative Killer Move, Qi Luck Sensation. This move was obtained from Feng Jun's inheritance, it used Qi Luck Immortal Gu as the core, it could sense people who were closely connected by luck to the Gu immortal user. The closer the distance, the clearer the effects. Oh? They are nearby. They are in the turbulent flow sea area?